Zhao Xiaoxiu, the impoverished child of Zhao Gang, has died and come back to life. Her living father dances with blood-red tentacles that extend from his body, gracefully gliding along the ceiling. A pair of non-human vertical pupils fixates on the obedient child sitting on a small stool, with a mysterious excitement and affection swirling within the creature's eyes. One singular thought occupies its mind. The child is so weak, so small, so pitiable. Nourish her. Nourish her. The most exquisite ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. The tentacles, derived from flesh and blood, are cleaned, chopped, and placed over a fire. A sprinkle of cumin and salt releases an irresistible aroma. Having traversed into a world of mutated wasteland, Zhao Xiaoxiu, a human child who has survived on nutrient rations from the base, has finally tasted meat at the tender age of 3. And what a delightful roasted meat it is sourced from her father's tentacles. In a cramped 10 square meter space enclosed by wooden boards, foam, and plastic, the tantalizing scent of meat wafts through the air. Little Zhao Xiaoxiu sits on a plastic children's stool, salvaged from the garbage mountains by Grandma Meng. Her knees are neatly together, her back straight, and her small hands rest upon her lap. With wide eyes, she gazes at her father busily grilling meat just 2 meters away. Her face displays an obedient demeanor, yet her heart is tumultuous with excitement. This is meat. After 13 years of apocalypse, the survivors have long forgotten the taste of untainted fresh meat. Especially for a child who has relied solely on the base's nutrient rations, which only includes sweet and savory mush. With a sizzling sound, a piece of meat bursts with glistening juices over the charcoal fire. Tears of joy escape Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes. Enchanted by the aroma, the child thinks to herself that the man cooking must be quite handsome. Even if he is surrounded by writhing blood-red tentacles, what does it matter? Because those tentacles indeed smell delicious. Zhao Gang seizes a tentacle that threatens to engulf Zhao Xiaoxiu in its maw and slams it onto the cutting board. He swiftly wields the knife, slicing off the frightening appendage with precision. After cleaning and chopping, he sets the fire. Xiaoxiu, just a moment, Daddy will be done soon, he reassures her. In mere minutes, he has adeptly grasped the human language, though his speech remains somewhat halting, akin to a malfunctioning robot. Zhao Xiaoxiu responds with a gentle smile. Daddy, take your time. The finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. The roasted tentacles, crispy on the outside and tender within, seasoned with a hint of cumin and salt, waft in irresistible fragrance. Zhao Xiaoxiu hesitates for just half a second before burying her face in the plastic bowl. She declares that her living father's meat is the most delectable food in the world. Zhao Gang watches in delight as the child, overwhelmed with happiness, is enveloped in a colorful aura, causing the hidden tentacles within him to excitedly unfurl. They dance joyfully in the air, licking the ceiling, the plastic foam walls, and every object in the room, leaving a sticky residue throughout the space. Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widen in shock for a moment. Her tongue rolls as the flavor of meat lingers. As the saying goes, where there is milk, there is a mother. Thus, her naked father, covered in sharp-toothed tentacles, surprisingly appears rather benevolent, right? The dim light in the hallway flickers on. It is 7:30 in the evening. Zhao Xiaoxiu, never having been fully satiated before, feels an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her after her meal. She glances at her father, still suspended from the ceiling, her eyelids growing heavy. Oh well, never mind him. Zhao Xiaoxiu kicks off her worn plastic sandals and, with her little black feet bare, climbs in a bed, hugging the pillow stuffed with hay, and drifts into a deep sleep. In her dreams, she finds herself in a troubling scenario where her father has taken the children's relief nutrient liquid provided by the base and dashed out the door, leaving her. Behind, he lies quietly on the ground, and little Zhao Xiaoxiu stands beside him. The towering figure of the man seems to fill the entire room. A sharp, flesh-like appendage, unidentifiable as a tentacle, pierces through his worn gray shirt from the spot where his heart lies. Suddenly, a small, blood-red body rises before Zhao Xiaoxiu's face. The tip of the flesh bud blooms open, revealing a ring of sharp, tiny teeth, with a glass marble-sized blood-red eye at its center, spinning wildly. Subsequently, countless blood-red tendrils extend from his body, swiftly erasing all semblance of humanity. His head is ensconced within a mass of red, flesh-like tentacles, his hands and feet twisted at grotesque angles, entangled in a mass of blood and flesh. This crimson mass, akin to churning sludge, quickly spreads throughout the room. Zhao Xiaoxiu finds herself cornered by these blood-red appendages. Looking up, she sees the entire ceiling transformed into a writhing expanse of crimson, accompanied by an indescribable, pungent odor. She screams in terror, yearning to awaken, calling out, "Daddy! Daddy!" But the fullness from that afternoon's roast meat keeps her from waking. In the high-altitude Hope Base, September brings significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. Zhao Xiaoxiu, in a daze, senses something wrapping around her tiny, shivering body, providing warmth. As the nightmare recedes, she gradually falls into a peaceful slumber. When a commotion in the corridor outside rises with shouts of time to release the water, the night fades and dawn breaks on the horizon. Zhao Xiaoxiu awakens from a restful sleep, her eyes still closed as she lets out a contented yawn and stretches lazily. Rolling over, she rises with her tousled hair, thinking she is still in bed. Yet as she raises her head, she is met with a sight of deep crimson. A mass of writhing red flesh envelopes her small body. It moves as she does, continuously maintaining its embrace without suffocating her. In fact, it feels oddly gentle, yet it is somewhat frightening. From an external perspective, Zhao Xiaoxiu is nowhere to be seen within the cramped room. Only an indescribable mass of vivid red occupies the entire space, pressing up to the ceiling. The small room struggles to contain its vast form, appearing almost pitiful in its squished cubic shape. Zhao Xiaoxiu doubts whether she is still dreaming. Closing her eyes once more, she peacefully lies down, awakening to find a blood-red flower larger than her head baring sharp teeth at her. She realizes she must be in a dream within a dream. Zhao Xiaoxiu calmly closes her eyes again, settling down once more in tranquility. Deliberately waiting for half a minute, she opened her eyes once more. Splendid, truly splendid, those terrifying tentacles and eyes are indeed real. She forced a smile, revealing a few pearly white teeth, striving to convey friendliness to those dreadful fleshy blossoms. The writhing tentacles all receded, and the crimson hue in Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes gradually faded, coalescing into Zhao Gang. To be precise, it should be referred to as her living father. Zhao Xiaoxiu, freshly awakened, was enveloped in a crumpled adult shirt, exposing only her small head. With a round face, round eyes, and sparse, tousled yellow hair resembling a prickly chestnut, she was blissfully unaware that, from Zhao Gang's perspective, the entire planet appeared shrouded in a gray haze. Only she possessed color, particularly after having had her fill and a good rest, as vibrant bubbles began to emerge from her. This unique brilliance rendered her exceptionally charming. Zhao Gang grinned widely, offering a smile to Zhao Xiaoxiu. A blood-red tentacle, no thicker than a pinky finger, protruded from his body, tentatively poking at Zhao Xiaoxiu's face, which bore the marks of sleep. Zhao Xiaoxiu clearly observed his eyes transforming into slitted pupils, shimmering momentarily. He was quite excited. Then, with a sweeping motion of his large hand, he swatted the tentacle away. Although the tentacle sprouted from him, he seemed rather unfamiliar with it. Zhao Gang raised his hand, extending a finger to poke the little one's cheek once, twice, thrice. Zhao Xiaoxiu, a frail 3-year-old, could hardly withstand the force, swaying like a weeble. Yet, her living father remained oblivious to her plight. Perhaps having never encountered such a youngling, he found it amusing and continued poking her. In his enigmatic dual pupils surged a semblance of human excitement and affection. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Feed her! Feed her! Feed her! Zhao Xiaoxiu bit her cheek tightly, bulging her eyes, filled with indignation, yet unable to voice it. Outside, a rhythmic knocking reverberated. Instantly, the mischievous hand on her face ceased its torment, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The elderly Meng Ape called from outside the door. "Gongzi, hurry up and fetch some water." The old woman muttered, "Hurry, the water gate closes at 7, and it's only released once a day. Don't be lazy." Xiaoxiu's little hands and feet are filthy. As a father, you must pay attention and quickly wash the child. The things outside are dirty. We must prevent illness. Meng Ape pressed her ear against the door. Hearing movement inside, she prepared to leave with her bucket. After a while, a voice emerged. "No need to worry about me. Meng Ape, you go ahead." It was indeed Zhao Gang's voice, casual and indifferent as ever. Still not entirely at ease, Meng Ape called out to Xiaoxiu, receiving a reply of a puff from her, before urging Zhao Gang once more to hurry, then departed. The survivors of the Hope Base resided in a dilapidated high-rise building that had been left unfinished. The building stood 45 stories tall, being an abandoned structure. There was no elevator, only 2 freight elevators utilized by construction teams. Thus, the inhabitable areas were confined to the 18 floors below. The floors between the 18th and the 40th served as storage warehouses for the base. The top 5 floors were designated as defensive walls, established to protect against the attacks of mutated avian creatures. Surrounding the abandoned building were 4 special zones. One was the territory of the base's high-ranking officials and the biological company, constituting the core area of the base. Another was the industrial zone of the Hope Base, where tools necessary for scavengers were produced and sold to the other 4 major bases in exchange for food. In the 12th year of the apocalypse, which was last year, survivors in Country C established 5 major survivor bases east, west, south, north, and central based on the natural geographical advantages of their regions. Located in the east, the Hope Base was backed by a wealth of urban waste resources, primarily surviving through scavenging and industrial manufacturing. The 5 bases cooperated with each other, bolstered by the latest Shasai virus inhibitors and evolution agents developed by the biological company. The harrowing life of human flight and displacement had finally come to an end. The other 2 special areas within the Hope Base were the super garbage station within the base's power grid and the chaotic shantytown beyond it. There lived the scavenging masses, most of whom were not indigenous to Country C, thus not accepted by the major bases. Outside the power grid, they were not bound by the rules of the base, adhering only to the most primal survival instincts. What appeared to be a cramped and dilapidated high-rise was, in the eyes of the shantytown survivors, an object of longing. However, for Zhao Xiaoxiu, who dwelled in this place of yearning, the unfinished building was truly foul and filthy. After Meng Ape departed, her living father retrieved 2 empty buckets, lifted her, and placed her in one of the buckets before heading out. The 18th floor housed over 20,000 people, with only 1 public restroom and 1 water room per floor. Clean, uncontaminated water was supplied by the base daily in limited quantities, sufficient only to meet basic survival needs. Therefore, not only was bathing a luxury, but even washing one's face and brushing one's teeth was a challenge. While there was a public bath in the industrial area, the steep price of 50 points per individual was enough to purchase 10 bottles of nutrient solution. Without engaging in strenuous labor, a single bottle of nutrient solution could sustain an adult for an entire day. Spending 10 days' worth of food money for a half-hour bath was a sheer extravagance for those whose survival needs were not yet met. Thus, with so many people, the amalgamation of their body odors accumulated to a potency comparable to biochemical gas. Moreover, the habit of relieving oneself in public, if unable to access the restroom, left an indelible stench on the entire floor. Sitting in the water bucket, Zhao Xiaoxiu discreetly covered her nose with her hand. To her dismay, a rancid odor shot up to her head, and only then did she realize her little paws were grimy, with sticky black grime lodged beneath her nails. Zhao Xiaoxiu thought. The base's water supply time was from 6 to 7 in the morning. Although it lasted a full hour, the sheer number of people made it impossible to fetch water if one arrived late. When Zhao Gang arrived at the water fetching point, carrying 2 buckets and a child, the queue had already stretched 300 meters long. Fortunately, with the building manager overseeing the order, people were relatively well behaved. However, every morning during water collection, minor conflicts were bound to arise. Not everyone possessed large-capacity plastic buckets like Zhao Gang. Some families could not even muster a single bucket, resorting to using mineral water bottles or bowls as containers, which slowed their pace. Those in line behind them grew anxious, unable to restrain their impatience. After 13 years of apocalypse, those who survived were not easily intimidated. Combined with immense survival pressure, people remained in a constant state of tension, making violent altercations commonplace. Crouched in the bucket large enough to fit 2 of her, Zhao Xiaoxiu observed the people fetching water around her while secretly scrutinizing her living father. Since stepping out of the house and donning Zhao Gang's clothes, it seemed he had truly become Zhao Gang. Whether in his gait or his manner of greeting neighbors, he mirrored him perfectly without a single deviation. This uncanny mimicry instilled in Zhao Xiaoxiu an illusion that her biological father was still alive. Yet, he was ultimately not human. That a slender, thread-like tentacle emerged from the back of Zhao Gang's hand, reaching toward the bucket handle, then curling around to present itself before Zhao Xiaoxiu. Seeing her glare at his two black paws with evident disdain, he could not help but curiously extend his tentacles, inching closer to her two inky little claws. His biological father immediately cast a glance down at her, his expression a complex interplay of emotions, tinged with a hint of distaste. Zhao Xiaoxiu chuckled softly, a peculiar sense of satisfaction blossoming within her, as if to say, "It seems I am not the only one repulsed by this." The queue for fetching water descended into chaos. A dozen troublemakers were expelled from a line by the building manager. Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father swiftly advanced, soon reaching the front to collect their water. Both buckets were filled to the brim, leaving no space for a human child. Zhao Xiaoxiu followed, closely behind her father, struggling to move her little arms and legs as she walked home. The strides of adults were lengthy, and her father, Zhao Gang, towering at nearly 2 meters, took even larger steps. Zhao Xiaoxiu found it arduous to keep up, nearly jogging all the way back home. On their way, they encountered the Meng brothers, who were helping their mother carry water. Meng Laodai mysteriously pulled out a deflated rubber duck from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Xiaoxiu. "Take this to play with," he said. With a bright smile, Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle Meng." The sweetness of her voice melted Meng Laodai's heart. No wonder the base constantly promoted children as the hope of humanity. Indeed, seeing a little one gazing up at you with innocence could ease even the tensest of nerves. Ruffling the child's fuzzy yellow hair, Meng Laodai turned to Zhao Gang and said, "Brother Gang, my brother and I have managed to acquire a detection gun. We plan to explore the outskirts. Would you like to join us?" Meng Laodai placed the water inside their home and reminded Meng Apopo not to skimp on water today, suggesting she take a bath as well. He then emerged, lowering his voice in excitement. "A friend of mine secretly informed me that new tasks will be posted at the bulletin board in a couple of days. The biological company requires a batch of C-class mutated hyenas, preferably alive, and they offer 50 points for each. I intend to take the risk with my brother. If we manage to catch 10, my brother will secure work at the factory." At this point, Meng Laodai cast a regretful glance at Zhao Gang. "Brother Gang, I know you and your wife were once part of the hunting team, but times have changed. The hunting team is now comprised entirely of evolved individuals, and we ordinary folks can no longer join. If we could secure stable factory work, you and Xiaoxiu would have a brighter future." The proposed task only required them to operate near the quarantine zone, where the danger was relatively low. With the three of them teaming up and possessing a detection gun, their safety would be significantly enhanced. It would be a missed opportunity not to try. Moreover, such information is typically only known to the personnel within the base. The base regularly issues cleanup tasks, as mutated cats and dogs tend to be eradicated during their breeding cycles. Hence, to capture a sufficient number of live C-class mutated hyenas, they needed to act sooner than others. Zhao Xiaoxiu curiously inquired, "Uncle Meng, what is a C-class mutated hyena?" Having lived in the Hope Base for 3 years, she had never ventured beyond the dilapidated building. Her father, who was indifferent and only concerned with consuming the nutritional supplements meant for her, often kept her locked in their cramped room, avoiding any hassle of taking her outside. It was common for him to disappear for a month or 2 at a time. Thankfully, with the care of the elderly Meng and her 2 sons, Zhao Xiaoxiu had managed to survive thus far. Therefore, her knowledge of the world was quite limited, mostly gleaned from the conversations of the adults in the building. She knew that 13 years ago, a meteor shower had unleashed a terrifying virus known as Shaisai, which spared no living being. Human reproduction became exceedingly difficult, and even newborns, when they arrived, were often burdened with genetic defects. The delivery of healthy human infants became a monumental challenge. Flora and fauna on the planet morphed into savage, carnivorous hunters, while towering ancient trees sprouted, casting shadows over the land. The natural forests, once relegated to the edges of cities, swiftly obliterated the technologically advanced civilization that humanity had only just begun to establish. However, Terms like C-class, A-class, and evolved individuals were not topics of discussion within the decaying building. Meng Laodai did not belittle Zhao Xiaoxiu's youth. Instead, he squatted down and earnestly explained these concepts to her. The biological company classified existing mutated species into 3 grades, A, B, and C, based on the degree of mutation. Grade A signifies a high mutation level, categorizing it as a super dangerous species. Grade B indicates a moderate mutation level, requiring caution, while Grade C denotes a low mutation level, deemed generally hazardous. Evolved individuals are new humans whose bodies have been enhanced after consuming the biological company's evolution serum. Since the serum had only emerged less than a year ago, evolved individuals were relatively rare and enjoyed preferential treatment within the base. Meng Laodai continued, not only are there evolved individuals, but the Central Taiyuan base has also reported the discovery of evolved animals and plants. These evolved species do not prey on humans, and their genes have been optimized. Animals have become remarkably intelligent, while plants have developed resistance to the Shesai virus and pests, growing larger and more bountiful. I've even heard tales of potatoes the size of footballs, though I cannot vouch for their authenticity. Regardless, it gives us a glimmer of hope for the future. Don't you think so, Xiaoxiu? Meng Laodai inquired in a hushed tone, cautious not to startle the child. Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded, indicating that she had indeed gained knowledge. Meng Laodai felt a swell of pride, chuckling softly before leaning closer to Zhao Gang, lowering his voice. By the way, Brother Gang, have you managed to acquire the evolution serum? The evolution serum? Zhao Xiaoxiu blinked her wide eyes, realizing that her father had taken all her nutritional supplements to trade for it. Had he succeeded or failed? Yet, Zhao Xiaoxiu understood, without needing to think, that irrespective of whether her father obtained the evolution serum, her specialized nutritional supplements, designed to combat the virus, were irretrievable. Noticing Zhao Gang's silence, Meng Laodai contemplated asking again, but Meng Laodai's brother nudged him, urging him to head inside. Such matters should not be overly scrutinized, even among close acquaintances, especially since they were not yet familiar enough with Zhao Gang. The evolution serum developed by the biological company was not accessible to ordinary individuals. Powerful entities had monopolized the market, purchasing all available serums and reselling them at exorbitant prices, often 2 or 3 times the original cost. Even those with channels to procure the serum were discreet about it, especially within the hunting team. If their strategies were easily divulged, they would face dire consequences. Don't be upset with him, brother. He is just a child. Meng Laodai's brother quickly apologized for his sibling's navet. Zhao Gang merely replied, I'll think about it, adding, I'm going to the junkyard today, thus opting not to accompany them outside the base. Meng Laodai was somewhat taken aback. As an ex-member of the hunting team, Brother Gang usually held a condescending view of the 2 scavengers. He was accustomed to speaking to them with an air of superiority. Today, however, his demeanor was unexpectedly calm, and he displayed little interest in their invitation, which was quite surprising. Previously, when approached by others inviting him to undertake lowly tasks with minimal rewards, he had been particularly eager. Meng Laodai cast a glance at Zhao Xiaoxiu, pondering whether this sudden display of paternal responsibility from Gezigu was truly genuine. He nodded in understanding. After all, raising a child was indeed a different endeavor than that faced by the 2 of them, who were both single. His mother had a distant relative working at the scrapyard, who had arranged a job for him. Therefore, even if he and heir Lao encounter misfortune, she would still be able to sustain herself. The friend mentioned by Meng Heir was, in fact, the daughter of that relative from the scrapyard. She was part of a hunting team and had frequent contact with people from the base, making her far more privy to information than they were. Meng Heir aspired to join the hunting team, but his mother and elder brother disapproved. After all, if one could exchange points for a secure job in a factory, with good benefits and safety, it was a far more prudent path. Those with connections in the half-finished buildings all found employment in factories, emerging unscathed, and occasionally bringing back some perks, including fresh fruits and vegetables. The individuals in the building, who subsisted on nutrient sludge, gazed at them with envy, their eyes gleaming with desire. As he closed the door, the cacophony from outside was largely muffled. In the dimly lit and narrow room, only Zhao Xiaoxiu and the living father remained. No, it was one person and a non-human entity. The living father gestured toward a small stool in the room, clearly instructing Zhao Xiaoxiu on where to sit. He then proceeded to light the stove and heat a kettle of water. Once the water boiled, A tentacle reached into the steaming liquid to test the temperature, finding it too hot. It swayed the fleshly appendage, signaling Zhao Gang to add some cold water. Zhao Gang retrieved the sole stainless steel basin from their home, poured in half a kettle of boiling water, and mixed in a couple of ladles of cold water to achieve the perfect temperature of 45 degrees. Approaching Zhao Xiaoxiu, he lifted her effortlessly, as if she were a cat with its destiny grasped by the neck, stripped her of her clothing, and plunged her into the basin. The living father bathed her, and the water turned murky with grime. Initially, Zhao Xiaoxiu had intended to resist. Who knew if the creature had a cleanliness obsession, which was why it had refrained from consuming her the previous day? Now, freshly washed, would it not be the perfect opportunity? However, the large hand was warm, and the movements were gentle. 2 tentacles emerged from his arm, absorbing water and spraying it forth like a shower, tickling Zhao Xiaoxiu and eliciting involuntary laughter. Surrounded by the warmth of the water, all the filth flowed away. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt invigorated, a burgeoning vitality surging forth. The once uncooperative human child gradually relaxed, nestling in the sturdy embrace of the living father, allowing him to maneuver her however he wished. Her round, puppy-like eyes gazed in wonder, her cheeks reddened by the steam, as she clutched the deflated rubber duck gifted by Meng Lauda. Making quacking noises, Zhao Gang broke into a grin, though his smile appeared as rigid as if the skin were stretched over bone. Suddenly alert, Zhao Xiaoxiu sat up, her toy duck emitting a sharp cry. Zhao Gang's smile persisted, but his brow furrowed deeply, confusion filling his eyes. What was the matter with the child? Was the water temperature unsuitable? The vibrant, multicolored bubbles had vanished, leaving naught but a dreary haze in the gray world. At that moment, Zhao Gang remained unaware that the child's reaction was termed fright. After drying her off with a towel, Zhao Xiaoxiu declined the living father's attempt to dress her, instead taking the clothing herself. With a small gesture of approval, she indicated her ability to manage. The petite girl struggled to don a rather unclean long-sleeve top and oversized shorts, then used a found comb to tidy a few sparse strands of her yellow hair. Checking her reflection in a broken mirror hanging by the bedside. Perfect, she thought. Her damp yellow hair lay flat, not a single strand out of place. Cradling her rosy cheeks with her washed hands, Zhao Xiaoxiu giggled, satisfied. Zhao Gang poured a kettle of hot water and placed it on Zhao Xiaoxiu's small stool, instructing her to drink it once it cooled. She nodded, a child well-versed in the ways of the world. Zhao Gang playfully poked her freshly washed face, watching as she tumbled onto the bed, rolling around and emitting joyful sounds. He opened the door to dispose of the murky bathwater. The wastewater, after filtration, could still be repurposed. The building had designated disposal pits for sewage, with an opening on each floor. The base mandated that residents dispose of their daily wastewater there. Violators would face a penalty of 50 points. Should they accumulate 100 points, the base would revoke their right to reside in the half-finished building. Conversely, residents could earn 5 points for every 50 liters of wastewater disposed of. The sewage pits were equipped with measuring devices. Simply placing the points card on the apparatus would automatically record the data, making it quite convenient, and residents were inclined to comply with regulations for the sake of those 5 points. As the living father exited with the water, Zhao Xiaoxiu, who had been amusing herself on the bed, suddenly realized she had an opportunity for freedom. Momentarily stunned, she quickly rolled off the bed, slipped on her sandals, and stepped outside. 2 armed guards from the base emerged from the right stairwell, patrolling the building. Zhao Xiaoxiu stood in the corridor, locking eyes with the approaching guards. Memories of her biological father's lifeless body, the writhing, blood-red tentacles, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, the comforting sleep, the water-spraying tentacles, and the unnerving, rigid smile flooded her mind. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her small fists. In an instant, her demeanor shifted to one of determination. She resolved within herself that Zhao Gang was dead, and she must deal with the current living father. Just as Zhao Xiaoxiu opened her mouth to speak, a woman's desperate scream echoed through the corridor. The guards' expressions changed dramatically as they hurried past the little girl, racing toward the source of the commotion. The door at the end of the corridor was violently breached. The guards pointed their weapons into the room, only to be met with a shadow that bolted out at an astonishing speed. The appearance of this shadow brought with it a pungent scent of blood. A young woman, drenched in blood, burst forth from the room, tears streaming down her face as she screamed at the top of her lungs, "He is a ghost." As soon as she uttered those words, panic swept through the corridor. Infected humans had an extended incubation period. Only upon death would the virus erupt swiftly. If a corpse was not incinerated within 2 hours, it would transform into a ghost. These ghosts retained none of their memories from life, becoming a new breed of savage creature. Some even learned to mimic humans, hiding among them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike silently. At that moment, most of the able-bodied individuals in the half-finished building were out scavenging or working in factories. The emergence of a ghost within the building spelled imminent danger. Mothers swiftly pulled their children, who were playing in the corridor, inside and secured the doors. Weapons were drawn, yet misfortune struck as the shadow pounced on one unfortunate soul, rolling and struggling until it fortuitously landed right before Zhao Xiaoxiu. A face grotesquely deformed, smeared with blood and flesh, abruptly collided with Zhao Xiaoxiu's gaze, catching her entirely off guard. However, when compared to the horrifying scenes she had witnessed over the past 2 days, this was merely a trifle. Zhao Xiaoxiu did not even blink. She was poised to retreat when her feet suddenly left the ground, yanked upward by someone gripping her collar. The familiar sensation of tentacles brushing against the back of her neck made it unnecessary for her to turn around to identify her rescuer. She cast her eyes upon the 2 guards who had arrived just in time to subdue the spirit and save the innocent residents. Her small head drooping as she let out a resigned sigh. "Dad, I'm hungry," the little girl uttered, her voice tinged with longing. "Are you both all right?" One of the guards inquired with concern for the father and daughter. Zhao Xiaoxiu shook her head in response. Zhao Gang remained silent, leading her home, showing no interest in the subdued spirit, deeming it a mere lowly creature incapable of even disguising itself. The corridor buzzed with excitement for a while, as curious residents insisted on uncovering the events that transpired between the spirit and the screaming woman. The poor soundproofing of the corridor allowed their discussions to reverberate loudly. Standing at her doorstep, Zhao Xiaoxiu listened intently. Zhao Gang handed her a cup of water, which she drank eagerly before returning it, her ears still perked for more gossip. It turned out that the spirit was the woman's husband. 2 days prior, he had taken all their savings to procure an evolutionary serum. Impatient, he consumed the serum the next morning and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. After a day and night of feverish unconsciousness, he awakened that morning. His deaf-mute son was the first to notice his father's revival and rushed to him with joy. Unexpectedly, the husband underwent a transformation, lunging at his mute son and biting him. The woman only realized something was amiss when she heard her elder son's cries. Having survived the apocalypse, she swiftly grasped the similarity between her husband's condition and that of a monster and immediately wielded a large cleaver from their home. A strike to his back elicited enough pain for him to abandon his 2 children and turn his attention to his wife. It was then that her screams pierced the air. Fortunately, the guards arrived just in time, rescuing the woman and her children. Tragically, the younger son had already perished, and the building manager quickly arranged for the child's body to be sent to the incinerator. The husband's head was severed, yet his body continued to writhe, necessitating incineration to ensure his demise. A specialized team within the base was responsible for handling spirits and mutated beings, and their response was remarkably swift. They not only dealt with the spirit, but also escorted the woman and her surviving son home, forming an investigative team to uncover the cause. The warning tape on the door was not removed until 2 hours later. People could faintly hear discussions within the home regarding counterfeit medicines, the fighting arena being suspicious, and the company's ongoing investigation, hoping for the victims' families to cooperate. Counterfeit medicines? Could there even be counterfeit evolutionary serums? Zhao Xiaoxiu instinctively glanced back at her father, who was gathering his scavenging tools. Had he consumed a fake serum that led to his current state? Yet, her intuition told her that her father's situation was more complex than that. The spirit she had just seen lacked her father's intelligence. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the end of the corridor. The building managers from the 4th, 6th, and Zhao Xiaoxiu's 5th floors arrived at the woman's door, announcing that she had lost her right to reside there and must vacate the unfinished building immediately. The manager from the 4th floor stated, "We are all women, and I understand that you have just undergone a traumatic experience. It is not easy to find a place to stay with a child, but we have no choice. This is the result of a vote." Zhao Xiaoxiu exchanged a rare glance with her father. "What vote?" She was completely unaware of it. The fifth-floor manager appeared helpless, explaining that everyone was frightened by the husband's recent behavior. The elder son, though unable to hear, could read lips and desperately attempted to communicate through sign language, assuring them that neither he nor his mother had consumed counterfeit evolutionary serums and would not turn into monsters. However, what good was that? They were being victimized as a pair of orphans. The sixth-floor manager maintained a stern demeanor, and as the woman hesitated to leave, she raised her hand, and a group of people with hostile expressions closed in. Protecting her child, the woman gritted her teeth and declared, "I will go." Within half an hour, Zhao Xiaoxiu watched helplessly as 5 individuals, men and women alike, moved into the very room at the end of the corridor. The 4th and 6th floor managers amiably assisted them with their luggage, while the 5th floor manager, taken aback, accepted 2 cigarettes from the newcomers and boasted that they could always rely on him in the future. As the 3 managers departed in laughter, they even offered Zhao Xiaoxiu a friendly smile as they passed. A chill ran down her spine. Without her father, her situation would surely be far worse than that of the mother and child. Each month, she was entitled to 30 bottles of special nutritional liquid for healthy children, which she could receive until the age of 6, an entire 80 bottles. The room rustled, prompting Zhao Xiaoxiu to glance back nervously. Her father had already slung his scavenging basket over his shoulder and approached the door. "Dad." She reached out a soft hand, grasping his fingers. "I'm hungry." She exerted herself to conjure the sweetest smile, her round eyes gleaming with anticipation. Reminiscing about the delectable roasted tentacles, saliva began to pool in her mouth, and she could not help but swallow hard. Zhao Gang, upon hearing the child's words, swiftly retracted the tentacle that had just emerged from his sleeve. He shook his head, saying, "You cannot eat meat. What you consumed yesterday has yet to be fully absorbed. Another meal would be too much for your frail body." Zhao Xiaoxiu lowered her head, murmuring, "Okay." Seeing the disappointment etched on her small face, Zhao Gang felt a pang of worry. She was far too thin. He needed to nurture her into a robust being, one capable of swallowing an entire planet. Reluctant to entrust his precious daughter to any human, Zhao Gang returned to gather a jug of clean, filtered water and a squeaky little yellow rubber duck, placing them alongside her in the scavenging basket. Securing the door, he ventured out with her. This marked Zhao Xiaoxiu's first foray beyond the confines of the base's electrified perimeter. Once a vibrant city, it now lay in ruins, overtaken by rampant vegetation. From the exposed rebar, concrete, wires, and shattered glass to the rusting billboards toppled at the roadside, glimpses of humanity's former glory could still be discerned. These sights were entirely new to Zhao Xiaoxiu, captivating her attention. Yet, she remained mindful of her father's tentacles, which always seemed eager to emerge. With the recent drop in temperature during the afternoons, few ventured into the shade to rest, and scavengers could be seen scouring the ruins. A child as small as Zhao Xiaoxiu standing amidst the city's decay was a striking sight. Since the onset of the Shaysai virus, the birth rate of human infants had plummeted, particularly in recent years. The combined total of newborns across the 5 major bases in Zone C had not exceeded 100. Although the urban area near the base has been largely cleared, there remains a 100-meter-wide isolation zone that separates the forest from the city, devoid of any mutant flora or fauna classified as C-grade or above. However, the growth and reproduction of grass and rodents occur at a rapid pace, impervious to fire or poison, occasionally emerging from shadowy corners. Thus, even scavengers in close proximity to the base lead lives fraught with fear. Under such circumstances, no one would dare to bring out defenseless children. 006, may I call you Gongzi? Zhao Xiaoxiu merely peeks out slightly from the backpack, instantly attracting a multitude of astonished gazes. Yet, her living father's tentacles persistently attempt to wriggle through the fine crevices of the backpack, baring their menacing teeth to frighten her. Zhao Xiaoxiu feels no fear. She has grown accustomed to it. Her only concern is that they might be detected by humans. Should anyone catch sight of these tentacles, they would realize that her living father is a monster. The fate of monsters is to be consigned to the high-temperature incinerator. Without her father, she would become an orphan devoid of guardianship. An orphan in a post-apocalyptic world? Just the thought sends a chill down Zhao Xiaoxiu's spine. It is far better to stay with her living father. At least there is meat to eat. Another tentacle prepares to squeeze through the gap in the backpack. The pointed appendage twists and contorts, determined to force itself through a space barely the size of soybean. Zhao Xiaoxiu promptly extends a finger to press against the crevice, commanding, "Go back, go back." The fleshy appendage outside, striving to intrude, hesitates momentarily. Zhao Xiaoxiu urges, "Quick, hide yourself." Remarkably, the tentacles retreat. Zhao Gang glances back into the backpack, puzzled. Zhao Xiaoxiu beams at him, "You're amazing, Dad." Zhao Gang pauses for a moment, then smiles back, appearing somewhat foolish. The father and daughter continue their journey, traversing a collapsed high-rise and arriving at a weed-choked railway track. This place is abundant in grass but sparse in people, naturally leading to a dearth of salvageable items. The man appears indifferent, and recalling the memories extracted from Zhao Gang. He retrieves a machete and a makeshift long-handled hook from the backpack. With one hand, he sweeps aside the seemingly harmless yet razor-sharp grass, while the other rummages through various crevices with the long-handled hook. As the sun begins to set, her living father has yet to unearth anything of value. Zhao Xiaoxiu touches her flattened belly, contemplating a discussion with her father. Otherwise, the two of them might very well starve due to their inability to earn points. Zhao Xiaoxiu inquires while rummaging through the backpack, "What is your name, Dad?" The man replies, "Zhao Gang." Zhao Xiaoxiu responds, "That's acceptable. Can I call you Gongzi?" Zhao Gang, "No, you must call me Dad." Zhao Xiaoxiu readily complies, "Dad, do you eat children?" "No." Upon receiving this answer, Zhao Xiaoxiu visibly relaxes. Curiously, she asks, "Dad, you haven't eaten anything. Aren't you hungry?" "I will eat when I am hungry." Zhao Xiaoxiu responds with an "oh," then adds, "I need to drink the virus immunity serum, and the children's nutrition liquid is also necessary. I must consume it until I am 6 years old, or I will become unhealthy. I also want to eat fruits and vegetables. I heard they're sold in the core area of the base, but they require many points. For a poor family like us, it's highly likely we will never afford it." Her little mouth chatters incessantly, implying, "I'm a troublesome little one. You must take good care of me, or I will report you." Zhao Gang rubs his ears, failing to grasp any underlying meaning. He thinks to himself how noisy human children can be. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoxiu stands up in the backpack, extends her hand, and pokes Zhao Gang's nape, reminding him, "If we don't earn points to exchange for the nutrition liquid today, we will go hungry." All the relief supplies at home were taken away by her biological father, and the balance on their points card is 0. There are 25 days until they can collect the relief nutrition liquid again on the 1st of next month. With just the two of them, they would need at least 50 units of nutrition liquid to avoid starvation. Each ordinary nutrition liquid costs 5 points, amounting to 250 points in total. Zhao Gang halts his aimless rummaging, resolute in not allowing his cub to go hungry. How can they earn points? His current actions are merely imitating a human named Zhao Gang. However, he does not fully understand human matters, such as their complex emotions and intricate rules. Zhao Xiaoxiu recalls what she overheard the people in the building say, and a light bulb goes off in her mind. With confidence, she clenches her fist and declares, "I know what could be exchanged for points." Uncle Meng mentioned that the factories in the base prioritize heavy industry, focusing on the repair and processing of both new and old materials. Repairs mainly involve large, discarded mechanical tools. If they can be repaired, they will. If not, they will be dismantled for parts. Zhao Xiaoxiu suggests, "We can search for abandoned cars and machines." Zhao Gang realizes that his cub seems to be smarter than others. Furthermore, humans undoubtedly possess a better understanding of their own kind. Thus, the old father resolves to heed his daughter's guidance. The pair departs the unproductive railway track and heads into the streets of the former city. However, the streets are now littered with collapsed buildings and wrecked vehicles. Upon their first sight of these once functioning modes of transportation, they feel a flicker of joy. Yet as they approach, they discover they are merely empty shells of rusted scrap metal, worthless to recycling stations. Seeing the disappointment on her father's face, Zhao Xiaoxiu smiles and reassures him. "We can search the residential area for materials that can be processed and manufactured, such as plastics, cardboard, fabric, glass, and steel bars from the ruins." The duo promptly shifts their focus to the abandoned residential district. Amid the collapsed ruins, countless scavengers wielding makeshift weapons and iron hooks anxiously sift through the debris. Yet, this area has been scoured countless times, now stripped bare. To find anything useful, they must either venture underground, risking encounters with hidden mutants and ghosts, or arm themselves with hammers and picks to battle against structures encased in thick cement, painstakingly chipping away at the concrete to extract the steel bars within. Even so, the exposed building materials that could be easily pried open have long since been discovered and taken by others. Witnessing the throngs of scavengers in the ruins, Zhao Gang asks his young cub, expressionless, "Shall we join them?" He speaks loudly, causing nearby scavengers to turn and regard them with wary eyes. Each small group of survivors in this makeshift community has delineated their territory. Outsiders attempting to steal? Not a chance. Sensing the escalating tension, Zhao Xiaoxiu decisively declares, "Dad, let us retreat." Zhao Gang, puzzled by the need to flee when he could easily overpower them all, nonetheless adheres to the human rules and obediently carries his cub away. The speed was astonishing. The group of scavengers felt as if a gust of wind had swept by, and the father and daughter vanished from their sight. If it weren't for the footprints left at the spot where they had stood, the onlookers might have believed they were hallucinating. Zhao Gang sprinted vigorously, and the duo returned to the tracks. Indeed, there was nothing to salvage in this area, not a single scavenger in sight. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a surge of urgency, her mind racing to think of what could be exchanged for points. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The processing and manufacturing of raw materials at the base required not only old items like plastic, glass, steel, and cardboard, but also new ones, mutated and evolved flora and fauna. During the 13 years of battling mutated plants and animals, human biologists discovered that the emergence of mutated species was not entirely detrimental to humanity. For instance, the hardened teeth of mutated rats could be fashioned into tools for combating mutated arthropods. The magnetic elements found within mutated flying fish could be utilized to create levitating transport devices. Additionally, evolved fungi could aid in the healing of human wounds, among other benefits. In essence, every mutated or evolved species on this planet possessed its own utility. If extracting the anomalous parts was deemed cumbersome, delivering the entire mutated creature to the recycling station sufficed. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a surge of excitement, but upon seeing her living father before her, uncertainty crept in. Could he contend with these mutated plants and animals? Those fearsome, clawing appendages likely possessed some level of combat prowess, didn't they? With a hint of hesitation, Zhao Xiaoxiu suggested, "Father, we could try hunting some small mutated animals to exchange for points." Zhao Gang replied resolutely, "Excellent." He thought of nothing else but to heed his daughter's suggestion, starting the search for mutated creatures along the track ahead. Perhaps it was Zhao Gang's prowess or sheer luck. But the grass suddenly rustled. A small mutated rat darted past Zhao Gang's feet. Without a flicker of hesitation, he swiftly swung his iron hook, striking the creature down. Zhao Xiaoxiu watched in shock as the rat, unable to let out a single cry, met its sudden demise, its mouth agape in an O shape. The world outside was indeed terrifying. The rat was larger than her own head. Sensing the young one's fear, Zhao Gang hooked the mutated rat and, disregarding whether his daughter could handle it, raised it towards her, declaring, "This trash, infected by the virus, fears sound. A loud shout will cause it to freeze. Step on its tail, and it will be unable to escape. With a weapon in hand, it can be struck down. Have you learned?" He then eagerly asked, "Would you like a try?" Gesturing towards the direction ahead with his machete. Zhao Xiaoxiu followed his gaze and saw only a patch of sharp, verdant weeds. "Never mind." Zhao Gang suddenly changed his mind. "That one is too small. Xiaoxiu is too frail. Next time, we'll aim for the sturdier ones. Take down a couple." He muttered to himself, tossing the hooked rat into the distant underbrush. A startled squeal echoed, and a black, medium-sized mutated rat, about the size of a wild boar, burst forth from the thicket. Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed with excitement, "Strike it! Strike it! That's points!" The young one's enthusiasm ignited Zhao Gang's own. With a swift motion, 2 blood-red tentacles flew out, ensnaring the escaping mutated rat and squeezing the life from it. Before Zhao Xiaoxiu could process what had just transpired, the medium-sized rat was already dragged before Zhao Gang. He retracted the tentacles that had intended to consume the rat and glanced back at his daughter in the backpack, as if to say, "See how formidable I am." Zhao Xiaoxiu was momentarily stunned, astonished at her father's prowess. He had effortlessly dispatched a medium-sized mutated rat that could pose a challenge even to 2 grown men. She leaned over the edge of the backpack, straining to see over the top. The 2 mutated rats lay before her, their bodies intact and at peace in death. Her heart raced, caught between exhilaration and fear. Yet she managed to give a thumbs up to the man before her, eager for his praise. Dinner was secured. Zhao Xiaoxiu handed a burlap sack from the backpack to Zhao Gang, her tone filled with joy. Dad, put them in. After successfully capturing 2 mutated rats, both father and daughter felt a swell of confidence. They continued their search, hopeful for even greater rewards. However, as the sun began to set, they failed to encounter a third mutated creature. Is there really nothing left? Zhao Xiaoxiu asked. After thoroughly scanning every nook and cranny, Zhao Gang shook his head affirmatively. There truly was nothing left. Zhao Xiaoxiu could only blame the base's recent cleaning efforts for being too thorough. With darkness approaching, the father and daughter had no choice but to abandon their quest. Carrying the 2 mutated rats in one hand and his daughter on his back, Zhao Gang moved swiftly and steadily, returning to the base before the gates closed. Upon arriving at the recycling station, they were met by Granny Meng, who was taken aback to see the father-daughter duo had brought back 2 mutated rats. She was astonished at Zhao Gang's unexpected skill and, upon noticing the tuft of yellow fur peeking from the backpack, could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "You actually brought Xiaoxiu out of the base?" Zhao Gang simply replied, affirming that he felt more at ease with his daughter by his side. Granny Meng was momentarily at a loss for words due to his brazen attitude. The hunting team had returned as well, a large group bustling towards the recycling station, prompting Granny Meng to hastily process Zhao Gang's points. The completeness of the specimens was commendable. The smaller one earned 3 points, the larger 7, totaling 10 points. As she recorded the details, she gestured for Zhao Gang to present his points card. After placing the card on the points machine and entering his password, it displayed an increase of 10 points, bringing his total to 10. For once, Granny Meng regarded him with a rare look of approval. Zhao Xiaoxiu stretched her hand out from the backpack, waving goodbye to Granny Meng. Goodbye, Granny. After receiving the points card, Zhao Gang, still carrying Zhao Xiaoxiu, made his way to the small shop on the first floor of the dilapidated building, trading for 2 bottles of ordinary nutrient solution. The father and daughter returned to their dim, cramped home on the 5th floor of the unfinished building. Night had completely fallen. The corridor outside was illuminated with a dim yellow light, which filtered through the cracks of the door and windows, casting a hazy glow within the room. Zhao Xiaoxiu divided the 2 bottles of nutrient solution, saving one for the next day, while skillfully tearing open the plastic packaging of the other and sucking it down eagerly. She was famished, drinking hurriedly, causing herself to choke. She paused to find water. The water bottle was still in the backpack, so Zhao Gang, ever attentive to his daughter's needs, swiftly stepped over to retrieve it, unscrewed the cap, and poured some into her small cup before handing it to her. Compared to the various discomforts encountered outside the base, Zhao Gang exhibited remarkable proficiency in tending to his daughter while she drank. Zhao Xiaoxiu gulped down nearly half the cup of water, letting out a satisfied sigh. In her joy, colorful bubbles erupted around her, a sight to behold. Zhao Gang's eyes transformed into slitted pupils, swirling with fascination. As Zhao Xiaoxiu sat on the stool, enjoying her meal, he squatted before her, his gaze fixated on her, as if he wished to press his eyes directly against her head. Zhao Xiaoxiu, while soothing herself with the thought that she would eventually grow accustomed to the situation, handed over the remaining half of the nutrient solution to Zhao Gang. For reasons unknown, despite her biological father asserting that he did not consume children, a sense of unease lingered within her. What if he were to become excessively hungry? In dire straits, even humans might resort to cannibalism, let alone a being that was not human at all. Zhao Gang did not refuse. With a hint of curiosity, he took a sip from the nutrient solution that delighted the young creature, only to immediately furrow his brow in distaste, his expression akin to one who had consumed something foul. Suddenly, a blood-red tentacle shot forth, snatching the nutrient solution from Zhao Gang's hand and flinging it to the ground with force. Quick-witted, Zhao Xiaoxiu promptly retrieved it, ensuring that the liquid within the plastic pouch did not spill wastefully. Witnessing her audacity in reclaiming such a terrifying substance, the tentacle expanded and unfurled into a mass the size of a bathtub, hissing in a threatening manner at Zhao Xiaoxiu, as if to imply that should she not discard this dreadful item, it would consume her instead. However, in the next instant, Zhao Gang seized it by the throat and slammed it against the wall. Zhao Xiaoxiu heard a muffled thud as the tentacle slid down the wall and curled into a corner, resembling a chastened dog. Calmly, She raised her small hand to wipe away the viscous substance that had splattered onto her face. Since her biological father could not consume the nutrient solution, she decided to indulge herself, finishing off the remaining half of the vial. Sated, Zhao Xiaoxiu called out to her immobile father, intending to tidy up the room. Although the space was modest, windowless, and furnished with worn-out items, Zhao Xiaoxiu yearned for a semblance of cleanliness. Her biological father was not a man who valued tidiness. Before she turned 1.5, when her mother was still alive, they had yet to reside in a dilapidated building, but their home was always neat and tidy. After her mother's passing, the duo's life plummeted into a hellish existence. As a toddler who could barely walk, even if she wished to clean, she was powerless to do so. It was only after enduring until she was 2.5 that Zhao Xiaoxiu gradually developed a method for cleaning by climbing up and down. Unfortunately, whenever her father returned, the cleanliness she had painstakingly maintained would vanish in an instant. Zhao Xiaoxiu, wielding a small broom that Uncle Meng had helped her make, busily swept the dust from the floor while instructing her father to wash the filthy clothes he had changed out of that morning. In her heart, she silently prayed that this father, unlike her biological one, would not be the same. Her father complied readily, extending 2 tentacles to grab the dirty clothes and giving them a few swishes in the wash basin before he began to pound them with vigor. Zhao Xiaoxiu was at a loss for words, her expression reflecting amusement. Even a 3-year-old could not help but laugh in such moments. Facing her father's gleaming vertical pupils, she recalled her mother's advice, treat them like kindergarten children and one would not feel anger. Thus, the small child set down her broom and approached the basin, patiently repeating the washing instructions to her father and his fearsome tentacles until she finally succeeded in teaching them how to properly clean clothes. First, wash the soiled areas and conserve water. Next, rinse thoroughly with clean water. Finally, wring them out, shake them off, and hang them on the clothesline in the corridor to dry. Perfect. Zhao Xiaoxiu asked, Father, have you learned it? Zhao Gang nodded, gazing at the clean clothes swaying in the evening breeze, feeling quite accomplished. Washing clothes, a task that many human men found challenging, he had mastered in just 10 minutes. Noises from the adjacent room indicated that the Meng family had returned, despite Meng Lao attempting to lower his voice. His excitement about their day's harvest still reached Zhao Xiaoxiu's ears. The brothers had ventured into the forest today, and while they had not managed to capture a live hyena, they had procured a dead one, earning 20 points. Moreover, they had discovered a bag of edible wild fruits, all below level C in mutation. Meng Apo was overjoyed, setting up the stove to transform the surplus wild fruits into preserved snacks. The aroma of fresh fruit wafted through the cracks of the door, tempting passers-by to swallow their saliva. Some in the building entertained thoughts of acquiring some, but when they considered the Meng brothers, they reluctantly dismissed the idea. However, a bold few led their children to knock on the door, feigning pitiful expressions. Meng Apo had a soft spot for children, but not for all. Not even a sliver of the door would be open for them. You have hands and feet. Can't you go out of the base to pick some fruit for yourselves? You wish to take advantage of others while my son's life is worth less than yours? She scolded. Upon hearing this, Meng Lao and Meng Lao could not help but laugh, and the pain in Meng Lao's injured leg felt less severe. While the three of them enjoyed a rare and bountiful dinner, the door was knocked on once more. This time, the visitors were not there to beg, but rather their neighbors. Gongzi, are you truly ready? Meng Lao inquired with excitement. Zhao Gang nodded, saying little, but his intent was clear as he turned to leave. Meng Lao, hopping on one foot due to his injured leg, excitedly reminded him, Gongzi, let us set off at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Zhao Gang responded affirmatively, shutting the door behind him, and carried the curious young creature to the bed, tucking her in. Zhao Xiaoxiu immediately tumbled out from under the covers. Father, are you certain you want to go catch hyenas with Uncle Meng? Zhao Gang stubbornly pressed her back down, extending 2 tentacles to cover her with a blanket. We have a mission. More points await. Zhao Xiaoxiu did not attempt to climb out again. She folded her hands over her chest, resting her head upon them, glancing at Zhao Gang as he busied himself in the room. Father, please be careful not to let those tentacles show. If the Meng brothers see them, it could lead to significant trouble. Zhao Gang either did not hear her or chose to ignore her. He rummaged through his belongings, pulling out a stick, some twine, a machete, and a sack, basic essentials for a mission. He then went on to light a fire, boiling the remaining water in the bucket to fill Zhao Xiaoxiu's water bottle. From a corner, he retrieved a long coat and an old, tattered sheet. Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in shock. "Father, what are you planning to do with my baby?" This was something her mother had brought back from outside when she was still around. A cherished item she had slept with from infancy until she was 2.5. Eventually, it had become too worn to use, and her biological father had intended to discard it, but Zhao Xiaoxiu had secretly hidden it away. Whenever she missed her mother, she would sneak it out and cuddle with it while sleeping. It held her mother's scent, providing her a sense of comfort. Fortunately, Zhao Gang merely placed her baby at the foot of the bed, showing no intention of discarding it. Zhao Xiaoxiu quietly let out a sigh of relief. Stealing a glance at the tentacle hovering above her, its bloodshot eye fixated on her, she quickly dived back under the covers, wriggling her bottom as she stealthily moved to the foot of the bed, swiftly pulling her baby into the blanket and clutching it tightly. Her small face nuzzled against it affectionately, and before long, she drifted off to sleep. As Zhao Gang turned to glance back, packing the water, nutritional liquids, and long-sleeved shirts needed for the cub, he noticed a lump protruding from the quilt on the bed. Tilting his head slightly, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the cub was quite fond of the tattered bedsheet he had unearthed. 009, the little one, upon waking, was greeted with a sight of blood-red, writhing flesh. Zhao Xiaoxiu discovered, to her surprise, that rather than being frightened, she felt a peculiar sense of joy as she lifted her small hand to greet the bloodshot eyes nearby, saying hello. Although the human cub could not comprehend why her living father enjoyed wrapping himself up so, she had to acknowledge the warmth and tranquility within, which greatly enhanced her sleep quality. Moreover, with a bebe nestled in her arms, she felt even more secure. Last night, before sleep, Zhao Xiaoxiu was unaware of her father's intentions in retrieving a bebe, but now she understood. Zhao Gang intended to embark on a mission alongside her and the Meng brothers. A bebe was to serve as her carrier. Zhao Gang contemplated directly enveloping her within himself for convenience. Yet he recognized that humans might not accept such a mode of transport. Xiaoxiu had instructed him not to reveal himself in front of other humans. Thus, opting for the more conventional method of carrying a child seemed prudent. To ensure a timely departure, at 6:30, Meng Laoda knocked on Zhao Xiaoxiu's door at 5 in the morning, urging Zhao Gang to join him in the queue at the waterhouse. This way, when the water was released at 6, they could promptly collect it and return home to prepare, setting off at 6:30. However, neither Meng Laoda nor Meng Lao Air anticipated the appearance of a 3-year-old child in the lineup. Xiaoxiu? Meng Lao Air gasped, doubting his own vision. Rubbing his eyes to reassess, there stood Zhao Gang, a backpack on his back, a stick and rope slung over his shoulder, a machete in his left hand, and a bulging package hanging from his chest. The package, topped with a shock of explosive yellow hair, could only belong to Zhao Xiaoxiu. Meng uncle, Meng's second uncle, Zhao Xiaoxiu called out sweetly, though her toes curled in embarrassment. She was acutely aware that her presence as a 3-year-old in the group would pose significant complications. But her living father insisted she be bundled along. In Zhao Gang's own words, how could his cub be outmatched by those inferior, mutated creatures? She must be taken out to hone her skills. The cub was too frail. More exercise was imperative for her to grow stronger. Zhao Gang explained with utmost seriousness. And without regard for the incredulous expressions on the faces of the Meng brothers, he confidently set forth from the base, carrying the essentials for the cub's survival. With determination in his gaze, Meng Lao, wait, brother Gang, you Meng Lao Air hastily followed, attempting to dissuade him. Outside the base, there are mutated plants everywhere. Brother Gang, this is no jest. Zhao Gang was not joking. He was entirely serious. He disregarded their pleas as mere background noise. The trio traversed the shantytown. Arriving at the quarantine zone, a road sliced through the quarantine area, connecting the city to the seemingly endless forest beyond. Beside the road stood 2 old pickups and a modified Wuling Hongguang van. The van's driver leaned against the vehicle, savoring a cigarette, his previously languid gaze igniting with interest upon spotting Zhao Gang and his companions. Heading into the mountains? The driver inquired. Zhao Gang strode forward, eyes fixed ahead, while Meng Lao urgently pulled him back, instructing him to get in the vehicle and head to the foot of the mountain. The latter part was directed at the driver. The driver chuckled, opening the doors for the group. Noticing the bulging bundle in Zhao Gang's arms, He raised an eyebrow, intrigued, having never seen a child so small taken into the mountains. For people, 8 credits. How can you even take a child? She doesn't take up space. Meng Lao air grumbled. The driver sneered, pulling out an old handgun from his pocket. Ride or don't. If you don't want to ride, then get lost. Meng Lao air attempted to retort, but was silenced by Meng Lao. 8 credits were merely 8 credits. When do we leave? He asked while transferring the credits to the driver. After accepting the credits, the driver did not holster his weapon, but lowered it, no longer pointing it at them. Lazily, he replied, "We'll leave once everyone is here." The group had no choice but to wait, as the journey from the base to the foot of the mountain was still long. If they walked, they would waste most of the day on the road, exhausting their strength. By then, they would be hard-pressed even against a mutated hyena, let alone facing any random mutated plant that might emerge. Many sought to enter the mountains, and soon the van was filled to capacity. Yet the driver still delayed, cramming 20 people into one van before finally starting the engine. With so many passengers, the items they brought along were abundant, and the small van slowly navigated out of the expansive quarantine zone. The forest outside the base loomed like a colossal entity, gradually engulfing the vehicles laden with people. Behind the van, modified off-road vehicles sped past, swiftly overtaking and leaving the van behind. This was Zhao Xiaoxiu's first experience outside the base, her first encounter with such a plethora of trees and automobiles, and she gazed out the window, mesmerized. Suddenly, another hunting party-esque convoy surged past them, aggressive and intimidating. As it rounded a bend, it nearly shoved the van off the road. Damn it, the driver cursed, furious. What s with that arrogance? The passengers, feeling squished, erupted in anger alongside him. Yet, Zhao Xiaoxiu's gaze remained fixated on the floating metal panel atop the off-road vehicle. The hoverboard, 2 meters wide and 4 meters long, perfectly matched the roof's width and was clearly custom-made, connected to the vehicle by a nylon rope. It was laden with supplies without occupying any interior space or weight. The passengers sat comfortably inside, their belongings resting on the hoverboard, allowing for swift travel. Though the driver grumbled, he couldn't help but express envy. "I wish I could have a hover device. Then I could transport 40 people at once." Meng Lao, still irked by the extra 2 credits charged, scoffed. "A hover device isn't something you can just buy. It requires contributions to the base. You need contribution points." The driver shot him a glare, prompting Meng Lao to quickly offer a smile, understanding they would need the driver's transport again by evening. An hour later, the van arrived at the destination for Zhao Gang and his party. Meng Lao prepaid 4 more credits, asking the driver to return for them in the evening. The driver replied, "I'll only wait until 6. If you're not back by then, it's not my concern." Nightfall brought dangers outside, and he had no desire to risk his life for a few people. Moreover, many entered the mountains, but few emerged, with a child in their company. It was akin to courting death. Meng Lao nodded, acknowledging the rules. Before departing, he threatened the driver, warning that if he took the credits without fulfilling his duty, he would regret it later. Securing the driver's assurances before leading Zhao Gang and his daughter along the path they had scouted the previous day into the mountains. 010 Meng Lao glanced back at the father and daughter, who walked silently, absorbed in their thoughts, and couldn't help but sigh once more. Upon their arrival, the Meng brothers were resigned to the reality of Zhao Gang tending to the child. They could only hope for a stroke of luck today, wishing that everyone would return as they came. As for any gains, with a child in tow, their worries were numerous, and they dared not harbor expectations. Zhao Xiaoxiu, feeling unwanted, experienced a whirlwind of emotions and did her utmost to shrink into her bundle, striving not to be a burden to the adults. However, her biological father clearly held a different opinion. "What is this place?" Zhao Gang inquired, pointing at a stone tablet. The tablet resembled a concrete structure at the entrance of a scenic area, inscribed with characters. Meng Lao, in a huff, replied, "Isn't it written there?" "Huangshan, can't you read?" "Speak properly," Meng Dadi admonished, nudging his younger brother with his elbow while cautioning him to watch his step. As Meng Lao glanced down, he spotted a vine that had stealthily crept near his feet and swiftly severed it with his knife. Taking a deep breath, the irritation that had plagued him throughout the morning finally subsided. The locals referred to this place as pronounced Mountain. It used to be a renowned tourist destination. "We are now entering through the scenic area's entrance. Brother Gang, be cautious. The most terrifying entities here are not the mutated flora and fauna, but rather the specters." Specters? Zhao Xiaoxiu could not contain her curiosity and poked her head out, her eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Instantly, Meng Laoti's heart softened. Observing that their group had traversed for quite some time without encountering any mutated plants, he felt somewhat reassured about Zhao Gang's capabilities. He shrugged and remarked, in a half-joking tone, during the meteor shower, which coincided with summer vacation, the influx of tourists was substantial, thus there are more ghosts than mutated creatures. No sooner had he spoken than Meng Dadi, who was leading the way, abruptly halted, alerting everyone to be cautious. Laoti, take out your gun, Meng Dadi instructed. Meng Laoti gestured for Zhao Xiaoxiu to be quiet, raised the detection gun, and switched on the detection light. The indicator light on the gun flickered, shifting from green, indicating safe levels, to yellow, signaling moderate concentration. The virus levels in the vicinity would only rise in the presence of mutated creatures or ghosts. Just as the Meng brothers' hearts raced with tension, Zhao Gang suddenly spoke, east at a 35-degree angle, height of 1 meter 2. Meng Laoti was momentarily taken aback, but promptly aimed his gun in the direction Zhao Gang indicated. Before he could discern what lay ahead, a chill breeze swept past him, and on instinct he pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, something collapsed within the lush thicket ahead. Meng Dadi signaled for the others to remain in position and stealthily approached. After covering less than 15 meters, he discovered a ghost with its head blown apart. Its body continued to thrash, though it posed no further threat. Meng Dadi turned back, casting a deep look at Zhao Gang, who calmly severed a blade of grass, attempting to ensnare the child in his arms, and reported, "One ghost, headshot, threat neutralized." Meng Laoti could scarcely believe it. Was my aim so precise? Meng Dadi strode back, carrying the ghost's head, and dropped it at his brother's feet before reloading. Reluctant to waste ammunition, Meng Laoti picked up his long stick and smashed the ghost's head several times until it was flattened. Only then did they feel assured enough to continue their journey. From that point onward, they encountered no more ghosts, as the outer perimeter of a mountain had seen numerous hunters, effectively reducing the ghost population. The mutated hyenas were social creatures, mobilizing in packs ranging from 10 to 30. The Meng brothers dared not engage in a head-on confrontation, given that they possessed only one firearm. Thus, their strategy involved scouting first, confirming the hyenas' whereabouts, and then ambushing any stragglers. Having established the general activity range of the hyenas the previous day, they sought a concealed position to lie in wait by the artificial lake in the scenic park, where the hyenas would come to drink and play during midday. As they ascended the mountain, the Meng brothers grew increasingly fatigued, leaving Meng Dadi on guard. Meng Laoti promptly sat down on a rock. He unscrewed the lid of his water bottle and took a long swig, feeling refreshed. "Brother," he said, passing the water bottle to his elder. After Meng Dadi took a few sips to regain his strength, he returned the remaining water to his brother, his gaze inadvertently catching Zhao Xiaoxiu, who had been set down by Zhao Gang. His brow furrowed slightly. Zhao Gang, acutely aware of his brother's scrutiny, raised his eyes to meet him. The unwavering determination reflected in Zhao Gang's dark eyes sent a jolt through Meng Dadi's heart. It seemed that Brother Gang had undergone some change. "Daddy," Zhao Xiaoxiu called softly, and upon catching her father's attention, she handed him her neatly folded abai, signaling him to pack it away in a backpack. Zhao Gang, recognizing the importance of the precious item, unzipped the backpack and stowed it inside. He then retrieved a water bottle and a nutrient solution, urging her, "Drink up." Zhao Xiaoxiu, sensing that her father intended for her to undertake something significant, obediently consumed the water and half of the nutrient solution. Zhao Gang, dissatisfied, gestured for her to finish it all. "If I drink it all, there won't be any left for tonight," she protested. "There will be. You drink," Zhao Gang assured her. Zhao Xiaoxiu scanned him, noticing that today, the tentacles had behaved themselves and remained hidden. She licked her lips, reminiscing about the delightful taste of roasted tentacles. After gulping down the remaining half of the nutrient solution, Zhao Xiaoxiu let out a satisfied burp, her little belly visibly distended. Zhao Gang poked her lightly, nodding in approval. He took out the hatchet from the backpack and handed it to Zhao Xiaoxiu. The hatchet stood tall, matching her height. As she grasped the handle with both hands, she felt a bit bewildered. "What am I supposed to do?" Zhao Gang stepped back a few paces. The moment he moved away, the wild grass around Zhao Xiaoxiu, which had appeared relatively tame, began to stir restlessly. These grasses posed minimal threat, but had sharp blades that could cause cuts upon close contact. However, a single spark would ignite them. Zhao Gang pointed at the hatchet, then at the fidgeting mutated grass, instructing, "Chop." Huh? Zhao Xiaoxiu was taken aback. She glanced at the massive hatchet towering over her, then at the eager, trembling mutated grass nearby, swallowing hard. "Eek!" she gasped, quickly looking down at her hand. A wild grass had grazed her hand, and a droplet of blood appeared, the scent of which excited the grass even more. As she looked up, she found herself surrounded by the encroaching wild grass, which seemed to envelop her like a shell, intent on trapping her inside. "Chop it!" Zhao Gang's voice rang out again. Yet, Zhao Xiaoxiu was fixated on the swiftly healing wound on her hand, stunned. "Am I seeing things? The wound is healing on its own?" What astonished her even more was that when she swung the hatchet, she found it surprisingly effortless. She had handled this hatchet countless times at home, yet never had it felt so manageable as today. She was only 3 years old, a malnourished child at that. How could this be possible? As Zhao Xiaoxiu observed the rapid healing of the wound on her hand, leaving only a series of dried blood streaks, she cast a bewildered glance at her living father. Memories of the roasted tentacles she had consumed flooded her mind. Before tasting her father's roasted tentacles, she had inadvertently sustained cuts from sharp corners, iron, and wooden splinters. Never before had a wound healed so swiftly within a minute. Moreover, she had never realized she possessed the strength to wield a machete. All these transformations began after she indulged in her father's culinary creation. Zhao Gang, however, was not entirely satisfied with her changes. She still appeared too fragile, vulnerable enough to be harmed by mutated wild grass, and he felt the need to continue nourishing her. At this moment, the Meng brothers, initially believing the father and daughter were merely playing, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhao Xiaoxiu's injuries had completely healed, yet the bloodstains remained, creating a rather alarming appearance. The brothers hurriedly approached. Meng Laoda expressed concern. "Xiaoxiu, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Meng Er questioned, "Gongzi, are you fine?" Allowing such a small child to wield a machete against mutated wild grass, resulting in these bloodstains, surely, Xiaoxiu must have picked them up. Zhao Xiaoxiu thanked her uncles for their concern, apprehensive that they might discover the truth about her wound's healing. She immediately feigned shyness and hid behind Zhao Gang. After taking a few steps, she realized she had forgotten the machete and quickly ran back to retrieve it, returning to hide behind Zhao Gang, both herself and the weapon concealed. Meng Laoda and Meng Er exchanged glances. A 3-year-old handling a machete with such agility. Was she truly unharmed? Before they could contemplate further, signs of mutated hyenas appeared by the artificial lake. The trio fell silent and crouched down. Over 20 mutated hyenas approached the water's edge. These creatures were as large as wolves, their elongated limbs powerful, claws gleaming with a metallic luster, exhibiting speed and ferocity, reveling in the torment of their prey before devouring it. Without weapons, humans stood no chance against them. The Meng brothers felt a mix of tension and excitement. They conferred with Zhao Gang, deciding that when the hyenas finished drinking and departed, Zhao Gang would ensnare the last one in a lasso, while Meng Er would shoot to incapacitate it. Meng Laoda would create a distraction from the side, drawing the attention of the hyena pack to provide an opportunity for the others to escape. Once successful, they would dash down the mountain and regroup below, Meng Laoda whispered. Meng Er nodded, always obedient to his elder brother's commands. Zhao Gang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the pack of mutated hyenas. They were merely nuisances, requiring no elaborate strategy. He set Zhao Xiaoxiu aside. She was now capable of handling the pesky, wild grass herself. Zhao Xiaoxiu was well aware of her own abilities. As long as she safeguarded herself, she was aiding the adults. The small child diligently swung the machete, striking left and right. "Little weeds, you shall not bother me." Zhao Gang found his offspring's determination adorable, admiring her for a fleeting moment before reluctantly redirecting his attention to the anxious Meng brothers. Without uttering a word, he gestured for them to step back and pointed at a solitary mutated hyena lying on a rock by the lake. Suddenly, his right arm shot out with astonishing speed. In an instant, his arm transformed into a blood-red, bowl-sized appendage, silently approaching the mutated hyena from behind. The tip of the appendage opened like a flower bud, expanding without a sound, engulfing the unsuspecting creature. A blood-red orb, the size of a wash basin, gently pressed through the grass, dragged by the tentacle to the feet of the trio. Throughout the entire encounter, The mutated hyena had no chance to resist. It was entirely unaware of the impending danger until the moment it was ensnared. The other mutated hyenas continued to bask in the sun and drink water, oblivious to the loss of one of their own. Zhao Gang shook the tentacle, the tip unfurling to release the unconscious hyena. The appendage retracted, reverting to a human arm. Xiaoxiu, Zhao Gang called excitedly to his daughter. Zhao Xiaoxiu, with a blank expression, approached while hefting the machete. Chop off its head and remember this feeling, Zhao Gang instructed. With a deep breath, Zhao Xiaoxiu obediently raised the machete. As she struck down for the first time, the mutated hyena awakened in agony. Startled, she quickly struck again, perhaps due to the dullness of the machete or her insufficient strength. Despite 2 attempts, she failed to sever the hyena's neck. Instead, she incited its rage. It leaped up, intent on mauling the young human before it. Its neck slashed deeply, exposing bone, blood gushing forth, a scene most gruesome. Mutated flora and fauna are particularly sensitive to the scent of blood, and Zhao Gang recognized that it was time to end the child's playful antics. He swiftly rendered the mutated hyena unconscious, binding its mouth with rope, securing its limbs, and attaching it to a pole before handing it to the bewildered Meng brothers. Down the mountain, Zhao Gang declared as he scooped up his daughter and dashed downwards. Zhao Xiaoxiu attempted to maintain a steady tone as she explained to the Meng brothers. It's the evolution potion. Dad drank the evolution potion. Yes, that's it. It's nothing strange like tentacles. The Meng brothers, having just witnessed the astonishing sight of the bowl-sized tentacle and blood-red appendage, breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, they were filled with astonishment and admiration. So, this was the effect of the evolution potion. How incredible. No wonder Gongzi dared to bring Xiaoxiu into the mountains. It was clear he had indeed procured the evolution potion. Everything suddenly made sense. The brothers hastily lifted the tightly bound mutated hyena, pursuing the father and daughter duo, who had vanished from sight. 3 adults and 1 child took 2 hours to ascend the mountain, but merely half an hour to descend. Upon seeing the Yellowstone monument, they finally paused, gasping for breath. Zhao Xiaoxiu was not winded. She had been carried down. Yet her heart raced, and she shot a disgruntled glance at Zhao Gang, who remained nonchalant despite his revealed tentacles. Hehe, shou gongrin. Zhao Xiaoxiu contemplated giving him a whack with the machete. She raised a finger, puffed up her cheeks, and glared fiercely, just 1 tentacle. No more. Zhao Gang nodded in understanding. The father and daughter shared a tacit glance towards the approaching Meng brothers. The brothers, upon catching Gongzi's gaze, offered him a respectful nod, filled with both admiration and envy. Clearly, they believed Zhao Xiaoxiu's explanation about the evolution potion without a shred of doubt. Zhao Xiaoxiu thought to herself that this was quite beneficial. In the future, should her father unintentionally reveal anything, the blame could easily fall upon the evolution potion. However, recalling the moment when Zhao Gang had suddenly manifested his tentacle, she felt a lingering unease. Fortunately, only the Meng brothers had been present. Had there been anyone else, the risk of her father's exposure would have escalated. Leaning against Zhao Gang's shoulder, she whispered conspiratorially, "Dad, give me a signal before you transform next time. Otherwise, I won't know how to cover for you." Zhao Gang replied confidently, "Xiaoxiu, do not fear. Dad has a way. Humans will not discover it." Zhao Xiaoxiu regarded him skeptically. "Don't tell me your method involves silencing witnesses." Zhao Gang, however, chose not to elaborate, patting her small head and repeating, "Xiaoxiu, do not worry. Xiaoxiu, do not worry. Zhao Xiaoxiu, truly, you are my living father. Tonight, we feast upon meat. The van will arrive at 5. The driver was taken aback to see Zhao Xiaoxiu and her companions emerge alive, momentarily losing his composure. His gaze shifted to the mutated hyena slung over the shoulders of the Meng brothers, still very much alive. The expression in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Gang and the others transformed instantaneously. Impressive indeed. Will you return tomorrow? He inquired with a smile, testing the waters. The 3 adults and 1 child nodded in unison, affirming their intent. The driver remarked, "I will reserve a spot for you tomorrow." Meng Laoda chuckled alongside his brother as they carefully stowed the living mutated hyena into a sack, securing it atop the luggage rack of the vehicle. Subsequently, 2 or 3 more groups of people arrived, and as 6 o'clock struck, the driver promptly started the engine and departed. Upon glancing at the passengers inside the vehicle, It was evident that their number had diminished by a third. However, compared to the stability of their van, the hunting team's vehicle appeared far more chaotic. Naturally, their haul was substantial, with the roof rack laden with the carcasses of mutated creatures, alongside several sacks filled with what seemed to be wild fruits. Meng Lao was envious. In these times, the hunters clearly had the better life. Yet, envy was futile. The hunters had no need for ordinary people, only those who had evolved. With this thought in mind, Meng Lao leaned closer to Zhao Gang, quietly inquiring about how he procured his evolution serum, expressing his desire to acquire some as well. Zhao Gang replied, "I purchased it with points." Meng Lao was at a loss for words. The return journey was swift, and within an hour, they arrived at the base. As the official announcement regarding the hyena mission would not be posted until the following day, the Meng brothers directly brought the mutated hyena to the exterior of the biological company's headquarters. The staff there granted them 50 points. "Thanks to you today, Brother Gongzi. My brother and I have discussed that you should take the larger share of the points," he stated, preparing to transfer 30 points to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang shook his head, recalculating. Xiaoxiu had just mentioned that he could only take 20 points. When he inquired why, Xiaoxiu explained, "It's about understanding social dynamics." Zhao Gang responded with a simple, "Oh," admitting his lack of comprehension, but willing to heed his daughter's advice. Moreover, since Meng Lao had covered their transportation expenses, that amount also needed to be accounted for. In total, Meng Lao only needed to provide him with 12 points. "Brother Gongzi, I feel bad about this." Both Meng brothers believed Zhao Gang should receive the majority. Zhao Gang firmly handed over the points card, insisting, "Give me 12 points." Reluctantly, Meng Lao transferred the 12 points to him. With the points secured, Zhao Gang turned to leave with Zhao Xiaoxiu. Meng Lao recalled the bloodstains on Zhao Xiaoxiu and hurriedly called for them to wait. He dashed to the base's clinic, spending 10 points to buy a healing mycelium for Zhao Gang. "Thank you." Zhao Gang accepted the mycelium with little emotion, signaling for Zhao Xiaoxiu to follow as he strode towards the dilapidated building. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhao Gang indifferently handed the mycelium to his daughter, thinking it unnecessary for her. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xiaoxiu regarded the mycelium as akin to a band-aid, capable of stopping bleeding and promoting wound healing, proving far more effective than a simple bandage. She decided to keep it just in case. Despite having consumed an entire nutrient solution that morning, Zhao Xiaoxiu suddenly found herself hungry again. Passing by a convenience store, she tugged at her father's sleeve, requesting, "Buy me a children's nutrient solution." Zhao Gang peered into the store, noting that a children's nutrient solution cost 8 points. This price was reasonable, as these nutrient solutions primarily circulated secondhand within the base. Lacking a primary market, families with disabled children still clung to hope and would purchase a few bottles of the children's nutrient solution for their kids. The younger the child, the better the effect. Common issues like hearing and vision impairments could often be cured. However, for brain injuries, even the children's nutrient solution that provided immunity to viruses would be of no use. Zhao Gang looked down at Zhao Xiaoxiu, stating, "You don't need to drink this. Meat will suffice." With that, he took her small hand and headed home for a meat dinner. Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. If she understood correctly, her father was implying they would consume the tentacles from his body, right? She had to admit that the thought of that flavor was enticing. However, glancing at the self-healing wounds on her hand, she felt a chill. She did not wish to become a monster. "Dad!" Zhao Xiaoxiu pulled back, halting Zhao Gang. "Let's buy the nutrient solution. I can manage with just that, truly." Zhao Gang looked at her in confusion. Hadn't she always enjoyed meat? Why was she resisting now? Zhao Xiaoxiu could not dare reveal her fear of becoming a creature like him. Instead, she resorted to childlike antics, demanding the nutrient solution with a tantrum. Shogun Post then let out a resigned sigh, leading his pouting daughter into the convenience store. 2 bottles of nutrient solution, he instructed. Zhao Gang swiped 10 points and watched with amusement as his daughter, content with her nutrient solutions, beamed with joy. She truly was adorable. Yet the meat for dinner still needed to be prepared. Zhao Gang had already decided, after last time's barbecue, this time they would indulge in stir-fried dishes. To that end, he exchanged his last 2 points for 2 ounces of edible mutated animal oil. Hand in hand, the father and daughter exited the store, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, they collided with someone coming their way, who did not even glance at them, crashing straight into Zhao Gang. Quick on his feet, Zhao Gang instinctively pulled his daughter behind him. The individual solidly struck Zhao Gang's shoulder, letting out a pained curse. Such minor incidents were hardly conflicts, and Zhao Gang turned back to ensure his daughter was unharmed, ready to leave. Zhao Gang, the man uncertain called out. Zhao Gang continued onward, holding Zhao Xiaoxiu's hand. Damn it, it's really you. The man pursued them, finally recognizing Zhao Gang's face. Upon meeting his emotionless gaze, he shuddered and took 2 large steps back. You're still alive? Is that you, Zhao Gang? The man stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Zhao Xiaoxiu found the man vaguely familiar. He seemed to be one of the gladiators who had escorted her father home that day. Zhao Gang scrutinized the man before bypassing him and moving forward. This time, the man did not follow. He stood rooted in place, staring at Zhao Gang's retreating figure, his expression one of utter disbelief, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible? How can this be?" He had witnessed Zhao Gang being injected with the latest evolution serum by the boss, watching him succumb. "Dad, that person is still watching us," Zhao Xiaoxiu alerted. "Ignore him," Zhao Gang replied. Zhao Xiaoxiu remained concerned, wondering if everything was truly all right. Did he somehow know that Zhao Gang should not be alive? Had Zhao Gang been harmed by them? Zhao Xiaoxiu tentatively probed. Did they cause her death? Zhao Gang lowered his gaze to her, affirming yes. Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded. Oh, understood. Despite the lack of emotional connection with her father, she felt an inexplicable anger rising within her. Zhao Gang, perplexed, inquired, "Why is Xiaoxiu unhappy?" Zhao Xiaoxiu pushed open the door to her home, placed her bag containing her water bottle and a bebe on the table, and sat on a small stool, glaring at the man before her. She thought to herself, "I have just learned that my biological father was murdered. Am I not permitted to feel unhappy for a moment?" Receiving no response, Zhao Gang scratched his head and resolutely decided to spare himself from pondering the complexities of human emotions. Instead, he would prepare a dish of stir-fried meat for the young one. Surely, a full stomach would bring joy. Just as Zhao Gang set the pot on the stove, a jarring broadcast crackled through the building. Residents emerged from their homes and gathered in the corridor. A stern female voice echoed through the speakers. "Emergency notification in 5 minutes. The security team will commence a routine inspection. All residents within the building are to remain in their rooms and await the inspection. Residents outside are urged to return to their rooms promptly. Failure to comply will be regarded as defiance against the base's routine checks and will result in serious consequences. Repeat. All residents within the building are to remain in their rooms and must not venture outside." The announcement repeated 3 times, followed by a persistent alarm urging residents to return to their rooms, blaring for a full 5 minutes. As the time elapsed, the floor leaders, accompanied by a fully armed team, entered each floor to begin the inspections. The scene resembled a manhunt rather than a routine check. The individuals were clad in standardized protective gear, equipped with the latest technological weaponry. The typically imposing floor leaders stood before them, heads bowed almost to their chests, exuding an air of humility. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt an inexplicable anxiety rising within her. Instinctively, she glanced back into the house. Zhao Gang was squatting by the stove, chopping the firewood they had collected earlier, appearing utterly unfazed. Her anxious heart began to settle. She thought to herself, if he is so calm, he must be confident in handling this inspection. Soon, the inspection team arrived at Zhao Xiaoxiu's home. The father and daughter had already opened the door wide, standing obediently at the entrance, awaiting the inspector's arrival. The floor leader consulted his files. "Leader, this is 5023, a father and daughter duo. The father's name is Zhao Gang, 31 years old, and the daughter's name is Zhao Xiaoxiu, 3 years old, a healthy child who receives the base's monthly child relief nutrition supplement." The lead inspector's expression shifted slightly. "Zhao Gang?" The floor leader responded affirmatively, but the inspector was not addressing him. Rather, he was inquiring of his assistant. The assistant held a spherical device, and, upon touching it, a light screen unfurled, displaying rapid streams of data. Suddenly, the assistant tapped the screen, revealing Zhao Gang's personal information. "Director, this individual is on the list of those who purchased counterfeit drugs at the gladiatorial arena," the assistant whispered to the lead inspector. The inspector nodded, scrutinizing the father and daughter before her. The child appeared slightly malnourished, yet well-behaved, showing no signs of fear in the presence of the group. As for the man, his eyes darted about, clearly a shifty character with questionable intentions. Zhao Xiaoxiu discreetly observed her biological father's demeanor, feeling a sense of admiration. He was strikingly similar to her unreliable father. Cooperate, she thought. The inspector produced a handheld scanner, activating it, and signaling Zhao Gang to step forward for inspection. Zhao Gang sauntered forward lazily. The floor leader whispered to him, "The gladiatorial arena that sold counterfeit evolution agents has been shut down. The base is here to ensure your well-being, so please cooperate with the inspection." Zhao Xiaoxiu, upon hearing this, internally questioned, "Is that so?" She observed that these individuals did not resemble base personnel. Rather, they appeared akin to representatives from a biological company. If they were genuinely concerned about those who purchase counterfeit drugs, wouldn't they simply investigate them individually? Conducting checks throughout the entire building felt more like a search for something or someone. Perhaps they themselves were uncertain about what they sought. With this thought, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt somewhat reassured. The scanner swept over Zhao Gang's entire body, observing the green light indicating no anomalies. The inspector remained uneasy and insisted on a blood test for Zhao Gang on the spot. This action caused Zhao Xiaoxiu's heart to race once more. No matter how closely her biological father imitated humanity, his genetic sequence could never match that of a human. Dede, Xiaoxiu angstly gazed at Zhao Gang. He gently patted her head, signaling her to remain calm. He extended his left hand, allowing the inspector to draw a vial of blood. The spherical device in the assistant hand was quite advanced, and the blood test results appeared swiftly. Facing away from a screen, Zhao Xiaoxiu could not see the contents displayed and held her breath in tension. "Results normal," the inspector stated, exhaling a frustrated breath. She pointed at Zhao Xiaoxiu and motioned for her to be scanned. The inspector approached with the device and scanned Zhao Xiaoxiu from head to toe, nodding towards the lead inspector, indicating all was well. The inspector acknowledged with a sound and waved her hand, signaling the team to proceed to the next household. She lingered at the back of the group, gazing at Zhao Xiaoxiu for an extended moment. Suddenly, she called the assistant back to conduct a blood test for her as well. Zhao Xiaoxiu immediately looked up at Zhao Gang, her heart racing. What if her healing abilities were exposed? Zhao Gang felt a jolt of alarm himself, having not anticipated this. The sharp needle pierced Zhao Xiaoxiu's slender arm, and the assistant, sensing the little girl tremble, gently reassured her, "You're the bravest little one, aren't you?" As the words left her mouth, the blood was drawn and placed within the light sphere for analysis. Analyzing test results: no viral infection, all bodily indicators normal. The assistant offered a faint smile to Zhao Xiaoxiu. The inspector, previously stern, allowed the corners of her mouth to curve slightly as she retrieved 2 fruit candies from her pocket, placing them in Zhao Xiaoxiu's small hand and patting her head before turning to leave. It turned out they were merely checking on her health and nutritional status, not intending to conduct any genetic tests. Zhao Xiaoxiu gazed at the 2 precious fruit candies wrapped in colorful plastic within her palm, her emotions a tapestry of complexity. The routine inspection did not conclude until 9:30 in the evening. Zhao Xiaoxiu was unaware whether the base had discovered what it sought. However, they did uncover 2 small, deceased beings that had been secretly hidden by their families, startling the residents and inciting anger that led them to demand the expulsion of those 2 families. The floor leader soothed the agitated crowd for quite some time before they finally dispersed. Regarding this grand and sudden inspection, the residents speculated on the reasons. Something had been lost by the biological company. Moreover, such a significant item had somehow ended up in the gladiatorial arena and was subsequently purchased by someone. Now, the base had shut down the arena and was conducting searches to recover the item based on the interrogated lists. Some claimed that it was not merely an object, but rather a person that had gone missing. Others suggested it was the biological company's latest evolution agent, capable of transforming individuals into superhumans. A small faction of informed individuals posited that it was a secret weapon sent from the headquarters of the biological company, stolen by insiders. In any case, there are all sorts of opinions. Everyone leads a hard life, and they treat it as a casual gossip session to entertain themselves. They fabricate stories in whatever way they find appealing, and everyone has become a so-called insider. At this moment, the true insider, Zhao Gang, is persuading his little one to eat his stir-fried tentacles. Zhao Xiaoxiu, "Dad, I'm not hungry." Zhao Gang, "No, you are hungry." Zhao Xiaoxiu, "I really am not." Zhao Gang, "Eating will make you strong." Zhao Xiaoxiu, "I don't want to grow tentacles." Zhao Gang, U1T grow tentacles. Zhao Xiaoxiu feels a stir in her heart, wondering if it's true. Zhao Gang nods earnestly, affirming that it is indeed true. Sensing her hesitation, he picks up a fork, spearing a piece of succulent, crispy meat and presenting it to her lips. Zhao Xiaoxiu silently cries for her mother, thinking this is quite a test. Just eat. Zhao Gang gently encourages, you'll become stronger, able to fight mutated hyenas, and earn many points. As soon as Zhao Xiaoxiu opens her mouth, a piece of meat is swiftly thrust into it, crispy, savory, bursting with flavor, leaving a delightful taste lingering on her lips. This is so delicious. Unable to contain herself, Zhao Xiaoxiu grabs the bowl and begins to eat on her own, disregarding the nutritional liquid she bought from the convenience store, tossing it aside. With such fragrant meat available, who would want to drink that sticky nutritional liquid? She devours the entire bowl of meat, discovering that her appetite has increased. Naturally, her energy expenditure has also risen. Once the meat is finished, Zhao Xiaoxiu yawns repeatedly, feeling drowsy, as Zhao Gang wipes her little face and hands clean. With a thud, she collapses onto the edge of the bed and falls into a deep slumber. When she awakens once more, she finds herself surrounded by familiar flesh. However, this time, the eyes are not visible, and the tentacles are unfurling, circling around her, excitedly sniffing her scent, which resembles their own. The flower buds tremble with excitement. Zhao Xiaoxiu distinctly feels that her clenched little fist is stronger than it was yesterday. Opening her palm to inspect, she notices that the shallow scars from yesterday's wounds have vanished, her skin flawless as if she had never been injured. All these changes began with consuming her father's tentacles. What is he exactly? Where does he come from? And why does he linger on launching? Zhao Xiaoxiu's small mind is filled with large questions. A knock on the door interrupts her thoughts, as Menglaier Air calls for Zhao Gang to join him in queuing for water. The enormous, blood-red mass enveloping Zhao Xiaoxiu gradually shrinks, revealing the original appearance of the room. Zhao Gang extends his hands to catch Zhao Xiaoxiu as she falls from midair, feeling delighted by her transformation. The biological company has finally released the task of capturing live, mutated hyenas. The hunting team, upon seeing the reward of 50 points for each live hyena, feels disinterested. However, the survivors in the residential buildings and shanty towns are driven mad by this generous reward. Fortunately, the van driver agreed to reserve seats for Zhao Gang and the others. Otherwise, they would have had to sit on the roof today. Pickup trucks and vans ferry back and forth between Yishan and the base. The once desolate Yishan is now flooded with thousands of people. In response, Meng Laoda remains unperturbed. Capturing mutated hyenas is not something that can be done at will. The biological company requires live specimens. Capturing even a C-class mutated hyena necessitates as much effort as killing a B-class mutated creature. Those who cannot obtain them often resort to destruction. If they cannot capture them alive, they kill them and bring them back to the base. The outcome is predictable, as the biological company has stated that dead mutated hyenas yield 0 points. Those trying to take shortcuts can only grumble as they haul the hyenas to the recycling station. With an increased supply, the market price plummets to 2 points per hyena. Within a couple of days, the fervor for capturing mutated hyenas dissipates. Yet, the competition remains fierce. The spot where the Meng brothers once lay in wait by the lake is now occupied by another 8-member team. Fortunately, Zhao Gang, the evolved one, remains. And though they have changed locations, they still manage to capture 3 mutated hyenas daily, neither more nor less. One is captured for Zhao Xiaoxiu to practice on, regardless of its fate, while the other 2 live specimens are kept for point accumulation. Zhao Gang dreams of clearing out the entire population of mutated hyenas in the mountains, envisioning the abundant points he could use to buy candies for his little one. The last time Yang Mei gifted 2 fruit candies, Zhao Xiaoxiu hesitated to consume them all at once, instead breaking them into pieces and savoring a bit each day. The sweetness made her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, the colorful bubbles appearing particularly vibrant. Unfortunately, she does not allow him to do this. She emphasizes the importance of patience, of hiding one's strength to survive until the end. Zhao Gang does not fully grasp the meaning of these words, but if his little one wishes to save them for later enjoyment, then so be it. As Zhao Xiaoxiu, now able to confidently wield a chopper, successfully decapitates a dazed mutated hyena, Zhao Gang feels a deep sense of satisfaction. As for the Meng brothers, it is quite natural for children to possess a bit more strength during their growth spurts. The distribution of points between the two families has shifted from an initial 60-40 split to an even 50-50. The Meng brothers handle searching and assistance, while Zhao Gang captures with a tentacle. Zhao Xiaoxiu is in charge of clearing weeds, delivering finishing blows, and boosting morale. Wow, Dad is amazing. Uncle Meng, you are incredible. Uncle Meng Air, you are simply awesome. The children's voices are sweet and bright, warming hearts one moment. The next, a chopper descends, severing the head of a mutated hyena, blood splattering everywhere. The Meng brothers, observing, feel that something is amiss, but cannot articulate what exactly feels wrong. Wiping the hot blood splattered on her face, Zhao Xiaoxiu hoists her beloved chopper onto her shoulder and extends her small hand toward her father. Daddy, time to wrap it up? Zhao Gang grabs his daughter's little hand, lifting her and tossing her over his back, wrapping her in a blanket, signaling the Meng brothers to take the prey and run. The scent of blood would attract other mutated creatures, and the Meng brothers dare not linger. Swiftly gathering their catch, they hurry to catch up with the father-daughter duo, 3 large and 1 small, racing down the mountain. Along the way, they encounter another team, their faces pale with panic, fleeing down the mountain as if they had encountered something terrifying. By nightfall, word spreads through the base that Yishan is no longer safe for visits. The Meng brothers feel a jolt of fear. They haven't even drunk the fruit-infused nutritional liquid their mother specially prepared, and they rush next door to find Zhao Gang. Meng Air, brother Gang, it seems something has happened over at Yishan. Zhao Gang has already heard. The 5 members of a hunting team, battered and bruised, had just passed by his door, supporting one another. They are a small team of 5, not comparable to the larger hunting teams of dozens or even hundreds. The reward for capturing mutated hyenas is enough to entice them. However, Yishan is vast, and unlike Zhao Gang, who has Zhao Xiaoxiu with him, they have no such concerns and have been operating deep within Yishan without encountering any issues. Zhao Gang knows that the Meng brothers are anxious. He gestures for them to remain calm. The Meng brothers found themselves at a loss, patiently waiting for Zhao Gang to wash and dry the dirty clothes of Zhao Xiaoxiu before they could all head to the end of the corridor to inquire. As for Zhao Gang's habit of bringing his daughter everywhere as an accessory, the Meng brothers had grown accustomed to it, to the point of numbness. The members of the hunting team residing at the corridor's end always believed themselves superior to ordinary folk. The 5 individuals already injured were further irked by the presence of Zhao Gang and the child, making their tempers quite volatile. However, the matters at hand, points and the prospect of a stable job in the factory, compelled them to endure the annoyance and find out what had transpired in Yishan that day. What the Meng brothers did not anticipate was that upon Zhao Gang's inquiry, the 5 wary figures suddenly transformed, responding to him readily. When Zhao Gang asked about the situation in Yishan, the team leader sighed heavily and replied, "The pine forest. There's a mutated pine forest on the back mountain, which produces a hallucinogenic mist that lures people in to hunt them down. Our team's doctor, who specializes in mental evolution, is exceptionally rational and difficult to deceive, which is how we realized something was amiss and managed to escape." Nonetheless, they had sustained varying degrees of injuries. The pine needles had shot out like rain, their tips coated with a paralyzing sap, nearly preventing their escape. Zhao Gang nodded in understanding and thanked the team leader before leading the astonished Meng brothers back home. Those who had grown up navigating the apocalypse knew what questions could be asked and which could not. The Meng brothers exchanged discreet glances, dismissing Zhao Gang's unusually smooth inquiries as a mere anomaly. Meng oldest said, "As long as we don't venture deep into Yishan, we should be fine." Meng second shared this sentiment. Both families had earned 300 points recently, and with 500 points needed for work at the factory, they were reluctant to abandon their efforts. However, the decision ultimately rested with Zhao Gang, for without him, their gains would not have been as substantial. "What do you think, Zhao Gang?" Meng second asked anxiously. Zhao Gang himself was uncertain, glancing down at his child, who was engrossed in licking a piece of candy. Zhao Xiaoxiu looked up. "Do you still want to catch hyenas?" Zhao Gang, with a doting demeanor, seemed inclined to indulge her wishes. Zhao Xiaoxiu, reveling in the thrill of the past few days, responded without hesitation, "Yes." "All right, let us continue the hunt." The Meng brothers breathed a sigh of relief, agreeing to set off at the appointed time the next day, finally able to return home for dinner without worry. "Daddy, eat," Zhao Xiaoxiu said, pinching a piece of candy and stretching on tiptoe to offer it to Zhao Gang, signaling him to open his mouth. Given the previous incident with the nutritional liquid, Zhao Gang was more cautious this time. He extended 2 finger-thick tendrils, sniffed the candy, and deemed it acceptable before carefully plucking it from her hand. He savored it, and his eyes suddenly transformed into slits, revealing his surprise. Zhao Xiaoxiu chuckled. "Isn't it sweet?" Zhao Gang and his tendrils nodded vigorously. She pinched off the last few pieces of candy, sharing them, one for each of them, and they laughed joyfully. The tendrils expanded, encircling Zhao Xiaoxiu and lifting her into the air, shaking her playfully as she squealed with delight. However, the weather, which had been clear for 2 weeks, finally turned ominous. The sky darkened, the wind wailed, and mutated birds circled ominously overhead. This was hardly an opportune moment to venture out. Yet, with only 50 points remaining to reach their goal of 500, the urgency was palpable. Since the incident deep within Ishan, the number of people attempting to capture mutated hyenas had dwindled. The van driver had been complaining about his dwindling business. Had it not been for Meng oldest purchasing him a cigarette, he would have been reluctant to transport them into Ishan. Observing the dreadful weather today, he couldn't help but advise, with this weather, it might pour down soon. Perhaps you should reconsider going out and take a day off? Meng second was unwilling to relent. We're only 50 points away. He huffed as he opened the driver's door and shoved the driver inside. Hurry up, quit the chatter, the sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Zhao Gang settled into the passenger seat with Zhao Xiaoxiu, who could enjoy the view. Unable to dissuade them, the driver grumbled and started the vehicle, taking them down the mountain. He muttered that if it rained in the afternoon, he wouldn't return, then sped off. Meng second angrily tossed a stone onto the road. What kind of person is that? Despite the grievances, they had to refocus on the task at hand as they observed the mutated sparrows circling above. The trio had long since mapped out the territory of the mutated hyenas and aimed for a swift resolution. Zhao Xiaoxiu discreetly urged her father not to engage in prolonged play today, suggesting they catch just a couple of hyenas before returning. The overcast sky and the menacing birds overhead made Zhao Xiaoxiu uneasy. Were it not for her Uncle Meng's firm assurances of securing a stable factory job, she would have hesitated to let her father venture out. Yet, the imposing figure before her reassured her greatly. Her father was far more formidable than she had imagined, possessing not only lethal tendrils as allies, but also the ability to manipulate human consciousness to acquire desired information. The thought of such power sent shivers down her spine. Her mind may have been invaded countless times, unbeknownst to her. Enough of that, she resolved, focusing on the primary mission of capturing hyenas. The group, 3 adults and 1 child, ascended the mountain, reaching their previously scouted location. In perfect synchrony, they swiftly and silently dragged away 2 sleeping mutated hyenas nestled beneath the rocks. Zhao Gang handled the capture, while the Meng brothers bound and packaged the creatures. With everything in order, the 4 prepared to descend the mountain when suddenly, a deafening thunderclap reverberated through the air. The sound struck as if right by their ears, causing them to tremble. Meng oldest's expression shifted. Rain was imminent. However, this was no ordinary rain. The downpour would carry excessive Shisai virus, causing chaos among anyone and anything exposed. This was due to the virus present within their systems. Logically, Zhao Xiaoxiu, being uninfected, should be safe from the rain. Nevertheless, Zhao Gang donned the raincoat he had prepared, ensuring his daughter was securely shielded within it. The Meng brothers hastily pulled out their own raincoats, covering themselves from head to toe, while also draping plastic over the bags containing the mutated hyenas to prevent them from succumbing to madness. Just as they were about to head down the mountain, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, obscuring their vision in a curtain of rain. The mutated flora and fauna of the forest, fearing the deluge, sought refuge wherever possible. Even the previously aggressive mutated weeds that had sought to harm Zhao Xiaoxiu shrank back, retreating to the ground and concealing their roots and stems. Zhao Gang and his companions exchanged glances, realizing that descending the mountain was out of the question unless they wished to face a perilous fall. Another clap of thunder reverberated, prompting Zhao Xiaoxiu to instinctively clutch her father's raincoat, completely enveloped in its protective embrace. Zhao Gang, with his broad palm, covered his child's ears while gesturing toward the east with the other hand, indicating a structure 300 meters away where they could seek shelter from the rain. Brother Gang occasionally displayed his profound knowledge of the mountain, forewarning them of the locations of mutated creatures and the potential emergence of spirits, as if equipped with a radar to detect impending dangers. Consequently, Meng Laoda and Meng Laoer had no hesitation and promptly followed Brother Gang eastward at a swift pace. After traversing 300 meters east, they indeed encountered a scenic pavilion. The octagonal pavilion, crafted from concrete and steel, had withstood 13 years of invasive weeds. The ground was entirely cracked, and the pillars were entirely enveloped by vines, exhibiting hidden fissures, yet the structure remained steadfast. The group took refuge within the pavilion as the gusty mountain winds drove the torrential rain inside. The three adults formed a protective circle around Zhao Xiaoxiu, shielding her from the elements. Two mutated hyenas, disturbed by the commotion, stirred from their stupor, thrashing in their bags in panic. The heat dissipated as the rain soaked in, and the temperature in the mountains noticeably dropped. Zhao Gang provided Zhao Xiaoxiu with a long-sleeved shirt from his backpack, and the four of them huddled together, waiting for the deluge to subside. An hour later, the rain lessened. The overcast sky began to clear, and a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds. In the distance lay an expansive sea of clouds. The jagged stones of Ishan floated amidst the cloud sea, while the lush pines in the mountains stretched freely in the fresh, post-rain air. Without the reminder of the mutated hyenas, Zhao Xiaoxiu might have believed she had entered an otherworldly paradise. Meng Laoda pointed toward a peculiar stone amidst the cloud sea, exclaiming that it resembled a monkey gazing at the ocean, a popular photo spot in Huangshan from years past. Intrigued, Zhao Xiaoxiu gazed in that direction. On the peak of the mountain, two stones, one larger and one smaller, rested atop each other, appearing round and charming, resembling a monkey squatting at the mountain's edge, observing the sea of clouds. The rain had ceased. The fleeting golden light across the cloud sea vanished, and the sky reverted to a gray hue. Meng Laoer struck the struggling hyena in the bag, preparing to call his brother to assist in carrying them down the mountain. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoxiu pointed ahead, her tone uncertain. Questioning a monkey? What monkey? The three adults looked up toward the source of her curiosity, where the rain-soaked forest appeared damp and shrouded in mist. A humanoid figure emerged unexpectedly from the woods, peering through a patch of mutated grass at Zhao Xiaoxiu and her companions in the pavilion. Upon realizing they had spotted it, the figure raised its hand in a human-like gesture and turned to retreat into the forest, pausing to beckon them to follow. Meng Laoda's detection gun activated, yet curiously, the light did not illuminate. This could either indicate a malfunction or suggest that the figure ahead was not a mutated being. Meng Laoer gasped. Could it be an evolved creature? Perhaps sensing that Zhao Xiaoxiu and her party had not followed, the figure bounded back towards them. As the mist in the forest cleared, a distinct, upright, walking macaque came into view. It was larger than the average adult macaque, with fluffy, glossy brown-gray fur, starkly contrasting with the disheveled, ferocious-looking, mutated creatures of the mountains. It truly is an evolved macaque, exclaimed Meng Laoer, his eyes alight with excitement. Evolved animals, in this post-apocalyptic world, were akin to national treasures, such as the giant panda. They were immune to viruses, their bodies free of contagions, and could be consumed directly as sustenance. Meng Laoda's breath quickened. He was not interested in consuming meat, but rather in securing a generous reward. Pulling at Meng Laoda and Zhao Gang's arms, Meng Laoer insisted that they could not let this opportunity for points slip away. This sudden tugging jolted Meng Laoda as racing thoughts back to clarity. He glanced at the evolved macaque, which seemed devoid of hostility, appearing remarkably docile for a creature in a world gone awry. Brother Gang? Meng Laoda turned to the silent Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang lifted his gaze to the macaque. The macaque returned the gaze, its intelligent eyes darting between Zhao Gang and the Meng brothers, scratching its head in confusion, wondering why this human differed from the two beside him. Zhao Gang smirked dismissively, thinking the creature merely possessed a tad more intelligence than the mutated beings, rendering it unremarkable. The vibrant colors of the infant in his arms were far more captivating than this dull, gray world. However, Meng Laoer mentioned it could be exchanged for numerous points. Reminded of the beautifully packaged candies in the convenience store, Zhao Gang nodded. Let us take a look. Take a look? Meng Laoda thought. Should they not immediately seize the evolved macaque with his tentacles as they would with a hyena? Before he could ponder further, Zhao Gang had already taken Zhao Xiaoxiu's hand and walked toward the beckoning macaque. Meng Laoda, still holding the detection gun, hesitated with his finger poised over the trigger for 2 seconds, reluctant to pull it. He knew nothing of evolved creatures. What if a single bullet failed to subdue it and instead provoked the seemingly gentle macaque? It would be a regrettable miscalculation. Thus, he lowered the detection gun, signaling his brother to assist in carrying the mutated hyenas, and hurried to catch up with Zhao Gang and his daughter. The macaque, noticing that the humans had finally caught up, quickened its pace, leaping from branch to branch ahead. It appeared eager to guide them somewhere, and whenever it realized it was moving too swiftly, it would return to lead the lagging humans. Spotting a fallen tree obstructing the path, it swatted it aside and gestured for them to hurry past. When a spirit leapt out, the macaque reacted faster than any human, swiftly mounting the spirit's neck. With its forepaws clamped around the spirit's head, it emitted an angry shriek, forcefully twisting the head off and disdainfully tossing it into the underbrush. This fierce display left Zhao Xiaoxiu and the Meng brothers utterly astounded. Meng Laodao was relieved he had not pulled the trigger moments prior. The group followed the macaque further up the mountain, traversing the stone steps carved out during the era of scenic spots for over half an hour, until they arrived at a clearing where an overgrown Buddhist temple came into sight. This was the rear courtyard of the temple, with the gate firmly shut. The macaque led Zhao Gang and the others to the back entrance, nimbly scaling the courtyard wall and leaping inside, where it opened the temple's rear door. It stood within, waving them in, then stepped aside, folding its forepaws together in a gesture of reverence, bowing its head toward the main hall. "Little monkey, you brought people up again?" A tall, slender man in a gray monk's robe, wearing black-framed glasses, emerged from beside the main hall, holding a hoe. Upon spotting Zhao Gang and the others at the back door, he appeared unfazed. However, upon seeing the young Zhao Xiaoxiu in Zhao Gang's arms, his mouth slightly agape in surprise, as he had not anticipated a child so small. With a resigned side directed at the macaque, he nodded at the group. "Since you've come, you may enter. The rain is expected to last all night. You can stay in the temple tonight." The Meng brothers exchanged glances, sighing at the unexpected turn of events. The points that had come within reach have all vanished. This evolved macaque has an owner. Is it not infuriating? The sky has grown darker, and the wind has picked up, a clear harbinger of impending rain. The two brothers turned to Zhao Gang, awaiting his decision. They decided to stay for the night. Zhao Gang carried Zhao Xiaoxiu into the temple, his gaze seemingly casual as it swept across the main hall. He noticed some intriguing elements within the temple. The ruins of Yinggu Si were present. Meng Laodao and Meng Er thanked the bespectacled monk and brought the hyena into the temple. Zhao Xiaoxiu poked her head out from her father's raincoat, curiously surveying the temple before her. Besides the somewhat overgrown, mutated wild grass on the roof, everything else appeared orderly. It seemed that this bespectacled monk had been residing here since the outbreak of the virus. Despite the many people traversing the mountain, none had mentioned this temple at the base. However, its location was quite secluded, surrounded by various pine and bamboo groves. Without the macaque as a guide, they would not have discovered it. The monk, known by the name Shan Yuan, explained the little monkey was raised by the old abbot since it was young. When the virus broke out, everyone fled down the mountain, leaving the little monkey locked in a side room. I rescued it. It has evolved significantly, and it has cleared this area of ghosts and mutated animals. Thanks to it, I am still alive. Since then, we have remained in the temple, growing our vegetables and managing to get by. After all, we are vegetarian, so we one tea starve. As he spoke, they followed Shan Yuan to the front of the main hall, where a series of cultivated rectangular vegetable plots lay exposed before them. There were pumpkins the size of wheels, tomatoes as pink as grapes, sunflowers humming cheerfully, and cabbages in a rainbow of hues. Observing Zhao Xiaoxiu's astonished expression, Shan Yuan chuckled. These evolved vegetables were discovered in the garden behind the temple. They may look a bit strange, but they taste just like they used to, free of viruses, so you can eat them with peace of mind. A plethora of delectable dishes filled Zhao Xiaoxiu's mind. Pumpkin soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spiced melon seeds, and cabbage salad. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from her stomach. No, it wasn't tea, her stomach growling. Upon looking over, she saw the Meng brothers eyeing the bizarre vegetables in the field, swallowing hard with glimmers of greed in their eyes. The little macaque, which had been trailing behind, suddenly leaped into the vegetable patch, picked a cluster of tomatoes, and presented them to the Meng brothers. Meng Er nearly succumbed to temptation and reached for it. Yet, after years of survival in the apocalypse, He was well aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially in an environment where food was so scarce. Such evolved vegetables were not something ordinary folk like them could afford. Seeing the Meng brothers decline, the macaque then approached Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaoxiu. Zhao Gang was indifferent to human food. Zhao Xiaoxiu's mouth watered uncontrollably, yet she buried her head in her father's chest, seeking to avoid temptation. Unfortunately, with their meager resources, they could not afford the price of such food. The macaque, confused, scratched its chin, unable to comprehend why these people refused its offering. However, it was pleased with its find. Cradling the tomatoes, it sat on the ground and began to eat with delight. The rich aroma of fresh tomatoes wafted into the noses of Zhao Xiaoxiu and the others, an exquisite torture. Yet, they had to feign indifference, pretending they were uninterested. Noticing their evident desire, Shan Yuan's gaze dimmed slightly. How long had it been since he had encountered such principled individuals? Zhao Xiaoxiu, her hunger piqued by the scent of tomatoes, diverted her attention to the main hall, where a weathered Buddha statue stood. Beside the door of the main hall stood a crooked stone tablet, likely relocated from some collapsed ruins, appearing somewhat out of place. Faintly, she could see the words Yungu inscribed upon it. Meng Er, struck by inspiration, exclaimed, "Is this the ruins of Yungu Sea?" Shan Yuan looked at him in surprise. "Have you been here before?" Meng Er replied, "I've seen it on the guide map at the entrance of the scenic area." Shan Yuan smiled gently, explaining that the original structure of Yungu Sea had long since vanished. The current halls were reconstructed later. He set his hoe down beside the vegetable patch and led Zhao Xiaoxiu and the others to a small room beside the main hall, offering them a jug of water for their comfort. This space had once served as a duty room for temple staff, its abandoned monitors coated with a thick layer of dust. The modest room contained a desk and chair, with a small bed against the wall, adorned with various tools of daily life. Shan Yuan took a sickle off the wall, grabbed an empty basket, and prepared to gather some vegetables, inviting them to share a meal. "Rest assured, there will be no charge, as long as you do not disclose the existence of these vegetables to others." Upon hearing that there would be no charge, Zhao Xiaoxiu and the Meng brothers felt a twinge of unease. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, the two brothers and the little girl suddenly filled with anticipation. Only Zhao Gang remained stoic, exhibiting no emotional fluctuations throughout. He set down the backpack on his back, gently released Zhao Xiaoxiu from his hold, and seated her on a stool. He poured her a cup of water from the kettle on the table. In comparison to the dilapidated base, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt as though this temple was a veritable paradise. There were no survivors fighting over scraps of food, no foul-smelling, cramped corridors, and they could enjoy fresh vegetables. Although the water was slightly bitter, having something to drink was already a blessing. Wait, Zhao Xiaoxiu hesitated mid-sip. Her little feet, which had been swaying in anticipation of delicious food, stopped abruptly. Something felt amiss. Glancing at her father, Zhao Gang looked around, ensuring there was nothing that could harm him or his child, gently patting her head. "It's fine. Do as you please." With her father's reassurance, Zhao Xiaoxiu resumed swinging her feet. When Shan Yuan returned from the small kitchen with freshly prepared dishes, the rain began to pour down once more. However, this time they had shelter from the storm, and the enticing aroma of food wafted in from the adjacent kitchen, bringing them a sense of comfort. The little macaque scurried into the main hall to evade the rain, deliberately rummaging through the hall and occasionally bringing back trinkets to the duty room. Pointing at Zhao Xiaoxiu, it offered her these items: a broken crystal lamp, a plastic flower basket, and a small plastic bead necklace resembling a miniature BMW. Vibrant and sparkling, these were all items that would capture a child's interest. Zhao Xiaoxiu slid off the stool and picked up the necklace, causing the macaque to leap in joy, spinning around in delight. As Shan Yuan entered with the prepared dishes, he caught sight of the necklace in Zhao Xiaoxiu's hands. His expression flickered with what seemed like sorrow or resentment. He set the dishes down on the table, instructed the macaque to fetch the remaining food from the kitchen, and crouched down in front of Zhao Xiaoxiu. "Do you like it?" he asked, reaching out to help her put on the necklace. Yet before he could act, Zhao Gang suddenly appeared, scooping his daughter back towards the table, taking the necklace away and gently saying, "Xiaoxiu, it's time to eat." After speaking, he turned to the awkwardly blushing Shan Yuan, his gaze icy and fierce, akin to a hen fiercely protecting her chicks, laden with a clear warning. Meng Laoda and Meng Lao hurriedly expressed their gratitude for Shan Yuan's hospitality, which eased the atmosphere. The little monkey worked swiftly, serving dishes and setting the table for everyone. When he reached Zhao Xiaoxiu's side, he specifically handed her a spoon, seemingly attuned to the needs of a child. Yet, Zhao Xiaoxiu remained oblivious to the presence of other children. How had he learned this? Shan Yuan had prepared a large pot of pumpkin stew, a plate of stir-fried cabbage, and a bowl of soup made from tomatoes. No superfluous seasonings or side dishes were needed. The fresh, unadulterated ingredients were enough to make Zhao Xiaoxiu and the Meng brothers' mouths water profusely. Meng Lao air covered his mouth, overwhelmed with happiness. Meng Lao even activated the detection light on his testing gun, which showed no response, confirming that the scene before them was not an illusion conjured by mutated creatures. Shan Yuan discreetly observed Meng Lao's small action, but chose not to comment. He ushered the little monkey out and encouraged everyone to eat while the food was still hot. Outside, torrential rain fell, while inside, the warm glow of oil lamps illuminated the delicious food. With such fervent hospitality from their host, the guests discarded pretense and eagerly picked up their chopsticks to indulge in the meal. Zhao Xiaoxiu, with her small arms and legs, couldn't quite reach the dishes, prompting Zhao Gang to help her fill a bowl with pumpkin and serve her a generous portion of cabbage. Zhao Xiaoxiu stirred her food with a spoon and promptly buried her face in the bowl. Shou Gong smooth, finding his little one most adorable when she was earnestly eating. The taste of pumpkin and cabbage was but a distant memory for Zhao Xiaoxiu, recalled from her previous life in vague fragments. Thus, when she detected a hint of bitterness, she pondered if this was the flavor of evolved vegetables, though she remained uncertain. Stealing glances at the Meng brothers, she noticed they seemed to enjoy their meal without any trace of bitterness, relishing every bite. Meng Ershu was so moved that tears welled in his eyes. The meal was consumed with great fervor. Shan Yuan himself barely had a few bites, as most of the food vanished into the bellies of the Meng brothers and Zhao Xiaoxiu. Zhao Gang managed to sip half a bowl of tomato soup, his face turning green. Had Zhao Xiaoxiu not tugged at his sleeve, he might have expelled it. Human food remained something he could not quite accept. Night fell completely. The downpour subsided to a gentle rain, and the surroundings became quiet, save for the soft rustling of leaves and the sighing of the wind. Zhao Xiaoxiu found herself amusingly contemplating the elements of horror: a dark night, heavy rain, a desolate mountain, and a crumbling temple. Having taken from their host, she felt a pang of guilt. The Meng brothers eagerly helped clear the table. Shan Yuan fetched 2 oil lamps and lit them. He informed Zhao Gang that the only room available in the temple was the duty room, and he would have the little monkey guide them to a nearby guest house, which was safe and spacious enough for children. As he handed the lamp to the monkey, he gestured for it to lead the way. Feeling somewhat awkward, he turned to the Meng brothers and asked if they would mind sharing the floor with him for the night. Zhao Gang exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, shouldering his backpack and preparing to leave with Zhao Xiaoxiu in his arms. Meng Lao hesitated, stepping out of the duty room to glance at the adjoining room, tentatively suggesting that it might be more convenient for Zhao Gang and the child to stay there instead of venturing far. After all, staying together would provide mutual support. Meng Lao, glancing at Zhao Xiaoxiu, also expressed concern, suggesting he and his elder brother could sleep in the main hall while Zhao Gang and his daughter rested on the floor, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded, finding this arrangement quite agreeable. The night was so dark that, even with her father beside her, she felt a sense of unease. It was better for everyone to huddle together. However, Shan Yuan's expression shifted. "Do you not trust me? Are you afraid I might separate you to steal?" Upon hearing this, the Meng brothers felt embarrassed and hastily clarified that was not their intention. After all, he was a monk, and even the monkey knew that worshipping Buddha was filled with goodwill. Given their numbers, it seemed more likely that he would fear they might rob him. With this realization, the Meng brothers fell silent, and Zhao Xiaoxiu lowered her head in guilt. Nevertheless, the Meng brothers proposed to accompany Zhao Gang and his daughter to the guest house, which caused Shan Yuan's smile to falter once more. Before he could express his irritation, Zhao Gang preemptively declined their offer, signaling the little monkey to lead the way as they left the temple. Meng Lao followed them to the entrance, calling out loudly, "Be careful, if anything happens. Shout for us and we'll come." Zhao Xiaoxiu replied, "Understood, Meng Sha," as they watched the father and daughter head to the right side of the temple. The light of the oil lamp grew dimmer, and Meng Lao finally turned to go back. Upon turning, he encountered Shan Yuan, holding the oil lamp. The shadows of the surrounding trees flickered across his face, casting an ominous light, as a cruel glint flashed behind his glasses. Startled, Meng Lao Air's heart raced. When he looked up again, Shan Yuan maintained his previous calm demeanor, assuring him, "Rest assured, the guest house is just next door, less than 50 meters away. You'll reach it by crossing that foreign pine tree." What was a foreign pine? Meng Lao Air suddenly felt dizzy. Shan Yuan sighed softly, stepping forward to close the temple door. When he turned back, Meng Lao Air had collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his hands while shaking his head, attempting to regain his clarity. Shan Yuan stood before him, quietly observing his struggle. In a short while, Meng Lao Air succumbed to unconsciousness, before losing awareness. A single thought consumed him. It's over, the food was drugged. Hearing the commotion outside, Meng Lao Da emerged from the duty room. Upon seeing his brother sprawled on the ground, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he barely managed to utter in shock, "Shan Yuan." His words trailed off as he too collapsed. "Umipa." Shan Yuan pressed his palms together, sorrowfully closing his eyes. "Forgive me." He had not intended to use drugs. However, these individuals held too many principles. With evolved monkeys and vegetables laid bare before them, they had shown no malevolent thought. Had they entertained even a hint of wickedness, he could have dispatched them without a moment's regret. Yet now, he found himself troubled by his conscience. As for the father and daughter, as a father himself, he found it impossible to act against them. He would let the foreign pine outside deal with the situation. Shan Yuan opened a crack in the door to the adjoining room and dragged the unconscious Meng Lao Da and Meng Lao Air inside. In the dim room, the sound of chains clanking echoed, and a dark figure swiftly lunged toward the two. Outside the temple, Zhao Gang and his daughter followed the little monkey. As they walked, the monkey suddenly halted, glancing back at them. With a sudden crash, it shattered the oil lamp in its grasp and fled, with the sole source of light extinguished. The father and daughter were plunged into darkness. Zhao Xiaoxiu was astonished to find that, even in the pitch black, she could see everything around her. Before them stood a towering giant of a mutated pine tree, exceeding 30 meters in height, with a girth of 5 meters. Its crown spreading 17 to 18 meters from east to west and 21 to 22 meters from north to south. On one side were its leaves, while on the other, its needles glistened ominously. Behind them, the sharp blades of grass swayed madly in the drizzle. Beneath their feet, the moist fallen leaves concealed a stark array of bones. Zhao Xiaoxiu gasped, "Daddy, it seems we are doomed." Even as a mere 3-year-old, she could sense the peril they faced. The rain had poured down in the mountains for an entire day. The giant mutated pine, drenched in the downpour, had succumbed to a frenzy, its predatory instincts awakened. At such a moment, the presence of two living humans before was an irresistible invitation for madness. Yet, as Zhao Xiaoxiu trembled in her father's embrace, she perceived a glint of madness in his eyes that seemed even more pronounced. "Daddy is hungry," Zhao Xiaoxiu inquired softly, hoping to fill his stomach. Just as the pine tree's needles stood erect, shimmering like steel, Zhao Gang suddenly asked in a gentle tone. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at the monstrous tree that seemed poised to devour everything, and then turned her gaze to the kind-faced man behind her, swallowing hard. "Daddy, do you want to eat this mutated giant pine?" Zhao Gang nodded, human-like, licking his lips. "All right, I understand you're quite eager." The sensible child aimed not to burden her father. With a compliant hum, Zhao Xiaoxiu prepared to slip from her father's arms. However, the mutated pine suddenly launched its attack. The needles, sharp and glistening, rained down upon the father and daughter like a storm. Simultaneously, the menacing blades of grass behind them whipped through the air, sweeping towards them like a fan. Zhao Xiaoxiu watched helplessly, aware of the imminent danger, yet unable to react swiftly enough. This palpable sense of helplessness brought home the stark reality of her insignificance before the mutated being. As the needles and grass were about to descend upon them, Zhao Gang's body expanded instantaneously, shedding his human form to reveal a grotesque mass of flesh and blood composed of countless crimson tendrils, enveloping his child within. The sharp needles pierced the mass, only to be brushed aside by the writhing appendages. The encroaching grass blades, like a multitude of knives, appeared poised to shred his flesh. Yet, the surface of the bloody mass seemed coated in oil, resilient and supple, causing the sharp blades to slide off ineffectually, rendering the once menacing mutated grass a mere tickle. In stark contrast, the giant mutated pine, upon witnessing the sanguine form, exhibited a tremor of fear. It quivered, retracting its branches and enveloping itself in a massive orb. Two tendrils gently lowered Zhao Xiaoxiu to the ground. The mutated grass, sensing the presence of potential prey, surged towards her in a frenzy. But before they could approach, the tendrils swept around Zhao Xiaoxiu, creating a 5-meter diameter vacuum, clearing away all the mutated grass. Having dealt with the mutated grass, the tendrils poked Zhao Xiaoxiu's belly, signaling her to remain still. She nodded, and they returned to the writhing crimson mass. The already enormous form continued to swell, ultimately engulfing the massive tree orb completely. In Zhao Xiaoxiu's bright eyes reflected the terrifying visage of the colossal blood-red creature, adorned with numerous tendrils that could alter in size at will, swirling beneath its irregularly shaped red body. Hidden within this fleshy form, eyes would occasionally surface, acting as radar to relay information to the core. In the child's gaze, only shades of crimson remained visible. Could it be that this entire mountain could be consumed by its infinitely expanding body? Logically, one would expect Zhao Xiaoxiu to be terrified by such a horrifying sight. Yet, paradoxically, she felt no fear. Rather, her adrenaline surged and her small frame trembled, overwhelmed by a desire for absolute power. She yearned to grow stronger, to possess the same might as this creature. Though it felt as if ages had passed, only 2 minutes had actually elapsed. The massive bloodied form began to shrink, ultimately reassembling into Zhao Gang's familiar figure. The spot where the mutated pine had once stood was now barren, save for a few needles that gently fell upon the bones left behind by those who had perished at its hands. In the eyes of humanity, the giant mutated pine could obliterate a town, but to Zhao Gang, it was merely an appetizer. He smiled at his daughter, appearing quite pleased. Zhao Xiaoxiu inhaled deeply, awkwardly reminding him, "Daddy, you have no clothes on." Zhao Gang looked down, realizing he was indeed bare. A few tendrils extended to cover himself, mindful of his child's tender sensibilities. However, it was not a significant issue, as his backpack contained a spare set of clothing. After all, this was not the first time Zhao Gang had found himself unclothed post-transformation. Zhao Xiaoxiu had long advised her father to carry an extra set of clothes before their ascent up the mountain. Thus, father and daughter gathered their scattered belongings, backpacks, machetes, hatchets, and sturdy sticks. Zhao Gang donned the clothes from his backpack. The two exchanged a sudden, alarming glance. Oh no, the Meng brothers were still at the temple. "Daddy, hurry and save them," Zhao Xiaoxiu cried, leaping onto Zhao Gang's back, urging him on. Zhao Gang was unsure what the urgency was about, but sensing his child's distress, he complied, hoisting her onto his back and racing back towards the temple. With a powerful blow, he shattered the firmly closed temple door. The resounding crash echoed as the heavy door splintered. Shan Yuan, who had been meditating under the Buddha statue, spun around in shock. There stood Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father, who should have been consumed by the mutated pine, completely unscathed. Shan Yuan was astounded. "How are you not unconscious? I administered a potent sedative." "Unconscious?" Zhao Xiaoxiu echoed with bewilderment. Could the bitter taste in the water and food have been the drug? She glanced at her father, who appeared completely unperturbed. Thus, in addition to discovering her night vision, Zhao Xiaoxiu had uncovered another revelation. She was also resistant to toxins. "Daddy, how many surprises are you hiding from me?" A piercing scream erupted from the adjoining room. Their expressions turned serious. Shan Yuan, clearly flustered, seized the opportunity while father and daughter were distracted and attempted to flee. In an instant, the blood-red tendrils shot forth, ensnaring him and yanking him back, slamming him onto the ground. Shan Yuan felt a sharp pain radiate through his back, his spine fracturing, internal organs shifting, and blood gushing from his mouth, leaving him immobilized on the floor. Despite the circumstances, he continued to murmur, "Baby, eat quickly, baby, eat quickly." Zhao Xiaoxiu pounded on the door with her small hands, shouting, Uncle Meng air," in response to her cries. Faint pleas for help echoed from within, accompanied by a furious, inhuman roar. Zhao Xiaoxiu's heart tightened. "Dad, hurry and break down the door." The Meng brothers had never anticipated that they would be delivered to a little ghost as mere food. They had only heard tales of people who, despite knowing their deceased loved ones had transformed into soulless, ferocious monsters that feasted on flesh, still chose to conceal the truth and hide away. The cunning of these monsters lay in their ability to perceive human affection. They would then begin to mimic the sentiments of those humans, deceiving them into becoming their prey or compelling them to seek out living beings for sustenance. If such demands went unmet, the monsters would descend into madness, retaliating fiercely against the humans who had concealed them. The Meng brothers could only be grateful that the concealed ghost was no larger than a 6 or 7-year-old child. Perhaps deeming the two immobile humans as no threat, the little ghost did not immediately sever their throats, but instead began to gnaw at their limbs. Thus, the brothers struggled to awaken from immense pain. The narcotic of benevolence was potent enough to incapacitate a mighty elephant. Weakened and disoriented, the Meng brothers relied solely on their survival instincts and the ghost's whims. They dared not imagine survival. They embraced a sense of vengeance, determined to take the little ghost with them if they were to perish. However, they could hardly fathom that they would still hear Zhao Xiaoxiu's calls. Her tender voice resonated in the darkness of the haunted abode like a celestial melody amidst despair. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as a blood-red tentacle, the size of a bowl, forcefully penetrated the specially crafted metal door. Instantly, light flooded the dark refuge, illuminating the little ghost shackled by chains. Its hair was disheveled, and it wore a blood-soaked dress that had long lost its original color. Its distorted limbs sprawled on the ground like a beast. The sudden intrusion of light stung its crimson eyes, causing it to instinctively shut them. Its mouth widened in a fierce scream, a blend of anger and grievance. The Meng brothers, closest to the source, felt as if their heads were splitting, their eardrums tightening in agony, wishing to slam their heads against the wall to alleviate the torment. Zhao Gang's warm, broad palms swiftly pressed Zhao Xiaoxiu's head into his embrace, shielding her from the piercing wails. In the next moment, the tentacle that could pierce through metal mercilessly plunged into the little ghost's brain, abruptly silencing its screams. Only the clanking sounds of chains echoed as the ghost struggled in its death throes. Outside the temple, the benevolent figure of Shan Yuan was engulfed in profound pain, silently calling out baby, his eyes suddenly widening before his body slumped, lifeless. Zhao Xiaoxiu withdrew from her father's embrace, glancing at the figure on the ground, her brow furrowed, unable to articulate her feelings. This was not her first encounter with the gruesome demise of a person before her eyes. Yet, it was the first time since leaving the base that she witnessed the cruelty of a world controlled by the Shaisai virus. Compared to the outer world, the dilapidated buildings of the base, indeed, represented a sanctuary for survivors. Zhao Xiaoxiu directed her father to dismantle the door and move the seemingly semi-conscious Meng brothers to the duty room. Zhao Gang poured a bucket of cold water over them, causing both to jolt upright. Blood mixed with sweat cascaded down, revealing their injuries. Upon seeing the gaping wounds on Meng Lao's shins, exposing white bone, and the torn flesh on Meng Er's arms, Zhao Xiaoxiu couldn't help but gasp in shock. She quickly instructed Zhao Gang to retrieve the fungi from their bags, and together they applied the fungal threads to the brothers' wounds. The threads effectively staunched the bleeding, quickly adhering to the flesh and forming a thin membrane to temporarily isolate the injuries from exposure to airborne bacteria. However, the supply of threads was insufficient, barely covering the most severe injuries. For the remaining wounds, Zhao Xiaoxiu asked Zhao Gang to cut away the brothers' clothing and hastily bandage them. The arrangements in the duty room were clear. There was nowhere to hide anything. Zhao Xiaoxiu searched high and low for anything that could assist in treating the wounds, but found nothing. He was dead and needed to be burned. Noticing the brothers' color improving slightly and their consciousness returning, Zhao Gang promptly took them outside to dispose of Shan Yuan and the little ghost's remains. Just as the brothers were recovering from their near-death experience, they were forced to work. Meng Er complained while leaning against the wall, "Brother Gang, do you have no humanity left?" Despite his words, he wasted no time rummaging through the kitchen for a lighter and some lamp oil. With his hand injured, he called Zhao Gang to bring the supplies outside. Receiving the items, Zhao Gang replied solemnly, "No, he is not human. How could he possess humanity?" Meng Er, momentarily baffled by Zhao Gang's response, asked, "What do you mean? Hurry up and help me move this firewood." Meng Lao sao det im ba din di. He had injured his leg and was unable to move freely. Meng Er hurried outside. The two brothers, one with a hand injury and the other with a foot injury, were limited in their capabilities. Zhao Gang waved them off, telling them to stay put while he took the firewood and the remains of Shan Yuan and the still struggling little ghost to the open space in the backyard for cremation. The flames soared into the sky, casting a crimson glow over the entire temple. The rain had ceased at some point, leaving the serene mountain with only the crackling sounds of burning firewood. The fierce flames consumed the monk's robe that draped over Shan Yuan's body, revealing a frame riddled with scars. Only a thin layer of flesh covering the bones, emaciated to the extreme. Meng Er furrowed his brow in disbelief, muttering, "Did the monk really cut his own flesh to feed that little ghost?" Meng Lao speculated, recalling the day's events. That little ghost must be his daughter. He is not a monk here. Zhao Xiaoxiu dragged out a backpack larger than herself in the Buddhist hall, rummaging through it until she extracted a wallet. Meng Lao reached out to take it, opening it to find identification cards for a man and a woman, along with a photo of 3 people. In the picture, the man had his arm around the woman, who cradled a chubby, adorable little girl with 2 braids. The family of 3 appeared blissfully happy, and the man's resemblance to Shan Yuan was striking, albeit one looked slightly plumper and rounder while the other had sunken cheeks, appearing much older. They must have been on a trip. It seemed the wife and child had met with misfortune, leaving him behind at the temple, Meng Lao remarked. Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded in agreement, emptying the entire contents of the backpack. Inside were several items of clothing that looked worn yet of good quality, children's toys and snacks, and 2 solar-powered flashlights that had run out of battery. Meng Lao Er's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exchanged glances with Zhao Xiaoxiu. With a shared grin, neither felt fatigue any longer and commenced a thorough search of the temple, while Zhao Gang discreetly extended a slender tendril from the fire where he was incinerating corpses. He disregarded the searing flames and made contact with Shan Yuan's brain. In an instant, a torrent of memories belonging to Shan Yuan flooded in. His entire life, including those long-forgotten fragments of memory, became visible to Zhao Gang. The young boy was born in an obscure northern town, nurtured and encouraged by his parents and family as he grew. At 18, he gained admission to university, pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering. After graduation, he worked at a state-owned enterprise manufacturing agricultural machinery in the provincial capital, eventually rising to the position of chief engineer after a decade of hard work. During this time, he married a girl from the factory, and together they welcomed a child, a beautiful culmination of their love. The birth of their daughter filled their small family with immense joy and a fair share of worries. With his wife's career prospects shining brighter, the husband relinquished opportunities for promotion to stay home. As a novice father, he learned to care for the child from scratch, gradually managing everything from meals to education, hobbies, and crafts. One summer, when their daughter turned 6, the family visited Huangshan to allow her one last taste of freedom before entering primary school. However, a viral outbreak soon ensued, and the mother tragically succumbed to suffocation amidst a chaotic crowd. Father and daughter watched in horror as she struggled against death, transforming into a soulless specter. In despair, they abandoned her and fled. They sought refuge in a deserted temple, where they discovered a small monkey confined by the abbot and rescued it. In the early days of the catastrophe, the monk's vegetable garden provided sustenance for the father and daughter, enabling their survival. Yet, one fateful night, a mutated pine tree unleashed chaos, resulting in the untimely death of the 6-year-old daughter. In his anguish and fury, the man contemplated suicide until the evolved monkey returned with his daughter's battered body. Having already lost his wife, he could not bear to lose his daughter as well, and knowing she would transform into a ghost, he felt a strange sense of relief. Thus, the man, the monkey, and the ghost settled within the temple. The daughter craved flesh, and the father fed her his own. Yet, the little ghost was never satisfied, often nearly breaking free from her confinement. After the initial devastation, survivors finally caught their breath, occasionally venturing into the mountains for food or to hunt mutated flora and fauna. Reluctantly, the father turned to his fellow humans, leveraging his gratitude to entice them into the mountains. To assuage his guilt while committing murder, he would always present them with evolved food, exploiting their greed and malice. This way, he could kill them without remorse, quenching his daughter's insatiable hunger for flesh. The remains, or whatever she could not consume, were discarded beneath the otherworldly pine, which would erase all traces. This routine had never failed in 13 years, until this encounter with someone who still adhered to their moral compass amidst the apocalypse. Zhao Gang absorbed the man's memories before his demise, feeling a profound sense of relief, for the family could finally reunite. However, Zhao Gang could not fathom this self-deceiving notion of reunion. He realized that humanity often attempts to deceive itself, engaging in futile struggles. Nevertheless, the man's memories imparted valuable lessons, such as the proper way to nurture a little girl. He learned that nurturing a young child involved not only ensuring she was well-fed, but also attending to her emotional needs. Stories must be told, beautiful clothes provided, and opportunities for play with peers encouraged, all under the loving care of her father, to foster her growth into a well-rounded individual. Zhao Gang nodded to himself, acknowledging his newfound wisdom. "Daddy!" The excited voice of the little girl called from behind. Zhao Gang turned to see the trio had unearthed all the possessions hidden by Shan Yuan. There were clothes, toys, a bottle of expired candy, a satellite phone, 2 solar-powered flashlights, a packet of sleeping pills, a tent, and various kitchen utensils. These items formed a small mountain behind Zhao Xiaoxiu, yet she showed little interest, clutching a large ceramic jar and cheerfully exclaiming, "Daddy, look, we found so many evolved fruit and vegetable seeds." Meng Laoda immediately asserted that these spoils rightfully belonged to the father and daughter, while he and Lao Er merely desired a solar-powered flashlight. After all, had it not been for Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaoxiu's timely arrival, their own lives would have been forfeit. Prior to this day, Zhao Gang had regarded these supplies with indifference, believing that, without clothing or bedding, he could keep the child warm and comfortable within his own body. He doubted that the candy or vegetable seeds would provide her with significant energy, far less than what his tendrils could offer. However now, with the knowledge gleaned from Shan Yuan's memories, Zhao Gang's perspective shifted. He approached and gently patted his daughter's head, praising her. "Xiaoxiu, you've done remarkably well finding all these evolved seeds." Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in surprise. "Father, are your words sweetened with honey? You're speaking so charmingly, but who would not relish praise?" Her astonished expression gradually softened into a smile, as she humbly remarked, "It's not that impressive. It's mainly thanks to Uncle Meng Er's efforts." Meng Lao Er modestly shook his head, insisting, No. It was Xiao Xiu's keen eyes that spotted the jar tied to the kitchen roof. "I merely climbed a ladder to retrieve it." Zhao Gang selected the sheets, blankets, children's clothing, toys, satellite phone, and 1 solar-powered flashlight from the spoils, placing them into Shan Yuan's large hiking backpack. He then transferred the contents of his own tattered backpack. The jar for the seeds proved too cumbersome, so Zhao Gang found a cloth bag and gestured for Zhao Xiaoxiu to pour the seeds inside, which he then stuffed into the hiking pack, with one hand carrying the bulging backpack and the other holding his delighted daughter's hand. He made his way back to the duty room. It was late, and the little one needed sleep to grow. The Meng brothers gazed at the remaining items, nodding in unison towards the retreating figures of father and daughter, selecting what they could use. Tomorrow, they would descend the mountain with 2 mutated hyenas to carry. And although their injuries were not fatal, they were in poor condition. Thus, despite knowing their mother cherished the intact ceramic pots and utensils, the Meng brothers were obliged to forego them. The brothers each chose a set of clothing to replace their blood-stained rags. They packed another solar-powered flashlight, a tent, and 3 clean sheets. After a moment's hesitation, they also included the packet of sleeping pills and the expired candy. The candy, stored in a glass jar, had expired 10 years prior, but it was likely safe to consume and could still be traded for points. As they observed the fire in the backyard extinguish, the Meng brothers returned to the Buddha Hall, wrapping themselves in the previously unearthed blankets and drifting into a hazy slumber. At dawn, less than 3 hours later, the misty morning enveloped a mountain, following a rain, where all mutated flora and fauna remained dormant, and the only sound was the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Due to the slumbering Meng brothers next door, Zhao Gang did not wrap Zhao Xiaoxiu this time. She lay alone on the single bed in the duty room, surrounded by a barrier made of cotton blankets that Zhao Gang had erected. The tiny creature curled up inside resembled a young beast nestled in its den. Zhao Gang, having spent the entire night awake, remained vigilant, quietly organizing the contents of his backpack at the table. He rummaged through a bag from Shan Yuan and retrieved a colorful hair tie, slyly gesturing toward the child sleeping on the bed, whose hair stood on end like a frizzled mane. After much deliberation, he skillfully gathered the unruly strands atop her head, fashioning them into a small bun. Awakened by the commotion next door, Zhao Xiaoxiu sat up, her small hands repeatedly touching the little bun on her head, her gaze gradually turning vacant. It was peculiar, yet it brought her a hint of joy. The wayward strands that had previously danced across her face and eyes were now neatly contained. Zhao Gang picked up a basket and beckoned for the little one to follow. The father and daughter ventured into the temple's vegetable garden, harvesting a full basket of fresh produce. Part of it was cooked for breakfast, while the rest was intended to be packed in a sack for their return to the base. As she savored the sweet, sticky steamed pumpkin, Zhao Xiaoxiu was pleasantly surprised to discover that her father's culinary skills were unexpectedly impressive. No, to be precise, it seemed he had suddenly mastered the art of cooking. Moreover, overnight, he had learned how to handle the vegetables from the garden and was well acquainted with the collection of evolved fruit and vegetable seeds. While scooping the softest, sweetest part of the pumpkin into his daughter's bowl, Zhao Gang remarked, "Once we return to the base, we can experiment with growing our own vegetables using pots or foam boxes." Meng Laoda looked over in astonishment. "Brother Gang, do you know how to cultivate those evolved fruits and vegetables?" Zhao Gang nodded. The wealth of knowledge he had accumulated over a decade of cultivating evolved produce was now firmly embedded in his mind, as if it were his own memories. When it came to gardening, no one in that room had a better understanding than him. Zhao Gang felt elated, as his daughter particularly enjoyed these foods. Look, she had already devoured 2 large bowls of pumpkin, holding the bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, eagerly shoveling the delicious morsels into her mouth. After finishing their delightful breakfast, it was still only 7 in the morning. Zhao Gang and the Meng brothers tidied up and prepared to descend the mountain. They harvested all the vegetables they could from the garden, yet a significant portion remained unpicked. Upon returning to the base, they would need to recuperate, and given the recent inclement weather, it was unlikely they could return soon. Thus, the remaining vegetables would have to be left behind. Meng Laoda lamented the absence of a hoverboard, wishing he could transport all those precious and delectable evolved vegetables back. Even if he couldn't consume them all, selling them would yield a substantial number of points. Alas, what a pity! Before leaving the temple, Meng Laoda still felt a pang of regret. Reluctant to part with the bounty, Meng Laoda shot a sidelong glance at his brother, reminding him that simply returning alive was fortunate enough, without the need to dwell on such matters. With Meng Laoda severely injured, 2 mutated hyenas were carried by Zhao Gang and Meng Laoda, while Zhao Xiaoxiu walked in the middle, shouldering a machete. Meng Laoda, using a stick as a makeshift crutch, suggested, "How about I carry Xiaoxiu down the mountain? The path is slippery and overgrown with grass. It would be safer." Zhao Xiaoxiu replied earnestly, "Uncle Meng, just take care of yourself. I can manage." Zhao Gang affirmed, "She can handle it." Encouraged by her father's support, Zhao Xiaoxiu pressed on, exerting herself to help clear the obstructive mutated weeds, surprisingly keeping pace with the adults. Occasionally slipping and falling, she would pick herself up, dust off her bottom, and continue forward. Zhao Gang made no move to assist, allowing his daughter to tumble down the slope. Observing her learn from her mistakes, she began to look ahead before taking her next step, a proud expression adorning her face. Meng Laoda, witnessing this, refrained from suggesting carrying her any further. After 30 minutes, the trio passed the viewing platform where they had previously sought shelter from the rain. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoxiu came to an abrupt halt, having spotted the evolved macaque that had appeared in the pavilion, seemingly waiting for them. Its limbs bore traces of ash, indicative of having rummaged through the remnants of the fire at the temple where Shan Yuan and her father had been. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoxiu and the others, the little monkey bared its teeth and emitted a series of shrill cries. The Meng brothers felt a tightening in their chests. Meng Laoda immediately raised his detection gun, aiming at the monkey. Zhao Gang's tendrils shot forth in an instant, the tips blossoming into menacing, gaping mouths ready to devour the evolved macaque. "Father, no." Zhao Xiaoxiu quickly grasped Zhao Gang's blood-red tendril. The once-open maw, poised to consume the monkey, snapped shut, hovering before the screeching creature. The macaque paused, momentarily bewildered, before realizing the formidable power of this human. Its eyes blinked rapidly as it turned to flee, attempting to leap from the pavilion down the cliff. However, as it turned, the tendril shifted accordingly, blocking its path. The monkey, now frightened and panicked, bared its teeth, glancing back anxiously at the humans. It seemed a different creature from the one that had threatened them moments ago. "Father, let it go," Zhao Xiaoxiu implored softly, her brow furrowed. She did not fully comprehend her feelings. Upon hearing the macaque's cries, she sensed its anger and sorrow, yet did not perceive any desire for revenge against them. Upon hearing his daughter's plea, Zhao Gang immediately retracted his tendril. Without obstruction, the macaque leaped down the cliff, swiftly navigating through the branches and vines, vanishing into the forest. Meng Lao slapped his thigh in frustration. That would have been a significant bounty in points. Ouch! He forgot about his injured hand, which sent waves of pain coursing through him, causing him to wail for a while. Meng Lao, unable to bear the sight, wondered how his brother could be so oblivious to his own condition. He cast another glance at Zhao Xiaoxiu, understanding her reluctance to harm the small creature. Yet, Zhao Xiaoxiu was not merely hesitant. She felt a profound connection to the evolved macaque. Looking into its eyes, she could sense its emotions. To harm it would feel akin to attacking a child still innocent of the world's complexities of good and evil. Zhao Gang remained indifferent. As long as his daughter was safe, everything else could be discussed later. Nodding subtly at the Meng brothers, the trio continued their descent. After just one night, the path down the mountain was now overgrown with mutated weeds. Zhao Xiaoxiu tirelessly cleared the vegetation, her arms nearly giving out before finally catching sight of the main road. The once pristine roadway was now blanketed with fallen leaves and plant roots. However, these roots were short-lived. Vehicles passing through would mercilessly crush them, and under the blazing sun, they would become brittle and disintegrate. The base would periodically dispatch personnel to maintain the roads, ensuring smooth passage for vehicles. And every hunting team on a mission bore the responsibility of clearing the pathways. All the survivors have grown accustomed to battling mutated plants for their very existence. The van driver did not arrive today. Zhao Xiaoxiu and her companions could only make their way to the base while hoping for luck, to perhaps encounter a hunting team's vehicle for a lift. Meng Lao fashioned 3 torches, giving the 2 larger ones to himself and Zhao Gang, while the smaller one was handed to Zhao Xiaoxiu. The flames served to repel the rampant roots of the mutated plants along their path, preventing them from becoming ensnared. The trio, accompanied by the young girl, advanced at a steady pace toward the base. The fruits of Zhao Xiaoxiu's month-long training were on full display today. The little girl not only possessed endurance that far exceeded her peers, but her determination was equally remarkable. Descending from the mountain, she had walked the entire way unaided, never once complaining of fatigue. Though her small face bore the marks of exhaustion, and her gaze reflected a numbing weariness toward the seemingly endless road ahead, she never once mentioned needing to be carried. It was not that she did not wish for assistance, but witnessing the adults, injured yet shouldering hefty backpacks and struggling under the weight of 2 heavy hyenas, she felt it prudent not to add to their burdens. Just as Zhao Xiaoxiu was quietly fantasizing about how splendid it would be if her family owned a car, fortune smiled upon them. A modified Wuling Hongguang van roared toward them, its tires ruthlessly crushing the roots of the mutated plants, sending debris flying. With a sudden screech, the van came to an abrupt halt before Zhao Xiaoxiu and her companions. "Get in," called the driver. Zhao Xiaoxiu's previously dulled eyes began to sparkle with life as she exclaimed, "Wuling Hongguang, you are my savior." The group climbed aboard, and the driver executed a swift drift, flooring the accelerator as the silver van shot forth like a bolt of lightning across the mountainous terrain. Inside, Zhao Gang and his companions hastily fastened their seatbelts to avoid being thrown about. The driver chattered on, I'm just too kind. I figured if you were still alive, you'd be making your way down the mountain now that the rain has stopped. I thought I'd come take a look. And lo and behold, I found you lot. How about that? Quite a score, isn't it?" He glanced through the rearview mirror at the bulging sack in the back. The sack was filled with fresh fruits and vegetables, their aroma barely discernible in the fresh mountain air, but utterly tantalizing in the confined space of the vehicle. Meng Lao, in pain from his legs, managed a strained smile and reassured, "Don't worry, we won't forget you." The driver, showing a commendable spirit, received Meng Lao's rare silence with satisfaction. Upon reaching the base, Meng Lao even shared a string of evolved tomatoes with the driver. "What should we call you?" Meng Lao inquired. "Just call me Lao B." The driver chuckled after placing a large pumpkin and the tomatoes into the van. "Come on. I'm not one to take advantage of others. I'll take you to the hospital." The Meng brothers were elated, especially Meng Lao, who repeatedly called him Bigu, enjoying the straightforwardness of the man. The van first halted in front of the biological company's office building, where Zhao Gang and his daughter took the hyenas to submit their task, after which the van continued to transport the injured Meng brothers to the base hospital. The headquarters of the biological company lay in the core area of the base, separated from the dilapidated buildings by a high wall. On the other side, the landscape was filled with crumbling structures and chaotic crowds. In contrast, the core area boasted new buildings, clean and spacious roads, and well-maintained infrastructure such as streetlights and trash bins, resembling a small town from the pre-apocalyptic era. Vehicles came and went. Soldiers returning from missions could enjoy warm showers and a variety of food. Passers-by on the streets were dressed neatly and cleanly. A mother led her child into a convenience store to purchase a cream cake priced at 200 points. Beside the sports equipment and the flower bed, several elderly men and women appeared to be in their 60s, using speakers to play music for a choreographed square dance. This area contained kindergartens and schools where children could learn various subjects under the guidance of their teachers. In the central greenbelt, non-aggressive mutated daisies bloomed vibrantly, their large orange-yellow petals releasing a captivating fragrance. This scent was the bane of mutated mosquitoes, effectively repelling them. Inside the office, a staff member coldly calculated the points for the two mutated hyenas, informing the father and daughter, 2 hyenas are sufficient. There's no need to bring more live ones. Zhao Gang responded with a simple "oh." He, burdened by a hefty hiking backpack in one hand and a stick in the other, while carrying a sack full of fruits and vegetables, gestured for Zhao Xiaoxiu, who was sitting on the steps of the office building, to catch up. After what felt like a brief respite, Zhao Xiaoxiu sighed, mustering her little legs to keep pace with her father. The father and daughter departed from the dreamlike town, returning to the dilapidated buildings. Their haul was bountiful, accumulating 500 points, a sack of fresh fruits and vegetables, a solar-powered flashlight, a satellite phone, and a bag of evolved seeds. There was a charging station next to the small shop downstairs. Following his daughter's suggestion, Zhao Gang sold half of the perishable evolved tomatoes and cabbages, earning 300 points and a month's supply of nutrient solution. He spent 20 points to charge the satellite phone, discovering that it was fully functional. They decided against purchasing a SIM card due to their limited points. Upon returning home with the charged satellite phone, they found the flashlight, which had been left in the sun by the window, had also gained some power. Zhao Xiaoxiu pressed the switch, and the dim room was instantly illuminated. The two exchanged delighted glances, sharing in the joy of the moment. Zhao Xiaoxiu directed her father to replace their old bedding with the new ones brought back from the temple. After washing their hands and feet, she donned the small Baomali toy necklace from the temple and happily rolled around on the new bed. In the evening, the Meng brothers returned from the hospital, their injuries having healed considerably thanks to the medical devices. After hastily finishing their dinner, they swiftly called upon Zhao Gang and his daughter to venture to the outskirts of the core area to seek out Meng Laoti's friend. The factory vacancies attracted many, and there was no time to waste. On the way to seek help from acquaintances, Meng Laoti suddenly recalled the mention of an unusual pine by Shan Yuan the previous night. Yezi, what made you think to return and save us so suddenly? Did you see any unusual pines? Zhao Xiaoxiu, nestled in Zhao Gang's arms, felt a jolt at the mention. She had seen it, yes. The unusual pine that was swallowed whole by her biological father. But such information was not to be spoken aloud. Zhao Xiaoxiu frantically signaled to Zhao Gang, who looked back at her in confusion. What pine? What kind of unusual pine? Meng Laoti explained, I just heard that monk mention it. He didn't know what it was either. Zhao Gang replied, I don't know. I've never seen it. Meng Laota patted his younger brother and whispered, what are you talking about? Meng Laoti shook his head, dismissing it as nothing, merely a casual inquiry that had crossed his mind. After all, last night, Lao Deng from Shan Yuan unexpectedly revealed that he had drugged everyone. Although he and his brother were still trapped in the haunted house at that moment, they distinctly heard Shan Yuan exclaim in astonishment, why haven't you fainted? Such a potent drug. Yet Gongzi Gu and Xiao Xiu appeared completely unaffected. Meng Lao Air found himself increasingly perplexed. However, his confusion was short-lived, as his thoughts quickly shifted to the matter of securing a stable job at the factory. Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father finally met Meng Lao Air's well-connected friend. Shun Ke, 26 years old, is a member of the Qing He hunting team and serves as the captain of a 5-member squad. After consuming an evolution potion, she gained the remarkable ability to converse with sparrows and possesses exceptional scouting skills. Her mother is distantly related to Meng Apa, making Meng's brothers her junior relatives. Despite their close ages, they address each other by name and seldom meet. Nevertheless, Shun Ke's mother is quite fond of Meng Apo's niece, and takes a keen interest in her two sons. Upon hearing her daughter mention job openings at the factory base, she swiftly relayed the information to Meng A-Pe, urging her sons to prepare. The price negotiated by Shun Ke with the factory's deputy director was 500 points per person. For others lacking connections, securing even half a spot would cost 1,000 points. Shun Ke led them to a secluded corner, her gaze lingering on Zhao Gang, who was cradling a child. For a couple of seconds, she shot a steely glance at Meng's brothers, clearly on the verge of anger. Suppressing her irritation, she spoke in a low voice. The deputy director's daughter owes me a favor and promised me a spot. Several of my severely injured brothers have asked about it, and I have remained tight-lipped. She then gestured towards Zhao Gang and his daughter, indicating that Meng's brothers should explain why outsiders were present. Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father exchanged awkward glances. Meng's brothers were equally startled. Their mother had only mentioned that securing 500 points would grant entry into the factory, without specifying that only one person could enter. However, now that they were here, Meng Lauda offered Zhao Gang a reassuring look, hoping to have a word with Shun Quebec. You can speak here, Shun Ke replied. Meng Lauda, 28 years old, was 2 years older than Shun Quebec. Yet, whether it was due to Shun Ke's commanding presence or the pressure of seniority, he felt diminished in her presence. Auntie Meng Lauda began, only to be met with a fierce glare from Shun Ke, who insisted, "Do not call me aunt." This area was where her team members resided, and if they discovered she had such young nephews, they would tease her endlessly. Fearing eavesdroppers, Shun Ke whistled a distinctive short and sharp tune. Soon, an inconspicuous gray, mutated sparrow flew over, circling above to keep watch. Once she confirmed there were no listeners, Shun Ke took a deep breath and said, "I understand what you both wish to convey, but there's only one spot available. I will give you 2 minutes to discuss among yourselves." Meng Lao Air smiled awkwardly. "Can't we add one more? Ganzi is a good person." Shun Ke's sharp gaze swept over the father and daughter. Zhao Xiaoxiu offered a polite smile, her cheeks rosy from her father's care, appearing remarkably tender and endearing, with her round eyes sparkling in an innocent grin that softened hearts. Shun Ke, accustomed to dealing with unruly children or indifferent disabled youths, had never encountered someone like Zhao Xiaoxiu, whose smile could melt hearts. She coughed lightly, reminding herself not to allow her compassion to lead her into further trouble. As she leaned against the wall, patiently awaiting their decision, Meng Lao Air took a couple of steps closer and whispered, "Shun Ke, Xiaoxiu's mother passed away at her birth, and they depend on each other. If they don't secure this job at the factory, Gangzi will have to leave the base for missions, and if something unfortunate occurs, Xiaoxiu could end up an orphan." Shun Ke shot a piercing glare at Meng Lao Air. "Are you trying to guilt-trip me? There were plenty of orphans in the base, and she couldn't be responsible for every one of them." Meng Lao Air didn't expect that a few words of pity would sway Shun Quebec. He gestured for his brother to bring over the burlap sack they had carried, and under Shun Ke's watchful gaze, he cautiously opened a flap. Pointing at the sack, he urged her to see its contents. Shun Ke initially dismissed it, but as the fresh aroma of vegetables wafted through the air, her posture straightened. Looking down, she saw 2 fresh cabbages and a handful of tomatoes lying quietly in the sack. The cabbages were oddly colored, vibrant, and varied, while the tomatoes grew in clusters reminiscent of grape-like shapes. The scent was undeniably that of cabbage and tomatoes, a fragrance she hadn't encountered since before she turned 13. Excitedly, Shun Ke reached for the sack, and Meng Lao Air promptly thrust the entire burlap bag into her hands, grinning as he whispered in her ear, "Do you know why I strongly recommended Gangzi? Because these fresh evolved vegetables were all sourced by him, and if you want more in the future, he can bring them back. He can cultivate evolved produce." Meng Lao Air patted Shun Ke's shoulder, bearing an expression that said, "I've said my piece. The rest is up to you." Shun Ke caressed the vegetables in the sack, her cravings intensifying. Yet, she fought to suppress them. "Zhao Gang, right?" Shun Ke nodded towards the father and daughter. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a surge of joy and urged her father to quickly transfer the points to Shun Quebec. When it came to social niceties, Zhao Xiaoxiu dared not rely on her father. Upon seeing Shun Ke accept the points and say, "I will give it a try, though I cannot guarantee anything, so do not hold high expectations," Zhao Xiaoxiu expressed her gratitude. "I am sorry for the trouble, beautiful sister. If my father's situation proves too burdensome for you, we can continue with our missions outside the base." She nodded earnestly, emphasizing really. Shenke seriously suspected that if she failed to secure this for the little girl, that cherubic face would be filled with disappointment. Imagining the sight of the small child quietly sobbing in a corner filled her with irritation. She ruffled her short hair in annoyance and muttered, "This is truly ridiculous." "Just wait," she said. Hoisting the sack of vegetables, Shenke waved goodbye, eager to leave. Tonight, she would indulge in a late-night snack of Cuckoo's exquisite tomato and cabbage salad. In the days that followed, Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father waited less than 3 days for results. One evening, Meng's brothers led Zhao Gang and his daughter to the recycling station. Freshly returned to the base, Shenke approached them, covered in dirt and blood. She gulped down a large glass of cool water handed to her by Meng Ape and promptly produced 2 chip badges, handing them over. "Insert these chips into your points cards and report to the floating factory tomorrow morning." With that, she turned and left. Meng Ape extended an invitation for dinner, but she dismissed it with a wave of her hand without looking back. However, such a significant gesture of goodwill could not go unreciprocated. Thus, she resolved to speak directly to her cousin, Shenke's mother. The chip identification card was no larger than a thumbnail, inscribed with the names Zhao Gang and Meng Lao heir Meng Xiao. Meng Lao Da's full name was Meng Xia, and the brothers' names were clearly derived from the seasons in which they were born. The Meng family had long since conspired, with Meng Lao Da's steady demeanor. He was entrusted with external tasks, leaving the factory work to Meng Lao heir, who had not even completed middle school and whose rebellious phase seemed to stretch indefinitely. This arrangement spared Meng Ape from worrying daily about his potential mischief outside. Meng Lao heir inserted the chip card into the points card, feeling a rush of happiness. Even though a thrilling life in the hunting team seemed out of reach, the factory offered good benefits, and once he made a name for himself there, he could arrange for his elder brother to join him. In contrast to Zhao Gang's calm expression, Zhao Xiaoxiu's joy was palpable. Clutching her father's points card, she repeatedly gazed at the small chip engraved with Zhao Gang's name, as if through those characters she could glimpse a bright future. The little one's smile was infectious, and her sparkling eyes radiated delight. Meng Ape noticed that after a month of not seeing her, the little girl had plumped up considerably. When she smiled, she resembled a chubby doll from a traditional painting, a sight that warmed the heart, prompting Meng Ape to embrace Zhao Xiaoxiu and bounce her affectionately for a while. The Meng brothers spent the past few days primarily recuperating while lending a hand to their mother. Zhao Gang made arrangements with the two to head to the factory together the following morning, taking Zhao Xiaoxiu home from Meng Ape's embrace. As Meng Ape felt the emptiness in her arms, a piece of her heart felt equally hollow. She glanced back at her 2 sons. If following the typical age for marriage and childbearing, the eldest should have already wed and given her a plump granddaughter. Yet in these times, having children was fraught with challenges, and wishing for a healthy child like Xiaoxiu felt like a luxury. Sighing deeply, Meng Ape lamented the hardships of bringing children into this world, her heart aching at the thought. However, watching the retreating figures of Zhao Gang and his daughter brought her a modicum of solace. Now that Zhao Gang had secured a job in the factory, Xiaoxiu's future would surely improve. On their way home, Zhao Gang, who had maintained a steady demeanor, murmured. Meng Xia said that outstanding employees in the factory have the opportunity to earn contribution points. Once accumulated, these points can be used to rent or purchase a home in the core area, allowing you to attend kindergarten. Zhao Xiaoxiu immediately turned to Zhao Gang, her eyes wide with excitement as she asked, "Can I go to kindergarten?" Zhao Gang, momentarily dazzled by the joy radiating from her, nodded with a smile. "Yes, after kindergarten. You can even attend elementary school, just like the other children in the core area." Initially, Zhao Xiaoxiu had feared that life within the base would become monotonous. Yet, her spirits soared at this revelation, and she exclaimed, "Daddy, you are amazing." Zhao Gang scratched the back of his head, grinning broadly, his smile stretching to its fullest. A passerby who glanced their way was momentarily taken aback by their exaggerated expressions. Zhao Xiaoxiu, oblivious to the stranger's gaze, stretched her little hands to widen her own smile, mimicking her father and giggling heartily. Later that evening, Zhao Gang prepared half a tentacle for Zhao Xiaoxiu, accompanied by a generous bowl of pumpkin and half a bowl of shredded tomato and cabbage salad, which she devoured eagerly. Fortunately, Meng Ape was not present. Had she witnessed Zhao Xiaoxiu's ravenous appetite, she would have been astounded. Each time Zhao Xiaoxiu consumed her father's tentacle, she quickly grew drowsy. And this occasion was no exception. Drowsily, she let Zhao Gang wash her face and feet, then climbed into bed, clutching her beloved baby, pulling up a corner of the blanket over her stomach and closing her eyes. Yet, sleep eluded her. The mere thought of the following day's events filled her with uncontainable excitement. "Daddy, where's the phone?" she mumbled sleepily, rolling over to face outward. Having finished tidying up, Zhao Gang collected the dried clothes from the corridor and closed the door, first folding the garments before retrieving the satellite phone to bring to the bedside. Zhao Xiaoxiu shifted further into the bed, her eyes sparkling as she patted the empty space beside her, inviting her father to lie down with her. Without hesitation, Zhao Gang hopped onto the bed, causing it to sag slightly, nearly bouncing Zhao Xiaoxiu up. They both paused, gazing at each other in surprise, and then burst into laughter. After they had laughed enough, Zhao Xiaoxiu powered on the phone, illuminating the screen. The wallpaper was unremarkable, as were the basic functional applications. She selected music, revealing over 40 cache songs, all once popular tunes. Choosing one at random, gentle melodies filled the small room. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at her father, who remained unaffected by the enchanting music. "Never mind, I'll enjoy it myself." As she listened to the soft music, sleep felt even more elusive. The phone, a symbol of modern technological civilization, made her realize for the first time that she truly lived in a post-apocalyptic world. With no games installed, she opened the flashlight application out of boredom, casting a beam onto the ceiling, where her outstretched palm appeared as a large shadow. "Daddy, look at me," Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed, one hand holding the phone while the other created various shadow puppets under the light. Zhao Gang followed her hand movements, observing the shifting shapes of small animals on the ceiling. The little one beside him was thoroughly entertained, occasionally bursting into laughter. However, amidst the giggles, silence suddenly fell. As the shadow of a small dog twisted unexpectedly, the phone slipped from her grasp, heading straight for her chubby little face. Just in time, a tentacle swooped in to catch the phone, gently placing it beside her pillow. Before completely losing consciousness, Zhao Xiaoxiu thought to herself, "Tomorrow is the first. I can collect the relief nutritional solution." As the night deepened, the outside world fell silent, with only the occasional sweep of the patrol lighthouse breaking the stillness. Rain began to fall once more, the wind seeping through the cracks of the door and windows, while the coughing sounds of those awakened by the chill reverberated within the dilapidated building. Those in deep slumber remained oblivious to the tempest brewing above the ruins, where thunder and lightning danced among the clouds, a colossal vortex forming, expanding, and taking shape. 026 The arrival, the sound of a blaring alarm jolted the slumbering Zhao Xiaoxiu awake. Since relocating to the Hope Base, the inhabitants had never encountered such a piercing and urgent alert. Level A alarm. All residents within the building are to take food and water and evacuate the base in an orderly manner with the guidance of the building manager and security team. Repeat. Level A alarm. All residents within the building are to take food and water and evacuate the base in an orderly manner with the guidance of the building manager and security team. Latest announcement. Alarm upgraded. All residents within the base are to take food and water and evacuate within 3 hours. The alarm has escalated. The alarm has now reached level S. Before anyone could fully process the evacuation message of the level A alarm, it was immediately elevated to level S. The Hope Base, deep in the night, resembled water reaching a boiling point, erupting into chaos. The hurried footsteps, the chaotic shouts, and the heart-wrenching warnings blaring from the loudspeakers converged in the air, culminating in a thunderous roar as the defensive cannon atop the base tower unleashed its fire. Zhao Xiaoxiu was momentarily stunned by the deafening explosion, her eardrums throbbing with pain. In an instant, she was enveloped within the form of Zhao Gang, who had transformed into a mass of fleshly tendrils, shielding her from the onslaught of cannon fire. The relentless explosions persisted for a full 5 minutes before finally subsiding. At that moment, all the lights within the base flickered on, and the sharp whistle of the floor manager and guards pierced through the dilapidated building. The residents, momentarily stunned by the barrage, finally grasped the urgency of their situation. They had to escape. Bang! 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 Meng Laoda pounded on the door of Zhao Xiaoxiu's home, calling out, "Gongzi! Gongzi!" Zhao Gang extricated Zhao Xiaoxiu from his form, swiftly reverting to human shape. As he extended countless tendrils to sweep across the room, he shouted towards the door, "You all go first." Hearing the commotion inside, the Meng family breathed a sigh of relief. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Besides, the two brothers had their elderly mother to care for. Knowing Zhao Gang's evolutionary abilities were formidable and that they needn't worry about him, the brothers quickly assisted their mother down the stairs. Zhao Xiaoxiu, encased in tendrils, finally regained her composure. She leapt from her bed, hastily donned her shoes, and wrapped the small abebe in her clothes. Observing the tendrils flitting about the room, stuffing supplies into a climbing backpack, she urged, "Father, once we are outside, please do not reveal your second tendril unless absolutely necessary." Zhao Gang nodded, acknowledging her words. He packed all the nutrient solutions, filled every empty bottle with potable water, and did not forget the satellite phone and flashlight. He also included Zhao Xiaoxiu's clothes along with half a pumpkin and 2 bunches of tomatoes. The climbing backpack was stuffed to the brim. Thanks to the simultaneous actions of a dozen tendrils, the entire process was completed in under half a minute. Zhao Gang strapped the backpack onto his back, secured the machete, cradled his young one, and burst through the door. The staircase on the 5th floor was already congested with a throng of people. Some, eager to escape the crumbling building, were sliding down ropes from the balconies. Many evolved individuals showcased their abilities. Some defied gravity like geckos, racing along the walls, while others, with hands akin to monkeys, clung tightly to various wires and ropes, bounding down from several stories high to the ground. Others eschewed the stairs altogether, dangling from the ceiling like bats, traversing the spacious ceiling without a hint of congestion. The freight elevators within the crumbling structure were all activated, as the less mobile individuals were guided by the guards to descend. What appeared chaotic was, in fact, orderly. Above, the whirring of helicopter rotors reverberated through the air. The wind stirred up dust, and Zhao Xiaoxiu squinted upwards, gazing at the scene. The base's evolutionary soldiers swiftly transported stored supplies onto the aircraft. Laden with resources, the planes, under the protection of the base's jammers, evaded the mutated birds circling above and departed the base. For the survivors within the base, fleeing was not an unfamiliar experience. Humanity had faced numerous battles and races against mutated flora and fauna long before this moment. Evacuations were often conducted to allow the base's forces to fight with greater freedom. If successful, they could return. If they failed, they could preserve their lives, and the base could be rebuilt. This was Zhao Xiaoxiu's first encounter with such an urgent evacuation, and she had never witnessed a scene like this before. A storm gathered above the base, as if a colossal hand from beyond the heavens had torn a rift in the sky. Lightning flickered within the fissure, morphing into an intensely powerful vortex that continuously consumed the surrounding clouds. The darkness concealed everything until beams of searchlights illuminated the area, revealing a massive black whale suspended at the center of the vortex. This behemoth, entirely ebony, spanned the diameter of the city. It was unfathomable to consider the catastrophic impact should it succumb to the vortex's pull and plummet. The cannon fire had ceased for after the first wave of attacks. The base forces discovered that their artillery could not reach the whale. It was not a matter of distance. Rather, invisible spatial vortices surrounded the creature. These vortices resembled the storm clouds swirling above the whale, and no one understood how they formed, why they descended precisely upon the base, or how a creature meant to roam the deep sea was now suspended in the air. Suddenly, the fleeing individuals heard a sound resembling the wail of a human infant echoing in the vast, dark, enclosed space. The ethereal cry carried an unspeakable terror that pierced the soul. Everyone seemed to be pressed by an unseen pause button, inexplicably halting in their tracks, gazing up at the wail that emitted its haunting cries, their eyes gradually reflecting a frenzy of colors. The Shesai virus was at play. Zhao Xiaoxiu, cradled in Zhao Gang's arms, remained unaffected. She gazed in astonishment at the whale's unceasing wails, softly murmuring, "It is afraid, very anxious, and also quite angry." It seemed to cry out in confusion, longing for a response from its kin. The stones on the ground began to tremble, and the vibrations grew more intense, as if something were attempting to break free from the earth below. Strange rustling sounds emanated from the forest beyond the quarantine zone. The whale's call resonated, triggering a response. The dormant, mutated flora and fauna were drawn forth by the summons. The strong tremors jolted the bewildered individuals awake, and the virus immunity serum administered upon entering the base proved effective at a critical moment, pulling those on the verge of madness back to clarity. The announcer's frantic voice rang out. The base self-destruct sequence is about to initiate. Ordinary individuals, please evacuate immediately. They would not allow these mutated beings to deride the once dominant rulers of the planet. Run! Hurry! The crowd surged forth from the base's electric defense walls, and every operable vehicle roared to life in an instant. Initially, people believed this evacuation was no different from previous ones until they beheld the whale hovering in the sky. They had seen flying fish before, but never a colossal deep-sea whale transported to the ruins of the city by a vortex with spatial capabilities. This power surpassed humanity's prior understanding of this disaster-ridden world. An unknown terror swiftly spread through the hearts of the people, igniting their will to survive to its utmost limits, stripping humanity of all restraint. On the top floor of the biological company, after arranging for everyone to handle the evacuation of the entire base, Yang Mei remained alone in the empty office, gazing through the reinforced blast-proof glass at the whale suspended in the storm's vortex, her soul trembling with excitement. Spatial teleportation. This was undoubtedly one of the most significant discoveries in the history of human research. Yet at this moment, she had to issue the command for destruction. The secrets of the deep sea could not be unveiled. She murmured to herself, how could such precise teleportation be achieved? Was it due to that object sent from headquarters? She still does not know the true nature of the contents within that vial. Is it a liquid, a solid, or some form of gas? However, one thing Yang Mei is certain of is that it is alive, and the key to humanity's triumph over the Shaisai virus lies within. She gazes down at the survivors hastily evacuating below, hoping that the items sent from headquarters can successfully depart the base. She cannot afford to perish alongside this mutated behemoth. Yang Mei exhales deeply, rubs her temples, and steels herself. Moments later, she secures the zipper of her protective suit and turns to enter the elevator, descending to the underground level where she activates the self-destruct mechanism. The timer on the control panel immediately begins to count down. Yang Mei retrieves the controller and returns to the top floor, quietly standing by the window to observe the colossal creature in the sky. She cannot leave yet, for her mission, assigned by the base, is to ensure the self-destruct sequence proceeds smoothly. And it is imperative to obliterate the behemoth along with all the mutated flora and fauna that have converged here. Zhao Gang, cradling Zhao Xiaoxiu, is swept along by the panicking crowd as they rush out of the defensive perimeter. The evacuation vehicles provided by the base are woefully insufficient, leading people to resort to violence in their struggle for space. The base's forces have more critical matters to attend to and can only spare a small contingent to maintain order and facilitate the evacuation of survivors. The shantytown, housing over 100,000 people, erupts into chaos first. They collectively assault the driver, seizing the vehicle and fleeing. Once this initial act of desperation occurred, the drivers possessing transportation fell into a state of panic. While some had previously complied with the base's arrangements and were willing to help other survivors, now, faced with the frenzy of the shantytown's inhabitants, no one dared to assist others. Pressing the accelerator to the floor, they prioritized their own escape. Children first. On a passenger truck, a soldier forcefully kicks a man from the shantytown, who had attempted to exploit the situation, off the vehicle while brandishing his weapon and shouting at the other survivors clamoring to board. One shantytown survivor stealthily climbs over the truck's railing, drawing a knife to stab the soldier. Unexpectedly, the soldier reacts swiftly, turning and shooting him dead without a moment's hesitation, discarding the body from the vehicle. The temporarily assembled members of the Qing hunting team strive to maintain order, pulling children hoisted by their parents onto the truck's cargo area. The mutated sparrow perched on Shun Kei's shoulder chirps twice, prompting her to direct her powerful flashlight towards the center of the crowd. Shouweng, Shun Kei calls out. Zhao Gang, who had been eyeing a motorcycle beneath another person, turns at the sound. Their eyes meet across a distance of over 20 meters. Come here. Hurry. Shun Kei anxiously beckons to the father and daughter. Zhao Gang hesitates briefly between the base's truck and the motorcycle. He decisively strides towards the truck. He moves like a wall of iron, advancing straight towards the vehicle, repelling those who collide with him, who turn back in astonishment. As he approaches within 10 meters of the truck, he extends his left hand and a blood-red tendril shoots forth, slamming against the truck's railing. The tendril wraps around the railing, pulling Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaoxiu as they leap over the crowd, landing securely in the truck's cargo area. Shun Ke and the soldier stare at Zhao Gang in shock, exclaiming in unison, "Are you an evolved being?" Zhao Gang affirms with a nod. Finding a space to crouch down with his daughter, Zhao Xiaoxiu peeks out from her abebe, softly calling. Sister Shun Ke manages a reassuring nod towards her, continuing to lead her 4 team members in maintaining order. Soon, the truck's cargo area is filled with children and survivors. The soldier referred to as Mo waves his hand, and the truck speeds away from the base. There are 3 possible routes for retreat. Zhao Xiaoxiu recognizes the familiar forest scenery, the direction they had previously taken to Yishan. No one knows the ultimate destination of the truck. They merely wish to distance themselves from the base, further and further, to escape the blast radius. More vehicles follow in the wake of the truck, as mutated creatures in the forest rush towards the base. The group encounters minimal peril along the way. Occasionally, a few frenzied mutated trees cause a ruckus, but they are swiftly repelled by overwhelming firepower. Vehicles laden with survivors race down the highway. After 3 hours of continuous travel, they're forced to halt due to a blockage caused by halted vehicles ahead. Mo gestures for Shun Ke and the others to maintain vigilance as he disembarks to join other evacuation leaders. They possess satellite phones, enabling constant communication. After about 5 minutes, Mo returns to the truck and informs everyone. The road ahead is blocked by a landslide. I need a few people to accompany me to clear the way. Shun Ke immediately responds, "We need a rest." After a night of retreat, she and her team have been tirelessly maintaining order and are utterly exhausted. Mo expresses understanding and agrees to allow them to remain in the vehicle to rest. His gaze naturally shifts to the adults, who all instinctively avoid his eyes. Only Zhao Gang raises his head, looking towards the east. Mo unconsciously follows his gaze, and just as he lifts his eyelids, a series of violent explosions erupt from the east. An orange-red mushroom cloud ascends into the sky, casting a glow across the entire horizon. That is the location of Hope Base. Everyone stands, their expressions grave as they watch the mushroom cloud. The colossal whale has fallen, taking the entire Hope Base with it. Vanishing completely. Home is lost. All previous efforts and beautiful aspirations dissolve into nothingness. Zhao Xiaoxiu instinctively clutches the fabric of Zhao Gang's shirt, thinking that as long as they are alive, home will always exist. It is merely a new beginning. There is nothing to fear. Morning breaks in the small town. Captain Mo and the others receive the latest directives from above. With Hope Base gone, the higher-ups instruct them to expedite their journey to the central Taiyuan base for regrouping. The landslide has obstructed the road, and as everyone grapples with the loss of Hope Base, they must quickly re-engage in road repair efforts. When Captain Mo previously asked for volunteers, no one spoke up. Now he points directly at individuals. Those who refuse will be thrown off the truck. The distance from Hope Base to central Taiyuan base is 1,000 kilometers. At the current pace, assuming a smooth journey, it will take 4 to 5 days by vehicle. If they rely on foot, they will likely become fodder for mutated creatures long before they reach their destination. The current troops are nothing like those before the disaster. They fight with real weapons, and no one is bound by moral constraints. Thus, those who had initially hoped to hide on the truck jump down, grabbing their weapons and tools to join the road repair team ahead. Zhao Gang is no exception. Shun Ke offers to watch the child, but Zhao Gang does not trust her, leaving only his climbing pack behind as he takes the rope and carries his child along. After a night of fleeing, everyone is forced awake from their dreams. After a night of upheaval, their energy is nearly depleted. The adults are utterly fatigued, not to mention the children. Zhao Xiaoxiu had wanted to help her father, but before she knew it, she had fallen asleep on his back. Zhao Gang deliberately slows his movements to ensure his little one can sleep comfortably. In a rather lackadaisical manner, he approached his tasks, exerting effort only when called upon, while otherwise idly engaging in the company of others. However, once his tentacle-like abilities were revealed, he garnered considerable attention. The evolved individuals were still in the nascent stages of their transformations, with most grappling to comprehend their newfound capabilities. Suddenly, he caught sight of Zhao Gang wielding his blood-red tentacles, capable of shattering large boulders with a mere flick, nearly causing his jaw to drop in astonishment. Leading the group was a powerful evolution officer, surnamed Wei. Witnessing Zhao Gang's formidable blood appendages, he was struck with both shock and profound curiosity. It is often said that the uninitiated are drawn to the spectacle, while the knowledgeable discern the underlying intricacies. Those around did not perceive anything amiss about Zhao Gang's blood tentacles. Rather, they envied his remarkable prowess. Yet, Wei Junzhong understood that the evolution serums currently developed by the biological corporation primarily focused on enhancement. If one possessed a natural affinity prior to consumption, it was highly likely that this advantage would be exponentially amplified post-ingestion. Zhao Gang's blood tentacles, however, appeared to fundamentally alter human biological structure, a phenomenon he had never witnessed before. Could it be a novel evolutionary pathway that even the researchers had yet to uncover? Wei Junzhong could not help but steal a few more glances at Zhao Gang. The man was tall and robust, sporting a buzz cut with a clean-shaven face. His chiseled features exuded an air of coldness when devoid of expression, making him seem somewhat unapproachable. His right hand transformed into a blood tentacle, clearing debris, while his left arm wrapped protectively around a small bundle on his back. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not merely a bundle, but rather a child of about 3 years. To his surprise, Zhao Gang was evidently a responsible father. Instantly, Wei Junzhong's suspicions began to dissipate. A man capable of caring for a child at all times could not be too ill-natured. With the strength of numbers, after 2 hours of labor, the road was cleared, and the convoy resumed its journey. In total, there were 135 vehicles, a significant portion of which were military trucks, with the remainder comprising private SUVs and vans trailing behind. The routes connecting the Hope Base to the other 4 major bases were diligently maintained. The highways, remnants of the pre-catastrophe era, were the most intact, though several bridges had collapsed under the relentless assault of mutated flora, necessitating detours via national roads. These detours would lead through towns, where the convoy could take a respite at specially designated fueling stations. In the past year, the 5 major bases had maintained close contact, and the fuel supply stations along the route were guarded by dedicated troops. The first day's journey had proceeded relatively smoothly, covering over 300 kilometers by dusk. However, shortly thereafter, the dire issue of food scarcity arose. The military had their own supply trucks, so provisions and drinking water were not a concern. But the residents who had fled in haste were largely unprepared for such needs. They could endure during the day, but as night fell, fatigue and hunger overwhelmed them, and it became unbearable. Queries arose regarding the use of points to exchange for water, directed at Wei Junzhong, but no response was forthcoming. Unless chaos reigned, they would not intervene. The vast assembly of nearly 6,000 individuals clustered around their respective vehicles, some huddling in groups, while others isolated themselves in corners. The liveliest among them were the various hunting teams, numerous and powerful, who had managed to carry as much supplies as possible during their emergency evacuation. They gathered around the campfire, relishing their meals and enjoying drinks as if on a leisurely outing. Some approached quietly, hoping to barter for food, but the point system had lost its efficacy. It dawned upon everyone that without the base, the order and rules established prior had lost their significance. In light of this, the only recourse was to revert to primal methods of procuring sustenance. Sounds of fighting and cries for help echoed from hidden corners, yet the onlookers appeared unfazed. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences after a year of relative stability, nearly forgetting the harsh realities of their world, Shinkei sat in the passenger seat of a truck, sipping on nutrient solution while making sardonic remarks. Shinmama, at the wheel, had driven the vehicle for quite some time and longed for a moment of peace. She shot a warning glare at her daughter, urging her to keep quiet. Shinkei shrugged and hopped out of the truck, heading towards her hunting team's encampment, where the youth belonged. She paused in front of an abandoned convenience store, noting that the convoy had settled in a small town for the night, where Captain M.O. and his crew could replenish supplies at a designated fueling station. The rest of the group either rested in their vehicles or sought shelter in the dilapidated town. The convenience store, still standing relatively intact, appeared promising, with the surrounding mutated weeds easily set ablaze, making it a decent refuge. However, such a desirable location was typically already claimed. Shinkei was astonished to find only 2 individuals inside. Zhao Gang had cleared the fallen counters and shelves, creating a tidy space, where he laid down a clean blanket over a makeshift platform made from found door panels for Zhao Xiaoxiu to rest upon. A solar-powered flashlight illuminated a small corner of the interior, while a triangle stove constructed from bricks supported a small, shallow pot containing diced evolution pumpkins simmering in water, releasing an enticing aroma. Unable to resist, Shun Ke inhaled deeply and stepped inside, but just as she crossed the threshold, a blood tentacle swept past her. "Whoa!" she exclaimed, quickly sidestepping while yelling, "Zhao Gang, don't go overboard. I'm just looking, not trying to mooch. Please save the manual on wasteland farming and the care of human offspring," she added. "Shun Ke, elder sister," Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide. The interior was well lit, while the outside was cloaked in darkness. Fortunately, she possessed night vision, or else she would have had trouble discerning the figure outside. The tentacle retreated, but Zhao Gang shot her an irritated glance. Shun Ke patted her chest, and even upon seeing Zhao Xiaoxiu's welcoming smile, she dared not step further inside the store. Zhao Xiaoxiu jumped down from her makeshift bed, smiling as she asked, "Elder sister Shun Ke, have you eaten?" Standing in the rusted doorframe devoid of glass, Shun Ke awkwardly responded with a couple of non-committal hums, glancing at the pot of simmering pumpkins. "You two seem to be enjoying yourselves. By the way, have you seen Meng Xia and his brothers?" Sinking Guayith, Zhao Xiaoxiu replied. "They left the building first during the evacuation last night. My father and I were a bit delayed, so we didn't encounter them again. They might have taken a different escape route. His mother went with them, right?" "Yes." "All right then." Shun Ke waved her hand dismissively. "I'll be off now. See you tomorrow." Zhao Xiaoxiu eagerly waved back. "See you tomorrow." As Shun Ke departed, Zhao Xiaoxiu returned to the fire, rummaging through her climbing backpack to count their food supplies. They had enough nutrient solution, 25 bottles in total, along with 2 bunches of tomatoes for snacking along the way. He did not need to eat. She alone was entirely sufficient to reach the Taoyuan GD. However, the remaining water was limited to a single pot, which, if conserved, would last only 2 days. How she wished for a virus filtration core. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a twinge of regret. Had she foreseen the current state of the base, she would have exchanged all her points for essential supplies rather than saving them. Yet, the unpredictability of life is ever present. Last night's circumstances had never before manifested in such a manner. No one could have anticipated this outcome. Sighing, Zhao Xiaoxiu sat on a wooden board, holding Zhao Gang's points card, unable to suppress her sighs. "It's time to eat." Zhao Gang handed her the pot of cooked pumpkin along with a spoon. This was the last half of the pumpkin. Zhao Xiaoxiu wrinkled her nose at the rich, sweet aroma that heightened her appetite. Never mind, it was best to eat first. The pot was still hot, and Zhao Gang assisted in holding it while Zhao Xiaoxiu scooped a generous spoonful, blowing on it before placing it in her mouth, her appetite insatiable. In no time, the pot was empty. Outside the convenience store, a row of figures stood, knives glinting ominously in their hands, their eyes gleaming with malice as they fixated on the father and daughter duo within. Zhao Xiaoxiu was engrossed in her meal when, with a casual glance upwards, she found it strange that the figures had vanished. Had she imagined them? Zhao Gang tapped the pot's edge, reminding her, "Focus on your meal." Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded and peered outside once more. Aside from the mutated weeds swaying in the wind, there was indeed no one present. The entire pot of pumpkin had vanished into Zhao Xiaoxiu's stomach. With no water to wash the pot, Zhao Gang tossed it aside. He retrieved the beloved Abebe and placed it in her arms. After extinguishing the flashlight, the father and daughter laid down on the wooden board, drifting into sleep, lulled by the night breeze tinged with a faint metallic scent. In the early hours before dawn, the camp began to stir with the sounds of rising and preparations. Suddenly, a horrifying scream sliced through the night air, echoing throughout the small town. Zhao Xiaoxiu jolted awake, realizing the scream emanated from behind the convenience store. "Dad," she called, gently tapping Zhao Gang's face. The man, who rarely required sleep, opened his eyes groggily. "Are you hungry?" Zhao Xiaoxiu was momentarily speechless as she pulled him towards the back of the convenience store. The scream had ceased, and a crowd had gathered, drawn by the noise. Encircling a patch of mutated weeds, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed at the gruesome remains on the ground. Zhao Xiaoxiu squeezed through the throng, taking a glance that sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to retreat hastily. Zhao Gang, with an air of resignation, picked her up as if nothing had occurred, and calmly returned to the store to boil water for his young one. Zhao Xiaoxiu shot him several glances. While others might be oblivious, she was not. Her father had committed murder. When did this happen? Why? She whispered. Zhao Gang replied, last night, during dinner, they intended to kill you and me. Thus, he had acted first. Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in shock. She had been completely unaware. How did you manage that? She asked in horror. Just then, Captain Mo entered with several others. Zhao Xiaoxiu's heart raced. Zhao Gang remained unfazed, boiling the last pot of water to refill an empty bottle, placing it in his backpack, and handing Zhao Xiaoxiu a nutrient solution before standing to face the serious-looking Captain Mo. Do you have anything to say about the 7 corpses behind the convenience store? Zhao Gang replied, nothing. You didn't notice anything unusual with all the commotion last night? Zhao Gang responded, no. The dismemberment resembles the work of a ghost. Yet there is no evidence of flesh being devoured. Don't you find that peculiar? Zhao Gang replied, I do not. Captain Mo was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Gang, confused, countered, Isn't this something you don't concern yourselves with? Captain Mo glared at him for a time, then abruptly turned and left. Was that it? Zhao Xiaoxiu found the situation surreal. Zhao Gang shrugged at his daughter with an easy smile. It's nothing. Zhao Xiaoxiu shook her head. No. She felt that this was a significant matter. Dad, what else is there that I do not know? As they resumed their journey, Zhao Xiaoxiu leaned against Zhao Gang's shoulder, whispering her grievances into his ear. Zhao Gang merely smiled, remaining silent. Today, the convoy was notably diminished, but no one seemed to mind. After all, in a world ravaged by calamity, the loss of a few individuals was hardly surprising. Everyone only wished to reach the Taoyuan GD swiftly. Yet, unforeseen events often strike unexpectedly. The convoy was suddenly beset by a fierce assault from a flock of mutated pigeons. Zhao Gang immediately leapt from the vehicle, cradling his child. Zhao Xiaoxiu was tightly shielded, unable to see anything, only hearing the cacophony of collisions, explosions, and gunfire. Once calm returned, the father and daughter emerged from the greenery, surveying the ground littered with the carcasses of mutated pigeons and wrecked vehicles, their faces reflecting a shared bewilderment. Dad, it seems we have been left behind. Zhao Gang nodded. Yes. Then, Zhao Xiaoxiu inquired, expressionless, why did you jump from the vehicle? Zhao Gang pondered. Indeed, why? He too had forgotten. Zhao Xiaoxiu reminded herself to remain strong and optimistic. After all, being separated from a main group was hardly catastrophic. Zhao Gang quickly sensed his daughter's displeasure. The little girl slid down from his chest strap, striding forward with determination. After covering a considerable distance, she abruptly halted, removing her small backpack and crouching down to fiddle with something. Zhao Gang bent to observe, discovering she was playing with a satellite phone. What is Xiaoxiu doing? A fleshy tentacle appeared before Zhao Xiaoxiu, swaying from side to side in a seemingly endearing manner. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at it, and feeling a surge of defiance, raised her small hand and slapped it with a resounding smack. The tentacle swayed, clearly dazed. After a brief pause, the eyes within the fleshy bulb widened in shock, revealing sharp teeth as it hissed angrily at the young girl. In an instant, Zhao Gang's hand struck down upon it with merciless force, flattening it against the ground. Before them loomed the chaotic highway, where signs and markers had long been obliterated by mutated vegetation. The minuscule figures of humanity stood on the freeway, as though ensnared in a labyrinth. Zhao Xiaoxiu rummaged through her phone, hoping to locate a map or some means of navigation. Although she found no map, her phone possessed a built-in compass feature. A flicker of hope ignited within her as she momentarily found solace from the anxiety of being separated from the main group. She quickly activated the compass app, eagerly lifting her gaze to follow the direction indicated. The sun hung high in the sky at 9 o'clock, shining brilliantly. Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly north? She stomped her foot in frustration, extinguishing the screen, her anger escalating. As the young cub donned its small backpack and charged forward, Zhao Gang, encountering such a situation for the first time, felt his eyes transform into slits, his heart racing anxiously. He dared not speak or inquire, merely trailing silently behind. Zhao Xiaoxiu sprinted along the highway, noticing the ground marked with tire tracks. Following these traces, it seemed not difficult to discern the right direction, for this was the sole road leading to Taoyuan GD. Yet, an inexplicable sadness welled up within her, urging tears to form. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. Are you survivors left behind as well? He exclaimed with delight, hastening towards the father and daughter duo. Zhao Xiaoxiu narrowed her eyes, halting in her tracks, and raised her small hand, commanding in a steady, childish voice, "Hold him down." A blood-red tentacle, no larger than a pinky, that had been meekly trailing behind the little girl, swiftly extended and expanded, lashing out at the approaching man. The fleshy appendage ensnared the man's entire body, pinning him to the ground. "Daddy!" Zhao Xiaoxiu reached back with her hand. Zhao Gang promptly retrieved the machete hanging beside his backpack and handed it over, his slit-like eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhao Xiaoxiu seized the machete, letting out an angry roar, leaping up like a small cannonball, and swung the blade towards the man's terrified head, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" The hardness of a human neck differed from that of a hyena's. Misjudging her aim, she struck at an angle on her first attempt. Zhao Xiaoxiu swung again, this time successfully severing the man's grotesquely contorted head from his body. The head and body parted instantaneously, yet no gory spectacle ensued. Only the still screaming head and the writhing, defeated body. Zhao Xiaoxiu gripped the machete firmly, facing the unsightly head, and with a decisive motion, sent it flying off the highway. At last, she felt a profound sense of relief. "Humph, foul spirit, still attempting to deceive a child," she said, resting the machete on her shoulder, turning to her father, who was clapping with pride, and with a haughty tilt of her chin, signaled for him to follow, striding forward with newfound vigor. The child's temperament, indeed, flared quickly, yet dissipated just as swiftly. Zhao Gang wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. The sun gradually rose higher, though the October sun lacked its previous fierceness. Surrounding them were towering mutated shrubs and ominous woods. With the sun shining, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt the oppressive chill dissipate, replaced by warmth. Many traits of the mutated flora remained reminiscent of their pre-mutated forms, thriving in sunlight. However, excessive exposure to the scorching sun caused them to wilt. Just as before, during the midday stretch, the father and daughter traversed smoothly along the highway, encountering only the occasional specter, with no mutated creatures or plants in sight. Zhao Xiaoxiu, initially brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of battling the ghosts, felt a slight tinge of disappointment after several hours without confronting a single mutated creature. By around 3 in the afternoon, they had walked for a solid 6 hours along the highway, reaching its terminus. A hill formed by natural processes lay across the road, obstructing passage on either side. Yet, to the left of the hill, a dirt road descended from the highway into the nearby urban area. The traces of a large contingent's passage were evident, with grass trampled into the earth and the dirt road revealed beneath the overgrown weeds. They had evidently been pursued by a flock of mutated pigeons, only managing to escape upon reaching this spot. Over 20 vehicles were parked here, alongside processed human corpses and numerous bodies of the mutated pigeons. It was clear that the large group had taken a brief respite at this location. Zhao Gang gestured towards the side of the dirt road, indicating a clear and safe area for Zhao Xiaoxiu to stand. He then symbolically picked up his weapon and approached the parked vehicles, searching for any usable cars or remnants of fuel. At that moment, after 6 hours of reflection, the father had come to realize the root of his cub as frustration. Thus, he urgently needed a means of transportation. However, the abandoned vehicles were a testament to their uselessness. While some cars were still operable and unlocked, none contained any fuel. Without fuel, even a functioning vehicle remained stationary. Zhao Gang shrugged apologetically at his child. Zhao Xiaoxiu, having held little hope to begin with, felt no disappointment. She reached out her hands, wrapped her arms around her father's thigh, and smiled brightly. "It's all right." Zhao Gang felt warmth in his heart as he adjusted the makeshift harness of the blanket draped across his chest, signaling for Zhao Xiaoxiu to climb on. She, self-aware of her stamina, wasted no time in settling into the blanket strap, wrapping her arms around her father's neck. The father and daughter continued on their journey. Nature's vitality thrived. Even a month of abandonment could not prevent grass from sprouting in derelict homes. The city, long forsaken, had been enveloped in verdant growth, erasing any trace of concrete and steel. The entirety of the city was cloaked in lush green flora, flourishing freely upon this land. Vines hung between the buildings like bridges, while electric wires were adorned with blooming flowers. Mutated birds nested in the trees, their cheerful chirps echoing through this forested metropolis. A cluster of enormous purple, mutated mushrooms claimed dominion over the city, exuding a peculiar sweetness, their bodies adorned with electric blue luminescence, shining brilliantly even in darkness. Any living creature that ventured near would gradually become lethargic, irresistibly drawn towards the multitude of mycelium enveloping their stems, ultimately becoming their nourishment. This city, entirely abandoned by humanity, had been transformed by these mutated flora and fauna into a breathtaking, dreamlike forest landscape. Perched upon her father's shoulders, Zhao Xiaoxiu beheld the entirety of the city from an adult's perspective. The dreamlike scenery of the forest city was both beautiful and perilous, captivating in its allure. However, no matter how stunning or awe-inspiring the view, it paled in comparison to the primal instincts of hunger and thirst. Zhao Xiaoxiu, swallowing against her parched throat, slid down from her father's shoulder and shook her water bottle, finding it devoid of sound. There was no water left. The large contingent did not pause in this forest city. Zhao Xiaoxiu relinquished all expectations of catching up with them. The urban area posed dangers, although Zhao Gang was unafraid. He believed his cub would be. As dusk approached, the father and daughter refrained from entering the city. Instead, Zhao Gang led Zhao Xiaoxiu through a patch of glowing mutated shrubs until they arrived at the banks of a small river. There stood several unfinished rural houses, and selecting one that remained structurally sound, he unleashed a few tentacles to clear away the weeds, vines, and the sudden incursions of snakes and rodents. Clearly, this place had been inhabited, yet it had been claimed by the father and daughter. Zhao Xiaoxiu eagerly dashed into the tidied house, setting up a damp-proof mat and blanket in a corner, swiftly preparing herself a cozy nook. Turning around, she spotted a recently shed snake skin lying on the ground. Using 2 sticks as chopsticks, she picked up the skin and tossed it outside. Clapping her hands, she declared, "Done. Tonight, this house would be hers. There is no way around it. The survival of the fittest is simply a natural law." Zhao Xiaoxiu shrugged her shoulders, scampering back to her bed to retrieve her empty water bottle. Her father suggested she could attempt to drink directly from the river, testing the limits of her body's resistance to toxins. Initially, Zhao Xiaoxiu rejected this notion, but seemed she had no better options left. Unable to catch up with the main group, she could not acquire a filtration device. Water without filtration, even if boiled, could only eliminate ordinary bacteria, failing to eradicate the mutated microorganisms lurking within. Many who succumbed to their thirst and drank directly from the river met their demise through severe gastrointestinal distress. The natural water resources post-catastrophe were akin to a deadly poison. Was there truly no potable water left? There was. However, there was none to be found in the vicinity of their current location, nor did they possess any testing equipment. Without the means to detect whether the river water contained harmful mutated microorganisms, they could not dare to drink, even if the water appeared crystal clear. Wait. Zhao Xiaoxiu gazed at the river water her father had brought back in the bottle, shaking her head vigorously, and peered into the light of the flashlight once more. The seemingly clear water was alive with countless tiny, shimmering particles, each a different hue, red, blue, and purple, dancing with the ripples, creating a stunning tableau. The shifting colors resembled a kaleidoscope. These mutated microorganisms were surprisingly beautiful. Zhao Gang noticed his daughter holding the cup of water without drinking, her eyes wide and mouth agape in shock, and curiously leaned in for a closer look. With a relaxed smile, he reassured her, "It's fine, go ahead and drink. You won't die." Zhao Xiaoxiu hesitantly licked her parched lips, gazing skeptically at her father's easy demeanor. "Are you sure I won't die?" Zhao Gang replied. "Then let us boil it again. After boiling, it should be safe." Humans typically boil their water, especially those from Zone C, who particularly favor water that has been boiled and then cooled, commonly known as cooled boiled water. Zhao Xiaoxiu obediently sat on her blanket, waiting for Zhao Gang to heat the water and let it cool. She first munched on a string of tomatoes to quench her thirst, and then drank a nutritional liquid to fill her stomach. Her small face scrunched up. Transitioning from indulgence to frugality was difficult. What she once found satisfactory now left her feeling uneasy. Finally, when the water had cooled, Zhao Xiaoxiu mustered her courage to lift the bottle, glancing quickly inside. The water's color had diminished somewhat, appearing less flamboyant than before. Yet, it still looked quite frightening. Zhao Xiaoxiu wished her eyes were not evolved, that she could simply ignore their existence. Unfortunately, she could not regurgitate the tentacle meat she had ingested. With her eyes shut, she took a deep breath and gulped a large mouthful. The water tasted normal, just slightly more astringent than the filtered water back at the base. Of course, the base's filtered water was not particularly sweet either. Already parched and having made up her mind, Zhao Xiaoxiu drank heartily, only stopping to burp and set down the bottle afterward. The father and daughter leaned together in the light of the flashlight, foreheads touching, exchanging wide-eyed glances. 1 minute passed, then 5, then 10. Ugh, Zhao Xiaoxiu clutched her stomach, her face contorting in discomfort. This was bad. She needed to use the restroom, having shared so much time together. They were in sync. At the sight of his daughter's change in expression, Zhao Gang quickly scooped her up and carried her to the back of the house. The excited mutated weeds swayed their long leaves, attempting to approach, only to be swept away by his tentacles. Zhao Xiaoxiu squatted on a stone, her expression gradually relaxing. A blood-red tentacle brought her 2 broad leaves to wipe herself. Zhao Xiaoxiu. 2 minutes later, she carefully jumped down from the stone after pulling up her pants. She fidgeted with the seams, the resistant texture of the broad leaves still lingering. However, she had managed to clean herself adequately. Ahem. Zhao Xiaoxiu imitated the adults and coughed twice, calling out to her father, who was standing with his back turned. Daddy, I'm done. The only consequence of drinking river water was a bout of diarrhea, which she could fully accept. Zhao Gang extended a tentacle to lift his daughter out of the 2-meter-high thicket of mutated weeds, inspecting her from head to toe with satisfaction. He filled 4 empty bottles in his backpack with boiled and cooled river water, preparing them for her to drink on their journey. As for Zhao Xiaoxiu's water bottle, she packed it into her own small backpack. After all the fuss with the river water, the father and daughter finally felt a sense of relief. Zhao Xiaoxiu wrapped herself in her blanket and fell asleep. There were no third parties present, and she had no fear of exposing her true nature. Zhao Gang joyfully filled the entire room with flesh, enveloping his daughter tightly within. A terrifying aura radiated from their makeshift shelter, spreading outward. Nearby mutated flora and fauna trembled throughout the night. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged, frantic pace on the highway. Zhao Xiaoxiu slept until midday before awakening. Zhao Gang was no longer wrapped around her, instead sitting by the fire, boiling water and waiting for her to wake. Behind him, 2 slender, flying tentacles occasionally poked her gently in the belly, while his mouth, devoid of sound, formed a wide grin. This bizarre sight would have startled any onlooker. Zhao Xiaoxiu stretched and rolled out of her bedding, her hair tousled and sticking to her face and neck, her overalls and long-sleeved shirt wrinkled, resembling a dirty little dog that had crawled out of a trash heap. Daddy, she called out cheerfully while rubbing her eyes. The 2 tentacles immediately twisted a cloth to wipe her face and hands, tidying her clothes. Zhao Gang pulled out a hair tie from his pocket and styled her messy hair into 2 little pigtails. After a brief period of grooming, the father and daughter set off once more. The forest was dense with tall grass, and Zhao Xiaoxiu rode on her father's shoulders, directing him. They emerged from the woods onto the road, following the trail left by the main group at a steady pace. With Zhao Gang's powerful tentacles at work, the threatening mutated plants and animals appeared as harmless as kittens and puppies, causing no distress. Not only were they devoid of lethality, but upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Gang, they scattered in fright, fleeing in disarray. Tiny mutated mosquitoes attempted to bite the girl, but before they could approach, they were ensnared and devoured by the transparent web expelled from Zhao Gang's flesh. Zhao Xiaoxiu marched confidently forward with her machete, occasionally hacking at the obstructing mutated vines. As she advanced, all nearby mutated flora and fauna retreated like a receding tide. Despite the perilous atmosphere of the national highway, the father and daughter strolled with the ease of a leisurely autumn hike. They walked from morning until noon, finally reaching the outskirts of a small town at the entrance to the highway, where they spotted a military supply station marked with the base S insignia. Excitedly, they approached, hoping to encounter other humans. To their dismay, the supply station's gates were tightly shut, as the soldiers stationed there had already departed with the main group. Numerous abandoned vehicles surrounded the supply station, all out of fuel and unable to continue. Zhao Xiaoxiu leaned against the heavy metal gate, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. Zhao Gang remarked that the oil tanks inside the supply station were empty. To be more precise, without the support of the Hope Base. These supply stations along the way had likely been stripped of resources by the migrating main group. Zhao Gang maneuvered the blood touch to slip beneath the narrow crevice of the metal door, searching the supply station thoroughly before producing a map and holding it up before Zhao Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, look, we have a map now. Zhao Gang gazed at his little one with anticipation, yearning for a word of praise. Zhao Xiaoxiu beamed with delight, immediately sweeping away the scattered leaves on the meticulously processed ground outside the supply station, laying the map down to examine it closely. Curiously, Zhao Gang crouched before her, asking, "Can Xiaoxiu read maps?" "Perhaps, maybe. I can understand it," replied Zhao Xiaoxiu. Fortunately, being in the presence of her living father meant that the truth about her not having fully consumed the Mengpa soup would remain concealed. This map clearly delineated the locations of the 5 major bases in Zone C, as well as the supply stations along the route between them. The map was dated February of the previous year, likely a newly drawn supply station map, following the formation of the alliance among the 5 major bases. On the map, Zone C resembled a heart, with the 4 major bases surrounding the central Taoyuan base. Among them, the southern base, Tomorrow Arc, was established on an isolated island, accessible only by aerial routes. Tomorrow Arc was marked with a distinctive red star, signifying its status as the core of the 5 major base alliance, a beacon of hope for all humanity and the headquarters of a biotechnology company. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at the red star, then at Zhao Gang, who was eagerly awaiting her admiration. A voice inside her suggested that her living father might hail from that island. However, Zhao Xiaoxiu merely pointed to the location of Taoyuan base and gleefully declared, "After 3 more supply stations, we will be within the vicinity of Taoyuan base. Daddy is truly amazing. Thanks to the map you found, we now know how to reach Taoyuan base." Zhao Gang laughed heartily, satisfied with her response. The construction of the supply station utilized specially formulated materials, resulting in a smooth and hard surface surrounding the site, preventing mutated plants from taking root. Clearing a clean patch, the father-daughter duo rested there for a midday respite, regaining their strength before continuing their journey. With the map in hand, they felt emboldened. According to the map's guidance, they should reach the next supply station by evening. Zhao Gang intentionally refrained from carrying Zhao Xiaoxiu, seeking to bolster her physical endurance. If she grew weary, they would pause at the roadside for a brief rest before resuming their trek. Zhao Gang was in no hurry to reach Taoyuan base. He preferred the solitude of the wilderness with his little one over the bustling, human-filled base. In the mountains, it was just him and his child, with no third party present. He could freely be himself, unencumbered by the need for concealment, while his child could revel in unrestrained joy. Play. With her legs feeling as heavy as if laden with lead, Zhao Xiaoxiu interpreted the word play from her father's eyes and nearly lost control of her limbs, almost collapsing onto the ground. Of course, under the strict scrutiny of the Tentacles, such an act of slothfulness was thwarted. A blood-red tentacle coiled around her waist, and Zhao Xiaoxiu grasped the tentacle, being dragged along in a gliding manner. Before long, the leaf-strewn road bore witness to 2 long tracks left behind. Utilizing the tentacle's lazy method, Zhao Xiaoxiu successfully completed her physical training for the day. Zhao Gang, in a state of half-awareness, acknowledged that his little one, being merely 3 years old, had already accomplished quite a bit by traversing such a distance. As darkness fully enveloped the sky, the father and daughter scaled the wall to enter the supply station, successfully settling in, having exerted themselves during the day. After consuming the last somewhat overripe tomatoes and a nutritional supplement, Zhao Xiaoxiu soon fell into a deep slumber atop her backpack. In the dead of night, the sound of an approaching vehicle's engine roused Zhao Xiaoxiu from her sleep. Soon, lights pierced through the supply station, as a large group halted before it. Likely taken aback to find the station deserted, their disappointed curses echoing back and forth. The high, sturdy walls obstructed their attempts to enter the supply station. They set up tents and cooking stoves in the open area outside, clearly intending to spend the night there. "Survivors from Shanty Town?" Zhao Xiaoxiu murmured. Zhao Gang did not respond, gently patting her back. "Sleep, sleep," Zhao Xiaoxiu acknowledged with a soft understanding that these people posed no threat to them, and closed her eyes to resume her slumber. At dawn, the survivors from the shanty town watched in astonishment as the large and small figures swiftly descended from the 20-meter-high wall, momentarily stunned and forgetting to react. It was only when the father and daughter gathered their ropes and began to walk away that they regained their senses. "Hey!" someone shouted. The father and daughter did not look back, striding forward. By noon, that group, riding various motorcycles and a few dilapidated mobility scooters, caught up with them. Over 100 men and women, aged between 20 and 40, surrounded them. The vehicles blared with thumping party music, and their attire was distinctly punk, with wild hairstyles to match. 3 motorcycles adorned with metallic flails came to a halt before the duo, blocking their path. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a surge of anxiety. Were they about to be robbed? Her suspicion was correct. 4 or 5 wild boys leaped from their vehicles, brandishing various makeshift weapons. Circling Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaoxiu with excited scrutiny, their foul, yellow teeth on full display, provoking disgust. "This little cutie, is she your daughter?" A green-haired man squatted before Zhao Xiaoxiu, provocatively raising an eyebrow at Zhao Gang. Before Zhao Gang could respond, he reached out, intending to pinch her cheek to gauge its softness. As Zhao Xiaoxiu saw the filthy hand, with dirt lodged underneath the nails, approaching her, she scrunched her face in distaste, lifted the small wooden stick her father had found for her as a walking aid, and with a swift motion, struck it against his hand. Perhaps not anticipating such fierceness from such a small child, the green-haired man was caught off guard, receiving a solid smack on his arm that quickly turned red and swollen. A sharp sting radiated from his arm, and he instinctively withdrew, retreating in shock. He stared incredulously at Zhao Xiaoxiu, who maintained a calm demeanor, unable to believe that such a tiny child could possess such strength. Nearby companions, oblivious to his astonishment, erupted in derisive laughter at the sight of an adult being bested by a child. Enraged and humiliated, the green-haired man barked at the father and daughter. "Leave everything on you and get lost. Not a chance. We will deal with you," Zhao Gang interjected, cutting him off before he could finish. "Which one does Xiaoxiu fancy?" Zhao Gang inquired, looking down at his little one. This was an opportunity for transportation, and surely his child would be pleased. He gestured for Zhao Xiaoxiu to choose freely, indicating that whatever she picked would be theirs. Zhao Xiaoxiu surveyed the over 100 individuals surrounding them, then glanced at her self-assured father. Was he serious? Zhao Gang patted his chest, assuring her it was genuine. Instantly, Zhao Xiaoxiu's face lit up. She disregarded the colorful rabble surrounding them and pointed decisively. "That one," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she indicated a mobility scooter. Zhao Gang signaled an okay with his hand and led his daughter toward it. The green-haired man bellowed, "Are you two incapable of understanding human language? I told you to drop everything and scram." His companions felt challenged, and a large group leaped from their vehicle, forming a human wall around the father and daughter. One of the leaders, a white-haired man, noticed Zhao Gang's complete disregard for them as he fixated on his elderly electric scooter. Rage surged within him as he drew his hunting rifle, aiming it directly at Zhao Gang's forehead. "Stop right there." The atmosphere turned ominous, and the previously jovial group transformed, their expressions darkening. Seeing his leader enraged, the green-haired man hastily shouted to the father and daughter, "Don't be foolish. Drop your things and get out of here quickly." They typically refrained from killing, but only if their opponents showed some sense. Zhao Xiaoxiu knows the talked as Zhao Gang is Tentacles, prompting him to pat her head reassuringly as he raised his gaze to meet the white-haired man's eyes. "Step aside." His tone was bland, as if uttering a casual remark. Zhao Xiaoxiu thought, shouldn't we refrain from being arrogant at such a moment? Are we really just going to obediently move aside? Zhao Gang, holding his child's hand, walked directly towards the elderly scooter. Those who had surrounded them seemed as if they were under a spell, stepping aside and standing still as if frozen. The green-haired man rubbed his eyes vigorously, staring in disbelief as his companions remained motionless. He called out in fear, "Hey!" The tall man holding his daughter turned to look at him. The green-haired man instinctively glanced at him and then froze in place. Everyone beheld a peculiar sight. As if entranced, lost in a reverie, Zhao Gang expelled the occupants from the scooter, discarding their luggage while placing his own bag and his child's small bag in the back seat. He then picked up his daughter and placed her in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt and closing the door. Only then did he navigate around the front vehicle and settle into the driver's seat. He operated the elderly scooter with the familiarity of his original self, smoothly accelerating as the surroundings blurred past the window. Zhao Gang failed to hear the expected joyful laughter and turned curiously to glance at the passenger seat. He found his daughter gazing into the rearview mirror, still watching the group standing motionless behind them. Her large eyes were filled with surprise, a hint of admiration and longing. "That was amazing. Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed, casting a covetous glance at her father. Zhao Gang grinned. This was merely trivial. However, being looked upon with such admiration by his child felt rather impressive. The white electric scooter carried the father and daughter onto the expressway, swiftly disappearing into the lush mountains. The more than 100 individuals left behind simultaneously regained their senses, exchanging puzzled glances, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Their subconscious informed them that they had witnessed something extraordinary, but they could not recall the specifics. If they probed too deeply, an inexplicable fear would instantly envelop them, inducing headaches and visual disturbances, their mouths opening and closing without uttering a word. Pain and suffocation spread amongst them, as their minds sought to block such thoughts. Suddenly, their minds went blank, and they regained their composure, the anguish dissipating and their breathing returning to normal. Someone spotted the retreating white scooter and shouted, "Damn it! That father and daughter stole our vehicle." Those who had lost their ride hastily checked their belongings, discovering their luggage strewn on the ground, with food and water intact. The leader, the white-haired man, exclaimed in astonishment, "Why did they take nothing but the vehicle?" The green-haired man replied, "Because she is kind." The crowd fell silent. The green-haired man reiterated, "Because she is kind." He spoke with remarkable sincerity. "Boss, next time we encounter this father and daughter, let us steer clear of them," he implored. The white-haired man shot him a look of incredulity, smacking him on the back of the head. "Are you out of your mind?" He turned and organized the few, without vehicles, to squeeze in with others. The group revved their motorcycles, slamming the throttle down, and roared off into the distance. The green-haired man climbed onto a companion's motorcycle, unsure if he was dazed from the hit or genuinely bewildered, his body trembling as his gaze flickered. Had he been mentally contaminated? Why did the world around him seem so strange? His companion appeared semi-transparent, and he could see the beating heart within, each blood vessel clearly visible, magnifying before his eyes. "Are you all right?" A companion's voice snapped him back to reality. He looked up to find the motorcycle had come to an unexpected halt, and he was lying on the ground. He had actually fallen off the motorcycle. His companion stood before him, concern etched on his face. The green-haired man laughed heartily, his eyes returning to normal. The two companions exchanged glances, bewildered. Had he lost his mind? A person who had just been in an accident, covered in scrapes with blood oozing from his forehead, should be in pain. Yet here he was beaming with joy, which seemed utterly bizarre. "I'm fine, I'm all better," he declared cheerfully. The two companions instinctively took a step back. The sun was nearing its descent. With their electric scooter, Zhao Gang and his daughter had yet to reach the next supply station, as they had run out of fuel after traveling over 100 kilometers. The punk gang had not pursued them, likely lost and unaware of where to go. Zhao Xiaoxiu reluctantly waved goodbye to the elderly scooter, and together with her father, they left the highway, arriving at an abandoned village near the national road. The deserted village resembled a primordial forest, with only the outlines of old houses faintly visible beneath the encroaching greenery. The father and daughter searched house by house, finding a modest haul of small treasures. "Dad!" Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed excitedly, "I found a bicycle." The flesh appendage beside her also expressed excitement. Zhao Gang, who was searching for gasoline in the adjacent house, rushed over, forcibly pulling out the bicycle ensnared by mutated locust trees. Zhao Xiaoxiu realized that the more mutated the flora and fauna, the more fear they exhibited towards her father. They barely dared to move. Consequently, she too seldom attracted the attention of mutated creatures unless she foolishly provoked them. "Good news, we found a bicycle. Bad news. The chain is off and it has no air," Zhao Gang assessed. He confidently declared it could be repaired. Zhao Xiaoxiu expressed skepticism. "You can fix this?" Zhao Gang forced a smile. "Shan Yuanhui." Zhao Xiaoxiu's lips twitched, momentarily silenced by her father's words. The flesh appendage poked her puffy cheeks, prompting Zhao Gang to say, "Smile." When she smiled, beautiful, multicolored bubbles appeared. "So lovely." Zhao Xiaoxiu sighed resignedly, squatting down. "I want to learn too." "All right," Zhao Gang readily agreed, pleased with his daughter's eagerness to learn. He was somewhat disappointed that the bubbles lacked brilliance. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only a trace of twilight as the father and daughter carried the bicycle, eagerly navigating through the small village in search of tools and materials needed for repairs. As darkness enveloped the sky, they returned to the entrance of the abandoned city god temple, laden with their gathered items. This location was close to the national road. ensuring that if anyone passed by, they would be the first to notice. The father and daughter hung their backpacks on a mutated peach tree that had grown throughout the temple. Beneath the tree, there were neither the remains of mutated animals nor human skeletal remains, indicating that this mutated peach tree was herbivorous. Zhao Xiaoxiu suspected that the peaches it bore had a high probability of being low in mutation and thus edible. Unfortunately, it was not the season for peaches. Leaving her to speculate, the father and daughter collaborated in their tasks. Zhao Gang was responsible for repairing the bicycle, while Zhao Xiaoxiu directed two blood appendages to tidy up their lodging for the night. When hunger struck, they consumed nutrient solution, and when thirsty, they drank directly from the river water in their flask. After tidying up, Zhao Xiaoxiu could no longer resist the fatigue that enveloped her body and collapsed in her bed, drifting off to sleep. In her drowsy state, she mused that drinking river water today seemingly did not cause her any gastrointestinal distress. Did this imply that her bodily functions had enhanced? Not dwelling on it further, the small dilapidated temple soon echoed with her snores. Zhao Gang reattached the chain to the bicycle, applying some found tongue oil, making it run smoothly. He patched the leaking tire with a piece of plastic he had scavenged, instructing the appendages to blow air into it, which made them protest in a humorous fashion. After toiling for most of the night, the bicycle was finally repaired. It was a vintage single-gear bicycle, lacking a rear seat or basket, but it was of good quality and had survived the ravages of the mutated locust trees, still functional after the repairs. Zhao Gang pondered for a moment, stepped out of the dilapidated temple, plucked a handful of mildly mutated evening primrose that exuded a delightful fragrance, and fashioned a garland to hang on the bicycle's handlebars. Standing before the bicycle, he admired his handiwork for a moment, still not entirely satisfied, and decided to insert all the plastic flowers he had found. Finally satisfied, he clapped his hands, thinking that his daughter would be delighted to see it upon waking. At dawn, before the sun had risen, the father and daughter mounted the flamboyantly decorated bicycle, setting off into the crisp autumn morning breeze, leaving the small mountain village behind as they continued their journey toward the Taoyuan base. Prior to their departure, Zhao Xiaoxiu had studied the map. They were only about 220 kilometers from the Taoyuan base. At a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, they would arrive before nightfall. Life in the wilderness was indeed filled with adventure and freedom. Yet Zhao Xiaoxiu longed for electric lights and clean filtered water. With 30% battery life remaining on her satellite phone, she turned on a music player, preparing to play a few songs to invigorate her father. Suddenly, the bicycle came to an abrupt halt. Wrapped in her father's embrace, Zhao Xiaoxiu turned to see a tall wooden fence blocking the road. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in camouflage, their faces painted green, charged out from either side of the road. They stood behind the fence, brandishing firearms, their intentions unmistakable. Zhao Xiaoxiu swallowed nervously, silently setting down the satellite phone and urging her father to raise his hands and surrender. Nonetheless, she firmly believed in her father's capabilities. A mere dozen individuals should be easily subdued, provided they first laid down their weapons. Yet, she wondered if her father's body could withstand any stray bullets. After all, she had never witnessed it. "Get off the bicycle and toss your weapons over," commanded one of the individuals from behind the fence. Zhao Gang glanced down at his daughter, who was signaling him with her eyes, and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "There's no one here but them." Therefore, he felt no need to conceal any of his appendages. This group appeared far more dangerous than the punks they had encountered yesterday, as he sensed the pungent aroma of blood in the air. They had killed many. The atmosphere was tense, and the fingers on the triggers of their guns could tighten at any moment. Zhao Gang dismounted from the bicycle, but with their backpacks still strapped to the bike, he stumbled and fell to the ground with a loud thud. The only two weapons they had, a machete and a cleaver, clattered to the ground alongside their bags. The father and daughter raised their hands and moved forward. The leaders among the group exchanged glances, revealing cruel smirks, and aimed their weapons at the approaching father and daughter, pulling the triggers. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the first 2 individuals behind the fence collapsed. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow, and Zhao Xiaoxiu looked at her father in astonishment. They hadn't even made a move. More gunshots echoed, and the remaining 10 or so individuals fell one after another. The sudden turn of events left the assailants scrambling to retaliate, but it was too late. A few realized the dire situation and turned to flee, only to be met with bullets that struck them down accurately. Snipers? Zhao Gang murmured in suspicion. The sound of heavy vehicles approaching from behind made the father and daughter turn to look. A wheeled armored vehicle slowly rounded the corner, and atop it stood one. Kneeling another, both dressed in uniforms from the Hope base, nodding at them. Behind the armored vehicle were a heavy-duty truck carrying an excavator, a box truck laden with floating platforms, armed off-road vehicles, modified cargo trucks, and an array of engineering vehicles, as well as large recreational vehicles, among others. At the end of the curve, a missile launcher vehicle could be seen. Watching the convoy pass by, the father and daughter gradually became dumbfounded. Who had relocated the entire Hope base? The leading armored vehicle crashed through the fence, and a team of organized and disciplined individuals disembarked from the following armed vehicles, swiftly neutralizing any nearby threats. This seemingly endless convoy finally came to a halt. A luxurious RV, as tall as a double-decker bus, stopped directly in front of Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaoxiu. Positioned in the midsection of the convoy, it was flanked by wheeled armored guards, indicating that those within held significant status. The individuals from the armored vehicle exited first, and then the RV door opened slowly, with an electric staircase extending down to the ground. Young Mei, dressed in uniform, descended from the vehicle. Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaoxiu enjoined Young Mei, who was responsible for the final self-destruction mission at the Hope base while on their way to the Taiyuan base. They were the last evacuation team, picking up stragglers along the way. Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaoxiu were also taken aboard, with special attention given to Zhao Xiaoxiu, allowing her to enter the RV. Unfortunately, Zhao Gang did not receive the same treatment and was assigned to the front armed vehicle, jostling with a group of rough men. When the father and daughter were separated, Zhao Gang felt a strong reluctance. However, upon seeing the vehicle filled with unsavory men, he reluctantly released the straps of his backpack and personally placed his daughter onto the RV. Zhao Xiaoxiu assured him she would take good care of herself, prompting Zhao Gang to turn back with lingering glances as he boarded the front armed vehicle. As for their bicycle, Yang Mei, appearing meticulous, ordered the soldiers to help place it atop the vehicle. The evacuation convoy rested for half an hour, awaiting the engineering vehicles to repair the damaged roads before promptly setting off. When bridges collapsed, they used floating platforms to create new ones. When roads were damaged, they dispatched excavators to dig through. They cut through mountains and built bridges over water, always taking the most direct route. When thirsty, they drank clean, filtered water that dripped from the mutated water lily leaves in the water tanks. When hungry, they feasted on fruits harvested from temperature-controlled rooms and specially formulated nutrient solutions, flavored like chicken. Zhao Xiaoxiu inhaled deeply, fiercely, and voraciously, leaving the little boy at the dining table, staring in astonishment. However, after a short while, he cautiously pushed half of an apple in front of her. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at him. "Is this for me?" The boy, who appeared to be 2 years her senior, seemed a tad apprehensive, yet he managed to muster a smile and nodded at him. "Thank you." Zhao Xiaoxiu beamed at him with gratitude, picked up the apple, and took a large bite with a satisfying crunch. The crisp, sweet flesh of the apple surprised her, making her eyes sparkle with delight. She took 2 more bites, devouring the entire half of the apple, and leaned back against the soft booth, relishing the taste. The boy sitting opposite her admired her, thinking to himself, "She can eat so much." Gathering his courage, he curiously asked, "What is your name?" Before she could respond, he introduced himself. "I am Yang Hongjia. My nickname is Yu, and I'm 5.5 years old. What about you?" Zhao Xiaoxiu supported herself on the cushion, sitting upright from the booth. The dining table was a bit too high, obstructing her view, so she switched to kneeling on the booth, leaning on the tabletop, and looked at the inquisitive Yu, saying, "I am Zhao Xiaoxiu, 3 years and 5 months old. I don't have a nickname. My father calls me Xiaoxiu." Yu laughed joyfully, instantly losing his fear, and with a hint of pride declared, "I'm the older brother. I am bigger than you, so you must listen to me." Zhao Xiaoxiu frowned. "Why should I?" Yu promptly pointed towards the control room behind the dining area. "Because this is my mother's vehicle, so you have to listen to me." Young Mei, peering through the glass window between the dining area and the control room, observed the animated conversation between the 2 children and smiled gently at Zhao Xiaoxiu. She reminded her son, Yang Hongjia, "Do not bully the new friend." Lowering her head, she continued to operate the light screen, directing the entire convoy's movement, while instructing her assistant to monitor the research materials in real time and report back. In the dining area, Upon noticing his mother looking over, Yu immediately puffed out his chest and proudly raised his chin toward Zhao Xiaoxiu. Yet, the next moment, he heard his mother's warning, causing his small shoulders to slump in defeat. He glanced at Zhao Xiaoxiu, expecting her to take the opportunity to mock him, but was pleasantly surprised to find she did not. Renewed with enthusiasm, he took on the role of host, inquiring with concern, "Would you like some water?" Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded, and he quickly jumped down from the booth, grabbed a disposable cup, and rushed to the bar, filling it with water from the dispenser. He carefully carried it back, tiptoeing to place it on the dining table. Observing that Zhao Xiaoxiu was still quite far from the table while kneeling, he dashed back to fetch a long straw, inserting it into the cup. "Do you know how to use a straw?" he asked earnestly, his big eyes adorned with long eyelashes. Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded, pulling the straw closer, and took a sip of water. "It's so sweet," she exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. It tasted nothing like the filtered water from the dilapidated building. Yu waved at her, signaling her to follow. The large RV was well equipped, resembling a luxurious presidential suite. From the children's perspective, the hallways seemed long, providing ample space for them to frolic. Zhao Xiaoxiu trailed behind Yu as they ran through the dining area and bedroom, arriving at a transparent wall. Inside was a small square space, its walls adorned with lush, longleaf plants. Tiny droplets of water continuously emerged from the leaves, cascading down to collect in the pool below. A small pump was operational, delivering the water from the pool to areas of the RV requiring potable water. "What is this?" Zhao Xiaoxiu inquired curiously. Yu explained, "These are premium mutated water dripping plants, capable of filtering clean water for human consumption. My mother discovered and cultivated them." He spoke with great pride. "My mother is an incredibly skilled biological doctor." "What about your mother?" Zhao Xiaoxiu spoke calmly. "My mother has passed away. She was an excellent hunter in the hunting team." "Well, that is quite impressive too." Yu felt he had asked a sensitive question, and, feeling a bit embarrassed, leaned closer to Zhao Xiaoxiu's ear and whispered, "I'll tell you a secret. I actually have 11 toes, but you mustn't tell anyone." Zhao Xiaoxiu looked down at his shoes. If Yu hadn't revealed it, she would never have guessed. "My mother said that when we get to the Taoyuan base hospital, they will perform surgery to remove the extra toes. And then I will be just like a healthy child. What about you?" Yu stepped back, scrutinizing Zhao Xiaoxiu. "What is your secret?" Zhao Xiaoxiu smirked. "I have no secrets. I am very healthy." Yu's expression fell in disbelief. "You are lying. That's impossible. All the children at the base have secrets. Believe it or not." Zhao Xiaoxiu replied as she walked towards the dining area, removed her shoes, and climbed onto the booth sofa to lie down. This might very well be her first and last opportunity to rest on such a comfortable and clean sofa. Yu, feeling dejected, followed her, first staring at her feet, then at her fingers, hoping to discover an extra toe or finger. Finding her hands and feet normal, he suspected she might be mentally unwell. So he pulled out his tablet and opened a children's puzzle game, sitting beside Zhao Xiaoxiu to play. Initially drowsy, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt compelled to sit up and seize the tablet from him, breezing through the puzzle game and effortlessly surpassing the highest record. Glancing over at the boy who was on the verge of tears, she felt reluctant to stop playing. She had no real desire to play the tablet, truly. Zhao Xiaoxiu continued to clear levels until she reached the 99th. Yu was astonished, tears brimming in his eyes, as his highest record was only the 12th level. Zhao Xiaoxiu yawned and returned the nearly dead tablet to Yu. "Thank you." No problem, Wah." The previously brave little boy pouted as he spoke, lowering his head in disappointment. Zhao Xiaoxiu turned and took out her satellite phone from her backpack. "You can play with this. It can play music and take pictures." Yu's eyes brightened. "Really?" Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded yes. She successfully redirected his attention. Indeed, something that belonged to others was always more enticing. To Yu, Zhao Xiaoxiu's old satellite phone seemed like a treasure meant only for adults, something children should not possess. Ecstatic, he swiped the screen and, following Zhao Xiaoxiu's guidance, opened the camera, pointing it at himself and Zhao Xiaoxiu, snapping pictures with abandon. Zhao Xiaoxiu leaned in to see the photos, only to find either a blurry eye or a corner of an indistinguishable object. She cast a skeptical glance at the joyfully oblivious Yu, unable to suppress her doubts about his mental faculties. Yu exclaimed in disappointment. "It's out of battery." Zhao Xiaoxiu lay back on the booth, her tone languid. "Just charge it." Yu responded with an "oh," quickly searching for a charger to revive the dead phone. Sure enough, Once charged, it powered up smoothly. He kicked off his shoes, donned special socks, and without a care for his 11 toes being exposed, sat cross-legged next to Zhao Xiaoxiu, continuing to take pictures with the phone. He even independently discovered how to record, capturing Zhao Xiaoxiu snoring as she slept. The seemingly endless convoy of vehicles came to a halt after 5 hours of continuous travel on a riverbank. "Little one, wake up," Yang Mei gently called. Yu reminded her. "Mom, her name is Zhao Xiaoxiu." Yang Mei glanced at her son in silence before rephrasing. "Zhao Xiaoxiu, dear child, we have arrived. Please wake up." Zhao Xiaoxiu, still lost in dreams of indulging in KFC and sipping cola, drowsily opened her eyes, only to find Yu's large head hovering above her. He chuckled, returning her fully charged phone. In a conspiratorial whisper, he added, "You drooled while you were sleeping." Zhao Xiaoxiu retorted, "Is that polite?" Zhao Gang stood outside the RV, waiting for the door to open so he could lift his sleepy, disheveled child from the vehicle. Yu wished to join him, but was mercilessly sent back inside by Yang Mei. Consequently, the little one dashed to the dining area, opened the window, and perched on the table to gaze outside. Unfortunately, the father and daughter, pushing their bicycle laden with bags, walked away without a glance back. The soldiers reminded the duo, "Our personnel are gathering and resting on the east side of the riverbank. We must await further instructions for our next course of action, so please do not wander too far." Zhao Gang nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." The Taoyuan base had been reached. Here, the landscape was not characterized by towering mountains, but rather sprawling hills and plains. As the father and daughter crossed the bridge, their view expanded, revealing a 30-meter-high wall looming before them. The core area of Taoyuan base was established on the plain, surrounded by tall walls that protected the entire urban area within. On these high walls, military defense towers equipped with the most powerful and advanced weaponry stood vigilant against potential attacks from mutated flora and fauna. However, the absence of deep mountains rendered this environment inherently safer than that of the Hope Base. Surrounding the main urban area was a slightly shorter outer wall, which comprised the outer district where the inhabitants of Taoyuan Base typically engaged in activities and trade. The large contingent of survivors fleeing from the Hope Base had established a temporary gathering point to the east of the outer wall. It appeared that the gates of Taoyuan Base had yet to open for them. Nevertheless, the arrival of Yang Mei's group visibly uplifted the spirits of all the survivors from the Hope Base. Those who had been languishing in despair beneath the wall sprang to life upon seeing the convoy parked by the riverbank, cheering and rushing toward the shore. Soon after, Yang Mei's voice brought forth tears of joy from the Hope Base survivors. "We are organizing the points exchange, and I ask everyone to line up in an orderly manner and be patient." Standing atop the armored vehicle with a megaphone in hand, she spoke with a calm and steady tone. "I have contacted higher authorities, and our general has neither abandoned us, nor will he ever forsake us. The general is currently leading our negotiation team within Taoyuan Base, conversing with their officials regarding arrangements for all survivors of the Hope Base. The negotiations are proceeding smoothly, so please maintain faith in our general and await the results." Upon hearing these words, the survivors of the Hope Base, who had been shut out from the gates of Taoyuan Base, were suddenly filled with hope. The points exchange station was swiftly set up. Survivors from the Hope Base could use their point cards to redeem a limited amount of supplies. Zhao Xiaoxiu, holding her father's point card, shared a glance with him, both relieved that they had not recklessly discarded it in a moment of anger. The exchange points stipulated that each individual could redeem a maximum of 30 points worth of food and water at one time. 30 points could be exchanged for 6 nutritional liquids or 4 nutritional liquids, along with a 500 milliliter bottle of drinking water. Although the quantities may seem modest, they were sufficient to sustain one person for 4 to 5 days while waiting for notifications from Taoyuan Base. Zhao Xiaoxiu's family had an additional 15 nutritional liquids in stock, and they chose to convert all 30 points into water, receiving 3 500 milliliter bottles of clean drinking water in return. The eastern camp appeared overcrowded, lacking shelter from the elements. Those with tents set them up, while others fashioned makeshift shelters using wooden planks and fabric scavenged from nearby villages. Along the riverbank, numerous small settlements housed survivors of Taoyuan Base who were adept cultivators. Benefiting from the fertile land, the primary source of income for Taoyuan Base survivors derived from agricultural production. This area served as the largest food source among the 5 major bases. Through cultivation, Taoyuan base continuously supplied grain and vegetables to the surrounding bases in exchange for weaponry and advanced production tools. The materials brought by the Hope base were precisely what they required. Under the direction of his daughter, Zhao Gang led her to a nearby agricultural village, where they managed to exchange a meager stainless steel cooking pot for 3 days of lodging in a cow shed. This cow shed stood independently by the roadside, distance from the cultivators' residences, alleviating any concerns of being targeted by outsiders, thus making it an easy rental for the father and daughter. Surrounding them were many other survivors from the Hope base, primarily composed of family units with elders and children. Such arrangements instilled a sense of security. Of course, there were also the more aggressive individuals attempting to seize others' dwellings. Such people faced only 2 potential outcomes, either being killed by the rightful owners or apprehended and eliminated by the joint patrols of Taoyuan base and the Hope base. Without rules, chaos would reign. Even if the methods were somewhat ruthless, as long as they proved effective, they constituted good regulations. With enforcement in place, the assembly at the eastern wall finally settled down. The cowshed rented by Zhao Gang and his daughter housed no cattle. The mutated cows were notoriously unruly and difficult to tame. Only professional animal trainers dared to handle them. Thus, the cowshed was more aptly referred to as a storage room. Approximately 20 square meters in size, the shed was divided into 2 sections. The inner area was used for storing hay and firewood, while the outer section housed flying chickens. Flying chickens, a new species evolved from ordinary fighting chickens, were classified as B-level mutants with considerable aggression. These chickens did not lay eggs. Farmers raised them solely to safeguard their crops, as flying chickens consumed all types of insects. When Zhao Gang received the shed keys from the landlord, he was explicitly instructed, "I have a dozen flying chickens in my shed. Remember to let them out every morning. They will forage for food by themselves. Be sure to let them back in for rest at noon, and again in the afternoon before sunset. Remember, you must let them out to forage. Otherwise, if they attack your child, don't say, 'I didn't warn you.'" Zhao Gang replied, "Understood." However, upon opening the cow shed door and seeing the dozen flying chickens glaring hungrily at his daughter, his instincts kicked in, and he swiftly dealt with the unruly creatures. In an instant, their defiant gazes turned docile as they beheld Zhao Xiaoxiu. Even as she scurried over to gather feathers for her bedding, the chickens willingly plucked down from their wings and dropped it onto her sleeping area. The flying chickens, each as large as a swan, huddled in the corner, desperately minimizing their presence. After Zhao Xiaoxiu prepared her sleeping area for the next 3 days, she opened the door, waved her hand, and with a friendly smile said, "Little chickens, go out and play." The flying chickens, eager and unrelenting, fluttered out of the barn, energetically scouring the ground for worms as if they wished to toil until dusk, solely to minimize their time spent within the confines of the barn. Zhao Xiaoxiu perched on a wooden post by the barn door, resting her chin upon her hand as she gazed at the vast expanse of fertile farmland that had been cultivated before her, reminiscing about the evolved fruit and vegetable seeds she had acquired at the temple. If only they possessed a piece of land to call their own. A figure appeared along the path, clad in simple combat attire, and wielding a weapon, seemingly not from Taoyuan GD. "Brother Gongzi, is that really you?" A familiar voice called out. Zhao Xiaoxiu, startled from her reverie, looked up with surprise, exclaiming, "Uncle Meng." Zhao Gang was busy washing the soiled clothes of the father-daughter duo in the river ditch behind the barn, simultaneously clearing away the hazardous mutated creatures lurking in the water. Upon hearing the voice, he stood and turned around. "Brother Gongzi." Uncle Meng joyfully lifted Zhao Xiaoxiu, spinning her around before carrying her to the riverbank. "I knew you two would be safe," he declared with delight. Though Zhao Gang's expression remained stoic, he nodded slightly at the sight of his daughter's happiness. "Uncle, how are Uncle Meng and Aunt Meng?" Zhao Xiaoxiu inquired. Uncle Meng gestured towards a gathering in the east. "They're over there. We just returned from a cleanup mission with the hunting team. Mother and brother are resting. I noticed the core troops from the biological company had arrived, so I guess you might be here. I came to inquire about your whereabouts and ended up finding you," he explained. Uncle Meng surveyed the barn and the river ditch where Zhao Gang was washing clothes, exclaiming, "This place is quite nice, much better than our tent." Speaking of which, the tent had been obtained from Yungu Sea, and without it, the 3 of them wouldn't have known where to sleep. However, Shun Kei and her daughter had been quite accommodating, taking them along with the hunting team for tasks, allowing them to trade supplies with Taoyuan GD. alleviating their concerns about food and drink for the time being. Seeing his daughter engaging so well in conversation, Zhao Gang squatted down to continue washing clothes. The father and daughter had few garments, 2 sets of summer clothes each and a coat apiece. With the temperature in October noticeably dropping, he needed to find a warm winter outfit for his daughter. Uncle Meng had grown accustomed to Zhao Gang's silence. Returning to the barn entrance with Zhao Xiaoxiu in his arms, the two, separated by 23 years, sat side by side on the wooden post, exchanging information and making plans for the days to come. Zhao Xiaoxiu asked, "Uncle Meng, how are the discussions among the higher-ups progressing?" Uncle Meng responded, "It should be wrapping up soon. I heard they're discussing either a merger or zoning, primarily depending on how Taiyuan GD decides." Initially, the base had seemed rather passive. However, with the recent relocation of the core from the Hope base, their confidence had surged. Not to mention, just one floating factory was enough to incite envy from Taiyuan GD. Furthermore, the strength of the biological company at Hope Base ranked second among the 5 major bases, with the first being the headquarters of Tomorrow S. Arkansas. Moreover, the words of those from the biological company carried weight. "I heard you arrived with Director Yang. She's a high-ranking official in the biological company and wields significant influence. Our situation here is surely secure," Uncle Meng informed Zhao Xiaoxiu. He continued to explain that above the 5 major bases was the biological alliance. All 5 bases had to heed the alliance's directives, for in this current environment, those who mastered biological technology were the true rulers. "I heard from Shun Ke and the others that the merger is practically a done deal," Uncle Meng said with unwavering confidence, glancing towards the distant high walls, where residing within surely offered a sense of security. Hey, Uncle Meng chuckled, asking, "Xiaoxiu, you've never seen a real city, have you?" Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded. Uncle Meng pointed towards the high walls, saying, "Inside, there's water, electricity, and internet, infinitely better than our unfinished buildings." Zhao Xiaoxiu looked in the direction he was pointing, feeling a sense of longing, but she was more curious about why the hunting team was undertaking cleanup missions. Well, Uncle Meng scratched his head. Perhaps they fear that too many people would gather and cause trouble. Taiyuan GD issued a cleanup task to eliminate mutated plants and animals of grade B or above from the nearby mountains and forests, he elaborated. Upon mentioning this, he glanced at the vast fertile planting area before them and raised an eyebrow. They seemed fond of farming here. Perhaps they are preparing for land reclamation? Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoxiu conceived a bold idea. "Uncle Meng, do you think Taiyuan GD intends to assign us to land reclamation?" Uncle Meng had never considered this before, but at Zhao Xiaoxiu's suggestion, a chill ran through him. Surely not. Leaving the safety of the base's high walls was perilous. Sleeping in a place without a perimeter at night, where mutated plants and animals roamed freely, could lead to calamity. Zhao Xiaoxiu managed a faint smile, secretly believing her speculation to be correct. As the sun set, the lights of the city began to twinkle, and the bird-repelling lights atop the high walls flickered, casting a dazzling glow in the darkness. These lights could obscure the sight of mutated avian creatures while simultaneously disrupting their radar systems, rendering them disoriented. Zhao Gang hung the freshly washed clothes on the branches beside the barn. Zhao Xiaoxiu stood nearby, calling out to the dozen or so flying chickens to return to their roost. Although the sight of their plump bodies made her mouth water uncontrollably, she constantly reminded herself that these were the landlord's chickens and could not be killed for food, perhaps fearing that their flying chickens would attract attention. The landlord had repeatedly emphasized to the father-daughter duo that the meat of flying chickens was tough and dry, utterly unpalatable. However, Zhao Xiaoxiu had never tasted flying chicken and was uncertain of the landlord's claims. Ultimately, due to the insatiable hunger of a certain child, the landlord's flock stubbornly refused to return to the barn, yet they dared not venture back into the expansive fields at dusk, where they would become prey to other ferocious mutated creatures, instead huddling pitifully by the barn door. With a nutrient solution in her mouth, Zhao Xiaoxiu shrugged at her father, who had just returned from hanging the laundry, her small face etched with helplessness. Zhao Gang affectionately patted his daughter's head, casually removing a chicken feather that had somehow become lodged in her hair. "Oh!" Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed in surprise as she watched the feather float down. Zhao Gang had procured 2 bicycle wheels from somewhere and rolled the bicycle out of the door, using the light from a torch to replace the previously flat tire. He also affixed a small wooden stool to the horizontal bar. Once completed, he beckoned Zhao Xiaoxiu to come and try it out. Zhao Xiaoxiu joyfully rushed over, extending her arms and Zhao Gang lifted her, placing her on the small stool atop the horizontal bar. Her petite frame fit perfectly on the little bench. Zhao Gang secured a flashlight to the bicycle's handlebars and took his daughter for a couple of laps around the village's narrow paths. The wheels turned smoothly, and the cool breeze caressed her ears, sending her stray hair fluttering against her nose, causing Zhao Xiaoxiu to sneeze violently. Achoo! Tears and snot erupted simultaneously. Zhao Gang brought the vehicle to a halt, tilting his head with concern to glance at his young offspring. Zhao Xiaoxiu appeared rather disheveled. Along the village roads, numerous low-level mutated lantern plants had been transplanted, which emitted light. The mutated lantern plants could repel mosquitoes, and the fruits, the size of ping-pong balls, glowed, providing illumination. However, these fruits only ripened between July and October. At this moment, the lantern fruits were in their maturation period, radiating an orange-red glow along the roadside, resembling two vibrant ribbons of light. Worried that his child might fall ill from the wind, Zhao Gang pushed the cart back to the cattle shed. Zhao Xiaoxiu, perched on the cart, swung her legs and inquired, "Father, will you join Uncle Meng Air and the others for the cleanup mission tomorrow?" Before heading back to the East District camp, Meng Lao Air had extended a task invitation to Zhao Gang. He had decided to meet them directly at the outer perimeter of the high wall the following morning. At that time, he would inform Shen Ke, ensuring complete reliability. This cleanup task issued by the Taoyuan base was extensive, involving many personnel and providing tools with considerable remuneration. Any materials found within the cleanup area would belong to the individual, with the exception of mutated plants and animals of level C and above, which must be submitted to the Taoyuan base. Were it not for the Taoyuan base's policy of not accepting individual participants, but only hunting teams, the survivors from the Hope Base in the East District would have managed to escape in large numbers. Naturally, the unscrupulous hunting teams were also not welcome. As for Zhao Gang, his capabilities were well understood by the Meng brothers, and with Shen Ke being an acquaintance, bringing one or two people into the team posed no issue. However, one must be mindful of the nuances of human relationships. In Meng Lao Air's own words, whatever treasures they found, he should remember to present something to the team leader. Zhao Xiaoxiu was quite intrigued. Firstly, the materials found in the cleanup area would be personally owned, and secondly, she was eager to witness the large-scale cleanup operation at the Taoyuan base. Zhao Gang immediately perceived Zhao Xiaoxiu's anticipation and smiled. Nodding, "Let us go together." Zhao Xiaoxiu beamed with joy great. As for whether the hunting team would accept her as a child, that was not her concern. If her father said they would go together, there would surely be a way. Upon returning to the cattle shed, the father and daughter secured the bicycle, quickly washed their faces, and rested on the hay-strewn bed. The door of the cattle shed was ajar, allowing fresh air to flow, while also keeping an eye on the dozen or so flying chickens at the entrance to prevent any mischief that might offend the landlord. The safety of the Taoyuan base remained quite high. That night, Zhao Xiaoxiu slept soundly, waking naturally at dawn. She dressed herself, deliberately donning long sleeves and overalls to protect her arms and legs. As for footwear, she only had one pair of fitting rubber sandals. So she wore a pair of long socks, tucking her pant legs into them to ensure her skin was not exposed, facilitating movement. Zhao Gang entered with a wooden bucket from the small creek behind the cattle shed, twisting a cloth to wipe Zhao Xiaoxiu's face. The river water appeared quite clear, and Zhao Gang remarked, "Someone upstream regularly scatters medicine, so washing clothes, faces, and bathing here is perfectly fine." He had witnessed members of the Taoyuan base distributing medicine at the upstream dam while fetching water. Zhao Xiaoxiu sighed. This place seems better than the Hope Base. Zhao Gang remained non-committal. To him, the human world appeared rather uniform, all rendered in shades of gray. Only Zhao Xiaoxiu before him possessed a distinct vibrancy. With a tentacle, he retrieved a comb and hair tie to tidy Zhao Xiaoxiu's hair, after which he brought out some nutrient liquid, watching her finish it. The pair tidied up a bit, organizing their backpacks to carry only weapons and an empty pack, locking the cattle shed before cycling toward the outer city wall. In the east, the dawn light emerged, mist swirling between hills and plains, vast swathes of farmland radiating from the high wall and extending endlessly. The early risers of the Taoyuan base had already ventured out with their farming tools. Most wielded the most primitive implements like hoes, sickles, carrying poles, and wooden buckets, though occasionally a few pieces of agricultural machinery could be seen swiftly harvesting the land, which was covered in green vines. Zhao Xiaoxiu opened her eyes wide, spotting round potatoes the size of soccer balls in the harvest trailers. There are really potatoes as big as soccer balls. Upon encountering the Meng brothers, Zhao Xiaoxiu eagerly shared her recent discovery. Meng Lao responded with indifference, clearly having seen them before. Meng Lao and Meng A however, played along, feigning surprise. Is that so? Really? What a pity we can't buy them. Shun Ke quipped as she approached with her team, gesturing her hands in mock regret towards Zhao Xiaoxiu. Why not? Zhao Xiaoxiu asked, puzzled. Shun Ke replied sarcastically, because those are exclusively for the inner city. Zhao Xiaoxiu, disappointed, licked her lips. All right then. Zhao Gang, dissatisfied with his child's despondency, thumped his chest proudly, assuring her that his meat was far tastier than those wretched potatoes. This peculiar display successfully captured everyone's attention. Zhao Xiaoxiu lowered her head in silence, discreetly tugging at her father's pant leg. Zhao Gang halted his actions, looking at his child with a puzzled expression, unsure of the emotion she was conveying, seemingly feeling embarrassed by him. Before Zhao Gang could further ponder his daughter's feelings, Shun Ke extended her hand towards him, hand over the points card. I'll set up an account for you at the Taoyuan base. Zhao Gang acknowledged, handing over the points card, while also recalling his child's instructions before leaving, stating earnestly, "Thank you, Captain Shun." Shun Ke shot him a bewildered glance, wondering inwardly if he had taken leave of his senses. The points card from the 5 major bases in Area C were universal, allowing for the establishment of 5 accounts within a single card. Points between accounts could not be exchanged. In a trade with people from other bases, one had to first convert points into goods and then use those goods for exchanges. Thus, stockpiling goods proved to be more valuable than saving points. After all, once a base was lost, points would merely become a string of useless numbers. At least for now, Zhao Gang's remaining points were unlikely to be redeemed. Shun Ke swiftly assisted in setting up the points account for the Taoyuan base, returning the card to Zhao Gang. It was now 7:30 and other hunting teams had already set off. Shun Ke exchanged greetings with her teammates and then led Zhao Gang to meet the leader of her Qing He hunting team. Leader, this is Zhao Gang, an evolved human with considerable strength. Shun Ke signaled Zhao Gang to greet her. A tall, slender woman with silver-white mid-length hair, appearing to be around 45 years old, extended her hand to Zhao Gang. I am the leader of the Qing He hunting team. Everyone calls me Yin Lao. You can call me Yin or Lao. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the small figure standing beside Zhao Gang, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Shun Ke quickly reminded, Xiaoxiu, address her as Lao Lao. Zhao Xiaoxiu stepped forward, smiling up at her. Hello, Lao Lao. I will stay close to my father and not cause trouble for the companions. Yin Lao raised an eyebrow. You speak quite fluently. Your mind is intact? The latter part of her question was directed at Shun Quebec. Shun Ke awkwardly explained. Leader, she's a healthy child. Yin Lao, rarely seen without her rocket launcher resting on her shoulder, playfully poked Zhao Xiaoxiu's little belly with the barrel, nearly causing her to stumble. However, Zhao Xiaoxiu's physical condition had significantly improved, and she only swayed slightly before regaining her balance. The little girl has quite a sturdy build. Yin Lao remarked with a glance at Shun Quebec. You can take your people with you. The pickup truck is yours. We shall take our leave first. Shun Ke nodded in agreement. We shall set off at once. Simultaneously, she restrained Zhao Gang, who was ready to charge out in protest over his child being poked. Once she confirmed that Yin Lao had moved far away, Shun Ke turned back and admonished, Big brother, it's quite generous of the commander to allow you to bring the child on this mission. Can you temper your temper a bit? Zhao Gang replied, I have no temper. He bent down to lift his child and mounted the bicycle he had brought along. Can those 2 worn-out wheels manage? Shun Ke expressed her concerns. She wished to have Zhao Gang ride in the pickup, but seeing their 5 teammates crowded together and visibly agitated, she could only remind Zhao Gang not to lag behind. The driver was Shun Ke's mother, while Meng A and Shun Ke occupied the passenger seat, with 5 teammates crammed in the back. The Meng brothers and a plethora of supplies were squeezed into the narrow trailer, holding on to everyone's baggage. As the pickup roared to life, Shun's mother pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle executed a perfect drift on the bridge before speeding down the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a flutter of anxiety, but Zhao Gang reassured her with a gentle pat on her head, signaling her to remain calm. Once the dust settled, he pedaled his bicycle as though it were an arrow released from a bow, darting forward. Passers-by felt a gust of wind sweep past them, blinking in confusion, wondering what had just rushed by. The wind carried dirt, striking Zhao Xiaoxiu's face painfully, prompting her to hastily cover her face with a light cloth she had wrapped around her neck for sun protection. On the unpaved dirt road, the vehicle could not move swiftly, reaching a maximum speed of only 40 miles per hour, particularly on the road leading to the clearing zone, which had recently been altered by bulldozers and excavators. Even modified vehicles bounced along. In such conditions, the bicycle proved advantageous. Within a few minutes, Zhao Gang and his daughter caught up with the main group. They then sped past the pickup driven by Shun's mother, overtaking one after another. Yin Lao, watching the familiar figures whiz by, felt astonished and inwardly criticized. Those legs must be made of iron. Yet, the shock brought by Zhao Gang was merely beginning. After 4 hours of travel, the group arrived at the clearing zone, a town entirely engulfed by mutated plants, with grass reaching over 5 meters high. Leading the charge was the professional clearing team from Taiyuan Base, who divided the group into 3 teams. The first team was responsible for creating a path, the second for providing fire support, and the third for cleanup and incineration. Due to his child, Zhao Gang was assigned to the safest third group. However, as soon as the order was given, he charged in with Zhao Xiaoxiu on his back. His right arm instantly transformed into a 20-meter-long, bowl-sized blood whip. With a sweep to the left and a sweep to the right, mutated plants were uprooted and piled onto the now barren ground. He understood the importance of cleanup. Gradually, the original appearance of the town began to re-emerge. The A-grade high-risk mutated willow tree was effortlessly uprooted by the blood whip, swung a few times, and left in tatters. The clearing zone was eerily silent, only the sound of swallowed saliva echoing back and forth. "Is that one of your team members?" The leader of Taiyuan Base pointed to the tall man, working while balancing the child and wielding the blood whip, questioning skeptically. "Indeed," Yin Lao replied, her confidence waning, though her exterior remained composed. "He is nearly completing our entire team's cleaning tasks for today by himself," the leader reminded. Yin Lao raised an eyebrow. "Should I have him stop then?" "No need for that," the leader quickly replied. "Stopping? With such a formidable weapon against mutated plants present, there is no need for anyone to take unnecessary risks today, and a significant amount of ammunition could be conserved. How could they possibly let him stop? Today's task points are 6 for your Qinghe team and 4 for us." Agreed. The two parties swiftly reached a consensus. Then the leader of Taiyuan Base waved his hand. "Everyone move out, circle, and incinerate." The group responded in unison, yes. Each person rolled up their sleeves, igniting torches, pouring gasoline, and commencing the real work of cleaning and burning. 040, the tranquil madness with the obstruction of mutated plants removed. The mutated animals lurking within sprang forth aggressively to attack humans. However, under the overwhelming numbers and firepower, the fleeing mutated animals became mere prey. During this time, aside from a B-grade mutated lizard causing a small stir, everything proceeded exceedingly smoothly. In less than 2 hours, the clearing zone, spanning 300 acres, was thoroughly cleaned. To prevent the rapidly growing mutated plants from returning, the group sprayed specially formulated pesticides on the cleared wasteland. When everyone completed these tasks and sought a shaded area to rest, the Taiyuan Base personnel continued their work. Under the leader's direction, they measured the land with instruments, divided the area, and erected markers. The sign read, Plot 13. Due to Zhao Gang's displayed prowess, all members of the Qinghe hunting team now extended their utmost goodwill toward Zhao Xiaoxiu, previously seen as a burden. Occasionally, someone would come by to offer her edible wild fruits or sweet-tasting lightly mutated plant roots. Zhao Xiaoxiu sucked on a plant root, finding it sweet, and selected the thickest one to offer to Zhao Gang. Sweetness was the only flavor Zhao Xiaoxiu had discovered that her living father could accept. Zhao Gang wrinkled his brow in mild distaste, unable to comprehend why humans enjoyed consuming plants. Yet, seeing his child's expectant, sparkling eyes, he couldn't bear to disappoint her and reluctantly took the plant root into his mouth. "Chew, chew, chew," Zhao Xiaoxiu encouraged, demonstrating with her cheeks while pointing at Zhao Gang, signaling him to join in. Zhao Gang, helpless, chewed a bit, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The father and daughter exchanged glances, discovering a new delight. "In lao up, carrying her rocket launcher, placing it before Zhao Xiaoxiu, and raised an eyebrow. "Little girl, would you like to play with the rocket launcher?" Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this really be for play? Yin Lao smiled, half squatting to lift the more than 1-meter-long rocket launcher, demonstrating its use before placing it down and encouraging Zhao Xiaoxiu to give it a try. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at her living father, who did not react. She promptly stood up, spat out the now tasteless plant root, and, controlling her excitement, approached Yin Lao. Under her encouraging gaze, she reached out to touch the rocket launcher, gradually letting go of her trepidation. This is the switch. Yin Lao grasped Zhao Xiaoxiu's small hand and placed it on the switch, guiding her on how to aim and fire. Unlike before the calamity, safety mechanisms on weapons had generally been removed for convenience. The rocket launcher in Yin Lao's hands was particularly fierce and straightforward. Once the projectile was loaded, she merely aimed, pressed the switch, and fired. Whether it was intentional on Yin Lao's part or accidental on Zhao Xiaoxiu's, with a loud pop, a rocket shot forth with a whoosh. The tremendous recoil sent both Zhao Xiaoxiu and Yin Lao tumbling to the ground. Unprepared and resting, the crowd was suddenly jolted by a resounding boom. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they sprang into action, weapons raised, gazing apprehensively towards the source of the sound. They soon beheld a nearby hill erupting in a cloud of smoke, a mixture of gunpowder and debris, which took several seconds to dissipate. "What on earth are you doing?" someone shouted, noticing Yin Lao seated beside a rocket launcher. With a hearty laugh, Yin Lao confidently retorted, "I'm letting the girl fire the cannon. Can't you see?" It was only then that the crowd noticed the small girl, appearing to be about 3 years old, nestled in Yin Lao's arms. In the face of such chaos, the little girl remained calm and composed, exuding a tranquil madness that contrasted sharply with Yin Lao's exuberance. The crowd found themselves momentarily speechless as they met her serene, round eyes. The leader of the Taoyuan base called out to Yin Lao, urging her to tone it down. Yin Lao casually replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bunch of grown-ups making a fuss." The girl is far more composed. Zhao Gang, sitting nearby, chuckled, impressed by his little one's rapid mastery of the rocket launcher. However, he also wondered if there was a children's version of the launcher. The Meng brothers exchanged horrified glances at the implication. "Gongzi, it's not appropriate for children to play with that," Meng Ape cautioned anxiously. Zhao Gang acknowledged her concern, but felt no disappointment over the unasked question. Turning back, he continued to observe Zhao Xiaoxiu, who was enthusiastically experimenting with the rocket launcher. Surrounded by vibrant bubbles, a truly enchanting sight. "Yin Lao, why are they dividing up the land?" Zhao Xiaoxiu inquired, kneeling on the ground, her upper body draped over the rocket launcher, using the support to aim the cannon at the barren land. Peering through the attached telescope, she squinted her left eye and pressed her right eye against the lens to watch the bustling activity at Taoyuan base. Mistaking the little girl's intentions, Yin Lao subtly redirected the cannon away from the people and replied uncertainly, "Perhaps it's to facilitate land allocation." "To whom?" Zhao Xiaoxiu asked curiously, turning her head. Yin Lao gently nudged her back, tapping the lens to signal her to focus on learning. "You're still young. Don't worry about such things." She had no intention of engaging in lengthy discussions with a 3-year-old. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the personnel at Taoyuan base completed the final zoning tasks, and the main force departed the clearing area, hastening back to the base. However, laden with heavier cargo than when they left, their speed diminished, and they arrived back at the base shortly after 8 in the evening. By the time the mission was reported, it was already 9 o'clock. The mission points were first collected by the leaders of each hunting team before being distributed among their members. When Yin Lao returned with the points card, Shun Ke and others had already set up the cooking area. All the low-level mutated animals captured that day were cleaned and placed on the grill, awaiting the team leader's return to celebrate together. Mama Shun even brought out a case of beer, distributing it among everyone for merriment. Everyone knew they were about to receive a bountiful rewards due to the temporary addition of Zhao Gang to their hunting team. As soon as Yin Lao arrived, the crowd instinctively quieted, their gazes fixed upon her. She smiled slightly at them, poured 2 generous cups of beer from a full bottle, one of which she handed to Zhao Gang. Raising her own cup, she downed half in one go, gesturing for him to indulge as he pleased. After quenching her thirst, Yin Lao announced, "Today, our Qinghe hunting team has earned 6,000 points." "Leader, how much?" Shun Ke questioned, uncertain if she had misheard, disbelief etched on her face, though her lips betrayed her with a smile. Yin Lao produced the points card, demonstrating an uncharacteristic patience as she reiterated, 6,000. The campfire fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into jubilant cheers. The Meng brothers enthusiastically nudged Zhao Gang's arm, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Yin Lao raised her hand, and the crowd quickly stifled their emotions to listen. She turned to the composed Zhao Gang and his daughter, saying, "The reason we've garnered such a substantial amount of points is largely thanks to Zhao Gang. Thus, I've decided to allocate 50% of the points solely to him, while the remaining 50% will be evenly distributed among our 36 team members." Any objections? There were none. After all, Zhao Gang had completed the majority of the clearing tasks on his own that day. Zhao Gang had no objections either, promptly handing over his points card. Yin Lao shot him a teasing glance, noting his eagerness. She transferred 3,000 points from her card to his, encouraging him to check. Zhao Gang placed his fingerprint on the scanner, and the small display on the points card illuminated, showing a balance of 3,000 points and a contribution value of 3. Contribution value? Zhao Gang looked at Yin Lao in confusion. She explained, "Here, at Taiyuan base, an individual account automatically gains a contribution point for every 1,000 points accumulated." Before Zhao Gang could respond, Meng Lao Air erupted in excitement. "Good stuff, Gongzi!" Meng Lao Air exclaimed. "Contribution points can be exchanged for essential supplies in the outer city." "What essential supplies?" Shou Gong inquired. Just as Meng Lao Air was about to answer loudly, Meng Lao pulled him back, shooting him a warning glare. Once the exuberant younger brother was subdued, Meng Lao lowered his voice and whispered to Zhao Gang, "Gasoline, batteries, weapons, evolution serums, in short. Anything controlled by the biological company and the base can be exchanged with contribution points." Zhao Xiaoxiu discreetly absorbed this information, her heart swelling with joy. Each of these items would be highly coveted, affirming that contribution points at Taiyuan base were indeed valuable. With this thought, Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced toward the outer wall's gate, where a faint glimpse of bright lights and various bustling stalls could be seen through the slightly ajar opening. "Daddy," Zhao Xiaoxiu tugged at Zhao Gang's pant leg. Zhao Gang looked down to see his little one pointing excitedly at the outer wall gate, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The father instinctively caught the signal, disregarding the ongoing conversation with the Meng brothers, and bent down to scoop up his daughter, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Yin Lao appeared before them with astonishing speed, far quicker than an ordinary person. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, realizing that the team leader was a speed-type evolved individual. Unlike the majority of evolved individuals who predominantly possess strength-based abilities, speed evolution seemed remarkably unique. Seemingly aware of their astonishment, Yin Lao tousled her flowing white hair, reeking of alcohol, and remarked, "I used to be a long-distance runner. I may lack in other areas, but I have speed and endurance. Shougong, would you be interested in joining our Qing'a hunting team?" Yin Lao sincerely extended her invitation. "If you join, you would serve as the deputy team leader." The deputy team leader, currently grilling meat for the members, immediately shot a wary glance in their direction. Yin Lao ignored him, maintaining her earnest gaze on Zhao Gang as she continued, "It's dangerous for you to take Xiaoxiu on missions alone, but being part of a team is different. We have a dedicated logistics team that can help watch over the child." Hey, Gongzi, there you are." Zhao Gang's refusal was drowned out by another excited male voice. The team leader, Hu Dongfang, cheerfully approached, waving at Zhao Xiaoxiu, who was nestled in Zhao Gang's arms. As I approached, I pushed aside Yin Lao and excitedly patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. "I was just looking for you. Come, let us go to the team and have a couple of drinks." With a wink at Zhao Xiaoxiu, I asked, "Would you like a sweet and sour drink?" "It's particularly delightful." Just as Zhao Xiaoxiu was about to express her gratitude, Yin Lao interrupted her. She finally grasped Hu Dongfang's intentions and, without hesitation, delivered a swift slap to the back of his head. "What are you doing? Do you not understand the rules of the road? First come, first served. If you wish to steal her away, young man, you are still too inexperienced." Hu Dongfang, rubbing his dazed head, remarked, "Yin, that slap was rather merciless, wasn't it? At your age, nearing retirement, why not give the opportunity to the younger generation?" Yin Lao raised her hand again, her gaze dangerously sharp. "Who are you calling old?" Hu Dongfang, well aware of her volatility, chose not to engage in a war of words. He quickly clamped his mouth shut, conceding, "Forget I said anything." He immediately reached out to pull Zhao Gang along. "Gongzi, let's go drink over here. I need to tell you." Before he could finish, Yin Lao's fist connected with his chin, Taken by surprise, he staggered, spinning twice before regaining his balance. "Are you out of your mind?" Hui Dongfang exclaimed in disbelief. Yin Lao chuckled and dashed towards her campfire, lifting a rocket launcher and aiming it at him with fierce determination. Hui Dongfang's initial irritation swiftly morphed into shock, then fear. Being an evolved human with enhanced vision, he could clearly see that Yin Lao had already disengaged the safety on the rocket launcher, and the fervent, murderous intent glimmered in her unshielded right eye. "Gangzi, I will treat you to drinks next time." With that, Hui Dongfang turned and fled. "Hui Dongfang, daring to snatch from me. I shall teach you today the meaning of respecting your elders and cherishing the young." Yin Lao pursued him with the rocket launcher, bellowing, "Hui Dongfang, stand still." Zhao Gang and his daughter exchanged glances, then calmly made their way to the outer wall gate. They hoped that the survivors at the base could access the Taoyuan base's outer wall to exchange for supplies, provided they had points in their cards for Taoyuan base. Upon Zhao Gang displaying the balance on his points card, the security guard promptly granted them access. Stepping through the outer wall gate, they were greeted by bright illumination. The flickering candlelight could not compare to incandescent bulbs. Transitioning from the warm orange glow to the stark white of electric lights, Zhao Xiaoxiu rubbed her eyes, adjusting to the brightness before fully opening them. This was the peak hour of the night market beneath the outer wall, bustling with individuals exchanging goods. The buildings surrounding the Taoyuan base were primarily wooden structures, with the night market constructed as an elongated circular street encircling the inner city. Along the street, vendors sold beast meat, fruits, vegetables, daily necessities, and various secondhand items. Occasionally, individuals approached Zhao Gang and his daughter, inquiring if they wished to purchase something of good quality. However, when asked what these good items were, they would evade the question, clearly untrustworthy. Without a local guide, Zhao Gang and his daughter could only observe the lively scene. After wandering for over half an hour, they finally learned from the chatter of passers-by that the weapons, gasoline, batteries, and evolution potions mentioned by Boss Meng could only be purchased at the base's supply station, which was open from 8 in the morning until 5:30 in the afternoon. It was now past 10 at night, and the supply station had long since closed. Zhao Xiaoxiu calculated the time and frowned. "Dad, if we go on a mission tomorrow, the supply station will definitely be closed when we return." "Then we won't go tomorrow," Zhao Gang replied, halting in front of a low stall made of wooden boards and plastic sheets. He set Zhao Xiaoxiu down and crouched beside her. Upon reaching the ground, Zhao Xiaoxiu noticed that the low stall was also a vendor stand. An elderly man, clad in glasses and emaciated to the bone, lay atop the wooden planks of the stall, a box of books haphazardly stacked in front of him. A small solar camping lamp sat atop the book box, illuminating this modest book stall. Seeing someone stop, the old man did not lift his eyelids, staring blankly at a certain point, appearing somewhat dazed. Zhao Xiaoxiu bent down and waved her tiny hand. The old man's vacant gaze slowly shifted to her waving hand, lingering for a few moments. As if awakening from a dream, he addressed the pair, 5 points for 5 books, take your pick. Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed in surprise as she turned to see her father seriously selecting books. "Oh, Dad, do you like reading?" she curiously inquired. She crouched down beside Zhao Gang, a small figure next to his larger form, picking up this book and that one. With only words and no pictures, she quickly lost interest. Zhao Gang chose 2 storybooks suitable for children and responded to Zhao Xiaoxiu's question. "Daddy does not particularly enjoy reading. I want to teach Xiaoxiu to read and recognize characters." Zhao Xiaoxiu, building a tower of thick dictionaries, was momentarily stunned. "Huh?" Zhao Gang nodded at her precarious tower, helping to stabilize it as he continued to search through the book box. Ultimately, he selected 2 storybooks, one on high school geography, one containing 300 Tang poems, and a thick volume titled The Origins of Humanity, all consisting of knowledge still relevant despite the current mutated virus. Zhao Xiaoxiu seized her book tower construction, excitedly standing up. "Are you serious, Dad?" Zhao Gang swiped 5 points for the old man and happily stowed the books in his backpack. As they rode back to the barn with his daughter, Zhao Gang eagerly proposed, "Tonight, I will tell you a bedtime story. How about that?" Zhao Xiaoxiu, feeling a bit sleepy, nodded absently, not quite understanding her rising anticipation. However, as she hurriedly washed her face, cleaned her feet, and climbed into bed, Zhao Gang leaned against the wall and opened the first page of the storybook. The tale began with 2 high school students returning home from a Halloween masquerade when they decided to cut through a cemetery. Two tentacles appeared at the right moment, startling Zhao Xiaoxiu with their bloodshot eyes. As they traversed halfway, a knocking sound echoed in their ears. The two turned to see an elderly man kneeling before a tombstone, chiseling letters into the stone. A third tentacle emerged, forming the silhouette of a person, facing away from the other two tentacles which were suddenly too frightened to leap. One of the student tentacles nudged the silhouette tentacle. With a terrified exclamation, Zhao Gang cried, "Good heavens, old man, what are you doing out here at night? You had us thinking we encountered a ghost." The silhouette tentacle slowly turned its head, exploding in anger. Zhao Gang shouted, "A bunch of ungrateful descendants. You carved my name incorrectly. I'll come out and fix it." The two student tentacles instantly shrank back in fear, realizing the old man was not human. Zhao Gang looked down at his daughter. "Xiaoxiu, what do you think the old man's ungrateful descendants carved wrong?" After witnessing a captivating tentacle performance, Zhao Xiaoxiu confirmed, "Dad, the two high school students encountered a ghost, right?" Zhao Gang raised an eyebrow slightly, noting, "That is not the focus. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the elderly mistakenly inscribed the character as. The strokes of and are remarkably similar, leading to this error. Therefore, the elder must amend this mistake himself." Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Gang eagerly awaited a response from his young offspring. However, Zhao Xiaoxiu could not grasp the connection between this ghost story and the tale of recognizing characters for children at bedtime. Noticing the bewildered expression on his child's face, Zhao Gang scratched his head in confusion, sensing that his offspring seemed a bit less perceptive today. Yet, he attributed this to the teacher's shortcomings. Thus, Zhao Gang retrieved a half pencil he had exchanged for a point at the night market and inscribed the characters in the blank space. "Xiaoxiu, come, read after your father. Wu. Su." Zhao Xiaoxiu exhibited a look of difficulty, yet did not wish to disappoint her father's hopeful gaze, so she earnestly repeated after him, "Wu. Su. Wushu." She felt utterly foolish in the process. Learning characters indeed had a hypnotic effect. As she continued reciting, her eyelids began to droop uncontrollably until they finally closed. Two little appendages attempted to prop her eyelids open, but to no avail. Zhao Gang assessed the day's learning progress, 2 out of 10. His child was usually quite clever, which led him to suspect something was amiss. Was this not how other children learn characters? Yet, in his memories of good fortune, he recalled teaching his daughter characters while narrating stories. Contemplating this issue throughout the night, Zhao Gang resolved to adopt a different approach next time, recognizing characters before telling stories. Due to the oversight of not informing the Qinghe hunting team members that they would not be clearing the area today, Meng Laojiu revved up the motorcycle he had acquired the previous day and hurried to the cattle shed as the departure time for the clearing team drew near. "Brother Gang, why haven't you packed up yet?" Meng Laojiu urged anxiously. "The main team has already left." Zhao Gang fixed his gaze on the motorcycle beneath him, which he had discovered first the day before. However, he deemed the diesel-dependent vehicle rather impractical, preferring his bicycle instead. The various old pieces of furniture were utterly useless to the father and daughter duo, so they had brought nothing back. Now, with Meng Laojiu having filled the motorcycle with fuel, Zhao Gang's interest was piqued. The creature, oblivious to the impoliteness of reclaiming what had been given away, only knew that he desired it for himself. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoxiu promptly discerned her father's intentions and pulled Meng Laojiu back from the brink of misfortune. "Second uncle, we aren't going today. I forgot to inform you yesterday. I am truly sorry," Zhao Xiaoxiu expressed with sincere regret, although Meng Laojiu felt somewhat disappointed. He respected her decision and revved up his new motorcycle to hastily catch up with the main team. Before departing, he imparted an important piece of information to Zhao Xiaoxiu. "The results of the negotiations will be announced tomorrow at 9 in the morning at the eastern shantytown. You and your father must not arrive late." His voice faded with the wind, filled with anticipation and lightheartedness. The torturous wait was finally drawing to a close, though they remained uncertain of what arrangements awaited them. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced back at her father, who was still fixated on the motorcycle, and suddenly felt that, as a child, she need not overthink matters. If the sky were to fall, her father would be there to support her. She simply needed to live her life well. "Daddy, the supply station is open. Let us go purchase some items," Zhao Xiaoxiu suggested. After experiencing the fleeting nature of hope at the base, she now felt a sense of unease at the prospect of not converting all her points into supplies. She feared that, with a careless misstep, The Taoyuan base might also declare that supplies were no longer available, rendering her 3,000 points worthless. No, she recalled having spent 5 points last night. Now, she had 2,995 points remaining and 3 contribution points. Zhao Gang nodded, and the father and daughter donned their empty backpacks, secured the door of the cattle shed, mounted their bicycles, and arrived beneath the towering walls of the base in 10 minutes. This time, the father and daughter were well acquainted with the route. Having scouted the supply station the night before, they headed directly to their destination. Contrary to their expectations of a crowded scene, the supply station was spacious with numerous stalls, and since it was early morning, there were not many people present. They could choose any stall without the need to queue. The available supplies rolled across an electronic screen, displaying their prices, but this did not guarantee that all items were presently in stock. Furthermore, some items were not conveniently displayed on the screen and required inquiries at the counter. Zhao Xiaoxiu noticed that the prices for nutrient solutions varied significantly between the two bases. At Taoyuan base, one could exchange 10 points for a single nutrient solution, with 3 flavor options available. Altogether, there were as many as 125 types of exchangeable supplies. Among these, 60% required a contribution point of greater than 1. 5% necessitated more than 5 contribution points, while those with contribution values exceeding 10 faced no restrictions. The father and daughter exchanged excited glances, marveling at the wealth of Taoyuan base. What does Xiaoxiu desire? Zhao Gang inquired of his young offspring. Zhao Xiaoxiu pondered what her family urgently needed and replied, "We need electricity. Daddy, can you see if we can exchange for solar photovoltaic equipment or storage batteries? If that is not possible, a diesel generator would suffice. But solar power equipment is preferable." Although the photovoltaic power generation environment at Taoyuan base was not optimal due to the distinct seasons, it remained the most reliable option. Diesel generators relied on diesel, which was currently extremely scarce at Taoyuan base, primarily sourced through exchanges with the northern Yinchuan base. The inability to produce essential resources inherently breeds insecurity. Zhao Gang nodded and inquired if there was anything else. Zhao Xiaoxiu shook her head. All she wanted was electricity. With electricity, they could use various electrical appliances, electronic devices, and tools. Even new energy vehicles could be utilized, offering numerous benefits. As for food, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt no concern. She had recently revised her perception of her father's capabilities, believing that as long as she did not venture into dangerous areas alone, clinging to her father's support would alleviate any worries about sustenance. Moreover, she had developed an iron stomach and could readily consume small low-grade mutated creatures. Zhao Gang asked if his daughter wished to try different flavored nutrient solutions. Zhao Xiaoxiu raised her small hand and firmly declined. "Energy, Daddy, we need energy." Zhao Xiaoxiu reiterated with determination. Influenced by her earnest demeanor, Zhao Gang adopted a serious expression and turned to the exchange personnel at the counter to inquire about the availability of power generation equipment. The personnel responded, "Currently, diesel generators are out of stock, but we do have solar power generation equipment. However, have you reached 5 contribution points? Do you have fixed housing? How far is it from the base? Is it for personal use or other purposes? We have professional installation personnel available to assist. The starting cost for installation is 100 points per person per day for 2 people, with free delivery within 50 kilometers. For every additional 10 kilometers beyond that, an extra 100 points is charged. Alternatively, you can pick it up and install it yourself at no additional cost." Oh, by the way, the exchange personnel added seriously. Different purposes require different types of solar power generation equipment, and the prices vary depending on the installation environment. If the distance is not far, I personally recommend connecting to the base's power grid. The opening fee is only 5,000 points, and installation is included, along with 3 free light bulbs. However, the prerequisite is that you must have at least 5 contribution points. So what is your current contribution point total? The personnel inquired with a smile. Zhao Gang replied honestly, 3 points. The personnel at the exchange center exhibited an exceptionally high level of professionalism, maintaining a warm smile as they recommended, "Dear customer, I suggest you consider purchasing a solar charger. It can power your mobile phone, laptop, and other electronic devices, and it even includes 5 LED lights for everyday illumination. You can redeem it for just 1,000 points." Noticing Zhao Gang's silence, they further encouraged if you wish to exchange for a small household solar power generation system. You only need to accumulate 5 contribution points and prepare 20,000 points, and it will be yours. Zhao Gang glanced at the exchange personnel, whose sincere smile and attentive service were commendable. After all, this is not a society governed by the rule of law, in an era where disagreements can lead to violence. Maintaining emotional stability is crucial for longevity. Zhao Gang looked down at his sighing child, extending a finger to poke her forehead. Zhao Xiaoxiu looked up at him, shaking her head resolutely, indicating that they should not take things that do not belong to them. Zhao Gang sighed, abandoning his thoughts of robbing the supply station and fleeing with his daughter. He often found himself troubled, questioning why humanity adhered to certain rules that did not necessarily require compliance. Perhaps they yearned for acceptance? Upon returning home, he vowed to delve deeply into the book The Origin of Humanity. Zhao Xiaoxiu gestured for Zhao Gang to pick her up. As the exchange counter was too high for her to communicate with the personnel, a charming little face suddenly appeared at the window, surprising the exchange staff. Brother, we would like a solar charger. Also, do you have a satellite phone card available? We would like to apply for one. The personnel patiently listened, blooming into a smile as they gently replied, it's 600 points for a card, and it can be purchased outright without any monthly fees. Would you like to process it now, little one? Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded enthusiastically and turned to signal her father to retrieve their satellite phone for the exchange personnel. The staff inserted the card into the phone and, after a series of adept maneuvers, successfully activated it. From now on, they could make calls and receive the latest updates from the base. The solar charger, when unfolded, was only as large as an adult's two hands, and when folded, it could easily fit into a spacious pocket, making it quite portable. Once fully charged, the light could illuminate continuously for 30 hours. While charging the satellite phone would take about 2 hours. Zhao Xiaoxiu was quite satisfied. The exchange personnel inquired, is there anything else you would like to redeem? Zhao Gang pointed to the fabric and cotton on the shells inside. He requested 5 meters of white cotton cloth, 5 meters of light blue waterproof fabric, 1 pound of down from mutated birds, and 20 pounds of oversized mutated cotton. After everything was vacuum-packed, it was placed into a large backpack, costing a total of 800 points, including packing fees. Zhao Xiaoxiu gazed at him in shock, finding it exceedingly expensive. Nearby, there was a bag of second-hand clothing, where one could weigh 20 pounds for just 100 points and select freely. Zhao Xiaoxiu contemplated rummaging through them for something wearable. However, Zhao Gang disdainfully remarked, Daddy wants Xiaoxiu to wear fitting and beautiful new clothes, not someone else's old garments. From now on, Xiaoxiu will wear the new clothes made by Daddy. Zhao Gang looked on with eager anticipation. How about that? Zhao Xiaoxiu hesitated for a moment before turning away and nodding her little head decisively. Her small hands pretended to rub her eyes, feeling emotional. Zhao Gang chuckled, noticing how the colors on his child's face appeared particularly vibrant, even more so than when she was happy. He did not purchase any sewing supplies, knowing they could be found while on missions, thus saving points. Weapons were unnecessary for him. Spotting various decorative ribbons, hairpins, and beads on the shelves, he waved his hand, wrapped them all up. The points card was successfully depleted. Zhao Xiaoxiu, you are amazing. Just as the father and daughter duo, laden with bags, prepared to leave the urban area on their bicycle, an excited voice, almost breaking into a shriek, resonated from behind. They turned to see Yang Mei and her son, accompanied by 4 guards, approaching. Zhao Xiaoxiu's heart skipped a beat. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoxiu, Yu immediately broke free from his mother's grasp and dashed over like a cannonball, exuberantly shouting, Zhao Xiaoxiu, Zhao Xiaoxiu. His voice boomed, as if he wanted everyone to know of their acquaintance. Zhao Xiaoxiu, feeling helpless, stepped aside to avoid the charging Yu. Hello, Aunt Yang Mei. Zhao Xiaoxiu greeted politely. Yang Mei nodded slightly at the father and daughter in acknowledgement. Frustrated at not being able to embrace Zhao Xiaoxiu, Yu turned to grab her hand, excitedly asking, what are you doing here? Where do you live? I wanted to find you to play. Zhao Xiaoxiu replied, I'm staying in a villager's cow shed, so it's not convenient to invite you over to play. Yu paused for a moment, while the guards exchanged awkward glances. One stepped forward, attempting to pick Yu up, but he dodged and continued eagerly watching Zhao Xiaoxiu. Then can I come to the cow shed to play with you, uncle? After saying this, he cautiously glanced at Zhao Gang, and upon seeing his impassive expression, he whispered to Zhao Xiaoxiu, your dad seems a bit fierce. Zhao Xiaoxiu thought to herself, is that being polite? Zhao Gang looked down and asked, is this your friend, Xiaoxiu? Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at the bouncing Yu and reluctantly nodded. Yes. Yu, unaware of her true sentiments, beamed at her response, his joy evident in his bright smile. Although Zhao Gang found Yu to be rather immature, he believed that children should make friends. Playing together fosters healthy growth. Thus, much to Zhao Xiaoxiu's astonished dismay, he proactively turned to Yang Mei. May I invite your son Yu to the cow shed to play with my Xiaoxiu for an hour? Zhao Xiaoxiu tugged at Zhao Gang's pants, quietly protesting, Daddy, I don't want to. Oh dear father, this is someone who might get you into trouble. Please be more aware. Zhao Gang reached out a large hand to gently pat her head, continuing to look sincerely at Yang Mei. This was rather unexpected for Yang Mei. She had assumed Zhao Gang was a cold and aloof individual due to his indifferent demeanor, yet he revealed such genuine warmth. However, unable to resist her son's desire to play in someone else's cow shed, she found herself unable to accompany him there. Mama, Mama, Mama. Yu looked at her with pleading eyes. Yang Mei, annoyed, shot him a glare and instructed the two guards. Take him there and bring him back to the base in an hour. A male and female guard stepped forward, nodding in agreement. They were accustomed to watching over Yang Mei's child, making this task routine. However, Yu's expression fell. He knew these guards were punctual and would likely call him back long before the hour was up to ensure he returned to see his mother. But he could play with Zhao Xiaoxiu. Yu's emotions were written all over his face as he noticed Zhao Xiaoxiu's designated spot on the bicycle and reached out to Zhao Gang. Uncle, I want to sit in the front with Xiaoxiu. Yang Mei, having given her instructions, hurried off, appearing quite busy and unable to linger. The guardian responsible for Yu borrowed a trailer-style motorcycle from the Taoyuan base, yet Yu insisted on sharing a bicycle with someone else. Consequently, they had to ride the motorcycle alongside the bicycle. To be frank, both remained suspicious of Zhao Gang, sensing an inexplicable danger surrounding the man. However, upon witnessing the two children squeezed on the bicycle's crossbar, nestled in Zhao Gang's protective embrace, they consoled themselves internally, reasoning that a man with a child should, perhaps, not be dangerous. They soon arrived at the cattle shed. Just as Zhao Gang parked the bicycle, Zhao Xiaoxiu nimbly leaped off the crossbar. Agile and light as a little monkey, Yu, in a rush, shouted, Zhao Xiaoxiu, wait for me, and attempted to jump down as well. Unfortunately, as he raised his bottom, he became stuck on the crossbar. Zhao Gang's disdain was evident as he swiftly lifted the little fellow and gently tossed him. Startled, Yu let out a yelp but found himself standing firmly on the roadside a moment later, laughing. The two guardians watched in shock. Yu, the female guardian, almost stepped forward to admonish him, but the male guardian pulled her back. Zhao Gang carried the bicycle into the shed and set it down, then stepped out to sweep the wooden posts at the entrance, preparing two small cups. One was filled with clean, filtered water obtained from the Hope Base, while the other contained cool, boiled river water, placed before Zhao Xiaoxiu and Yu. After a moment's thought, he decided to add a storybook, one he had discussed with Zhao Xiaoxiu the day before. Xiaoxiu and her friends can play well together. Daddy will be gathering firewood by the little river. Zhao Gang said with a grin towards Yu, who was startled by the expression. Children also require their own space, and parents should be aware to step back. Zhao Gang chuckled to himself, feeling he was quite an admirable father. Do you want some water? Zhao Xiaoxiu asked. Yu shook his head, more intrigued by the cattle shed before him. Zhao Xiaoxiu beckoned him. Come on, let me show you around. You've probably never seen a place like this. Yu excitedly followed, sweetly praising, Zhao Xiaoxiu, you're wonderful. She led him through the cattle shed, and indeed, accustomed to a life of comfort with her leader mother, he was awestruck even by the sight of a pile of chicken droppings. In her heart, Zhao Xiaoxiu mused, a small person guiding another slightly larger small person. They thoroughly explored both the inside and outside of the cattle shed. After viewing the interior, she took him to see the external surroundings. The vast fields captured Yu's attention, transforming him into a fountain of questions. What are they doing, Zhao Xiaoxiu? He inquired. Farming, she replied. What is farming? Farming is just farming. Oh, how long will it take to finish farming this large piece of land? If there are machines, it will be quick, just a few days. Machines? Like excavators? Not quite. Agricultural machines are for sowing seeds. Yu gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Zhao Xiaoxiu, you know so much. Yes, I could tell ghost stories too. Do you want to hear one? Zhao Xiaoxiu picked up a storybook titled collection of folk horror stories placed on the wooden post. Yu was astonished. Do you recognize all these characters? Zhao Xiaoxiu solemnly fabricated. I don't know. I just learned the characters when Su. She emphatically added, Daddy taught me. The two guardians exchanged helpless glances. The little girl's serious demeanor almost made them believe she was a genius capable of reciting horror stories at the age of 3. The two children sat side by side in front of the wooden post when suddenly a flock of chickens flew over, one of which, particularly aggressive, was about to peck Yu on the head. The change occurred rapidly. By the time the guardians noticed, the chicken had already spread its wings and lunged at Yu. Instinctively, they reached for their guns, ready to fire. With a smack, a small hand shot out first. Zhao Xiaoxiu dashed in front of Yu, grasping the chicken's throat with both hands and forcefully slamming it to the ground, stepping on it. The chicken let out a horrified cry, causing the others to scatter in panic. The two guardians were left speechless. Yu gazed at her in admiration. Zhao Xiaoxiu, you're amazing. This is my friend. You cannot bully him, understand? Zhao Xiaoxiu warned the chicken fiercely. Seeing it let out a few low clucks, as if it understood, she finally lifted her foot and waved her hands. Go away. The chicken, freed from its restraint, flapped its wings and fled, disappearing in haste from the cattle shed. Zhao Xiaoxiu brushed the feathers off her hands and dusted off her clothes before sitting back on the wooden post, taking a big gulp of water to quench her thirst. Yu watched and also picked up his cup to take a sip. The two guardians exchanged odd glances, hesitating to speak. Sure enough, in the next moment, Yu suddenly sprayed the water he had just drunk all over. His little face scrunched up in dismay as he complained, This water tastes terrible. The male guardian immediately unscrewed his water flask and offered it to him, and after gulping down 2 large sips, Yu's face relaxed. When he turned to look at Zhao Xiaoxiu, he found her staring at the damp ground with a look of regret. Zhao Xiaoxiu, what's wrong? This water tastes terrible. He reiterated. Zhao Xiaoxiu shot him an annoyed glare. This is the best filtered water. Of course. It won't taste good since it's filled with the smell of chemicals. It cost my dad 10 points just for this small bottle. And most of it is in your cup. I usually wouldn't even dare to drink it. As she spoke, her words became increasingly regretful. And recalling that she had directly drunk river water, Zhao Xiaoxiu huffed in annoyance and decided to take back the remaining water from her cup into the shed, saying, You won't have any more. What? Yu felt as if struck by lightning. No, Zhao Xiaoxiu, please don't be angry. I'll want wasted again. Zhao Xiaoxiu carefully poured the remaining water back into a thin plastic bag, ignoring him. Yu, flustered, exclaimed, I can pay you back. That's fine. Zhao Xiaoxiu immediately extended the empty cup, half a cup. Yu quickly turned to the male guardian, waving his hands anxiously. Hurry and give it to her. The male guardian sighed helplessly, opened his water flask, and poured half a cup of water into it. Is this enough? He asked. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at him, puzzled by his question. Did he think she was deliberately asking for their belongings? An hour passed in the blink of an eye. As Yu reluctantly climbed into the motorcycle trailer to leave, Zhao Xiaoxiu waved him over from the side of the road. Yu promptly lowered his head. Having just earned her forgiveness, he certainly did not wish to provoke her ire again. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, I don't like them. I only like you. Next time, it's better if you come alone, or else I want to play with you again. As she spoke, seeing Yu's alarmed expression about to spill out words, Zhao Xiaoxiu quickly gestured for silence, her eyes warning him, Don't tell anyone. This is a secret. Yu looked up at the two guardians beside him, then back at Zhao Xiaoxiu, who was smiling and waving at him, nodding earnestly. He understood what to do. Xiaoxiu. See you tomorrow. Yu waved vigorously. Zhao Xiaoxiu stood at the roadside watching him depart. Did you have fun? Zhao Gang asked with a smile from behind. Zhao Xiaoxiu shrugged her shoulders and remarked, It's all right, but those two guards. Sensing her unease, Zhao Gang gently brushed his palm over his daughter's small face and reassured her, You must trust your father. With a sigh, Zhao Xiaoxiu acquiesced. All right then. Hoping they wouldn't speak carelessly about Yang Mei upon their return. Let us go. Suddenly, Zhao Gang lifted her up and carried her to the entrance of the barn, exclaiming, Father has found something wonderful. What is it? Zhao Xiaoxiu's attention was instantly captivated. Zhao Gang set her down on a wooden stump and, like a magician, produced a pair of shoes from behind his back. The shoes were worn and caked with mud, but it was evident they were a pair of pink children's sneakers, not much larger than Zhao Gang's palm. They're in Xiaoxiu's size, Zhao Gang said joyfully, concerned that she might find them dirty. He quickly took her to the riverbank to wash them. Several hands plunged into the water, churning it into a rapid whirlpool, and in no time, the cartoon-patterned pink shoes were revealed in clarity. After a few vigorous shakes, the shoes were half dry and ready to be worn after a brief airing. Zhao Gang, brimming with enthusiasm, gestured with his palm to measure Zhao Xiaoxiu's tiny foot, saying, "I will make Xiaoxiu a pair of clean new socks shortly." The determination to provide his child with new clothes, shoes, and socks seemed like a grand endeavor. He picked up the still surprised Zhao Xiaoxiu in one arm and the damp shoes in the other, dashing into the barn. "It seems we don't have any needles or scissors," Zhao Xiaoxiu reminded him, not wanting to dampen her father's eagerness to make socks. Zhao Gang, who had already been dreaming of various splendid ideas with a white cotton cloth, froze momentarily, his vibrant eyes dimming. Zhao Xiaoxiu smiled sweetly, "But that's all right. Wearing old socks first will help her get accustomed to the new shoes. What if they rub against her feet, right, Daddy?" The spark in Zhao Gang's eyes reignited with vigor. Just as Zhao Xiaoxiu was encouraging her father, a powerful rumble echoed from a barn, producing a woo-woo-woo sound. The father and daughter paused for a moment, then rushed to the bedside to grab Zhao Xiaoxiu's small backpack. Upon opening it, the satellite phone flashed its screen briefly before turning off again. "It's a text message," Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Gang skeptically retrieved the phone, unlocked the screen, and indeed, two little red dots appeared on the message icon. Upon reading, one message was a notification from Taoyuan Base, and the other from Shiwang Base. The content was largely the same. Shiwang Base informed all survivors to gather promptly at 9 o'clock the following morning in the eastern area for the announcement of the latest resettlement plan. The message from Taoyuan Base conveyed a similar sentiment, but without requiring everyone to assemble for the reading. It merely advised the public to pay attention to the latest official announcements from base. The core urban area of their base had an intranet, allowing for immediate access to official messages on various electronic communication devices. Generally, notifications did not require assembly, but when they did, it signified a significant event was at hand. After reading the two messages, one remained calm while the other was filled with excitement. Zhao Gang was indifferent. As long as he could be with his child, that was sufficient. Zhao Xiaoxiu, however, was deeply concerned. Her father harbored too many secrets, and during their flight from Yang Mei's group, they had not been able to continue their search. Once the base stabilized, her father would be in great danger. Consumed by anxiety about the announcement meeting the next day, she struggled to sleep well that night, finally finding solace wrapped in her father's substantial embrace, which muffled all sounds, allowing her to rest soundly in the latter half of the night. It was a pity for the dozen or so flying chickens, who witnessed what they should not have seen, huddled in a corner of the barn, trembling throughout the night. Fortunately, the father and daughter would only stay for 3 days. As dawn broke, the pair rose early to pack their belongings. They had accumulated a plethora of newly procured supplies, filling the front rack of the bicycle to the brim, leaving no room for passengers. Their original belongings were stuffed into Zhao Gang's mountaineering backpack, which was bulging to the point of almost being unable to zip shut. Zhao Xiaoxiu had a far lighter load, with her small backpack containing her water bottle, nutritional liquid, and satellite phone. The machete was simply held in hand. Oh, and her new shoes, which had dried, were carefully packed into her backpack. The two returned the keys to the landlord and waved farewell to the barn where they had resided for 3 days, pushing their cart towards the eastern gathering place. Along the way, they encountered Mengler, who had come to fetch them. Seeing that the father and daughter were indeed on their way, he breathed a sigh of relief. "All our people are over there. Let us go together." Mengler pointed towards the direction of the Qinghe hunting team. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. Zhao Xiaoxiu curiously asked, "Uncle Meng, have you officially joined the hunting team?" "Not yet," Mengler sighed regretfully. "The team leader has agreed that I can start with logistics, earning points for evolution potions before joining the main group, but my mother is adamantly against it. However, for now, let us listen to how the base arranges things. Stable work may be hard to come by." As the trio conversed, Mengler also noticed them and waved them over. Upon Zhao Gang's arrival, he was met with the warm enthusiasm of the Qinghe team members, who greeted him regardless of their familiarity. Shun Ke eagerly whispered, "So, how about joining our team as the vice captain?" Zhao Gang replied, "Not interested." Just as Yin Lao was about to approach Zhao Gang to inquire whether he was heading to Huidongfang's side, a vehicle from Shiwang Base arrived. The bustling crowd instinctively stood, facing that direction, lowering their voices. Zhao Xiaoxiu, perched on Zhao Gang's shoulders, had a clear view and finally spotted the General Yang Mei had spoken of, the highest authority of Shiwang base. A white-haired, elderly woman, 62 years of age, bore a biological prosthetic on her left hand. Her pale face was etched with wrinkles, yet her posture was upright, and her eagle-like eyes, calm yet commanding, surveyed the crowd from atop the armored vehicle, exuding an aura of authority without anger. As she accepted the microphone from the guard, the entire crowd involuntarily tensed. When she began to speak, each word was steady and powerful. Following discussions between our base and Taoyuan base, the resettlement plan for all personnel at our base is as follows. First, the two districts will merge but remain autonomous. Taoyuan base will delineate a specific area within the walls for the survivors of our Shiwang base to reside, with rent set at the same rate as that for local residents. If points are insufficient, interest-free 6-month rental loans can be provided to be repaid on schedule. Second, Taoyuan base will allocate a section of land 20 kilometers outside the base to support the construction of our factories. Any surviving original factory staff and workers may register with the relevant personnel after the announcement for prioritized arrangements. Third, as housing within the base is limited, we recommend that everyone participate in the Lord's plan to achieve self-sufficiency. What is the Lord's plan? The survivors exchanged puzzled glances. However, the general did not elaborate, instructing everyone to seek information at the relevant offices once the meeting concluded. Fourth and finally, the points and contribution values of the two bases will not merge or be exchanged. Our Shiwang base will reopen the material station once the factory is completed, facilitating material exchanges. There are still survivors with Hope base points after the meeting. After the gathering, you may exchange at the special point, and once the requirements are met, unlimited exchanges can be made. With that, the meeting was adjourned, leaving a crowd of excited yet somewhat bewildered survivors unsure of where to head first. The four prominent signs for city rental registration, Lord Plan Point, Hope Base Points Exchange, and former factory worker reporting registration illuminated the way. There were no office buildings. All transactions occurred on armed vehicles. The hunting team had their leaders' arrangements, while Shun Ke and Yin Lao were already headed to the campsite, intending to hold a brief meeting within their group. The Meng brothers, pulling along Meng A. Pa, who was eager to rush to the worker reporting point, found Zhao Gang and his daughter, Zhao Xiaoxiu, still standing in place and inquired about their plans. Meng Lao said, "Gongzi, you and Lao Air have already registered at the floating factory, so it should still be valid." Meng Lao Air shook his head vigorously, "But we need a factory first." "Big brother, do you see where the factory is now? If we go to register now, we will surely be sent to work on the construction." He pointed towards the high walls. "Isn't it nice to live in the city? There's water, electricity, and even internal network. Although the conditions in the outer city are a bit worse, the house's R&T is nice, but it's safe. We could trust our mother at home." He gazed enviously at the hunting team. "We have a place to stay, and if we accompany the hunting team on missions, our lives can still be quite good." Moreover, they had earned some points from the Peach source base, which meant they wouldn't need to take out loans for renting. "What do you think, Gongzi?" Meng Lao Air redirected the question, looking expectantly at Zhao Gang, hoping for his support. Zhao Gang remained silent, looking down at Zhao Xiaoxiu. Zhao Xiaoxiu coughed lightly and reminded, "Shouldn't we first check the requirements for the points exchange?" She had visited the Peach source base material station and seen their price list. It was evident that many items, such as evolution potions, weapons, tools, metal products, and transportation, were considerably cheaper at Hope Base. All of them still had Hope Base points in hand, and if they didn't exchange this time, they would have to wait until the factory construction was completed to continue exchanging. Even if the infrastructure team of Hope Base worked diligently, it would still take at least a month. Meng Apo was not in a hurry to push her son to report to the factory, and the group made their way to the points exchange. However, before they could reach the exchange point, they heard several dissatisfied complaints. "Since the exchange is open, why must we meet additional requirements?" The staff member calmly pointed to the rules displayed on the screen. "This is the regulation from above. We are merely adhering to the rules. If you are upset, direct your anger elsewhere." Surrounded by fully armed soldiers, the disgruntled individuals had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure. However, as they left, one could not help but mutter, "You can send people out to die, but you pretend to be generous by opening exchanges." Zhao Xiaoxiu watched as people passed by, cursing as they departed. So she urged her father to carry her closer to see what was written on the display screen. The Meng family felt anxious as they squeezed together, finally managing to reach the screen. The rules for the open exchange read: participants in the Lord plan may exchange resources without limit today. What about the others? Isn't limited exchange possible? Someone anxiously asked. The staff member waved his hand and pointed again at the display. What is written is what exists. What is not written does not exist. The crowd was displeased. Isn't this forcing people to participate in the Lord plan? What is the Lord plan? Meng Lao za inquit pu dao. Someone who had just come from the Lord plan area shook their head in dismay. It's basically giving you a piece of land, a bag of seeds, and some relief food to help you cultivate the land. You can keep some of the harvest for yourself. A few were elated. Isn't that similar to the villagers near the base? That doesn't sound too bad. Are you foolish? A burly man scoffed. All those lands near the high walls are meant for their own people, not for us outsiders. Do you know where those hunting teams have been sent to clear? Far away from the base, in desolate mountains and wilderness, without water or electricity. It's a place where you can't even cry for help. How can they be like this? The discontent among the crowd reached a boiling point. The once crowded scene at the points exchange quickly shifted towards the city rental registration point. Interest-free loans seemed far more reasonable than that absurd Lord plan. Once the crowd dispersed, the exchange personnel glanced at the few remaining individuals. Are you exchanging? The Meng family shook their heads vigorously. Ever since the meteor shower struck, humanity had not considered leaving the safety of the base, especially for ordinary people. Encounters with mutated flora and fauna spelled certain doom. Just the thought of being surrounded by plants and animals made Meng ape shudder uncontrollably. Let us go see the rental point, Meng Lao Air suggested, pulling Zhao Gang and his daughter along, ready to leave. However, as they passed the Lord Plan point, the father and daughter suddenly stopped. Meng Lao seemed to realize something, staring at them in astonishment. Gongzi, have you made up your mind? Zhao Gang and his daughter, Zhao Xiaoxiu, held hands, their expressions serious. We're going to participate in the Lord Plan. Zhao Gang's gaze was resolute, clearly having made his decision. Meng Lao Air, finally understanding, looked at them in disbelief, his eyes scanning them up and down, and solemnly warned. But that is out in the wild. Having accompanied the Peach source-based team on missions to the clearance zone, he was all too familiar with the conditions there. The land may be vast, but it was devoid of human presence and lacked the protection of the base's firepower in case of emergencies. There would be no means of rescue. Zhao Xiaoxiu understood his concern and pointed to the rule display screen at the Lord Plan point. It read, survivors who successfully acquire land will receive an additional month of rations, and patrol teams will be assigned to provide safety for the Lord. It has been 13 years since the disaster. We, as humanity, must bravely step out of the base and reclaim nature, all for a better tomorrow. The Meng family looked at the motivational slogans on the display screen, which were inspiring but contrasted sharply with the harsh reality. Then I wish you good luck. Meng Lao Air ceased his persuasion. Gongzi was an evolved person. With such strength, he should manage well. Perhaps he might even become a wealthy lord. Meng Lao returned the bicycle and luggage he had been pushing to Zhao Gang, giving his shoulder a firm pat. Take good care, Xiaoxiu. We will come to visit if we have a chance. Zhao Xiaoxiu hurriedly took off her backpack, pulled out a pencil, wrote down her phone number, and handed it to the Meng brothers. Once you get phones, we can keep in touch. She smiled brightly. Meng Lao Air took the number, feeling a mix of emotions. Are we really parting ways? He asked, frowning in reluctance. The father and daughter nodded. Indeed, they were parting. Zhao Xiaoxiu said, but we will definitely meet again, right? Meng A-pa, feeling heartbroken, squatted down gently, cradling Zhao Xiaoxiu's face in her hands. Good child, I will live well. Meng Lao helped his mother to her feet. He was at a loss for words and could only remain silent. Several individuals exchanged silent glances, only to be dispersed shortly by the throngs of passers-by. As she watched Meng family depart into the distance, Zhao Xiaoxiu contemplated that perhaps distancing herself from humanity constituted her sanctuary. During this period of solitude away from the main group, she relished a newfound rhythm of life. The latest resettlement plan involved moving within the fortified walls of Taoyuanjidi, which bore little distinction from their previous dwelling in the dilapidated building. Given this, she pondered the merits of exploring a different way of living. After all, one could always hope for an unexpected delight. Father and daughter arrived at the designated resettlement station, where the crowd was large, yet actual registrations were scant. Yet, it seemed that humans inherently gravitated toward the collective, as Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father joined the queue. A few more individuals gathered behind them. Gradually, the line lengthened, for the allure of a month's ration was indeed quite compelling. The registrar inquired, "Please present your points card for registration." Zhao Gang handed over the card. "The first registrant has the right to choose first," the registrar stated as he processed the card in the system and displayed a land planning map on his tablet for Zhao Gang to select from. With a quick glance, Zhao Gang pointed to area number 13, the only section he was familiar with and had actively participated in clearing. While he could not vouch for the others, he felt secure about this choice. Additionally, it was adjacent to a river and abandoned buildings, providing a temporary refuge. The registrar confirmed the selection, and Zhao Gang nodded affirmatively. The registrar then recorded the information onto Zhao Gang's points card. "From this moment onward, Mr. Zhao Gang, you are the lord of territory number 13. The registrar handed over a small green booklet, saying, "This is the Territory Management Handbook. Please keep it safe and commit it to memory. Supplies can be collected next door using your points card." Zhao Gang accepted the handbook, gesturing for his daughter to follow. As he pushed their bicycles toward the supply vehicle next door, the staff there was exceedingly cordial. After verifying their points card, they promptly handed over the supplies to the father and daughter. A bag of seeds, heavy with promise, contained evolved sweet potatoes, and several varieties of low-level, mutated fruits and vegetables. Included were a set of tools, a hoe, a sickle, a set of filter cartridges, and 30 bottles of potato-flavored nutrient solution. "The vehicle is ready to depart. Please board quickly," the staff member urged, pointing to a blue truck parked not far away. Zhao Gang nodded, leading his daughter to the truck. Seizing the opportunity to stow their bicycles and belongings before laying his backpack on the ground to serve as a seat for Zhao Xiaoxiu while she awaited him on the truck. He hoped that their points card still held a balance of 250 points to be fully redeemed. Zhao Xiaoxiu, understanding and responsible, nodded, assuring him she would watch over their belongings. Little did she know that as Zhao Gang left, he had already arranged for a guard station in front of the truck to ensure her safety. When the father and daughter had just received their land assignment and made their way to the truck, they had discussed what items to redeem with their points. While their rations were temporarily sufficient, 10 remaining in Zhao Xiaoxiu's backpack, plus the 30 from today, amounting to 40, they felt secure for the time being. Zhao Gang opted to exchange for a set of second-hand stainless steel cookware and a purity testing device. He also desired an axe crafted from the hardened parts of mutated shell insects, but was informed of insufficient points. After some contemplation, he decided he could personally instruct his offspring in distinguishing the degrees of mutation in flora and fauna. He returned the testing device in favor of the axe. Although still short on points, the exchange personnel, noting his status as an applicant for lordship, kindly provided him with a refurbished second-hand axe. He silently hoped the base would offer large floating plates, subdivided into smaller segments for survivors, though even the fragmented versions were priced at 1,000 points each. Resisting the impulse to seize one outright, he mentally recorded this price, intending to save enough points for future redemption. Given that a young child had limited strength, acquiring a floating plate would greatly facilitate their mobility. Having completed his exchanges swiftly, Zhao Gang returned to the truck, only to find it now filled with people. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaoxiu remained comfortably seated on her backpack at the back. Some individuals contemplated displacing the child for a better position, but as they prepared to act, the guard at the front of the truck aimed his weapon in their direction. The adults were compelled to abandon their intentions, secretly speculating that the child must have influential connections. Zhao Gang, tall and imposing, climbed aboard the truck, stepping over a pile of ragged luggage to reach his daughter. He placed his belongings down and lifted her into his lap, casting a steely glare around the vehicle that dissuaded anyone from encroaching upon their space. After approximately 10 minutes, the truck was fully loaded. The soldier in charge of driving, a member of the Hope Base, instructed everyone to secure themselves before starting the vehicle. As it rolled out of the paved roads of Taoyuan GD and onto the newly opened earthen path, Zhao Xiaoxiu and Zhao Gang recalled having traversed this road with the hunting team just 2 days prior, now widened and repaired again, without proper maintenance. The rapid growth of mutated plants would necessitate daily repairs. 2 soldiers occupied the passenger seat, one inside and one standing on the steps of the open door, primarily serving as a lookout. Concerned about the bumpy dirt road, someone asked, "Will this road only lead us forward and not back?" The soldier brushed aside the newly sprouted grass along the path, replying, once the clearing zones are fully addressed and all lords have settled in, the base will pave the road. He added, with winter approaching, vegetation will enter a period of dormancy. As long as you remain within the boundaries of your territory, you should generally be safe. Sensing the skepticism among the passengers, the soldier reassured them further. A collective sigh of relief swept through the truck. Another individual inquired, if we encounter any issues in the territory, how do we communicate with the patrol team? The soldier explained, those with phones can call, and walkie-talkies are also available. The patrol team operates on a 24-hour rotating schedule, so there will always be someone present. If you need assistance, simply shout, and the patrol team will arrive promptly. However, given that a single territory could span hundreds of acres, one might wonder if they could truly be heard over such distances. As the reality of the unknown loomed ahead, the excitement felt by the newly appointed lords, who had just received their rations, began to wane. In contrast, Zhao Gang and his daughter, engrossed in a storybook and seemingly enjoying a leisurely outing, exuded an air of calmness that likely deepened the suspicions of those around them regarding their privileged status. Hey, a young man in his 20s, cheerful and bright-eyed, waved at the father and daughter. They looked up to see him smiling back. I'm Hao Ran, the lord of territory number 11 in Area B. What about you? Zhao Gang scrutinized him for a moment, causing the young man to feel uneasy, fearing a potential outburst. Until Zhao Gang finally replied, I'm Zhao Gang. This is my daughter Zhao Xiaoxiu, territory number 13 in Area B. Do you require something? You're also from Area B. Hao Ran exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. We're in the same district. Let us look out for each other in the future. His exuberant voice attracted the attention of everyone in the truck. A burly man with yellowed teeth rolled his eyes and scoffed, reminding everyone of their surroundings. We are all headed to be District Kid. Don't just look out for those two. I can also take care of you, he said, reaching out to grasp Hao Ran's exposed arm through his short-sleeved t-shirt. Look at how slender you are. You clearly haven't faced much hardship, have you? Hao Ran felt discomfort from the man's demeanor, yet he maintained a pleasant attitude, unwilling to respond with coldness, and awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing others were watching, he impulsively suggested, since we are all in the same district, let's look out for one another. If anyone needs assistance, we can lend a hand. How does that sound? There were 17 others in the vehicle, 6 women and 11 men. Most concurred, as agreeing would leave a favorable impression on everyone. Only one young girl with a ponytail, cradling a hunting rifle in the corner of the vehicle, sneered derisively and remained silent. The atmosphere thawed, and conversation began to flow enthusiastically. The burly man with yellowed teeth introduced himself as Zhang Lijun, 35 years old, and recently discharged from the military before the catastrophe struck. As everyone introduced themselves, he assumed the role of the righteous older brother, overseeing the proceedings. Once the introductions concluded, Zhang Lijun's gaze fell upon Zhao Gang and his daughter, urging them to share what they did for a living. In the course of the introductions, several individuals revealed their skills. Some could repair vehicles and operate heavy machinery. Others possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, which, despite the mutation of plants, proved useful for basic treatments. One individual even claimed to be an evolved human, although their specific abilities were not demonstrated. Zhang Lijun was a typical strength-based, evolved human, yet his military background granted him considerable prowess. He had 2 friends, a man and a woman, who accompanied him, though this detail remained undisclosed to the others. Zhao Gang's daughter, Zhao Xiaoxiu, was aware of this as her father discreetly informed her. His sensory apparatus was far more advanced than that of regular humans, capable of detecting even the tiniest activities of insects, not to mention the subtle exchanges between Zhang Lijun and his companions, which Zhao Gang easily perceived. Under the probing gazes of Zhang Lijun and his companions, Zhao Gang raised his right hand, his pinky transforming into a blood-like tendril. Brother Zhao, what is your evolutionary direction? Hao Ran marveled at the dexterous appendage writhing like a small snake, realizing his experiences were exceedingly limited. He had never encountered such an evolved individual. Zhao Gang feigned ignorance. I am unsure what direction it is. It just happened after I consumed the evolution serum. Zhang Lijun exchanged a knowing glance with his 2 companions, mentally marking Zhao Gang as someone not to be trifled with. With Zhang Lijun leading the way, all eyes turned to the silent, ponytailed girl at the back of the vehicle. Little girl, everyone has introduced themselves. You're the last one. The woman physician sitting next to her remarked with concern. We're all older brothers and sisters here. If you have difficulties, Just let us know, and we'll definitely help you. She exaggeratedly scanned the vehicle, feigning surprise. You're so young. Didn't you come with your family? The ponytailed girl shot her a cold glance, prompting an awkward smile from the physician, who muttered under her breath, good intentions met with ingratitude. Dongfang Ling, 17 years old, Territory 12. The girl succinctly stated before turning away in silence. Zhang Lijun responded, all right, now everyone is acquainted. We are neighbors from now on, so older brothers and sisters, please take care of the little one. The group nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere became amicable. Zhang Lijun sat down and discreetly pinched Hao Ran's arm, leaning closer to whisper, you're the second youngest here. If you need anything, come to me. You won't face trouble with me around. Hao Ran forced a smile and shifted his arm away, turning to Zhao Xiaoxiu to feign playfulness and mask his discomfort. Xiaoxiu, how old are you? Do you like small animals? Would you like some candy? If you call me brother, I'll give you some. Zhao Xiaoxiu remained silent. After 4.5 bumpy hours, the truck finally entered B district. There were a total of 20 plots of land, ranging from 200 to over 300 acres, arranged in 6 rows and 4 columns. Due to the irregular terrain of the town, the 6th row contained only one plot, the isolated number 6, located at the northeastern corner. The remaining plots were characterized by rugged hills and rocky terrain. The patrol team was situated in the central area of B district, flanked by plots 13 and 14, with plots 9 and 18 above and below. To facilitate each lord, the official cleaning team had established a grid-like road throughout the area, connecting each plot of land. The town's entrance was located in the southwest corner, and the truck entered, first delivering the lords on the western outskirts before heading to plot number 6 from the northernmost section. It then turned to weave through the central plots, ensuring every lord reached their destination. Since plot 13 was adjacent to the first main road entering the town, Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father disembarked early. Also exiting the vehicle was Dongfang Ling, the youngest and most taciturn lord in the district. As the truck continued forward, it left behind Zhao Gang and his daughter, who were burdened with their numerous belongings, while Dongfang Ling, equipped with only a backpack and a hunting rifle, turned to enter her plot 12 without a word. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced across the road at the sign for plot 12 and then turned to see the sign for plot 13 behind her, realizing with a start that the 2 plots faced each other, separated only by a 4-meter-wide muddy road. However, proximity at the edges of the territories did not imply closeness in living conditions. Zhao Xiaoxiu was unaware of the housing situation in other areas, but observed that within plot 12, only a dilapidated single-story house with half a collapsed roof remained. The destructive power of mutated plants was formidable, especially against the low-lying houses in the village that lacked solid foundations. Any ground movement could cause the entire structure to tilt. Nevertheless, the house in plot 12 was conveniently located by the roadside, facing the street and positioned at the intersection of 2 roads, making it easily accessible and in close proximity to the patrol team. Dongfang Ling showed no intention of greeting Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father, appearing indifferent to their mountainous pile of luggage. After securing her backpack, she turned and headed deep into her territory, towards the forested area on the western edge. The first rule in the Lord's Manual stated, a lord possesses absolute authority over their territory. Anyone who enters with the intent to harm the lord or damage the territory may be killed without consequence. Zhao Xiaoxiu closed the manual, stowed it in her backpack, and exchanged a brief, knowing glance with her father. The duo silently regarded their own territory, number 13. Their house was not situated along the main road, but rather beside a secondary road to the north, specifically on the second road beneath the grid layout. They were currently positioned at the intersection of the left main road and the third secondary road from the top. We got off too early, Zhao Xiaoxiu sighed, wishing they had followed the truck for a bit longer. The placement of the sign for plot 13 was misleading, and she had excitedly alighted from the vehicle, believing they had arrived. The 13th plot spans 300 acres, characterized by a relatively square shape, located in the central area of Zone B, which is also the residential hub of the town's inhabitants. A river flows from the north towards the southeast, bisecting the northeastern corner of the 13th territory, dividing the land into a large trapezoid and a small triangle. A bridge exists on the access road, an ancient stone structure that can accommodate only a single vehicle at a time. However, within the territory, there is no bridge. To reach the triangular section, one must currently traverse the bridge on the access road, circumventing to the other side before entering the land. Fortunately, this area is not arable, but consists of a grove of poplar trees. Due to the insufficient mutation level of C, the cleaning crew has specifically remained behind. The mutated flora and fauna within the territory have already been eradicated, leaving a landscape that appears charred and blackened by fire. Occasionally, a few earthen mounds and scattered low-level mutated trees can be observed. This land is not yet suitable for direct cultivation. Extensive groundwork remains to be done, and without machinery, relying solely on manual labor will undoubtedly be a formidable task. As the sun declines in the west, time is running short for the father and daughter to make their journey. After familiarizing themselves with the general conditions of their territory at the number sign, they share the burden of their belongings and push their bicycle towards the northern housing area. After a 20-minute walk, they arrive at the northern section, which comprises 7 or 8 buildings, though the nearest ones to the road are uninhabitable. Nevertheless, considering these structures lie within their territory and constitute a portion of usable resources, Zhao Xiaoxiu feels a sense of joy. It is certainly preferable to the solitary half-dwelling of the 12th plot. The only building with a roof and a relatively stable main structure is located near the stone bridge, to the east of the 13th plot, about a 5-minute walk from the riverbank, yet a 15-minute walk from the road. The distance is not considerable, but the absence of a proper path, coupled with the burden of their bicycle laden with supplies, renders the journey seem lengthy. Thankfully, at the end of the path stands a 2-story self-built house that remains relatively intact, with the windows' glass largely unshattered. Most importantly, it possesses a front door. Although this ordinary aluminum frame and glass door lacks defensive capabilities against the ferocious assaults of mutated creatures, it can still deter petty intruders. Zhao Xiaoxiu realizes that her fear of people seems to surpass her fear of the mutated species. Zhao Gang parks the bicycle outside the door, placing the remaining supplies on the cracked, uneven cement ground at the entrance, freeing his hands to open the house's door. The door is merely ajar, its lock long rusted. As the metal grates open with a harsh squeak, it reveals the interior's mottled walls, darkened floor, and a chaotic assortment of debris. This house has been rummaged through multiple times by the cleaning crew, leaving the contents uncertain. Having been uninhabited for years and previously shrouded by mutated plants, it has not seen the light of day. Following closely behind her father, Zhao Xiaoxiu cautiously steps inside, immediately confronted by a damp odor. She hastily covers her mouth and nose, struggling to adapt to the smell, nearly suffocating herself in the process. This is a typical self-built house, featuring a backyard and a drying area in front, occupying an area of over 200 square meters, with 2 stories plus a small attic and a spacious terrace. Each room inside is quite large. The first floor boasts a generous living room, flanked by 2 bedrooms on either side. Behind the living room lies the kitchen, dining area, and a utility room with a back door. The staircase leading to the second floor is situated between the living room and kitchen, while the upper floor clearly distinguishes 2 main suites, which are far more exquisitely decorated than the simpler first floor. The left suite exhibits a modern design, primarily gray and white, featuring a private living room, bedroom, bathroom, and balcony. The balcony is partially enclosed with windows, consisting of 3 sliding panels that remain intact, aside from some dirt on the glass, indicating that quality materials were used during construction. The furniture in the living room and bedroom has been dismantled into disarray, with bloodstains found on the floor, walls, and ceiling. However, due to the relatively good ceiling, there are no traces of mutated flora or fauna having inhabited the space, making it appear much better than the damp first floor. The bathroom door is closed, and as Zhao Gang opens it, a rogue mutated 3-headed snake suddenly springs forth from the toilet's drainage pipe, greedily flicking its tongue towards Zhao Gang's face. Zhao Xiaoxiu, standing behind her father, tilts her head curiously to peer inside, only to witness this scene, instantly feeling a chill run down her spine, freezing in place. The next moment, with a loud smack, the 3-headed snake is swatted against the filthy tiles of the bathroom by the tentacles protruding from Zhao Gang, turning into a puddle of red and white mush, which slithers down the wall. Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widen as she glances at the mangled snake and then at her father, who continues to lash the remnants against the wall with his tentacles, casting a disapproving look at him. "You are both equally disgusting." Zhao Gang gently pats the small creature's head and gestures towards the obliterated snake on the wall, advising, "Xiaoxiu, do not be afraid. Next time you see one, simply grab it and toss it a few times like this, and it will be fine." Zhao Xiaoxiu responds, "Oh." Having inspected the left suite, Zhao Gang leads his daughter to explore the right suite. This suite features a rosewood style, with the wooden furniture surfaces having long since succumbed to decay. Zhao Xiaoxiu discovers a cluster of small mushrooms growing on the rosewood sofa in the living room. Using a stick she found somewhere, she pokes each one off, and after finishing, she does not forget to stomp on them. The tops of the mushrooms suddenly deflate, releasing a puff of white smoke. This non-toxic smoke is not edible, as consuming it can lead to hallucinations. However, Zhao Xiaoxiu has heard adults mention that survivors in the southwestern regions cook these toxic mushrooms, claiming they taste delightful. Though she remains skeptical, regardless, she would never consume them, even under duress. The exploration of this room lacks any thrilling or stimulating encounters, and due to the unsealed balcony, the interior bears the remnants of where mutated plants once thrived, with the wallpaper and rosewood flooring all suffering damage. The level of household chores is such that even Zhao Gang, with his multitude of tentacles, feels overwhelmed. The attic on the top floor is in utter disarray, the large terrace riddled with cracks, and should it rain, this house would surely become a water curtain cave. Nevertheless, in comparison to the other nearby structures, it is still relatively good. Other houses exhibit cracks as wide as an arm across their walls, easily susceptible to collapse with a gust of wind. After thoroughly inspecting the entire house, the father and daughter decide to first tidy up the living room and kitchen on the first floor. They will make do with sleeping on the floor in the living room for the night, recuperating their strength to tackle the left suite on the second floor the following day. Additionally, they plan to dispose of the refuse in the attic and the right suite. As for repairing the roof, they can search other buildings within the territory for materials like plastic or metal sheets to cover it temporarily. There are numerous tasks on their to-do list. One day will not suffice, and they must proceed systematically. Their current plan is to secure a warm and safe dwelling before the onset of winter. After moving all their belongings into the grand hall, they place them on the old fabric sofa in the living room. The father and daughter pulled out thin cloths to cover their faces, their gazes growing increasingly resolute. With a firm clap of their hands, they declared, "Let's get to work." Zhao Xiaoxiu activated the solar-powered lamp and placed it atop their luggage. The brilliant light illuminated the multitude of refuse in the hall, rendering it impossible to hide. Cautious of the patrols that could appear at any moment, Zhao Gang extended a tentacle to clear away the scattered debris in the living room and the kitchen dining area. He also scraped away the peeling paint on the walls and the thick grime on the floor. Zhao Xiaoxiu, carrying a stainless steel bucket, hurried to the river to fetch water. Unable to lift the heavy bucket, she balanced it on her head, gripping it with both hands, and swiftly dashed back to the house. Despite her small stature, she possessed considerable strength, returning time and again with full buckets, soon filling the white plastic water container that Zhao Gang had retrieved from the kitchen. After removing the small debris and grime, only the larger pieces of furniture remained in the room. Zhao Gang decided to keep the usable dining table for dining chairs and an old sofa, discarding everything else on the concrete ground outside, intending to use it as firewood. He plunged a tentacle into the water container filled by Zhao Xiaoxiu and drew out a hearty gulp, depleting the water supply by half. The tentacle, now filled, sprayed water like a powerful jet, revealing the original deep gray of the terrazzo floors in the living room and kitchen, speckled with vibrant fragments of stone. With half a container of water remaining, Zhao Gang wiped down the dining table and chairs, gradually restoring their original appearance. The dry air from outside flowed in, whisking away the moisture from the floor, which dried quickly. The luggage on the sofa was moved to the clean floor, and Zhao Gang placed the old sofa at the entrance, spraying it down to clean. Zhao Xiaoxiu, seizing the last rays of twilight, refilled the water container. She then washed the sets of bowls and chopsticks that Zhao Gang had unearthed from the kitchen cabinets, placing them in the stainless steel basin she had brought. Unable to reach the higher shelves, she set the clean dishes on the kitchen table. Standing on a stool, she wiped down the kitchen counter, organized their belongings, and placed seeds and tools in a corner of the living room. Next, she retrieved the door panel that Zhao Gang had removed from the bathroom downstairs, setting it against the wall in the living room, and unpacked her bedding from her backpack. The little one busied herself in the room like a diligent little bee. After preparing the bed, Zhao Xiaoxiu was already drenched in sweat, wiping her forehead with her small hand, leaving smudges of soot from the stove on her face, which only highlighted her bright, round eyes. Zhao Gang brought in the clean sofa, placing it beside the bed against the wall. The father and daughter stood with their hands on their hips, gazing at the spacious yet tidy living room, sharing a chuckle. "Daddy, we have a home now," Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Gang crouched down, removing the grimy cloth from her face and carefully wiping her forehead and the soot from her nose, nodding in approval. Zhao Xiaoxiu gazed out the window at the starless, moonless sky. The world outside was enveloped in darkness, but within this small abode, a warm light emanated. With this glimmer of brightness, one could summon boundless courage to confront the night. Zhao Xiaoxiu pulled out her satellite phone to check the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After spending a full 4 hours cleaning the living room, kitchen, dining area, and staircase bathroom on the first floor, she realized that it would be impressive to tidy up the rooms by the following day. However, all Zhao Xiaoxiu desired now was a comfortable bath followed by a good night's sleep. Understanding the heart of his young one was effortless for Zhao Gang. He hoisted the half-full water container and headed toward the kitchen's back door. This plastic water container, with a capacity of 300 liters, was originally affixed to the wall outside the kitchen, connecting to the water supply and leading directly to the kitchen sink. It had been prepared by the previous homeowner for times of water shortage. Zhao Gang had previously inspected the plumbing inside and outside the house, discovering that the water pipes embedded within the structure had ruptured and were beyond repair. However, the segment leading to the kitchen sink, due to its short distance and elevation difference, allowed the water container to function effectively. This discovery delighted Zhao Xiaoxiu. Covered in sweat and dirt, she felt sticky and uncomfortable, eager to climb into the sink for a shower. Unfortunately, before she could do so, Zhao Gang lifted her up. "It's cold," he frowned disapprovingly. Zhao Xiaoxiu shook her head, insisting it's not cold. Quickly wiping her forehead, she indicated her warmth and eagerness. Zhao Gang ignored her protest, placing her on a dining chair, and used 2 tentacles to ensure she wouldn't climb into the sink. He then brought in pieces of old furniture that had been chopped into firewood, set up a fire, and filled a pot with water to boil. Only then did the tentacles allow Zhao Xiaoxiu to undress and place her into the basin, using the fleshy tips to spray water and bathe her. Dozens of fine streams cascaded from above, warming her skin and washing away the dirt and sweat. Zhao Xiaoxiu closed her eyes in bliss, sitting in the basin, humming an off-key tune, her head bobbing. Once she finished her satisfying bath, her hair still damp, sleepiness began to overwhelm her. Her eyelids drooped, and her little head tilted, resting on her father's shoulder as she drifted off. Several tentacles gently blew cool air onto her hair, fluffing her light brown locks into a tousled mess, before carefully placing her onto the soft bed in the corner of the living room. Pulling a corner of the thin blanket over her tiny, rounded belly, Zhao Gang tidied up the kitchen and then spent half an hour admiring his child's adorable sleeping face in the living room. Unable to resist, planting a couple of kisses before contentedly turning off the light. With the sole source of illumination extinguished, the entire number 13 territory plunged into darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Zhao Gang released all of his tentacles, commencing an intensive cleaning of the house to ensure that his little one would not be burdened the next day. Countless tentacles filled the entire structure, leaving no crevice untouched. The tentacles disposed of everything that could be discarded and leveled any peeling wall or rotten floorboard. The collapsed roof tiles were moved to the vacant area on the first floor, and all tentacles worked together to sort and neatly stack the usable bricks. Unserviceable debris and furniture were left in the backyard, while the salvageable items were washed by the river and arranged in the left suite on the second floor. The master bedroom now contained a double bed, a wardrobe, a bedside table, and a lamp. The blocked toilet in the en-suite bathroom was cleared, and the clean bathtub was filled with river water, allowing for regular washing within the bathroom. The living room in the suite was adorned with incomplete rosewood furniture, topped with a clean sheet for the child to roll around freely. The stains on the balcony glass were wiped clean, and a chair and a high stool were placed there, with a cracked ceramic pot on the stool, ready for the child to fill with fresh flowers for admiration. The left suite's floor tiles had a few that were slightly raised, pried open by the tentacles, while the remaining tiles, though cracked, were still firmly attached. The right suite across the hall had been restored to its pre-renovation state, with the door securely closed, temporarily awaiting the child's future arrangements. The 2 bedrooms downstairs have been restored to their original state, featuring cement walls and terrazzo floors. Inside, a few agricultural tools were cleared out, including a rake, a triangular hoe, and grain storage barrels. Additionally, there was a threshing machine that requires electricity to operate. Currently, no one is cultivating rice, and transporting the machine is inconvenient, so it was overlooked by the cleanup crew. One of these rooms has been designated as a tool room, where the tools brought by the father and daughter, along with the found agricultural implements, are neatly arranged. The other room, with intact window glass, serves as a storage room. Some furniture still requires repairs, and Zhao Gang has placed it in the tool room for later attention. This flurry of activity continued until the early hours, coming to a halt as the first light of dawn began to appear. At that moment, the hazy morning light illuminated the entire house, transforming its appearance. The main structure looked tidy, with bright windows, and each room was devoid of damp, musty odors. Although the furnishings were modest, each room received ample sunlight, giving it a spacious feel. A beam of sunlight streamed through the door window into the living room, perfectly landing on Zhao Xiaoxiu's sleeping face, revealing every fine hair on her cheeks. Her rosy face glowed like jade in the sunlight, resembling a glistening crystal bowsy. The two clusters of eyelashes, reminiscent of butterfly wings, fluttered gently as the little one slowly opened her eyes. Groggily, she sat up and rubbed her eyes, gradually recognizing the living room around her. At that moment, the young child was not yet aware of the significant changes in the house. She simply noticed that the air smelled much better than it had the day before. Turning her gaze to the nearby sofa, she instinctively called out, "Daddy," only to realize her father was not there. Zhao Xiaoxiu emitted a confused hum. This was her first awakening without immediately seeing Zhao Gang. She then turned to the slightly ajar door and shouted, "Daddy." After a brief pause, Zhao Gang's voice echoed from outside. "I'm in another house, Xiaoxiu. Go wash your face and brush your teeth in the kitchen." Zhao Gang called from the rooftop of the adjacent house, where the wall had a significant crack. Zhao Xiaoxiu responded with an "oh," but her curiosity got the better of her. She quickly put on her shoes and dashed outside to find her father. However, as soon as she pushed open the door, she was astonished by the neatly stacked bricks and tiles at the entrance. She hurriedly ran out for about 10 meters, turned around, and looked up at the second-floor balcony's glass windows, which sparkled in the golden morning light. Zhao Xiaoxiu widened her eyes in disbelief. Carefully examining every corner of the house, the exterior had been cleaned to perfection. In disbelief, she rushed back inside to inspect the two bedrooms downstairs, her mouth agape in astonishment. Taking her first step in surveying her territory, Zhao Xiaoxiu quickly scampered upstairs. Upon opening the screen door to the left suite, she was greeted by a studio apartment that closely resembled a modern minimalist style. The weathered ceramic pot perched on a high stool was clearly placed there intentionally. She stood in the center of the living room, momentarily frozen, her joy swelling within her. She felt the fabric of the sheets draped over the sofa and climbed up to sit for a moment. The bed in the master bedroom was wide and large, topped with a solid wooden board. Once a mattress was added, it would surely be quite comfortable. Zhao Xiaoxiu then turned to the bathroom, where the previously nauseating three-headed mutated snake had vanished, replaced by white-tiled walls and a clean ceiling. There was also a bathtub filled with water, a properly functioning toilet, and a bright mirror above the wash basin. The delight in Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes nearly overflowed as she raced to the rooftop, which had been transformed into a spacious 200-square-meter terrace, surrounded by intact parapets, allowing for ample movement. Spotting her father, she rushed to the parapet, propping herself up with her hands to peek over. Her large eyes quickly found the small building diagonally across, and she shouted, "Daddy, are you the snail girl?" In response, a thin tendril shot over, swirling around her. Zhao Gang's serious voice followed, "Where's the snail? Mutated?" Zhao Xiaoxiu giggled, leaping down from the parapet, and pinching the tendril's fleshy tip. She exclaimed, "You are the snail girl." The tendril wriggled in confusion, attempting to escape her grasp, but hesitated, fearing Zhao Gang's reprimand. The whole scene amused Zhao Xiaoxiu greatly, prompting her to release it. Zhao Gang leaned out from the opposite window, holding a pile of curtain fabric, and excitedly said, "Xiaoxiu, I found the curtains. After washing, I'll hang them in your room. It'll look beautiful." Zhao Xiaoxiu replied, "Got it. I'm going to wash my face now. Hurry back, Daddy. We need to find more." With that, she dashed downstairs like a gust of wind. In the kitchen, a basin of warm water awaited her, alongside a washcloth and toothbrush set on a chair, perfectly within Zhao Xiaoxiu's reach. Today, without the tendrils to assist her. She washed her face and brushed her teeth independently. The basin was slightly large, so she left the dirty water for now, planning to dispose of it in the toilet when her father returned. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt fortunate that the owner-built septic tank allowed the toilet to remain functional, which was far superior to the ones in the city. Concerned about yesterday's incident with a mutated snake emerging from the toilet, Zhao Xiaoxiu first retrieved her hatchet from the tool room and cautiously headed to the restroom. The first-floor restroom was a squat toilet with the doorboard already removed, and she remembered that Zhao Gang still needed to reattach the screws. The open toilet provided her with some comfort. If anything were to emerge, she could escape immediately. After finishing her business, Zhao Gang returned, carrying a bundle of curtain fabric salvaged from another house. Zhao Xiaoxiu drank a nutrient solution and finished half a jug of water. The father and daughter then armed themselves, taking the curtain fabric and a bucket to the riverbank within their territory. The previous evening's dim light had obscured their view, but now they discovered the river was quite deep, with the deepest parts measuring 4 to 5 meters. The river was also broad, stretching 30 meters at its widest point and narrowing to 17 or 18 meters at its narrowest. Building a bridge would require using 20-meter-tall trees to reach the opposite bank's poplar grove. Upon closer inspection, the poplars on the opposite side were robust and tall, providing excellent materials. However, the primary labor force, Zhao Gang, had no plans to construct a bridge just yet. The father and daughter washed the curtain fabric and the soiled clothes exchanged the previous day in clean water by the river's edge, with Zhao Gang primarily doing the washing. Zhao Xiaoxiu played with a long stick, curiously stirring the river water to gauge its depth, soaking her socks in the process. Upon returning home, she had to wear the pink sneakers she had previously hesitated to use. Outside their home stood a mutated dwarf pine, not reaching sea grade, only 1.5 meters tall, with a crown extending over 4 meters, resembling an umbrella mushroom. It was perfect for spreading out the curtain fabric and clothes to dry. Now, the father and daughter had a place to live. The next step was to thoroughly understand the resources within their territory for future planning. Zhao Gang pushed the bicycle out from the tool room, while Zhao Xiaoxiu climbed on her designated seat. They secured the house door and, armed with their tools, began their territory inspection, starting from the stone bridge and heading east to explore the poplar grove. In the expanse of 80 acres, a forest of poplars flourishes, boasting over 1,600 mature trees, all classified as low-variability trees falling short of sea grade. Yet they stand tall and proud with their canopies reaching for the sky. The versatility of poplar wood is remarkable. It can be fashioned into furniture, crafted into farming tools, utilized as beams for structures, burned as firewood, and serve as protective barriers, a veritable treasure trove of utility. As late October arrives, the autumn season casts its golden hue upon the leaves. A father and daughter traverse through the poplar grove on their bicycles, eager to continue their journey, only to find their path obstructed by a river. The newly established B district has yet to see the construction of bridges by the authorities, compelling the duo to retrace their route back to Shichiao, proceeding southward before veering east to continue their patrol. To the west lies a vast, flat expanse adjacent to the main road, unremarkable in its features. To the south, 2 gentle hills rise, their slopes having been meticulously cleared of vegetation. The pair arrives at the base of the hills, pushing their bicycles uphill, completing their ascent in nearly an hour. On the slopes, remnants of caves once inhabited by mutated creatures linger. Zhao Gang senses the area, assured that no dangerous mutated animals remain, having personally cleared this region, ensuring its safety. The 2 hills, each under 100 meters in height, currently appear suitable for planting fruit trees. Descending from the hills toward the north, they arrive at the residential area. This locale is relatively low-lying, with houses nestled at the higher elevations near the mountain's foot. Proximity to the river has resulted in the formation of a natural puddle in the lowest area. The water is shallow. Zhao Xiaoxiu picks up stones to toss into it, sending splashes soaring. The puddle is estimated to be less than 1 meter deep and covers approximately 500 square meters. Such a puddle could easily nurture peculiar life forms, such as mutated water snakes, frogs, giant salamanders, and lizards. Zhao Xiaoxiu harbors an innate aversion, even a touch of fear, towards these smooth-skinned, legged amphibians, sending chills down her spine at the mere thought. Upon sighting the pond, she promptly insists that Zhao Gang rent an excavator to fill it in. Zhao Gang, amused, pinches her cheek, chuckling at her fears. As a responsible father, he believes it is essential to face one's fears rather than flee from them. Unaware of her father's internal musings, Zhao Xiaoxiu hurriedly pulls him back to higher ground. At that moment, the sound of a patrol car's horn pierces the air, prompting the pair to look up. An unexpected figure leaps from a vehicle. He too is taken aback by the sight of them, raising an eyebrow in surprise before quickly regaining his composure. It is Captain Mo. Good afternoon. He greets, clad in a deep blue patrol uniform, standing just outside the territorial boundary. May I enter? He inquires. Zhao Xiaoxiu, taken aback, whispers to Zhao Gang, Dad, it's Captain Mo. Zhao Gang nods, recognizing the familiar scent even before the man approaches. You may, he replies, guiding Zhao Xiaoxiu towards him. With the Lord's consent, the man strides into their territory. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Mo. Gui, currently the captain of the B District Patrol Station. He salutes, raising his hand in a military gesture. Instinctively, Zhao Xiaoxiu stands at attention and returns the salute. After completing the gesture, she, along with the two men before her, shares a moment of astonishment. Zhao Gang recalls never having explicitly taught her such manners. However, his daughter, being bright, must have emulated this behavior from observing others. Mo Gui is slightly taken aback. Times have changed, and soldiers like him, who dedicate themselves to the base, have long lost the trust and respect of the survivors. The last time a civilian had returned his salute was ages ago. A complex feeling stirs within him, and he offers a gentle smile at the formally saluting young girl. Zhao Xiaoxiu reciprocates with an awkward smile, realizing her sudden display of respect was rather unusual. Mo Gui glances at the two small buildings the father and daughter have tidied up not far behind them, silently impressed by their industriousness. Having just come from another lord's territory, where residents were either flustered or overwhelmed by their housing arrangements, he finds their situation rather commendable. However, his visit is not to assess their cleaning efforts, but to convey important news. Declining Zhao Gang's insincere invitation to sit indoors, he adopts a formal tone to relay. Next Monday at 9 in the morning, there will be a planting training seminar at the patrol station. Experts from the Taoyuan base will personally instruct you lords, so please be sure to attend punctually. Additionally, a supply station will be established at the site. Should you require any materials, you may exchange them using points or mutated flora and fauna. Feel free to reach out to the patrol team if you need assistance. Mo Gui hands over a business card containing various contact details for the patrol team. Zhao Gang glances at it, memorizing the information before passing it to his daughter to remember as well. He then boldly inquires, will there be a delivery service? Zhao Xiaoxiu, having silently memorized the contact details, timidly adds, Captain, we do not have a vehicle, and the distance is a bit far. Mo Gui furrows his brow, but nods in acknowledgement that can be arranged. When will the supply station be open? Zhao Gang asks. Montak Shigi replies. If you need it now, you may exchange it immediately. The father and daughter, with 0 points on their cards, respond understood. Mo Gui studies them for a moment, recalling Zhao Gang's formidable evolutionary appendage. Those bold enough to take risks often concern the patrol team. Thus, he offers a final caution. While we have cleared the quarantine zone within 5 kilometers of B District, there may still be advanced mutated creatures lurking deeper within, so please refrain from venturing too far. Their eyes gleaming with excitement, the father and daughter realize this implies they may venture beyond the quarantine zone to seek resources. Okay, we understand, Captain, they respond swiftly. Mo Gui nods, but feels an inexplicable unease. Something seems off. As he prepares to depart for his next location, he recalls something upon seeing Zhao Xiaoxiu and turns to Zhao Gang. I believe your child is classified as a healthy child, correct? Would you like to apply for a child relief nutritional supplement? Yes, thank you. Zhao Gang replies with a grateful smile. Although Xiaoxiu no longer requires the immunization serum, declining it would raise suspicions. Xiaoxiu seems to prefer not to draw too much attention to their father-daughter duo. Mo Gui returns to his patrol vehicle, retrieves a laptop, and opens the application form for Zhao Gang to fill out. Once completed, he will submit it to the base system, and a response will arrive within 2 days. Under normal circumstances, the approval rate is 100%, and the child relief nutritional supplement designated for Zhao Xiaoxiu will be delivered to the station within 3 days, continuing until her 6th birthday. Time ago, Mo Gui closes the laptop and drives off to his next appointment. The father and daughter watch him depart before returning home. The sun shines brightly today, and the curtains and clothes hung on the mutated dwarf pines have already dried by morning. Zhao Gang heads to hang the curtains while Zhao Xiaoxiu squats at the door, counting the days on her fingers. Today is October 21st, a Friday. Next Monday, I will participate in a planning training session, and with 2 days remaining, I ponder what to do. Zhao Gang has just finished hanging the curtains and calls Zhao Xiaoxiu to the second-floor balcony to take a look. Zhao Xiaoxiu eagerly rushes upstairs, exclaiming, "Daddy, let's go out of the quarantine zone this afternoon." Sure, Zhao Gang readily agrees, seizing the opportunity to teach the young one how to identify the degree of mutation in different species. Satisfied, Zhao Xiaoxiu gazes up at the curtains that her father has installed. The light golden velvet curtains adorn the windows of the master bedroom and the sliding door leading from the living room to the balcony. The previously barren and monotonous space is now infused with a warm yellow hue, creating a cozy atmosphere. "Daddy, on our way back, let's pick some wildflowers to put in a vase," Zhao Xiaoxiu suggests as she hurries downstairs to gather the items they will need for their outing. She ensures to pack her phone, water, and her machete. The charger is left on the rooftop, basking in the sun to recharge the flashlight, while she takes care to leave it at home. With the midday sun blazing and temperatures high, she dresses in long sleeves and pants to guard against mosquito bites, grass cuts, and sun exposure. Strapping on her small backpack and grasping her machete, she turns to her father, exclaiming, "Daddy, let's go." Her excitement is palpable. Zhao Gang grabs a cleaver, along with a burlap sack and some twine, setting off lightly equipped. The front door's lock is broken, leaving it ajar, but with so few people in the area, he is unconcerned about theft. Moreover, the patrolling team is consistently on watch. The father and daughter close the door behind them and depart without much worry about losing their belongings. To reach the quarantine zone, there are both a short route and a longer one. The shorter path would lead them through the territories of other lords, so to avoid complications, they decide to forego it. Instead, they ride their bicycles out of Area B, circling to the entrance. To the south lies the Taoyuan base, which has long been cleared. The east is filled with heaps of rubbish and rubble, offering little in terms of useful resources, while the northern forests are too distant. Thus, the western quarantine zone becomes their best option. As they meander into the western quarantine zone on their bicycles, they find themselves unable to proceed further after less than 500 meters, necessitating that they park their bikes in an open area and continue on foot. The woods have already begun to don the colors of autumn, with the sweet scent of ripe wild fruits wafting through the air. Zhao Xiaoxiu takes a deep breath, savoring the aroma, and swallows hard. Had she never tasted anything beyond nutrient solution, this fragrance might not hold such a strong allure. Yet, she has indulged in solid food. The evolved potatoes and sweet potatoes at home are meant for cultivation. Otherwise, she would have long since cooked and eaten them. Drawn by the enticing scent, Zhao Xiaoxiu finds herself moving forward uncontrollably. The quarantine zone has been cleared, with low grass and sparse trees, allowing ample light to filter through. Following the trail of fragrance, she soon discovers a straight-trunked, sparsely crowned variant of the autumn pear. The tree stands nearly 20 meters tall, its golden yellow fruits hanging from the topmost branches, while a flock of lower-tier, mutated sparrows pecks at them. Upon noticing the arrival of 2 humans below, the flock turns to glare with their reddish eyes, glinting with a protective ferocity. This spot marks the boundary between the quarantine zone and the deep forest, and due to potential dangers, the first patrol overlooked this delightful autumn pear. It is equally plausible that the pear's high degree of mutation renders its fruits inedible. Yet, a voice within Zhao Xiaoxiu tempts her, whispering that it is indeed edible, and she can partake. However, she cannot climb trees. The mutated sparrows, seeing the humans merely standing at the base, resume their pecking. Their sharp beaks easily pierce the pear's skin, exposing the succulent golden flesh within, its fragrance wafting enticingly. Zhao Xiaoxiu feels a pang of disappointment, standing beneath the tree and longing for the fruit. In that moment, she even wishes she could evolve a long tentacle to reach up and pluck the pear. Her father, Zhao Gang, perceiving her distress, sees this as a valuable opportunity for his young one to grow stronger rather than feeling pity. He picks up a stone from the ground and hurls it towards the flock perched atop the tree. The commotion stirs the birds into a frenzy, redirecting their attention towards the 2 humans below. "Daddy!" Zhao Xiaoxiu gasps, startled by the sudden turn of events. Zhao Gang remains calm, taking a few steps back while advising her, observe closely and identify what sets them apart. If you can deal with this flock of mutated sparrows, I will get you that pair. He emphasizes, the autumn pear is quite sweet, you know. That much is certain. Zhao Xiaoxiu retorts with a huff, experiencing the sweetness simply from the scent alone. But just then, the flock descends upon them, leaving no time for Zhao Xiaoxiu to chastise her father. She ducks and runs, circling the tree and darting into the underbrush, only to feel a peck on her backside, yelping as she emerges. Glancing up, she sees her excited father devouring the pear he just picked, and she nearly bursts into tears. Fortunately, her self-healing ability kicks in, and within moments, the pain subsides, offering her some solace. As the sparrows return, Zhao Xiaoxiu clenches her fists, steeling herself. With a sudden roll on the ground, she discards her backpack and machete, grabbing a handful of stones to throw into the air. After a flurry of throws, she manages to hit a few, and one unfortunate sparrow, struck in the eye, angrily charges at her. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaoxiu stands her ground, staring at the approaching bird, watching as its wings beat in slow motion before her eyes, even noticing the graceful arcs they create. With a swift motion, she reaches out and grabs the sparrow, hearing its screech as she captures it in her palm. She exerts minimal effort, and with a gentle squeeze, the sparrow's neck snaps easily between her fingers. Most birds lack emotional response. They do not react to the death of their kin and remain undeterred. The flock continues its relentless assault on Zhao Xiaoxiu, their sharp claws and beaks inflicting real pain. She begins to run again, realizing that evading them is not a sustainable solution. The sparrows pursue her with fervor, especially the ones that have tasted her blood. Becoming increasingly excited, a sudden thought strikes her, recalling that fleeting look she had just seen. She charges forward, creating some distance, then focuses intently on the nearest mutated sparrow. As she concentrates, the world around her seems to slow, and she observes the trajectory of its wings. Yet in an instant, Zhao Xiaoxiu cries out in pain. The sparrow has pecked her head. If not for her quick reflexes, it might have pierced her skull. Thankfully, it merely grazes her. Zhao Xiaoxiu turns and continues to sprint, realizing she is faster than the sparrows. Thanks to the forest's obstacles, she successfully creates distance between herself and the flock. Ahead, she spots a tree hollow and, without a second thought, dives inside, grabbing a handful of stones as she does. Two sparrows, hot on her heels, find one of their beaks lodged in a tree trunk, unable to free themselves. With old grievances and new animosities, Zhao Xiaoxiu hefted a large stone and dispatched them with 2 solid strikes. The subsequent flock of mutated sparrows, witnessing this spectacle, charged forth with even greater ferocity. In response, Zhao Xiaoxiu darted into a tree hollow, where she unleashed a barrage of stones, each one striking like a bullet. The first few mutated sparrows fell, their eyelids drooping, plummeting to the ground lifeless. Upon closer inspection, one could see the gaping wounds on their chests and heads, inflicted with precision, leading to their swift demise. The flock, numbering around 20, suddenly lost half of their members. Sensing an advantage, Zhao Xiaoxiu remained crouched in the hollow, honing her aim. Her gaze sharpened to that of a hawk, capable of tracing the flight paths of the sparrows, while also perceiving some green glimmers, though she remained uncertain as to their significance. When a sparrow ventured into the hollow, her reflexes were astonishingly swift, capturing and slamming it against the wall with deadly efficiency. Soon, a pile of sparrow corpses accumulated at the entrance, with only 2 or 3 remaining. And unable to strike a target, they abandoned the fight and took to the skies. Zhao Xiaoxiu, however, was unwilling to let them escape. She leapt from the hollow, shouting, "Hey, sparrows, where do you think you're going?" Grasping 3 stones, she swung her arms and launched them with remarkable speed. The sound resounded, 3 direct hits. The 3 sparrows fell, screaming in agony. Zhao Xiaoxiu charged forward with the large stone, delivering several more blows, demonstrating her deep-seated resentment for their pecking. The young girl discarded the stone, now stained with feathers and blood, brushed her hands clean, adjusted her tattered shirt, and lifted her pants. Was her backside feeling a bit chilly? With a head of disheveled hair, she turned to inspect, discovering a large tear in her trousers. Zhao Xiaoxiu gasped in shock. A child's wail echoed through the air, startling the creatures of the forest into a frantic retreat. A few blood-touched beings, gnawing on sweet autumn pears, were so startled they spat out their half-eaten fruit in panic. Zhao Yong quickly dashed to his little one's side. Zhao Xiaoxiu, overwhelmed with tears, glanced up at him, then turned to inspect her torn pants, letting out a sob of increased misery. She had not cried when chased by mutated birds or even when pecked. Yet, the destruction of her pants had her on the brink of despair. This scene was entirely unforeseen by Zhao Gang, who stood there flustered, his eyes darting about in confusion, his hands raised helplessly in the air, unsure of how to respond. Two tendrils nervously extended from the back of his head. One quickly retrieved a pear from the tree and presented it to his child, while the other gathered a large handful of broadleaf plants, attempting to cover the hole in her pants. One of the tendrils inadvertently brushed against her skin, causing her to flinch and abruptly cease her sobbing. Seeing her eyes brighten at the pear, the tendril swiftly stripped the skin with its sharp teeth, revealing the succulent, sweet white flesh inside. The enticing aroma filled the air, and Zhao Xiaoxiu wiped her tears away with determination, seizing the pear and taking a hearty bite. The crisp, sweet juiciness was exactly as she had imagined, instantly satisfying her. Zhao Gang and the two blood-touched beings breathed a sigh of relief, hastening to gather all the pears from the tree, laying them on the broad leaves at Zhao Xiaoxiu's feet, forming a small mountain of over 60 pears. Zhao Xiaoxiu devoured one pear, then requested the tendril to peel another. While eating, she pointed at her backside with her tiny finger, exclaiming that it's not just a hole, it's a girl's dignity. Zhao Gang's eyes flickered as he squatted down, picking up the remaining leaves from the ground. In a matter of moments, he fashioned an apron from the leaves, tearing them into strips to create a green fringe skirt that adorned Zhao Xiaoxiu's waist. "Do you like it?" Zhao Gang asked with anticipation. The little girl huffed twice, raising her chubby chin with a hint of pride. "It's all right." She twirled her little belly, causing the fringe to sway like waves, her mood shifting from overcast to sunny in an instant. Only then did Zhao Gang dare to ask her, "Did you see anything just now?" Zhao Xiaoxiu pondered seriously. "The wings of the sparrow and the green light." "Daddy, what is that green light?" Zhao Gang did not answer immediately, instead picking up a pear to direct her focus. Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded obediently, finishing the last bite of pear before taking the one from Zhao Gang's hand, concentrating intently on it. She recalled the sensation of seeing, and this time it came easily. She could perceive the green and yellow light points swirling inside the pear. "What is it?" Zhao Gang gently prompted. Zhao Xiaoxiu hesitated. "The yellow and green light points. The green ones are the same as those on the mutated sparrows, but I haven't seen the yellow ones." Zhao Gang inquired. "Which color is more abundant?" "More green than yellow." Zhao Gang pressed further. "How many of each?" Zhao Xiaoxiu, familiar with numbers, counted effortlessly. This time, stating the figures felt as natural as eating or drinking. "There are 209 yellow light points and 791 green light points." The little girl squatted down, placing the pear on a broad green leaf. She then retrieved the machete she had discarded earlier and returned, making several marks on the pear before slicing off a small piece from the left side. "I've cut off the yellow part. Now only the green remains," she said, raising the remaining large piece of pear for Zhao Gang to see, curiously asking, "Daddy, what do these light points represent? Will I be okay since I've eaten them?" Zhao Gang smiled reassuringly at his child. "You'll be fine. Both the yellow and green are edible." He gestured toward the pile of mutated sparrow corpses at the entrance of the tree hollow, the implication clear. Zhao Xiaoxiu stared in disbelief, finally grasping what she had witnessed. "Is it a measure of mutation?" She looked up to confirm her guess with Zhao Gang. He nodded affirmatively. "Xiaoxiu is remarkable. You've quickly learned to discern the degree of mutation in these species. The recognition of green and yellow likely stems from the influence of the base detection lights," he explained. "In truth, the classification of mutation does not rely on color, but individual differences exist, and as long as one can discern them, that suffices." Zhao Xiaoxiu found it hard to believe that she had effortlessly mastered such a powerful, self-healing ability and the skill to identify the degree of mutation. For a fleeting moment, she felt incredibly formidable. But upon glancing at her living father before her, reality struck hard. The truth was that in the face of unknown monsters, humanity appeared terrifyingly fragile. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Xiaoxiu could not resist tentatively asking, "Daddy, is it as simple to kill a human as it is to squash an ant?" Zhao Gang, who had been preparing to assist his child in collecting the mutated sparrows, paused, bewildered, and looked at her, Why would I want to kill a person or an ant? Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, humans and monsters did not share the same logical thought process. The 23C grade mutated sparrows were carefully wrapped in broad leaves and placed into a burlap sack. The remaining 64 sizable Zhao Gang pairs, along with those partially peeled, were nearing B-level mutation. Zhao Xiaoxiu stuffed a portion into her small backpack while packing the majority into burlap sacks separated by leaves. This afternoon's harvest left her immensely satisfied, and she had no intention of further venturing into the depths. Zhao, recalling the recent distress of his young one, decided to conclude their expedition, as his objectives for the day had already been met. Zhao Xiaoxiu dug up a generous handful of unidentified, C-level, mutated purple flowers growing beside a tree hollow, and the duo tidied up before making their way home. Having walked only a few steps, the satellite phone in Zhao Xiaoxiu's bag buzzed twice. "Dad, there's a text message," she said, holding the flowers in her arms and unable to reach for the phone. She nudged her backpack and signaled for Zhao to check the message. "It's the weather forecast. Warning of localized thunderstorms this evening," Zhao replied after reading it, promptly stowing the phone back into the stuffed backpack and zipping it closed. Zhao Xiaoxiu looked up at the sky, where the sun hung at the horizon, casting brilliant rays, showing no signs of impending rain. However, as the father and daughter exited the quarantine zone and Zhao retrieved the concealed bicycle to enter Area B, the sky suddenly darkened. The air quickly became humid, with fine droplets of rain drifting in from the north. Zhao Xiaoxiu watched as the curtain of rain swiftly approached from the north, looming directly above her. With a loud splash, large raindrops began to fall, drenching them both within seconds. A mutated grass shoot poked its head out of the burned earth, retreating quickly upon contact with the rain, aware of the dangers posed by Shaisai virus-laden water. Initially apprehensive, Zhao Xiaoxiu soon realized that the rain posed no threat to her. She felt alert and, even a touch, exhilarated, despite the muddy splashes that marred her legs and face. For Zhao, the rain was akin to ordinary water. He lifted his clothing to shield his child from the splattering mud. Nevertheless, the discomfort of the downpour prompted him to hasten their return home. He pedaled with vigor, the bicycle wheels spinning as if they might take flight. With a sudden whoosh, they sped past the entrance to Territory 12, sending a 5-meter spray of mud into the air, which splattered against the wall of a nearby house. The window, devoid of glass, caught Easternelling off guard as she stood nearby, and she was doused in mud. Her immediate instinct was to defend against an attack from mutated flora or fauna, and she swiftly raised her hunting rifle, directing it toward the source of the noise. To her surprise, it was merely a passing bicycle. Wait a moment. The person on the bike, with their bulging belly, was none other than the Lord of Territory 13, her neighbor, riding through the Shaisai virus storm unprotected. They exhibited no signs of madness. The father and daughter felt the astonished gaze upon them as they dashed through the rain. However, the deluge left no room for explanation. As thunder rumbled above, they dashed into their home. The bicycle was caked in mud, and both father and daughter were equally splattered, their backpacks and clothing dotted with dirt, hair damp and disheveled. Yet, their spirits remained high, exchanging smiles as they set down their belongings and prepared to light a fire for water to wash and clean their clothes. An hour later, as the rain subsided, they had changed into fresh attire and squatted by the stove, discussing how to cook a batch of mutated sparrow carcasses. "Dad, I want to eat roasted sparrow," Zhao Xiaoxiu declared. "Then we need salt and cumin," Zhao affirmed. "But we don't have any." Zhao Xiaoxiu sprang to her feet, determined to call the patrol station. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, is this the patrol station? I am the daughter of the Lord of Territory 13. Do you want some fresh Janki pears?" Yes, my dad would like oil, salt, and vinegar. I'll have him meet you at the door. Goodbye, uncle," she concluded before hanging up. She then flashed an okay sign to her father, who was patiently smiling by the kitchen door. 10 minutes later, the sound of a car engine resonated outside. Zhao led Mshgu and his companions directly to their doorstep. "Director M, please come in," Zhao said, removing his raincoat. Mshgu and his companions shook off droplets from their raincoats and boots as they entered. Inside, illuminated by solar-powered lights, was a simple setup with a square table and a fabric sofa. The Janki pears, already prepared by Zhao Xiaoxiu, were neatly arranged on a porcelain plate, slightly oxidized at the cut edges. However, they had to be cut, as the B-level mutated portions were inedible for ordinary people and would not pass the green light test. Why are they all cut so small? Gu's companion asked, somewhat disappointed as he gazed at the plate of pears. Yet, he couldn't deny that the sweet aroma of the pears was enticing. Surely, the other patrol members would feel the same. Hicho offered an apologetic smile to Gu, concocting a tale. The cut parts weren't of good quality, as you know. These fruits are often devoured by mutated birds or other creatures once ripe. The quality we have is quite exceptional. Zhao Xiaoxiu also endeavored to promote their pears, generously handing one to Gu's companion. Big brother, you must try this. It's incredibly sweet. The adorable child beamed at him, making it hard for anyone to dislike her. Chief, the companion looked eagerly at Gu. Upon receiving a nod, he promptly produced a high-end testing device, inserting it into the Zhao Gang pear for analysis. The indicator light turned green, and the small screen displayed the elemental content within the fruit. The virus content registered at only 0.09, as long as it was below 0.1. Even those who had never taken an immunity virus medication could consume it freely. For evolved individuals, food with virus content below 1 was acceptable. The virus content in the Zhao Gang pears had diminished to a negligible level. This result far exceeded the expectations of Gu and his companions. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoxiu remained unaware that her casual slicing had accomplished more than merely removing the yellow spots. It resembled a process of purification. The perception of certain matters differed vastly between ordinary individuals and the father-daughter duo. What Zhao Xiaoxiu easily severed would require high-precision machinery for an average human to achieve. Fresh fruit was considered a rarity within the base's military units. Zhao Xiaoxiu generously gifted one pear, while Gu and his companion shamelessly accepted it. However, they did not take advantage of the child. The remaining 19 Zhao Gang pears on the plate were valued at 60 points each, totaling 1140 points in hope-based credits. The companion carefully packed the pears into pre-prepared preservation bags and brought in a basket of seasoning supplies for the father and daughter to choose from. Zhao selected 1 bottle each of oil, salt, vinegar, and a bag of white sugar, along with a bottle of cumin. These items held little value before the cataclysm. But with the mutation of species, the new formulations were tightly controlled by corporate factories. Prices soared, transforming them into luxuries only the strong could afford. Nonetheless, Gu brought quality goods, which was commendable. A 2-liter barrel of vegetable oil cost 200 points, while a 500 milliliters bottle of soy sauce and a 500 milliliters bottle of vinegar each cost 100 points. A 500-gram bag of salt is 80 points. A 500-gram bag of white sugar is 120 points, and a 50-gram bottle of cumin costs 100 points. With these 6 condiments, a total of 650 points was spent. Although expensive, it was of no concern to Zhao Xiaoxiu, who expressed that they currently had funds to spare. After deducting the points spent on seasonings from the points earned from selling pears, they still had 490 points remaining. Once the transaction was complete, Gu and Zhao Xiaoxiu turned to leave. Though they appeared calm, Zhao Xiaoxiu noticed their eagerness as they initiated the patrol vehicle. That night, thunder and lightning roared outside, and the wind and rain lashed against the world. Inside their brightly lit self-built home, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat and the fragrance of cumin tantalized their taste buds. Zhao Gang, with his culinary skills at their peak, prepared crispy and fragrant mutated sparrow, leaving Zhao Xiaoxiu with grease dripping from her mouth. Meanwhile, the patrolling soldiers inside shared the golden autumn pears brought back by Gu and Zhao Xiaoxiu, suddenly realizing that there were still many beautiful moments in this apocalyptic world. They secretly anticipated their next transaction with lore number 13. The next morning, Zhao Xiaoxiu awoke to a gentle rain outside. The strong winds from the previous night had scattered the heap of discarded furniture in the backyard, and Zhao Gang was busy tidying up. It was yet another morning where her father was not by her side upon waking. Stretching lazily from the hard bed, Zhao Xiaoxiu yawned and rubbed her eyes as she dressed and stepped down. After completing her morning routine in the bathroom, she dashed downstairs with her tousled hair. She first arrived in the kitchen, grabbed a golden autumn pear from the dining table, and while nibbling on it, wandered around the kitchen until she caught the enticing scent of the sparrow meat Zhao Gang had left covered on the stove. The leftover mutated sparrow meat from last night had been processed, leaving only a small bowl on the counter. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at the spices on the shelf, set down the bowl of sparrow, and exited through the back door to the woodshed beside the kitchen. "Dad!" A clear, youthful voice called from behind her. Without needing to look back, Zhao Gang could tell that his little one was in high spirits that day. He lifted his head from his chopping duties and smiled at her, asking what she wanted for breakfast. Zhao Xiaoxiu beamed and tentatively suggested, "Can we stir-fry the sparrow meat?" "Of course," he replied, eager to fulfill her small request. Quickly finishing her pear, Zhao Xiaoxiu intended to help, but Zhao Gang gestured for her to stay inside. The heavy rain from last night had washed down the mud from the hillside, leaving the cracked concrete ground behind the house muddy and slippery. Both father and daughter looked up at the sky. Although the rain was light, it persisted, and the gloomy sky was shrouded with mist, suggesting there would be no sunshine today. They exchanged glances, realizing it was not suitable weather for venturing outside, and their plans for a weekend mountain trip had to be canceled. Recalling the mutated purple flowers she had dug up the day before, she told Zhao Gang to call her when breakfast was ready, then turned and dashed to the front yard, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhao Gang intended to call her back to comb her hair, but didn't have time to utter a word. To the little one, their new home resembled a fresh amusement park. She had barely explored a fraction of it and was eager to discover more. Zhao Xiaoxiu removed her socks, donned her plastic sandals, slipped into an oversized raincoat, and pulled a rain hat over her head before grabbing a hoe and dragging it out the door. She intended to find a new home for the purple flowers, allowing them to settle in. The rain had washed the earth clean, and the ashes from the burning debris flowed with the water to lower ground, eventually merging into the river, disappearing from sight. The soil revealed its true colors, a mix of yellow and black. The rain thoroughly soaked the ground. What appeared to be flat quickly yielded to her foot, leaving a small muddy pit. Soon, the ground before the door was marked with her tiny footprints and the grooves left by the hoe. Zhao Xiaoxiu finally found a satisfactory spot around a mutated dwarf pine. She decided to give the pine a neighbor, so it wouldn't be alone and lonely. Grinning, she picked up the hoe and began to dig. She planned to plant a circle of purple flowers around the pine, but the number of flowers was evidently limited. However, it was of no concern. She would first plant a semicircle and, when the weather cleared, return with her father to dig up more purple flowers from the quarantine zone. Unfamiliar with farming, the young girl was unaware that rainy days were not ideal for digging and that wet soil was far more challenging to excavate than dry earth. With her heart set on finding a home for the purple flowers, she stubbornly persisted in digging until half of the circle was complete, despite the difficulties she encountered. By the time Zhao Gang finished preparing breakfast and came out to call for her, he was greeted by the sight of his little one in a raincoat, struggling with a hoe nearly as tall as herself, staring incredulously at the water-filled ditch she had created. "Are you playing in the mud?" Zhao Gang asked cheerfully from the doorway, his tone casual. Yet, her pride was suddenly shattered. Zhao Xiaoxiu finally realized that farming was not as simple as it seemed. She trudged back, her head tilted, revealing her big, aggrieved eyes beneath the rain hat. "Dad, I just wanted to plant the purple flowers next to the dwarf pine to be its neighbor." Zhao Gang, surprised, asked, "Didn't he want to play in the rain and get muddy?" He knew that young children often delighted in two activities, playing in the rain and getting muddy. Never mind. Let us just go inside for breakfast," Zhao Xiaoxiu replied. With a shrug, Zhao Gang took the hoe she had abandoned and washed off the mud in a small puddle that had naturally formed at the door before leaving it to dry under the eaves. As the door closed, a tendril reached out, gently restraining the little one who only wanted to grab the bowl of meat from the stove, ensuring her hair was neatly arranged. Her hair had grown a bit longer over the past 2 months, now suitable for a small braid. The tendril styled 2 tiny braids at the back of her head, securing them with pink heart-shaped hair ties, making her look adorable and playful. Once freed from the tendril's hold, Zhao Xiaoxiu stood on her tiptoes, precisely reaching for the meat bowl, and sat at the dining table to eat. The stir-fried sparrow meat was bursting with flavor and sauce, and Zhao Xiaoxiu could only imagine how blissful she would be if there was a bowl of white rice to accompany it. She finished the entire bowl of sparrow meat, even sucking on the bones, and with a satisfied burp, she hopped down from her chair, catching a glimpse of a slender blood tendril peeking from the door. She promptly shoved the dirty bowl toward it and dashed away. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang was busy repairing furniture in the tool room, having discovered a plane in some corner of the house, intending to renovate the old furniture. Bored, Zhao Xiaoxiu stood under the eaves at the door, watching the large raindrops fall and observing the waterlogged pond in the south, which was steadily expanding. With a sigh, She lamented that she couldn't go anywhere and that there was no television to watch. She couldn't dig either, and her poor purple flowers lay neglected behind the door. Zhao Xiaoxiu ran to the kitchen, fetched a bowl of water, and sprinkled it gently at the roots of the purple flowers, hoping they could endure. Just as she was engrossed in her task, the patrol station next door suddenly erupted with the roar of an engine starting. As she set down the bowl to see what was happening, the satellite phone on the sofa began to ring. A tentacle swiftly coiled around the mobile phone and delivered it to Zhao Xiaoxiu's side. She gently touched the closed flesh bud on the tentacle and answered the call. It was Captain Mo. Zhao Gang. Zhao Xiaoxiu interjected, "Uncle Mo, it's Xiaoxiu." There was a noticeable pause on the other end before he continued, "Tell your father to take the call." "Oh." Zhao Xiaoxiu pouted, chiding herself for being a child. Just as she turned to take the phone to the tool room, Zhao Gang emerged, took the phone, ruffled his daughter's hair with one hand, and switched to speaker mode with the other. And Mo Shirgui's steady voice emanated from the device. "A large number of floating fish have appeared at the northwest corner. The lords of Area 1 and Area 8 have just agreed to let everyone in. If you wish to come, leave immediately. My car will arrive at your doorstep in 5 minutes. Each floating fish is worth 200 points. Dad, have you ever seen floating fish?" Zhao Xiaoxiu inquired curiously in a hushed tone. Zhao Gang shook his head. The identity of the floating fish was inconsequential. What mattered was that each one could be exchanged for 200 points. He promptly replied, "Let us go. We're leaving right away." "We?" Mo Shirgui raised an eyebrow, wondering if Zhao Gang intended to bring his child along. His suspicion was correct. When the patrol vehicle reached Area 13, Zhao Gang stood at the roadside, clad in a raincoat and cradling the similarly dressed Zhao Xiaoxiu as they awaited. "Zhao Gang, why do you bring your child everywhere?" Mo Shirgui silently lamented. "Get in," he instructed as the patrol soldier in the front passenger seat opened the rear doors for the father and daughter. Zhao Gang first placed the prepared long pole and weapons in the trailer behind the patrol vehicle, then helped his daughter inside before finally settling in himself and shutting the door. "My name is Aji." The friendly soldier extended his hand towards the back seat. Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaoxiu reciprocated with their introductions. Aji smiled. "I know. They have the Lord's information, which was just received yesterday afternoon. The pairs are very sweet." Aji gave a thumbs up in affirmation. He intended to continue the conversation, but was pulled back by Mo Shirgui's scolding voice. "Open the door." As the vehicle came to a halt, a figure clad in a yellow raincoat appeared at the intersection. Dongfang Ling from Area 12. Aji gestured for the father and daughter to make room, opening the door for Dongfang Ling to enter. "Is that all you brought, just one gun?" Aji remarked, surprised. Dongfang Ling ignored him, nodding at the father and daughter in the car, before taking a seat by the window. The patrol vehicle turned around and headed north. Other patrol vehicles also emerged from various side roads, transporting other lords headed towards Areas 1 and 8. With such a commotion, everyone, even if they couldn't catch any floating fish, was eager to witness the spectacle. Upon arriving at the junction of Areas 1 and 8, all vehicles were forced to halt. Ahead lay a bridge connecting north and south. Beneath it flowed a wide river, measuring 42 meters across. In the midst of the heavy rain, suspended 10 meters above the river's surface, silvery floating fish, about the length of a human arm and with wide, flat tails, joyfully swam through the downpour. Their shimmering scales radiated a dazzling array of colors, transforming the rain into a lustrous satin that sparkled like pearls in the rain. Zhao Xiaoxiu, witnessing the floating fish for the first time, was entranced by the halo of light they emitted, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. It turned out that floating fish did not float in the air, but rather swam amidst the rain. The powerful repulsive magnetic field affected the spatial tension over the bridge area, causing even the patrol vehicles that had just entered to feel lighter, creating an illusion of floating on water, compelling everyone to disembark from their vehicles. "My goodness, I've never seen so many floating fish." A voice from the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Dongfang Ling glanced over, the corners of his mouth curling in disdainful laughter. The individual, Hao Ran, noticed Zhao Gang and his daughter, waved at them, and then approached Dongfang Ling to inquire, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. I just felt like laughing." Dongfang Ling mocked. Hao Ran, perplexed, was about to retort when Zhang Lijun eagerly approached Mo Shirgui. "Captain Mo, you're the authority here. We will follow your lead on how to catch these floating fish." Though the words were pleasant to hear, Mo Shirgui furrowed his brow. "You have never caught floating fish before?" The lords exchanged awkward smiles, admitting that it was indeed their first encounter. Mainly, such mutated fish are quite rare. The Lord of Area 1 explained. Mo. Sure Gue inhaled deeply and gestured for Aji to provide them with information while he arranged for other patrol members. Aji stated, floating fish typically appear on the river's surface after continuous rainy days. They vanish once the rain stops, so we must act swiftly. To catch floating fish, we cannot use guns or arrows. They are highly sensitive to magnetic fields and will flee at the slightest disturbance. Thus, we must employ gentle methods, using nets and other tools to bring them down from the air. These fish are not very aggressive, but when startled, they can unleash a strong magnetic field, which may cause individuals to levitate and become difficult to control, so please exercise caution. The Lord of Area 8 asked curiously, what happens if a person floats up? Nothing too severe. Aji smirked mischievously, just a fall from a height. Or, one might get caught in branches or power lines, and if luck runs out, one could fall into the river and drown or be trapped by the wind in an unknown location. In any case, should you find yourself being lifted, either let go immediately to save yourself or hold on tightly until the fish tires, allowing it to descend gradually. Aji waved his hand, signaling the lords to commence their actions, as he too needed to regroup. Floating fish are one of the primary sources for hoverboard materials, and the rewards are substantial. As long as the capture methods are mastered, the difficulty is not particularly high. The patrol team was already eager to embark on their endeavor. They possessed custom jetters capable of deploying fishing nets, and with the combined strength of vehicles and personnel, their harvest could be considerable. In front of them, while there might not be 1,000 floating fish, there were certainly several thousand, allowing the group to share without contention. Even a single catch would yield 200 points. Originally, they had come merely to observe, but now the lords were brimming with enthusiasm. Zhao Laudi, you want to join? Zhang Lijun approached with lords from areas 14 and 15, extending a warm invitation to Zhao Gang. In the entire B district, aside from Mo. Shurge, no one else was aware of the extent of Zhao Gang's evolved abilities. Zhang Lijun's intentions were clear. He wanted to see Zhao Gang's true capabilities. No, Zhao Gang declined. Others had already formed successful groups, as it was indeed more stable to pull fish with a larger crowd. Seeing Zhao Gang's cold rejection, they all turned to look. Zhao Gang, unfazed, continued walking with his daughter and the long pole he had prepared towards the center of the bridge. Finding a less crowded spot, he gently set Zhao Xiaoxiu down. The little one was mesmerized by the fish, her mouth slightly licking as if she were hungry. Dongfang Ling found it strange. He had not heard that floating fish were edible. She was ensnared by Dr. Baikalan from Area 6, who insisted on teaming up and dragged her to the center of the bridge. This location boasted a clear view and an abundance of fish, and most importantly, it was in close proximity to Zhao Gang. She was curious about what that tiny tentacle of his could accomplish. Dongfang Ling felt somewhat annoyed by Baikalan's sneaky and gossiping demeanor. She shook off the hand that was entwined around her arm and propped her gun against the bridge railing. Baikalan gasped, "What are you doing? I told you not to use the gun. It will scare the fish away." "Ah, Zhao Gang, your child has ascended." With Baikalan's startled exclamation, Dongfang Ling pulled the trigger. A faint click echoed as a triangular hook soared through the rain, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before embedding itself into the abdomen of a floating fish. The floating fish jolted in surprise, its bean-sized eyes widening, and it began to thrash its tail, attempting to flee into the curtain of rain. Quick as a flash, Dongfang Ling seized the end of the line, wrapped it around a concrete pillar of the bridge, and thrust the rope into Baikalan's hands. "Pull," she commanded coldly. Baikalan stuttered in response, but soon regained her composure, gazing at the suspended fish caught by the hook, feeling both astonished and delighted. She was thrilled that Dongfang Ling's aim was so precise, instantly capturing the fish. However, she was surprised by the pulling force of the rope, which was lighter than she had anticipated. Baikalan hurriedly began to pull, the bridge pillar providing a buffer, and the magnetic field generated by the floating fish had a minimal impact on her, although she felt slightly buoyant and struggled to exert force. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but praise Dongfang Ling, saying, "Dongfang, you are truly brilliant." With that, she braced her feet against the bridge pillar, using leverage to gradually reel in the rope. Before long, the exhausted floating fish was drawn close to them. "We did it!" Baikalan cheered with excitement, completely disregarding Dongfang Ling's warning glance. The other lords, still devising ways to approach the floating fish, turned enviously at the sound of her cheer. Dongfang Ling quickly slipped a prepared plastic sealing bag over the floating fish, shielding it from the rain, rendering it as helpless as a fish laid on a chopping board. Removing the hook, she impatiently tugged at Bai Kailan, eager to catch the next one. Bai Kailan smiled sweetly, unperturbed, while secretly observing Zhao Gang and his daughter, Zhao Xiaoxiu. Nearby, Zhao Gang had fashioned a fishing tool for Zhao Xiaoxiu, binding two 5-meter-long poles together, with a loop of hemp rope at the top. This was called a fish lasso. Zhao Gang explained earnestly, "Hold the rod, choose your preferred fish, and throw the loop to ensnare it." Zhao Xiaoxiu listened intently, nodding in agreement. Zhao Gang patted his daughter, who wore a rain hat, on the head, pleased with her understanding. "You play here, Daddy will go catch fish." "Okay." The little one relished this newfound freedom. In Bai Kailan's astonished gaze, Zhao Xiaoxiu grasped the fishing rod's tail with both hands, lifting it while moving towards the center of the bridge. Suddenly, with a vigorous effort, the hemp rope at the head of the rod was flung high into the air. Being short, she had no choice but to employ this clumsy method. The first throw did not reach high enough, as the magnetic field affected the rope, causing it to drift along the bridge surface without touching a fish's tail. However, Zhao Xiaoxiu never gave up. She reeled in the rod and made another attempt, this time achieving a much higher throw, sweeping the tail of floating fish. Bai Kailan watched in astonishment, thinking that this 3-year-old child's strength was extraordinary. Although the magnetic field had lightened all objects in the space, swinging such a long rod and hemp rope was no trivial feat, even for an adult. Turning her gaze to the trio of Zhang Lijun, they were also trying to emulate Dongfang Ling's method, albeit without a gun, using a technique similar to the fish lasso. The three took turns tossing the rope, with Zhang Lijun, a strength-type evolver, sweating profusely after several throws. Zhao Xiaoxiu prepared for her third attempt, and fortune favored her. She managed to ensnare a floating fish with a low flight path. Overjoyed, she quickly ran in the opposite direction with the rod. Her small stature meant she faced less resistance, allowing her to move more nimbly than the adults. The floating fish struggled, and the buoyant magnetic field surrounded Zhao Xiaoxiu as she ran, causing her to lift off the ground. Initially startled, she quickly adapted, walking as if in a weightless state, a smile creeping across her face as her eyes sparkled with delight. This was so much fun. The other lords shouted in panic. "Zhao Gang, your child has ascended." Bai Kailan, closest to the scene, grew anxious, watching as Zhao Xiaoxiu's feet lifted higher from the ground while she loosened her grip on the rope, intending to catch her. However, before she could act, Zhao Gang's cheerful laughter rang out. "It's fine. Let her float for a while." "Fine?" The crowd questioned their hearing. The child was over a meter off the ground and still rising. How could that be fine? "Zhao Gang, don't joke around. A child could fracture a bone if she falls." Bai Kailan urged, her voice filled with concern. Zhao Gang firmly replied, "She won't. You all continue fishing." He was keeping a watchful eye, allowing his daughter to enjoy herself a little longer. Even if she fell and got hurt, it was a risk she chose to take. Zhao Gang glanced at Zhao Xiaoxiu, who held onto the fishing rod tightly, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. She was strictly adhering to the fishing principles Aji had just mentioned, either let go from the start or hold on firmly without releasing. Fish eventually tire, Zhao Gang thought, maintaining a relaxed mindset. He extended his right hand, and a blood-red tentacle materialized, swiftly ensnaring 5 floating fish. Pulling back his tentacle, he effortlessly stowed the bewildered fish into his bag. While everyone else was drenched in sweat and had yet to catch a single fish, he leisurely entertained his child, only to begin his own catch and secure 5 fish. However, this was not the main point. The crux was that his tentacle, which appeared to be no thicker than a thumb, could also expand and contract at will. Zhao Gang cast out his blood-red tentacle once more, causing Bai Kailan, who was nearest, to feel a sudden tightness in her chest. For a moment, she thought she had encountered some novel mutated creature. Zhao Gang turned back, offering them a subtle smile before returning to his own fishing endeavors. In no time, a large burlap bag was filled to capacity. As it was not waterproof, rainwater seeped in, causing the bag to float above the ground, resembling an oversized balloon. The patrol team, who had successfully caught a net of floating fish, watched helplessly as Zhao Gang's burlap bag swelled as if about to burst. They glanced back at their own sack in the truck, feeling an undeniable pang of envy. Aji excitedly nudged his leader. Leader, didn't you say you knew him? Can you call Lord 13 over to help us? Mo Shirgue shot him a glance. When did I ever say I was familiar with him? Didn't you mention yesterday that you knew him? Aji scratched his head in confusion. Mo Shirgue noticed that all his teammates wore the same expression as Aji, and, with a stern face, barked, "The ability to envy others is commendable. Yet the inability to diligently cultivate one's own skills is lamentable. It appears that you all lead rather lax lives. Upon returning to the base, I expect each of you to practice your evolution abilities 300 times." As these words echoed, the soldiers' expressions transformed into that of bitter melons. The soldiers, unable to voice their objections, hastily focused their minds and worked together to fire another round. However, as Mo Shirgue turned around, over 20 patrolling soldiers immediately glared at Aji, blaming him for stirring their thoughts. Aji felt utterly wronged. He had merely offered a kind suggestion, so what had he done to deserve this? Contemplating the prospect of 300 repetitions. Oh heavens! He wished to kneel before the floating fish right then and there. Aji clasped his hands together and bowed to the sky, murmuring, "Namo Amida Guanxian Bodhisattva, grant us a bountiful catch this round, so we may practice fewer times." The realm of mysticism often eludes clear comprehension. Just at this moment, as Aji's words fell, the rain ceased. The floating fish vanished from the curtain of rain, just as discreetly as they had arrived, leaving no trace of their presence or departure. The soldiers who had already set up the cannon and were preparing the nets gazed at the suddenly clear sky, their faces a portrait of despair. If looks could kill, Mo Shirgue's glare would have mercilessly slaughtered the group of youthful soldiers behind him. What had vanished? It was none other than points, vast amounts of points. Mo Shirgue felt a sharp pang in his heart and turned to see Aji still in a bowing position, hands clasped. Anger surged within him, and he kicked Aji's pert backside. Aji let out a cry and stumbled 3 meters before being halted by 2 companions. "Daddy!" A child's anxious voice called from the bridge. Curious, the crowd on the bridge turned to look. There stood Zhao Xiaoxiu, covered in mud, using the hem of her raincoat to cradle a silver floating fish. With one hand holding the fish and the other dragging a fishing rod, she hurriedly made her way towards the bridge. She had successfully caught a floating fish. However, the fish was too large for her short arms, making it difficult to carry. Spotting her father Zhao Gang looking over, she immediately called out for his assistance. Yet Zhao Gang did not approach. He continued to pack their haul for the day, smiling as he said, "Xiaoxiu can do it herself. Keep it up. We can earn an additional 200 points today." As the father and daughter met in the middle of the bridge, Zhao Xiaoxiu, breathless, dropped the fishing rod, wiped the sweat from her brow, and firmly exclaimed, "No." She embraced the large floating fish, which was gasping for air and appeared to be near dehydrated, resolutely stating, "I want to sell it. I want to take it home and keep it in our pond. That way, next time it rains, I can experience flying again." Reminiscing about the wondrous sensation of soaring through the air, the little girl giggled, her determination to keep the fish growing stronger. Zhao Gang asked, "Do you know how to care for the floating fish?" He noticed it was nearly gasping for breath. Zhao Xiaoxiu shook her head, but replied with a bright smile, "I will learn. I can definitely keep it alive." Overwhelmed with affection, she couldn't help but press her cheek against the tail of the floating fish, only to receive a slap from its thrashing tail. The little one paused for a moment. Zhao Gang thought his child would certainly throw a tantrum over this. Yet she remained unperturbed, gently patting the fish's rigid triangular head, soothingly murmuring, "Don't be angry. We will go home soon. I have a big pond where you can swim freely." The undulating tentacles that Zhao Gang had not revealed stirred with an impulse to snuff out the floating fish. The little master had never been this kind to them. Why should this fish be any different? Yet he managed to suppress these feelings. Nevertheless, seeing his child's affection for the floating fish stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within him. Let her keep it. If it dies, so be it, he thought. Zhao Xiaoxiu proclaimed, "Daddy, you are the best daddy in the world." Zhao Gang, whose thoughts had just turned dark, sighed internally. "I truly am not human." Indeed, he was not. The father and daughter approached Mo Shirgue in front of the patrol vehicle, handing over all the floating fish from their sack. Aji counted and announced the total, 87 fish. He then pointed to the one in Zhao Xiaoxiu's arms, asking if that one was included. Zhao Xiaoxiu immediately stepped back, declaring, "I want to sell this one." "Not selling?" Aji exclaimed in surprise, but this one can't be eaten. Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded, indicating she understood. Yet deep down, she believed that floating fish could indeed be consumed, as both she and her father could eat them. As if sensing her thoughts, the fish suddenly thrashed violently. Had she not held on tightly, its strength almost matched that of a genuine 3-year-old, and it would have escaped her grasp. Zhao Xiaoxiu gazed into the fish's frightened eyes, forcing a smile to convey her goodwill. Gradually, the struggling fish calmed down, and the fear in its eyes began to fade. Zhao Gang's fish-selling venture left the onlookers in awe. Among the other lords, the highest catch was achieved by Zhang Lijun's trio, who netted 25 fish. Next were Dongfang Lingyi and Bai Kailing, who collectively caught 18 fish. Following them were Lords number 1 and number 8, each with 7 or 8 fish. As the fish had appeared in their territories, all other lords, including the patrol team, had to allocate 10% of the points to each of them. The remaining lords each caught at least 2 fish. This outing proved to be a tremendous success for the lords of Zone B. Zhao Gang transferred 1780 points to Mo Shigui for distribution to lords number 1 and number 8. This further fueled the envy of the other lords. Zhao Gang had initially intended to inquire about the material exchange with Mo Shigui, but given the throng of spectators, it was evidently not an opportune moment. So he decided to postpone it and guided his child onto the vehicle. With few people around, the calculations were straightforward. Mo Shigui efficiently allocated the points, advising everyone to wait until Monday to exchange for materials, as a wider variety would be available then. After concluding, he signaled for the lords to board their vehicles and safely returned everyone to their respective territories before heading back to the base. This time, the greatest beneficiaries turned out to be the patrol station of Zone B. Not only did they capture floating fish themselves, but they would also profit from the sale of the fish brought in by Zhao Gang and his companions. Upon returning to the station, Mo Shigui immediately contacted the biological company, requesting them to come collect the fish and to bring additional supplies along. The person on the other end inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Has Zone B struck a windfall?" With a smile on his face and his tone as calm as usual, Mo Shigui replied, "It seems so." The other party chuckled lightly, asking them to hold on, and promptly hung up before dialing another number. "Hello, is this Director Yang's office? We have received the latest news that Zone B has just harvested a batch of floating fish. Where should they be delivered once transported?" The assistant on the other end of the line was elated, hastily rushing to Yang Mei's temporary office to seek her advice. Zone B. The Zone B involved in the Lord's plan? Yang Mei lifted her head from a pile of documents awaiting her signature. The assistant nodded, affirmatively stating, "Yes." The recently established Zone B. This morning, a request for Children's Relief nutritional fluid included Zone B. Yang Mei recalled which B district it was and reminded her assistant to bring the review materials for her approval shortly. However, as the floating factory had yet to be constructed, she pondered for a moment and instructed, "First, deliver this batch of floating fish to the central warehouse. Have a team take the machinery over to extract the main materials and bring them directly to my room." "Understood," the assistant replied before heading out to make the call. "Wait a moment." Yang Mei called her back and gently inquired, "What is you doing now?" The assistant smiled and answered, "He is currently with 2 guards, searching for his friend, who seems to be the little girl among the father-daughter pair we brought along, Zhao Xiaoxiu. By the way," the assistant suddenly recalled something and quickly opened her screen to send Yang Mei a piece of information via her private email. "This is a report that the 2 guards need to pass on to you. I almost forgot." The assistant looked apologetic. Yang Mei wafed her hand, indicating it was merely a personal matter, and gestured for her to continue with her tasks. Returning to her seat, Yang Mei opened the email sent by her assistant. It contained observation reports written by the 2 guards. Report Subject 1. Zhao Gang. Everything appears normal, but excessively so, which raises suspicion. Report Subject 2. Zhao Xiaoxiu, remarkably strong and fast, possessing physical capabilities several times greater than that of an ordinary 3-year-old child. The report also included a detailed account of how Yu was nearly pecked by a flying chicken, but was swiftly saved by Zhao Xiaoxiu. Yang Mei's fingertips repeatedly scrolled over the mouse wheel, reviewing the report from beginning to end. Suddenly recalling something, she picked up the phone and summoned her assistant. "Were there samples from Zhao Gang and his daughter in the temporary testing data conducted at the Hope Base?" The assistant nodded. "Yes, you personally conducted the tests, and everything showed no issues." Yang Mei instructed, please extract their individual records for me. Right now? The assistant asked, somewhat surprised. Yang Mei's tone turned serious. Immediately. Startled, the assistant hurriedly left to retrieve the blood test sample information. Although Director Yang usually appeared approachable and easy to work with, when she turned serious, she became an entirely different person, decisive and uncompromising, showing no leniency. The assistant did not dare to delay, and within 5 minutes brought all the information regarding the Zhao family to Yang Mei. Before sending it, she reviewed the blood test data herself, finding everything to be normal, and was puzzled about why the director was so concerned. The screen before Yang Mei flickered, indicating that files were being transmitted. She stood up, lowered all the blinds in her office, and even unplugged the computer's network cable before opening the document. Zhao Gang's blood test, which she had personally overseen, had included verification of his genetic sequence. In truth, she understood the secrets within Zhao Gang's body better than he did. However, she had only conducted a basic examination on Zhao Xiaoxiu and had not reviewed her genetic sequence. Yang Mei reopened Zhao Xiaoxiu's records and began to examine them. Her heart inexplicably tightened. She stood to pour herself a cup of warm water, took a sip to calm her racing heart, and then clicked on her genetic sequence chart. Upon glancing at it, Yang Mei's eyes widened in shock, and her breath quickened. She had found it. Achoo! Zhao Xiaoxiu sneezed unexpectedly, her small body leaning forward, nearly tumbling into the pond with the floating fish. Fortunately, she was still a safe distance away, with no harm done. However, the floating fish, seeing the water, suddenly became excited, flicked its tail vigorously, broke free from the child's grasp, and leapt into the pond with a splash, sending water flying and soaking Zhao Xiaoxiu's face. The culprit, meanwhile, swam gracefully in the water, creating ripples of silver, visibly delighted. Zhao Xiaoxiu wiped the droplets from her face and smiled. It seems you really like this pond. Suddenly, the floating fish leapt out of the water, blowing a floating bubble from its mouth, nudging it toward Zhao Xiaoxiu. Curiously, she reached out to poke it, and the bubble burst with a soft pop, scattering fine mist that shimmered with rainbow hues in the light, gently cascading down like a firework that blossomed and disappeared at her fingertips, creating a moment of wonder. How beautiful! Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed, gazing into the water as the floating fish flicked its tail, stirring the surrounding water into a swirling dance that briefly hung in the air. With the water suspended above, it too soared, gliding gracefully amidst the aerial waves before finally sinking into the pond, exploring its new home. Unable to see it, Zhao Xiaoxiu, feeling anxious, suddenly realized she hadn't even named it yet. What should I call you? She pondered seriously while squatting by the pond. I've got it. I'll call you Little Flying Hero. Little Flying Hero? Zhao Xiaoxiu called out tentatively into the pond. A series of bubbles surfaced in response. Zhao Xiaoxiu was overjoyed. It must love that name. Little Flying Hero, Little Flying Hero, Little Flying Hero, she repeated several times. The floating fish, disturbed by the noise, surfaced and splashed her face with water. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt the coolness on her face as water dripped down her collar, causing her to shiver and sneeze again. The floating fish, with its bean-sized eyes, looked bewildered. Zhao Xiaoxiu found its dazed expression utterly adorable and cautiously extended her foot closer to the water, reaching out to touch its head. Unexpectedly, the seemingly docile floating fish suddenly leapt and bit her. The sharp pain prompted Zhao Xiaoxiu to quickly withdraw her hand. Unbeknownst to her, the floating fish bit down and wouldn't let go, as she exerted all her strength to shake it off. The fish's sharp fangs scraped a chunk of flesh from her fingertip. Zhao Xiaoxiu gasped in pain, standing awkwardly by the pond as she watched the fish that had bitten her retreat into the depths of the water, her expression neutral but her gaze cold. Looking down, she saw a large piece of flesh missing from her fingertip, blood flowing freely and dripping down. The crimson droplets splashed into the pond, and the concealed floating fish quickly reappeared, greedily sucking in the blood. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaoxiu's previously indifferent eyes gradually filled with disbelief. Could the apparent gentleness and joy she had just witnessed merely be a ruse to lure and prey? Footsteps approached leisurely from behind. Shogun Post, standing above her with a concerned look. Her self-healing abilities had improved, and the bleeding from her fingertip had already stopped. The wound felt tingly and itchy as new flesh began to regenerate. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced towards the pond, She could not see the floating fish, but felt an intense intuition that it was hiding somewhere in the depths, between the two stones in the easternmost part of the pond. "Daddy," Zhao Xiaoxiu said with a distressed expression as she ran towards him, extending her bitten finger and lamenting. "Little flying hero bit me." Zhao Gang gently blew on her nearly healed fingertip, saying, "All right, let's go home and change your clothes. Otherwise, you might catch a cold." With that, he picked up his wet and injured daughter and headed home, his deep voice resonating across the territory. "Xiaoxiu, all life born in the universe deserves to be revered. We can never befriend another form of life. One can only become stronger than they are and then extend grace and means, compelling them to willingly submit to you." Zhao Xiaoxiu leaned against her father's warm chest, listening earnestly as her feelings of grievance gradually faded, replaced by a burgeoning confidence. She understood what she needed to do. The little floating fish must be tamed. She would ride it through the rain. "Ashu." Zhao Xiaoxiu sneezed again, mucus flying and sticking to Zhao Gang's shirt. Zhao Gang looked down at his innocent little offspring and sighed, lamenting her fragility. Zhao Xiaoxiu had caught a cold, suffering from nasal congestion and persistent sneezing, accompanied by a slight fever. Given Zhao Gang's approach to parenting, she should have fallen ill much earlier. Her resilience until now was a testament to her strengthened constitution. Zhao Gang did not directly feed her tentacles, nor did he visit the patrol station for special medicines. Zhao Xiaoxiu endured a restless night, tossing and turning, drenched in sweat. Miraculously, by the next day, she had recovered. She got out of bed, stretching her arms and legs, as if she had never been ill, feeling refreshed. Clean clothes were neatly placed on the bedside table. She changed out of her sweat-stained outfit, washed her face, and took her dirty clothes downstairs. The rain had ceased. It was an overcast day, but it seemed Monday would bring sunshine. She tossed her dirty clothes into the basin in the bathroom, where the tentacles would clean them. Calling out for her father, she heard Zhao Gang's response echo from the hall, clutching a golden autumn pear. She made her way to the hall and sat beside Zhao Gang, who was on the phone with the patrol station, requesting supplies of thread and hardware. The door lock needed repairs, and nails and hinges were required for the furniture awaiting refurbishment. Most importantly, he noticed that the clothes and pants for the little one had become too short. New winter garments were in order. Soon, a delivery from the patrol station arrived. The delivery person, agilely, was puzzled by Zhao Gang's request for thread and hardware, but respected it nonetheless. After handing over the sewing kit, he cheerfully asked, "Hey, can you help me mend my underwear while you're at it?" Zhao Gang, busy sorting through the hardware, looked over in confusion and bluntly replied, "You lack discretion." Agilely chuckled awkwardly. "My underwear is made of good material. It just got a hole. It'd be a shame to throw it away. Could you help me out?" Zhao Gang fell silent, glancing toward the entrance, his meaning clear. "Leave." Agilely, embarrassed, flashed a grin at Zhao Xiaoxiu, waving goodbye by Xiaoxiu. "Goodbye, Agilely Gidge," Zhao Xiaoxiu replied politely, watching as he drove away. Wait, who was that approaching the territory? Chu Ye. Hao Ran stood outside the boundary of Area 13, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and calling out loudly, "Can I come in?" "Dad, the Lord of Area 11 is here to see you," Zhao Xiaoxiu relayed helpfully to the living room. Zhao Gang had certainly heard the commotion outside. He acknowledged with a grunt, signaling for his daughter to play on her own while he placed the newly acquired hardware and thread into the tool shed before heading outside. Zhao Xiaoxiu shrugged, retrieving a hoe and bringing along a struggling mutated purple flower to the dwarf pine, vowing to find a home today. Zhao Gang ushered Hao Ran inside, and upon seeing Zhao Xiaoxiu digging, he cheerfully set down his backpack and took the hoe from her hands, asking with a smile, "Are you planting those flowers? You can plant flowers?" Zhao Xiaoxiu asked in surprise. Hao Ran nodded, confirming Zhao Xiaoxiu's intention, and immediately began digging small holes in the original ditch, planting the purple flowers one by one. In no time, they formed a semicircle, encircling the mutated dwarf pine. Hao Ran clapped his hands and advised, "This is a mutated Chuizhu flower. It blooms all year round after mutation, with 2 seasons each year. The colors vary, white in spring and summer, purple in autumn, and red in winter. Just remember to water and fertilize it after planting, and it's easy to maintain." Being a mutated species, its vitality was exceptionally resilient. The father and daughter diligently noted the information, only to realize that Hao Ran was still standing nearby. Zhao Gang then recalled him and asked curiously, "Is there something you need?" "Hey, Hao Ran had been waiting for this question and inquired, Zhao Ge, can I come to your river to collect some stones? Zhao Gang muttered under his breath, another person lacking discretion. What? Hao Ran didn't hear clearly, chuckling nervously. Zhao Gang waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, gesturing for Hao Ran to follow him. Overjoyed, Hao Ran quickly slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed, saying, Thank you. Zhao Ge, I'm really sorry for the trouble. Zhao Gang curiously asked, What do you need the stones for? I plan to build a wall. Hao Ran explained. My house isn't as nice as yours, and it's located on the edge of Zone B, next to a chaotic pile of rocks. Without a wall, I can't sleep soundly at night. Moreover, winter was approaching, and their surroundings were barren. Without a wall, the cold northern winds would be unbearable. Unfortunately, the rocky piles near his territory were too large, and lacking tools to break them down, he had turned to the river stones instead. After much deliberation, he decided to approach Zhao Gang, feeling a bit more familiar with him. Hao Ran had always believed Zhao Gang was a good person, and now he found his assumptions to be true. Zhao Gang allowed him to collect stones freely without asking for any compensation, merely requesting that Hao Ran share his wall-building techniques, which made him feel even more embarrassed. Zhao Gang designated an area for Hao Ran to collect stones, allowing him to help himself while he returned home to busy himself in the tool shed. Zhao Xiaoxiu packed 2 golden autumn pears from the dining table, found a fishing rod in the firewood room, and marched determinedly to the pond's edge. Today, she was determined to tame the fish residing in the pond. Not far away, Hao Ran, who was collecting stones by the river, noticed the girl standing by the pond and waved at her amicably. Zhao Xiaoxiu raised her rod in response. In the next moment, she cast her line onto the still water surface, creating a splash. With several casts, the water erupted in chaos as the floating fish, startled, broke the surface, only to be struck by her rod and sent back into the depths. The floating fish, momentarily dazed, remained submerged. Zhao Xiaoxiu crumbled the pear and scattered it, the sweet aroma enticing the floating fish to surface. However, before it could open its mouth, Zhao Xiaoxiu's rod struck again. In an instant, she thought she glimpsed a hint of sentience in the fish's eyes. 063, can fish think? Can fish think? Sitting on a rock by the pond, her fishing rod beside her, and a handful of crumbled pear in her hand, Zhao Xiaoxiu observed the floating fish, whose expressions shifted in myriad ways, lost in contemplation. Perhaps they could? She was uncertain. Will you dare to bite me next time? The girl asked. 1 foot perched on the stone, hands on her hips. To her astonishment, the floating fish shook its head from side to side. Zhao Xiaoxiu blinked in disbelief, thinking she must be mistaken. She grabbed another handful of crumbled pear and crouched at the water's edge, slowly extending her hand. The floating fish clearly acknowledged her. Swimming go in being. Stop, Zhao Xiaoxiu suddenly commanded. The moment the floating fish ceased its graceful movements, it tilted its body in a state of confusion. Though it appeared rather dazed, Zhao Xiaoxiu sensed not only its emotions, but also perceived that it was engaged in contemplation regarding the meaning of her words. How peculiar, for it had not displayed such behavior the day before. She beckoned once more. Xiaoxiu, come here. The floating fish raised its head above the water surface, aware that she was calling it by the name Xiaoxiu. Has it gained sentience? Zhao Xiaoxiu murmured, observing its fishy gaze. It reacted noticeably as soon as she spoke. A chill breeze swept across the river, sending shivers down her spine. Her heart raced, and she called out to Xiaoxiu again. The floating fish swam forward a little, glancing at her, and then at her outstretched hand. If you bite me again, I shall turn you into fish soup, Zhao Xiaoxiu warned, gripping the rod with her other hand. Moments ago, the fish had been prodded by the rod, and fear was evident in its eyes. The floating fish cautiously approached, now hovering just beneath her fingertips. Her watchful gaze remained fixed on it as she slowly lowered her palm into the water. Fragments of pear floated up, and the fish tentatively consumed one, its tail flicking with evident delight. However, it did not rush to eat another. Instead, it cast a glance at Zhao Xiaoxiu, and upon sensing her lack of further movement, it swam over to devour another piece. Yet, Zhao Xiaoxiu could distinctly feel the triangular head of the fish brushing close to her fingers, as if yearning to draw nearer. Taking a deep breath, she deliberately reached out to touch it. The floating fish abruptly reversed direction, its head darting toward her, its tail splashing vigorously, causing a fountain of water to erupt. It leaped into the air, releasing bubbles that floated down into her palm. Zhao Xiaoxiu extended her finger and popped one, a burst of misty fireworks dazzling before her eyes. Just yesterday, it had released such bubbles to entice her closer, and she remained on guard against its next unexpected move. To her surprise, it continued to blow several more bubbles, swirling around her, its eyes brimming with anticipation for her to pop them. One by one, she burst them, the mist enveloping her in vibrant colors. The floating fish, witnessing her delight, dove into the water, circling joyfully around her, exuding pure happiness. An inexplicable sense of intimacy surged within Zhao Xiaoxiu. As she gazed into the water, she could not tell if it was the refraction of light or something else. But she felt the fish appeared larger than it had the day before. She submerged her hand again, stirring the water, sending ripples cascading outward, prompting the floating fish to joyfully flick its tail and swim toward her. "Xiao Fei Xia," she called. It halted beneath her palm, its mouth nudging against her fingers and palm, yearning for something. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Xiaoxiu, and she stood up abruptly, pulling her hand from the water. The floating fish leaped, mistaking her movement for departure, and attempted to follow. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Xiaoxiu steeled herself, picking up a sharp stone and pricking her palm. The stone pierced her skin, and blood swiftly welled forth. Frowning, she returned to the pond's edge, extending her palm toward the water. The floating fish eagerly approached, but this time it did not rush in with reckless abandon as it had the day before. It swam anxiously around the edge of her palm until she softly called, "Xiao Fei Xia." At her beckoning, it flicked its tail and opened its mouth, aligning itself with the edge of her hand. Zhao Xiaoxiu tilted her palm, allowing the blood to flow into the fish's gaping mouth. However, it drank only a small amount before the wound on her palm began to heal automatically. Satisfied, Xiao Fei Xia swam around her hand, exuding an affectionate demeanor. Zhao Xiaoxiu gently stroked its head, feeling its smooth, scaleless skin, the texture delightful to her touch, and she absent-mindedly caressed it for a while. When she regained her focus, she realized that Xiao Fei Xia appeared to be drifting on the water's surface, motionless, as if in a blissful stupor. Placing her hand over her heart, the previously vague sensation of the fish's emotions became strikingly clear. It was happy, relishing her touch, and eager to play with her. It even seemed to invite her to join it in swimming. However, Zhao Xiaoxiu could not swim, so she quickly rose and stepped back to a safe distance. The floating fish, noticing her retreat, immediately flipped over and swam toward the shore, its triangular head surfacing, its eyes fixed on her with longing. This was decidedly unusual. As Zhao Xiaoxiu carried her rod home, she scrutinized her palm. She was now certain that Xiao Fei Xia's transformation stemmed from its consumption of her flesh and blood the previous day. It had become obedient, and it seemed to have gained a touch of intelligence. There existed a mysterious connection between them. A fish suddenly endowed with intellect attributed to her. What exactly was she? "Father, have I transformed into a monster?" Upon entering the tool shed and seeing Zhao Gang, Zhao Xiaoxiu asked with a pitiable expression. Zhao Gang was fixing a small children's table, preparing to call Zhao Xiaoxiu over to test its height, when he noticed her furrowed brow and her almost tearful, aggrieved demeanor, prompting him to let out a gentle sigh. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt that he was becoming increasingly human-like, while she herself felt ever more peculiar. "Why are you not happy?" Zhao Gang approached her, crouching down to meet her gaze. "Xiao Fei Xia is now different from other floating fish. It can assist you. Is that not a good thing?" "It is good, but—" Zhao Xiaoxiu lifted her eyes, only to see two blood-red tentacles stealthily emerging from behind Zhao Gang's collar. Her expression instantly dropped, her lips quivering. "Woo, I do not want tentacles." The tentacles, displeased, flared open, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth, thrusting themselves in front of Zhao Xiaoxiu. "Are tentacles not good?" Zhao Gang's voice carried a hint of unrecognized grievance. Zhao Xiaoxiu's tears ceased abruptly, realizing she might have upset her father. "There is nothing wrong with them." The little one wiped away her tears helplessly. "Then, let us be monsters together." Yet the thought was still difficult to accept, and she turned and dashed to the entrance, squatting by the low pine, retreating into herself. Hao ran, having filled a basket with stones, set it down by the roadside. He turned back to continue collecting. After gathering 3 baskets of stones, he passed by the low pine 3 times, only to discover Zhao Xiaoxiu still squatting there, drawing circles. He then realized that something seemed amiss with the child. Glancing around, he saw no parents nearby, making her small, isolated figure by the low pine appear even more pitiable and helpless. Xiaoxiu, what is wrong? Hao Ran approached cautiously, fearful of startling her. Zhao Xiaoxiu looked up and offered him a slight smile. I am counting the pine needles on the tree. Brother, you carry on with your work. After explaining, she turned her attention back to the mutated low pine, softly counting 889, 890, 891. Hao Ran scratched his head, sensing something was off, but unable to pinpoint what it was. Never mind, he decided to continue gathering his stones, making the most of his time to collect more before borrowing a vehicle from the patrol station to transport them. Take your time counting, Reborn instructed Zhao Xiaoxiu before heading towards the river with his basket. Zhao Xiaoxiu's voice faded as she quickly discerned the number of pine needles on the mutated dwarf pine. This ability was once foreign to her, but now felt as natural as breathing. Although uncertain of what her future might hold, she resolved to accept her current state. After Reborn moved the stones, Zhao Xiaoxiu returned home. With over 30 golden autumn pears remaining, and lacking a refrigerator to preserve them for long, she could not eat them quickly by herself. She selected 20, discarded the B-grade mutated parts, and had Zhao Gang take them to the patrol station to sell once more. Her points card increased by 1,200 points, bringing the total to 17,510 points, the largest sum she had ever encountered since her birth. Yet, for a desolate home lacking in every aspect, this amount felt utterly insignificant. Before long, Monday arrived. Shortly after 9 in the morning, the supply truck from a biological company arrived. It took over an hour to load and unload before it departed, carrying a truckload of floating fish carcasses. Upon hearing the rumble of the truck, the lords attending the expert planting class in the makeshift classroom were filled with excitement, their focus entirely diverted from learning. They were eager to rush to the supply station to seize any valuable items before others could claim them. The lords in Zone B were lacking in everything except nutrient solution. They required tools, particularly those related to agriculture, and ideally a generator, as the darkness at home was quite inconvenient at night. Being the only person within several miles grew tiresome. They craved entertainment, drinking, playing cards, and ideally watching television or movies. Transportation was also essential. With the vast distances between territories, merely seeking a conversation could take over half an hour, rendering them lethargic and compelled to converse with themselves, nearly driving them to madness. As for the land, with just their hands, it was hard to fathom the impending chaos when spring arrived. Lost in thought, the first planting class finally concluded. As the expert finished speaking, he looked up to find the classroom entirely empty. In stark contrast, the narrow exchange counter at the supply station was brimming with people. Wow, a diesel generator, exclaimed Lord Number 14, whistling in delight. The crowd erupted with excitement, eagerly inquiring, is there diesel? If there's a generator, there must be diesel too, right? The soldier behind the counter replied, helplessly, 200 points per barrel. Can you all form a line? Can we show some decorum here? The soldier barked. Lord Number 15, standing at the counter, immediately interjected, I was the first to arrive. Handsome, please fetch me a generator set. Thank you, as he handed over his points card, determined to claim it. Lord Number 17, feeling disgruntled, forcefully snatched the points card from Lord Number 15 and presented his own, asserting, I came first. I want a generator set. Zhang Lijun and Lord Number 14 rushed forward, unwilling to stand by as their companion, when Fei was bullied. Just as tensions escalated, Emo Shirgui shouted from outside, restoring order among the agitated lords. What's the rush? Our supply station does not only have one generator set. If you cannot exchange for it today, come back in a few days. As long as you have enough points, I assure you will be able to exchange for it, he stated. Remembering the complaints from the expert earlier, his frustration flared, and he scolded, I went through great lengths to invite this expert teacher, only for you to leave him in the classroom. Do you all want to grow crops or not? What kind of attitude is this? The second clause in the Lord's Handbook was crystal clear. Lords must ensure that all seeds received in the first year are cultivated successfully and pass various professional assessments. Evaluations include, but are not limited to, the Lord's personal character and planting proficiency. Failure to pass will result in removal from the Lord program and double forfeiture of subsidized resources, along with confiscation of territory. The third clause stated, starting from the second year, 30% of all land output must be submitted to the base, with the remainder belonging to the Lord. Mo Shirgui concluded with, "The expert is here for only 1 month. You should be mindful." The lords exchanged glances, their restlessness gradually subsiding. The reality in Zone B was indeed much better than they initially anticipated. With land in their possession, diligence would prevent hunger, a consensus among the survivors from a C-zone. The notion of farming had long been ingrained in their DNA. The chaotic line transformed into an orderly queue, as none wished to forfeit their chance to become a lord. Of course, they still intended to seize supplies. The approach merely shifted from overt to discreet. Zhao Gang was not in the crowd. He accompanied Mo Shirgui to a room resembling an office. Mo Shirgui retrieved a document from the drawer and gestured for him to sign. "Your daughter's application for relief nutrient solution has been approved. According to regulations, it was supposed to be distributed on the 1st of next month. However, with only a few of us here, we should support each other, so I'm giving it to you early. The next distribution will still be on the 1st. Zhao Gang said as he signed and returned the document. "Thank you." Mo Shirgui handed him a note, stating from now on, "Just go to the supply station to collect it." Zhao Gang nodded, preparing to leave with the note. Mo Shirgui hesitated for a moment before calling out to him, "Would you like to participate in the base S employment task?" Seeing Zhao Gang turn back in confusion, Mo Shirgui felt he had acted impulsively. "If it's inconvenient for you to care for your daughter, then forget it." Before he could finish, Zhao Gang interrupted, asking, "How many points does it offer? Can it be exchanged for a solar power generation system? With the points from your last fish sale, it will definitely be sufficient." Mo Shirgui replied eagerly. Remembering Zhao Gang's strength, he felt genuinely pleased. After all, who could refuse a capable teammate who spoke little? Zhao Gang inquired, "When will we go?" "The exact time is still uncertain. Likely after the planting training and before winter officially arrives," Mo Shirgui replied vaguely, omitting specifics about the employment duration and task content, only promising to notify Zhao Gang in advance. The early invitation was meant to ensure Zhao Gang could adequately prepare his schedule. Mo Shirgui added, "The points from this task will surely satisfy you." Zhao Gang remained non-committal, secretly speculating that after settling the survivors, the base would soon initiate further significant actions. The planting training would continue in the afternoon, and Zhao Gang planned to wait until the training concluded to collect the relief nutrient solution from the supply station. In the morning, the expert had explained the differences between evolved crops and inferior mutated crops, presenting numerous concepts and showcasing a historical timeline of crop evolution and mutation. The conclusion was succinct. Evolved crops would not harm people and could thrive even when sown carelessly, while mutated crops posed potential harm and required diligent care. Thus, the afternoon training session focused specifically on the precautions for cultivating mutated crops, given the mutated vegetable seeds the lords had received in the current season. The expert particularly highlighted the mutated rapeseed that could be prepared for planting now, along with a detailed response plan for potential planting emergencies. Experts assert that the optimal sowing period for the genetically modified rapeseed lies between late September and November, with maturation occurring the following May. During this interval, the seedling growth phase is deemed a safe period, while the flowering and post-flowering stages are regarded as perilous. It is essential for farmers to attend to the emotional well-being of the rapeseed. Playing music or crafting rhythmically resonant pinwheels can soothe their spirits and ensure their stability. Hao Ran raised his hand and inquired, "What happens if we do not provide such comfort?" The expert replied solemnly, "Dear student, such thoughts are quite alarming. During the flowering phase, the rapeseed may become agitated, developing an intense craving for flesh. If not promptly calmed, they may swarm towards the nearest source of meat, thrashing and devouring until the flowering period concludes. Thus, the large-scale cultivation of rapeseed is undeniably a hazardous endeavor, and I urge all students to approach it with utmost caution." Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the classroom, as the lords contemplated the implications of being leaders in Zone B. Initially, there was a sense of optimism, believing that diligence could lead to prosperity. Who would have thought that cultivating rapeseed could be a life-threatening task? Sensing the unease among the students, and with time running short, the expert decided to conclude the class early. Before dismissing them, he assigned a task: to bring hose and rapeseed seeds for one-on-one guidance tomorrow. The lords felt a twinge of anxiety, yet after a moment's reflection, they realized that since the rapeseed would not bloom until spring, they had ample time to prepare soothing music and create their whimsical pinwheels. Curiosity ignited, they looked forward to the practical planting session the next day. As the class ended, the lords who lived farther away were escorted back by patrol vehicles. Zhao Gang first collected a nutritional supplement for his daughter before cycling home. Upon arriving, he immediately sensed the absence of his little one. He placed his belongings in the living room and headed towards the pond in search of her. Today, Zhao Xiaoxiu had spent the entire day at home, training her little companion, Xiaoxiu, by the water's edge. Hearing familiar footsteps, Zhao Xiaoxiu turned around, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "Daddy!" Eagerly, she rushed to showcase her training accomplishments. A heart-shaped bubble mist firework materialized. Zhao Gang pondered that such things were likely only appealing to children. Nevertheless, he clapped enthusiastically, engaging in praise. "It looks splendid, truly impressive. Xiaoxiu has become quite clever, and you have shown great dedication, Xiaoxiu." Beaming, Zhao Xiaoxiu playfully drew a circle on the water's surface, prompting Xiaoxiu to obediently swim in circles, accurately following her gestures. After enjoying some playful moments together, Zhao Xiaoxiu waved goodbye and accompanied her father home. "Daddy, how was your training today?" she inquired with concern. Zhao Gang nodded. "It went well. I learned how to plant rapeseed, and we will begin tomorrow with expert guidance." "Are we starting already?" Zhao Xiaoxiu was slightly taken aback. "Yes," Zhao Gang affirmed. The expert indicated that now is the ideal time for sowing rapeseed. Together, they entered the house, with Zhao Gang recounting the day's lessons to his inquisitive daughter as he prepared the necessary seeds and hoe in the tool shed. Zhao Xiaoxiu attentively absorbed every detail, mentally noting each step. If she could write, she would have taken notes. However, her sharp mind retained all the planning techniques after just a single hearing. Once the seeds and hoe were ready for tomorrow's training, Zhao Gang retrieved the water tank from the backyard wall, while Zhao Xiaoxiu balanced a stainless steel bucket on her head as they ventured to the river for water. By the way, the water purification filters provided by the base had yet to be utilized by the duo. Each filter could purify half a ton of water, approximately 500 liters. For daily consumption, excluding bathing, one filter could last a person for over 6 months. However, for them, river water sufficed for bathing and drinking, rendering the filters somewhat unnecessary. "Let us save them for when guests arrive," Zhao Gang suggested. Zhao Xiaoxiu agreed, considering it unwise to let anyone become ill from contaminated water. After filling their buckets, the evening had already descended, and the temperature had dropped significantly from the daytime warmth. With no entertainment activities at night, the lords retired early. At 8 o'clock, the only remaining illuminated areas were the patrol station and Territory 13. Zhao Gang boiled water, and after Zhao Xiaoxiu enjoyed a warm bath, they both ascended the stairs with an armful of fabric and cotton, wrapped snugly in the freshly cleaned abebe. Zhao Xiaoxiu nestled into the corner of the sofa. At first glance, with her tousled golden hair and bare feet, she resembled a little beggar in tattered bedding. Before her lay 4 tentacles. 2 held storybooks, while the other 2 synchronized with Zhao Gang's recitation, enacting a scene from a tale. Zhao Gang read folk horror stories to teach his daughter literacy, while his gaze wandered to the fabric in front of him. With needle and thread in hand, he crafted new socks and a jacket for Zhao Xiaoxiu. The nighttime temperature had already dipped to around 10 degrees, and wearing thin long sleeves was no longer sufficient. The winter bedding set and comforter were also part of Zhao Gang's plans. He had already cut the fabric, leaving only the assembly of cotton and cloth to complete. Had the room not been so small, he would have released all the tentacles to collaborate on craft together. However, too many tentacles might distract the child from learning, so he decided against it. The temperature had indeed dropped. As Zhao Xiaoxiu awakened in the morning, emerging from the pure, white, thick quilt her father had sewn overnight, a chill enveloped her skin. She quickly donned the thick clothes and pants that Zhao Gang had prepared the previous night. At present, her father was at the nearby patrol station for planting training, leaving her home alone. Having stayed up late studying, she had slept in until nearly 10 o'clock. Her outfit consisted of double-layered cotton, decorated with beads from hair ties to avoid a monotonous hospital gown appearance. Zhao Gang had crafted a charming ensemble, with a doll collar lantern-sleeved, straight-cut top paired with slightly tapered pants. The pockets featured ruffled edges, with pink and green beads serving as buttons and embellishments. The collar comfortably encircled her neck without being constrictive, exuding both comfort and elegance. Zhao Xiaoxiu stood on a stool before the bathroom mirror, admiring her reflection for an extended period, growing increasingly satisfied with her father's remarkable craftsmanship. With her father absent, she took a comb to style her hair, selecting 2 hairpins from her accessory box to secure her side-parted hair, ensuring that stray strands lay flat against her scalp. Gazing at the image of the little girl in her pristine attire, adorned with pumpkin hairpins, Zhao Xiaoxiu cupped her face in delight. With a joyful twirl, she gracefully leapt down from the stool, her skirt flowing, and merrily dashed downstairs to the kitchen. After consuming her nutritional supplement and 2 pears, she heard a commotion outside the door. Rushing out to investigate, she discovered the planting lords had arrived. The expert led the lords in the cultivation of rapeseed, with the territories of the 13th and 14th lords being the closest to the patrol station. Just recently, the 14th lord had mastered the technique, and now it was the turn of the 13th lord's domain. A group of individuals made their way northward across the flat terrain. As they passed by the front door, Zhao Gang took a moment to greet his daughter, Zhao Xiaoxiu, before striding ahead to guide everyone in search of suitable land. They halted 200 meters away from the house. Zhao Xiaoxiu securely closed the front gate and curiously ran over to observe. The lords cast kind smiles at the little girl, who stood quietly behind Zhao Gang and the expert, attentively listening. This elicited feelings of envy in them. Why could they not have such a well-behaved and adorable daughter? Mo Shirgui, standing on the periphery, watching the commotion, waved at the quiet little one and then shot a disapproving glare at the lords, who were too preoccupied with observing another's daughter rather than focusing on their learning. Uncle Mo, Zhao Xiaoxiu approached, looking up to ask, her head tilted in curiosity. Mo Shirgui immediately crouched down, fearing he might startle her, hastily shifting his weapon behind him. A gentle smile, almost incredulous to himself, adorned his face. Have you received your nutritional supplement, Xiaoxiu? He inquired with concern. Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded and smiled at him, her pure white attire accentuating her delicate complexion, with large, gleaming eyes reminiscent of the pink and green decorative beads on her clothing. Mo Shirgui felt his heart soften, wishing to scoop her up in his arms. However, being a mature man, he refrained from such a presumptuous act. He rummaged through the pockets of his combat uniform, finding only weapons and no candy to offer. Embarrassed, he held 2 grenades he had extracted from the last pocket and awkwardly smiled at the little girl, shoving the grenades back into his pocket. He vowed silently to bring some snacks next time. Zhao Xiaoxiu, having waited expectantly, felt no disappointment despite not receiving anything, for she sensed Mo Shirgui's goodwill. The field demonstration by Zhao Gang concluded, and someone called out to Mo Shirgui, "Commander, let us move on." The group rushed to the next location, leaving Zhao Gang to continue the unfinished task of rapeseed planting. As Mo Shirgui led his own young one over to hand her back to Zhao Gang before departing. Zhao Gang nodded in acknowledgement, appearing quite courteous. However, Mo Shirgui suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Turning back, he saw the father and daughter waving at him. Zhao Xiaoxiu called out, "Goodbye, Uncle Mo." Zhao Gang smiled, his expression warm like a spring breeze. This was not the first time Mo Shirgui had encountered Zhao Gang, yet he had never seen him smile in such a manner. A shiver ran through him, but his resolve to bring candy next time remained steadfast. Once the crowd dispersed, only Zhao Gang and his daughter remained in the field. The rapeseed seeds supplied by the base were sufficient to plant 1 acre of land. The expert had given them 5 days. Zhao Gang's task was to complete the planting within this time frame. Following the expert's instructions, he first turned the soil and then created shallow furrows for sowing and covering the seeds. Fertilization was unnecessary, as these mutated seeds could flourish in the most barren soils. Zhao Xiaoxiu eagerly expressed her desire to help. Zhao Gang readily agreed, and they returned home to craft a small hoe before heading to the rapeseed field. This particular acre was chosen by Zhao Gang, conveniently located near the house for easy observation and care. The quantity of seeds distributed by the base was limited. The primary goal for the first year was to ensure these seeds thrived and to cultivate more seeds for the following year's expansion. According to the regulations, each 600 square meters constituted an acre, thus making an acre quite substantial. Zhao Gang, perhaps due to a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, delineated the acre to be 30 meters in length and 20 meters in width, symmetrically aligned north and south, forming a perfectly rectangular shape. He first dug out the boundaries before commencing the cultivation from south to north. Under the bright sun, He could only use one tentacle, careful not to reveal the sharp teeth or bloodshot eyes of the flesh bud at its end. After a brief attempt to use a tentacle to assist in turning the soil, Zhao Gang abandoned the idea, finding it more effective to wield a hoe with his hands. As Zhao Gang tirelessly turned the soil, Zhao Xiaoxiu followed closely behind, using her small hoe to clear away stones, branches, and roots, breaking apart the clumps of soil that had not been adequately disturbed. The weather was pleasant, their stamina was high, and the novelty of farming invigorated them. They completed the acre without feeling fatigued. Standing before the freshly tilled yellow and black earth, both father and daughter were filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, when Zhao Xiaoxiu awoke the next morning, as she raised her arm, the soreness made her wince. She realized that fatigue had crept in, masked by the excitement of the previous day. Yet, the land had been prepared, and today they needed to sow the seeds. Zhao Gang affectionately kissed his daughter's forehead, providing her with encouragement. Zhao Xiaoxiu sprang up, shaking her sore arms and legs, and rushed toward the field with the bag of seeds. Zhao Gang followed closely behind, a smile permanently etched on his face, marveling at her energy. In stark contrast to the excitement of the previous day's land preparation, Zhao Xiaoxiu found no joy in the planting process. It was only after engaging in the task that she realized the true labor of sowing was far more arduous than tilling the land. While turning the soil required merely digging, sowing necessitated the creation of numerous shallow furrows, scattering the seeds, and then covering them with soil. The repetitive motion of standing and squatting left her back aching by mid-morning. Xiaoxiu, why don't you take a break at home? Zhao Gang suggested, suppressing a chuckle. Zhao Xiaoxiu, with a pained expression, immediately brightened at his words, but then quickly recalled her father's solitary toil. She held back her smile and hesitantly asked, "Is there still a lot left to plant? Can you manage alone, Daddy?" Zhao Gang felt a surge of gratitude, kneeling before his daughter and lifting her to the side of the rapeseed field. "How about you cheer me on while I work?" he proposed. "All right." Zhao Xiaoxiu readily agreed, feeling relieved. She truly could not bear the strain. Once Zhao Gang returned to the field, she disregarded the dirt and promptly sat down on the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Gang, no longer needing to accompany her in the experience of farming, worked swiftly. With one hand, he scattered the seeds, while with the other, he used a tentacle to cover the soil, alternating between tasks with remarkable efficiency, completing a row every few minutes. "Go, Daddy." Zhao Xiaoxiu's encouraging voice rang out, further motivating Zhao Gang. In less than 2 hours, the acre of rapeseed was sown. However, when Zhao Gang turned around after finishing, he found his exhausted little one sprawled out on the ground, fast asleep. Her small face resembled a floral pattern, her hair a tousled mess, and the hairpin she had worn was nowhere to be found. With her mouth slightly open, drool trickled down her cheek, and she was soundly slumbering. Zhao Gang tidied up the farming tools and approached the little girl, poking her gently in her round belly. She mumbled sleepily, blinking her eyes open, vaguely recalling their activity, and in a soft, childlike voice asked, "Daddy, have we finished planting the rapeseed?" Zhao Gang nodded and inquired, "Are you still able to walk?" "Yes," Zhao Xiaoxiu replied, rubbing her eyes, feeling a bit more awake. She got up by herself and followed her father. The sky was adorned with a beautiful orange-red sunset. As the father and daughter returned from a long day's labor, they gazed at the magnificent sky, and an inexplicable sense of happiness welled up within them. "Father, in the future, we should cultivate more land and plant all the seeds we can at home. By next spring, we will have plenty of delicious food," Zhao Xiaoxiu envisioned. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, filled with anticipation for the coming year. Upon returning home, they took advantage of the last rays of sunlight to wash themselves and their clothes, hanging them out to dry as night fell. After a satisfying meal, Zhao Xiaoxiu was full of energy once more. Lying on the large bed in the bedroom with her father, she listened intently to his ghost stories, growing increasingly excited and unable to sleep. After completing their literacy tasks for the day, they cuddled under the warm blankets, discussing what to plant the following day. Experts had given the lords 5 days to sow rapeseed, but Zhao Gang finished early, leaving him with 3 days to do as he pleased. Both father and daughter recalled the evolved fruit and vegetable seeds they had brought back from the temple: pumpkin, tomato, sunflower, and cabbage. Zhao Gang, possessing the memory of good fortune, was adept at cultivating these evolved crops. He immediately suggested, Tomorrow we should find some empty pots and jars to plant the evolved tomatoes and sunflowers indoors. We can use the waterproof cloth we purchased to create a simple greenhouse for winter. The evolved sunflowers were cold-resistant and could germinate as long as the temperature did not fall below zero, with a short growth period that would allow them to bloom by March if planted in winter. Zhao Gang whispered, "The evolved sunflowers can sing. We can later move them to the rapeseed field to soothe the mutated rapeseed during its flowering period. The evolved tomatoes can take root and bear fruit within a month and a half, providing Xiaoxiu with vegetables to eat in winter." Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Father, you truly are an unremarkable genius at farming." Her heartfelt praise invigorated her father immensely. The next morning, he promptly roused his daughter from her slumber, helping her dress, wash, and drink her nutrient solution, and they set off on their bicycles with a few pairs in search of usable pots and jars in Area B. After a morning of searching, they successfully discovered 2 large clay jars and 15 earthen pickling pots on a deserted hillside to the east. However, the jars were leaky, and the pots lacked lids. Nevertheless, they were perfect for holding soil and planting. After laboriously transporting the jars and pots back home and filling them with soil, they placed them in the vacant space of their backyard. The house faced east, basking in ample sunlight, and the backyard was close to the southern hillside, making it convenient for transplanting into a vegetable garden after spring. Their vision extended far beyond just enduring this winter. They were planning for a future fruit and vegetable garden at home. With the jars and pots ready, they still needed one crucial component: a greenhouse. Speaking of which, they had not revisited the poplar grove across the river since their initial inspection on the second day of their territory's establishment. It was not due to a lack of interest in the trees, but rather the inconvenience of crossing the river and the hassle of taking a detour. Additionally, they had been preoccupied with expert training and had not found the time to deal with it. Their home felt empty, devoid of even a single decent piece of furniture, and the poplar trees across the river were the best source of raw materials. Felling the trees was straightforward. The axe Zhao Gang had exchanged for earlier was quite effective. The father and daughter made their way to the poplar grove, selecting 5 of the finest trees to cut down. However, they encountered a minor complication during transportation. Zhao Gang could easily carry a poplar log with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a height of 20 meters, but carrying them one by one along the winding route seemed foolish and overly conspicuous. The crops they intended to plant in the greenhouse were all evolved fruits and vegetables not included in the base planting package, and if others discovered their plans, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. While standing on the riverbank with their hands on their hips, they contemplated the situation. After 2 minutes of deep thought, Zhao Xiaoxiu suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Father, what if we cut the wood into shorter lengths and tied them together to make a raft to float downstream?" she suggested tentatively. The poplar grove was conveniently upstream, and with a little directional control, the raft could smoothly drift to the pond on the opposite bank. A perfect solution. Zhao Gang looked at his daughter with excitement. "Let's give it a try." So, they rode back home to fetch some rope, returning to the poplar grove to tie together the cut sections of poplar wood, each 5 meters long, into a simple raft, which they then pushed into the water. They hopped onto the raft and floated downstream, using a long branch to adjust their direction, successfully reaching the opposite bank. The little flying fish in the pond joyfully leaped out of the water, thinking Zhao Xiaoxiu had come to see it. Its large tail splashed in the pond, sending ripples outward. Zhao Xiaoxiu crushed the autumn pears from her pocket and tossed them into the pond, delighting the little flying fish. To her surprise, it actually took flight. This creature had mutated, growing a third larger, from an adult's arm's length to over 1 meter, and it had developed a remarkable ability to float. Previously, it could only swim in the rain, but now it could hover within 2 meters above the water surface. However, if it strayed more than 2 meters from the pond, it would fall and cease to function. After consuming a pear, the little flying fish floated up again, searching for Zhao Xiaoxiu. The father and daughter, one large and one small, were at the riverbank pulling the raft ashore, planning to take it home without dismantling it. Zhao Gang pulled from the front, while Zhao Xiaoxiu sat on the back of the raft. Her weight made no difference to him. As they passed the pond, Zhao Xiaoxiu, seeing the little flying fish eager to come closer, yet unable to reach them, suddenly had a bold idea. What if she dug a trench between her home and the pond? Then perhaps she could transform the raft into a surfboard or a tire or a plastic basin. Whatever it was, as long as it could support her lightweight frame. Then, she could have the little flying fish pull the raft, allowing her to glide effortlessly around the territory. Ideally, she would dig trenches all over the territory, eliminating the need to walk back and forth. However, her excitement waned as she glanced at the slope from her door to the pond. The entire territory number 13 had the lowest elevation on the eastern side, forming a natural pond. Water could only flow downhill, not uphill. Her trench plan was doomed before it could even begin. Yet upon reconsideration, she thought that digging a shallow, circular trench near the pond to play with the little flying fish would still be enjoyable. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a renewed sense of joy. Winter had not yet arrived, and she was already looking forward to next summer. With 5 poplars, the father and daughter successfully transported them home in 2 trips. The branches and twigs from the cut trees were laid out to dry, awaiting their turn to be used as firewood. The thicker branches were fashioned into 2 closed drying racks, one placed in a vacant space at the front of the house and the other on the second-floor balcony for small items. The remaining materials were utilized to construct a greenhouse. The limited area of the waterproof cloth restricted the size, allowing for the creation of a modest greenhouse measuring 2 meters in width and 3.5 meters in length. First, 4 pre-cut wooden beams were employed to establish the foundation, followed by the erection of wooden posts at each corner. Additionally, 4 pre-cut semicircular logs were prepared to secure them using a mortise and tenon structure. Atop this, beams of 0.5 meter in height were affixed to the front and back, supporting the roof beams, while repaired short branches were used to connect the roof to the beams, culminating in a square room crowned with a triangular roof. The walls, fashioned from straightened, thin wooden beams, were nailed in a grid pattern, leaving an opening for a door. Finally, a light blue waterproof cloth was draped over the structure, with flat wooden boards used to flatten and secure the top. The sides remained unsecured, using ropes and stones to weigh them down, allowing for the ease of rolling them up to permit sunlight for the plants inside. On either side of the entrance, 2 large barrels planted with evolved tomatoes were placed on one side, while 15 vegetable planters containing evolved sunflowers occupied the other. A small space was left inside, where Zhao Gang positioned a makeshift shelf crafted from old furniture, which would later serve as storage for harvested produce or gardening tools. As the weather was still mild, the waterproof cloth was temporarily rolled up to be reaffixed when the true winter arrived. After 2 days of relentless labor, the small greenhouse was successfully completed. With the remaining day, the father and daughter duo meticulously cleared the rooftop. Considering the surplus of waterproof cloth, they decided to patch the leaky areas. After the last rainfall, water had begun trickling through the ceiling, droplets steadily falling, revealing considerable cracks. Merely patching with waterproof cloth could not resolve the underlying issue. It was a temporary fix. Once sufficient points were accumulated, they planned to purchase asphalt to coat the entire roof, ensuring true waterproofing efficacy. The next 3 days passed in a flurry of activity, as new training courses commenced, teaching lords how to cultivate evolved potatoes during the winter. This was yet another frost-resistant crop, characterized by a gentle and harmless growth process, yielding stable production with qualities nearing perfection. It was an excellent evolved crop, requiring only to be buried in the soil to flourish independently, possessing complete immunity to the Shay virus, without the risk of unstable mutations. However, unlike the diverse varieties of potatoes before the calamity, the current evolved potatoes bore only 1 tuber per plant. Yet, this singular potato was as large as a football and retained a taste comparable to that of pre-calamity potatoes. Unlike mutated crops, which often suffered in flavor, the evolved potatoes were not subject to such decline. Some inferior mutated fruits appeared visually appealing and delectable, only to reveal a repugnant, overripe sourness upon biting into them. Having acquired new knowledge from her father, Zhao Xiaoxiu suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing that she had sold the sweet golden autumn pears to the patrol station for a mere 60 points each, a significant loss. Prompted by this thought, she rushed to the kitchen to count how many pears remained. To her astonishment, only 3 were left. Considering the time since they had been harvested, half a month had already passed. If not consumed soon, they would spoil. Zhao Xiaoxiu sniffed the pear at her nose, noting the not-so-fresh aroma. After contemplation, she decided to eat one and save another for her father to enjoy after his afternoon class. The last pear she carried to the pond, where she crushed it to feed to Xiao Xia, her pet fish. Although Zhao Xiaoxiu was unsure of what floating fish typically consumed and had neglected its diet since bringing it home, Xiao Feixia seemed to thrive on its independence. However, it particularly relished the pear she offered. Each time she approached, it appeared to sense her presence beforehand, leaping from the water with eager anticipation in its eyes. Patiently, Zhao Xiaoxiu waited for Xiao Feixia to finish its meal, engaging in playful interactions with the bubbles before preparing to return home. She was now quite busy, needing to care for the newly planted, evolved tomatoes and sunflowers in the greenhouse. Daily, she also took her machete to patrol the rapeseed fields, guarding against any mutated birds that might wreak havoc. The resilience of mutated flora and fauna was astonishing, and in the recently cleared territory of Zone B, numerous mutated small animals had returned. Some deliberately hid from humans, only to venture out under the cover of night, while others, brazenly bold, charged toward anything edible, encroaching upon human territory, causing considerable alarm among the lords. Fortunately, these were primarily low-level mutated insects, snakes, and rodents, as well as sparrows and wild ducks, which most lords could handle themselves. The few that proved challenging were dealt with by the patrol teams. Zhao Xiaoxiu's main concern was the potential damage to her crops. She hoped to see Xiao Feixia again the following day. As she patted Xiao Feixia's slick head, preparing to head to the fields, the fish suddenly seized her sleeve, swiftly tugging her aside. The unexpected pull startled Zhao Xiaoxiu, causing her heart to race, fearing that Xiao Feixia might betray her. A mutated wild duck, its eyes glowing red and feathers pitch black, swooped past her head, its claws scraping the air. Unprepared for the target's evasion, the duck could not halt its momentum, crashing into the pond with a tremendous splash. Grateful for Xiao Feixia's timely intervention, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a wave of guilt toward the fish. "I'm so sorry, I misjudged you, my dear," she quickly apologized. The mutated wild duck resurfaced, its pointed beak snapping open, revealing a foul odor that assaulted Zhao Xiaoxiu's senses, rendering her pale. Determined, she aimed a punch at the duck's long neck. This minor sea-level mutation dared to peck the adorable 13th young lord. It would pay dearly. The wild duck squawked in pain, plummeting from the air, only to roll over and launch another attack. This time, before Zhao Xiaoxiu could react, the charging duck momentarily halted midair. Xiao Feixia leaped from the water, clamping down on the elongated duck neck, forcefully tossing it into the depths. The mutated wild duck thrashed violently, but Xiao Feixia held on tightly, refusing to relent. The water churned violently between the fish and the duck, but gradually, the turbulence subsided and the surface calmed. With a resounding splash, Xiao Feixia emerged victorious. The wild duck held firmly in its grasp, soaring above the water before flinging the defeated creature onto the shore. Zhao Xiaoxiu looked down to see the once menacing wild duck now lying stiff upon the ground. The duck, in its final moments, must have never fathomed it would meet its end at the hands of a fish. Xiao Feixia, like a triumphant general, displayed its prowess, glistening in the sunlight, seemingly boasting to the little girl on the bank, "Look how formidable I am." Zhao Xiaoxiu smiled, beckoning Xiao Feixia over, embracing it regardless of the water clinging to its scales. "You were incredible today. If not for you, I would have been in real trouble." She expressed her gratitude with a kiss on its head. Xiao Feixia, slightly bashful, wriggled free from her embrace, flitting around her in the air, releasing a circle of heart-shaped bubbles. In the expanse of space, a magnetic field enveloped the heart-shaped bubbles that floated around Zhao Xiaoxiu. It was only when she extended her finger to burst them that they erupted like splendid fireworks before cascading downwards. After the joyous moment, Zhao Xiaoxiu stood before a mutated wild duck, which was less than C-grade, and conferred with her companion, Xiao Feixia. This peculiar duck had an unpleasant odor, yet its plump flesh promised a delightful meal. "How about we split it, one half each?" she suggested. Curiously, she inquired, "Do you eat mutated creatures?" The duck, once destined for the dinner table, could no longer take flight. Xiao Feixia, bobbing on the water's surface, eagerly nodded in agreement. Zhao Xiaoxiu smiled lightly. "Very well. We shall share." Xiao Feixia, brimming with joy, leaped thrice in the water, expressing no dissent. It recalled how its master had exerted effort in their joint capture of the mutated duck. Splitting the spoils was only fair. Lacking a knife, Zhao Xiaoxiu instructed Xiao Feixia to keep watch over their prize while she dashed home for her hatchet. On her return, She first inspected the vegetable garden and the greenhouse, ensuring no other mutated creatures had invaded, before rushing to the pond's edge. Despite her petite stature, she wielded considerable strength, swiftly cleaving the black duck in two. After tossing the heavier half into the water and witnessing Zhao Xiaoxiu's delight in feasting, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt compelled to hurry home, shouldering the remaining half of the duck, which was nearly as large as she was. From a distance, it appeared as though a walking black mound had materialized on the ground. The blood from the black duck trailed from the pond to her doorstep, the scent of iron intensifying with each step. As she walked briskly, she scanned her surroundings with the vigilance of a wary creature, anxious that something might emerge to steal her hard-won catch. Once home, she set down the half-duck, exhaling a long breath of relief. A sudden cracking sound from behind startled her, prompting Zhao Xiaoxiu to grip her hatchet tightly, turning to face the source of the noise. Upon recognizing her father's familiar tall figure, she relaxed her grip. "Dad, you frightened me," she complained, though her excitement quickly returned as she stepped aside to reveal the half-mutated wild duck on the ground. "Zhao Xiaoxiu and I killed this. Tonight, we feast," she exclaimed, licking her lips in anticipation. Expecting a look of surprise from her father, she was instead met with an expression devoid of astonishment. Zhao Gang placed his lecture notes on the table, gazing into his daughter's eager eyes, and sincerely replied, "I know." "Huh? You know what?" Zhao Xiaoxiu asked, slightly bewildered. Zhao Gang crouched beside the black duck, glancing back at the trail of blood leading into their home, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "Looks like I'll have to clean up again," he noted. "I saw everything." He carried the half-duck into the kitchen, pondering what dish he could prepare with the available ingredients for his meat-craving daughter. Zhao Xiaoxiu, wide-eyed with curiosity, followed him into the kitchen, pressing for details. "Dad, what did you see? Can you really see me and Zhao Xiaoxiu while you're at the patrol station?" Zhao Gang nodded, gesturing to the entirety of their territory, indicating it all fell within his line of sight. "The feathers of the mutated duck need to be plucked. It's difficult to do so roughly," he said as he started a fire to boil water, deciding to make a dry pot duck dish for his daughter that evening. Zhao Xiaoxiu stood in silence for a moment, digesting the information her father had revealed. Once she had processed it, she shyly asked, "Dad, can you hear me when I talk to myself at home?" "Yes," Zhao Gang replied earnestly. Zhao Xiaoxiu lowered her head, recalling the embarrassing moments of dancing around the house in a bedsheet, wanting nothing more than to hide in a hole. "Wait a moment. That is not right. My dad isn't human, so he must think those actions are normal." "Yes, that must be it." With her self-assurance restored, Zhao Xiaoxiu squatted by the stove, eagerly anticipating her dinner, and asked the busy man before her, "Then why didn't you come save me and Zhao Xiaoxiu when I was bullied by the wild duck?" Zhao Gang lifted the skinned half of the mutated wild duck, asking, "Do you want me to save you?" Zhao Xiaoxiu grinned. "Well, that is not necessary. But," she added earnestly, "if a really dangerous mutated creature shows up, will you come to rescue me right away?" Zhao Gang mirrored her seriousness, affirming, "Of course." As Zhao Gang served the stewed duck, the skin was crispy and the meat tender, having simmered for half an hour, then finished with a high flame to absorb the rich broth, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Zhao Xiaoxiu swallowed hard, hastily setting the bowls and chopsticks on the dining table. A large bowl of soy-braised dry pot duck awaited her, entirely for her enjoyment. The mere thought of this moved her to tears. "Dad, aren't you going to eat?" she asked enthusiastically. Zhao Gang waved his hand, declining. "No, I'll have this golden autumn pear instead. Want to get hungry?" Zhao Xiaoxiu inquired, concerned, as it had been nearly 2 months since her father last ate. Zhao Gang smiled slightly, reassuring her that food would come soon and that he wasn't very hungry yet. Not very hungry means a bit hungry. And what does food will come soon mean? Just as she was about to question further, Zhao Gang ladled a generous bowl of meat for her, saying, "Xiaoxiu, eat up, enjoy." The aroma was intoxicating. The dry-cooked duck appeared dark yet bore clear meat fibers, promising a delightful texture even before tasting. With such a large bowl before her, Zhao Xiaoxiu found herself unable to resist. "Then I'll eat it all myself." Zhao Gang watched his little one with affection, encouraging her, "Go ahead. Children who love to eat are the cutest." Without further hesitation, Zhao Xiaoxiu lifted her bowl and dove into the meal. However, the flavor of the mutated black duck was slightly below her expectations. A peculiar taste lingered despite Zhao Gang's efforts to mask it with seasoning. Nonetheless, This did not detract from the fact that it was still a dish of decent flavor. Zhao Xiaoxiu, who usually relied on a single nutrient drink to last the day, had developed a much larger appetite. She devoured more than half of the pot before feeling satisfied. Zhao Gang set aside the remaining meat, storing it in the cupboard for a meal the next morning. After her afternoon adventure of hauling the mutated wild duck home, Zhao Xiaoxiu was covered in dirt and stained with blood that would be difficult to wash out. Once dinner was finished, the embers in the stove had boiled water as well. With the front door closed, Zhao Gang's several tentacles sprang into action. One transformed into a shower for his daughter. Two cleaned her soiled clothes, another spun to dry them. One darted upstairs to fetch clean pajamas, while the rest busied themselves mopping the floor in the living room. Watching the flurry of tentacles in her home, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a pang of guilt. Next time, I promised to pack the mutated wild duck in a bag first. She vowed sincerely to the tentacles spraying water in front of her. As soon as her words left her mouth, all the tentacles zoomed toward her, their eyes wide with reproach. Yet, this was merely a playful scare. Having mastered their antics, Zhao Xiaoxiu smiled brightly, successfully navigating through the moment. Zhao Gang, seated on the living room's sofa with his planting notes, silently smiled, his eyes transforming into slits as he reveled in the joy radiating from his daughter. After a busy day, around 8 in the evening, the father and daughter ascended the stairs to prepare for sleep. As usual, they indulged in horror stories as bedtime reading. Zhao Xiaoxiu diligently learned 10 characters and then reviewed the one she had studied a few days prior. By 9 o'clock, they turned off the lights and drifted into slumber. In the tranquil territory, the only sound was the gentle flow of the river, creating a natural white noise that lulled them into a deeper sleep. In the darkness, countless blood-red tentacles filled the entire house, enveloping the small cub within. Observing her soundly asleep, the erratically flailing tentacles instinctively quieted, resembling a serene mountain, wholly devoted to safeguarding the little one in their embrace. Suddenly, both father and daughter were startled awake by the urgent blare of a horn. The blood-red tentacles receded, and Zhao Xiaoxiu sat up abruptly, both of them turning their gazes towards the direction of the patrol station. Outside the window, headlights flickered as patrol vehicles raced by, and soon the vicinity returned to silence. Zhao Xiaoxiu exchanged a glance with her father. "Dad, is something wrong?" Zhao Gang replied, heading to Zone 2. Zhao Xiaoxiu activated the phone that she had placed on her bedside, finding no alerts or notifications from the patrol station. "Shall we sleep?" Zhao Gang inquired. "Let's sleep." Zhao Xiaoxiu contemplated before responding. Thus, the father and daughter covered themselves with blankets and resumed their rest. Around 5 in the morning, the siren of the patrol vehicle echoed once more, this time accompanied by a knock at the door below. The father and daughter, already unable to sleep deeply, sprang into action as soon as the knocking commenced. Zhao Gang hurried downstairs to answer the door. Outside stood Aji, appearing travel-worn, his clothing soaked with the morning dew, clearly having traversed the mountains. "The female lord of Zone 2 is dead," Aji announced, delivering the shocking news. "Intruders have breached our B district territory. The lord of Zone 2 was shot dead during a robbery. Be cautious in the coming nights, secure your doors and windows, and remain vigilant to any disturbances. Contact the patrol station immediately if anything seems amiss." After hastily relaying the information, Aji turned and drove away. In the 13th year of the disaster, countless lives were lost daily, and the death of one individual rarely stirred significant reactions among the populace. However, the presence of intruders in their territory was an exceedingly grave omen. It had taken considerable effort to persuade numerous lords to participate in the Lord Initiative. Now, barely a month into the plan, with a lord having unexpectedly perished, it was likely to incite panic among lords in other regions. Soon, the lords of B district received the unfortunate news. Before dawn had fully broken, they gathered outside the patrol station, inquiring about the specifics. Wasn't there supposed to be a patrol? Why was the distress call from the Lord of Zone 2 not detected promptly? Your patrol vehicles traverse the territory daily. How could outsiders simply enter to commit robbery and murder? Previously, you assured us that patrolling soldiers would ensure our safety. So how did the Lord of Zone 2 end up dead? What are we to do next? Have the intruders been apprehended? What measures will you take regarding the increasing number of mutated animals? Zhang Lijun's voice was the loudest, with other lords echoing his sentiments, demanding an explanation from the station chief. As the Lord's questions came in rapid succession, Aji and his companions struggled to contain the crowd, urging everyone to remain calm. Everyone, please calm down. Lord Wenfei of Zone 15 sneered coldly. How can we remain calm? My territory is on the edge, surrounded by desolate mountains and rocky terrain that easily conceal intruders. I was merely fortunate last night not to be chosen. Had luck been against me, it could have been me who perished today. And what about Bai Kaling of Zone 6? Wenfei abruptly seized the female physician from the periphery of the crowd, thrusting her forward. Her territory is on the very edge, and being a woman, she appears even more vulnerable than the Lord of Zone 2. If you do not find and eliminate the intruders today, she will surely suffer tonight. Bai Kaling, hearing these words, was rendered speechless. Wenfei, what do you mean? Did I offend you in class? If someone must die, let it be you, not me. Bai Kaling shook off Wenfei's grip and quickly approached Dongfang Ling, who stood alone in a corner. Dongfang Ling shot her a glare, but it was ineffective. She brazenly approached him. Hey, Zhao Gang, you should say something too. Zhang Lijun suddenly turned his attention to Zhao Gang, who was seated on a bench with Zhao Xiaoxiu in his arms. With great power comes great responsibility. We are all evolved beings. Since the patrol team cannot be relied upon, we must take matters into our own hands. I propose that we, the lords with evolved abilities, form a revenge squad to bring the murderer of the Lord of Zone 2 to justice. He looked at everyone with a righteous expression, adding, this is ultimately for our own good. It is far better to take the initiative than to wait passively. The fact that these intruders dared to come knowing there is an official patrol means they have no fear of it. If they succeeded once, they will surely return. Zhao Gang, what do you think? Zhang Lijun tossed the question back to him. Zhao Gang, unhurriedly, first tidied Zhao Xiaoxiu's hair before raising his gaze. The lords, including Hao Ran and the others, all supported Zhang Lijun's proposal, their eyes fixed on him. Even Dongfang Ling, who usually refrained from involving himself with the lords, looked in his direction. Although Zhao Gang had only showcased his abilities when catching floating fish, the lords of the district universally acknowledged him as the strongest. After all, that tentacle was long and thick, and it was evident that it would be formidable when unleashed. They say a tiger's son is not a dog. Even his 3-year-old daughter exhibited far greater strength than her peers. If Zhao Gang were to join, the revenge squad would undoubtedly be able to track down those despicable intruders. Shouvong. No response came, prompting Zhang Lijun to urge once more. Just as a group of lords was deliberating on forming a revenge squad to take action independently, Mo Shirgui finally arrived. The crowd hastily gathered around him. Station Chief, what exactly is happening? Zhang Lijun and the others anxiously queried. Mo Shirgui's expression was grim. Having stayed awake all night, his eyes were bloodshot. He glanced at the lords, exuding an air of authority that quelled the commotion. Once silence fell, he began to explain the specifics of the previous night's events. It has been confirmed that the cause of death of the Lord of Zone 2 was deliberate gunfire, not an attack by mutated flora or fauna. Mo Shirgui's voice was hoarse as he continued. Preliminary investigations at the scene revealed that all food, tools, weapons, and seeds within the Lord's residence had vanished, including a newly acquired camouflage combat suit. 3 sets of footprints were found at the scene, and the Lord's points card was discovered 500 meters north of the house, completely drained of points, which had been transferred away. This indicates that the Lord was coerced into transferring all his points while still alive before being shot to silence him. This suggests that at least a 3-member team of external intruders is lurking near RB District, intending to seize the personal supplies of the lords under the cover of night when vigilance is relaxed. Mo Shirgui paused, wearily rubbed his temples, and continued. The entire B district covers 7,000 acres, not including the surrounding isolation forests. The lords live far apart, and the patrol team is dispersed, making it impossible to detect incidents promptly. Therefore, Zhang Lijun's assertion is indeed correct. The lords must take the initiative. Zhang Lijun quickly asked, what should we do? Mo Shirgui, capturing the murderer is the duty and responsibility of our patrol team, while the lords must ensure their own safety. I suggest that during this time, it would be prudent for the lords to form groups of 2 or more for mutual protection. Currently, there are 5 female lords remaining in our district. Before Mo Shirgui could finish his suggestion, Bai Kaling interjected, I understand. I will team up with Dongfang Ling and move into her house tonight. Dongfang Ling, with a puzzled expression, instinctively distanced herself from Bai Kaling, declaring, "I disagree." When Fei shot a mocking glance at the rejected by Kaling and sent a team invitation to the Lord of Building 14 next door. It was evident to everyone that there was a familiarity among one Fei, Zhang Lijun, and the Lord of Building 14. Zhang Lijun also took the initiative to invite the female Lord of Building 18 to form a team. The Lord of Building 18 hesitated, glancing at the female Lord of Building 3, who smiled politely and gestured for her to choose freely whom she wished to team up with. "Then I will team up with Brother Zhang. I have plenty of rooms in my house. If you don't mind, Brother Zhang, you can come over tonight," the Lord of Building 18 said courteously. Zhang Lijun readily agreed, hoping to invite Hao Ran along, but was declined. Mo Shigui glanced toward Zhao Gang. Building 3 is adjacent to Building 2, which had an incident last night, making it highly likely that Building 3 could be the next target. Zhao Gang looked down at his daughter, Zhao Xiaoxiu, who gave a gentle nod. He then turned to the Lord of Building 3, extending an invitation. "You are welcome to come to my house and sleep on the sofa in the living room." Mo Shigui breathed a sigh of relief, concluding that it was settled. Everyone should return to class, and the task of capturing the culprit would be left to our patrol team. After Mo Shigui finished speaking, he got into the car and left, intending to inquire about similar situations in the other two planning zones of AC. If such cases existed, the issue would not merely be a few intruders committing robbery. The body of the Lord of Building 2 had been discovered and dealt with by the patrol team before it could turn into a ghost. The other lords observed a moment of silence for her, and then resumed their classes. Zhao Xiaoxiu was directly brought into the classroom by Zhao Gang. The experts glanced at her, perhaps considering the recent incident in Zone B, and advised her to maintain order in the classroom, allowing her to attend. Today's lesson was a practical course on sprouting potatoes, with hands-on instruction from the experts. Zhao Gang felt reassured about his daughter. As long as she stayed within Zone B, he was unconcerned. Zhao Xiaoxiu, not wanting to let her father down, sat obediently in the back of the classroom, attentively following the lesson. "I am Sheng Qingyang. I will be troubling your family for the next few days." Zhao Xiaoxiu was surprised to hear as the Lord of Building 3 took a seat beside her. She appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, with short hair, a tall and slender figure, a small mole on her nose, and well-defined features that conveyed an air of elegance. Her smile was warm and inviting, yet not overly familiar like by Kaling's. During the ride, Zhao Xiaoxiu had formed an impression of Sheng Qingyang as courteous and reserved, always listening quietly from the side. However, no one disliked her, nor did anyone particularly remember her. "I am Zhao Xiaoxiu. You can call me Xiaoxiu." Zhao Xiaoxiu smiled warmly, welcoming her. Sheng Qingyang responded with a smile, teasingly asking, "Is your family run by Xiaoxiu?" Before Zhao Xiaoxiu could respond, Sheng Qingyang extended her hand, saying, "Then I shall rely on you, Xiaoxiu." Zhao Xiaoxiu paused for a moment, then tentatively reached out her small hand. Sheng Qingyang took her hand seriously and shook it. Zhao Xiaoxiu couldn't help but smile, her legs swinging slightly under the desk, filled with a hint of joy. An adult had earnestly asked her for assistance. Zhao Xiaoxiu turned to sneak a glance at Sheng Qingyang, only to find her also turning to nod slightly in acknowledgement, a gesture of respect. Zhao Xiaoxiu chuckled, her small feet swinging even more energetically. After the training session, on the ride home, Zhao Gang noticed his daughter was overly enthusiastic and eager about the impending guest. Sheng Qingyang would first return home to gather some items and would come over later. Zhao Xiaoxiu saw this as an opportunity to prepare for the guest's arrival. "The first point of order. Dad, you must not let them out," Zhao Xiaoxiu earnestly reminded. Zhao Gang responded with an "O," already beginning to regret teaming up with the Lord of Building 3. Zhao Xiaoxiu continued, "If we encounter any danger tonight, we must protect Sister Sheng. She trusted us enough to come stay at our house." Zhao Gang glanced at his daughter, doubting if she had been enchanted by Sheng Qingyang. Zhao Xiaoxiu added, "When we get back, we need to tidy up the sofa in the living room to make it comfortable for Sister Sheng to rest." Suddenly, she remembered something important. "We haven't used the filter yet. It's too late to use it now. We can't let Sister Sheng drink our tap water." Zhao Gang sighed, how troublesome, but refrained from saying so, not wanting to upset his daughter. "Do you like Sheng Qingyang?" Zhao Gang asked uncertainly. Zhao Xiaoxiu giggled, "Yes. Dad, she is very polite and surely a person of great discernment," she emphasized. Zhao Gang recalled the two previous guests who had lacked decorum, feeling slightly better. He detested people without a sense of propriety. As they arrived home, The father and daughter quickly parked their bicycles and began tidying up, clearing clutter from the living room and cleaning the first-floor bathroom for the guest convenience. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. Around 7:30 in the evening, Sheng Qingyang arrived at the front of Building 13 in a patrol vehicle. Previously, Aji had notified them to come directly to the door in an emergency. Now that the situation was not urgent, they would refrain from intruding into the territory to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Sheng Qingyang called out Zhao Xiaoxiu's name at the entrance of the territory. Xiaoxiu. Zhao Xiaoxiu, already waiting at the door, sprang up from her bench. Dad, Sister Sheng is here. Zhao Gang stepped out of the house, holding a solar flashlight, which he turned on to illuminate Sheng Qingyang, who was standing outside with a large bag. He nodded, not caring whether others could see in the dark. Come in. However, before he finished speaking, Zhao Xiaoxiu had already jumped down from the bench, reaching for the flashlight in his hand, happily moving forward to greet her. From Sheng Qingyang's perspective, the dark path was suddenly illuminated, and she could faintly see a small figure running toward her against the light. She hurriedly warned, Xiaoxiu, you don't need to come over. Stay where you are. It would be unfortunate to fall in the dark. The flickering flashlight stopped, and Zhao Xiaoxiu obediently waited in place. Sheng Qingyang smiled gently, quickening her pace to reach the little girl, following her footsteps in the path illuminated by the light, step by step, until they arrived at the brightly lit house. Zhao Gang stood at the door, his expression calm, welcoming her inside. I apologize for the trouble, Sheng Qingyang said apologetically. Not at all. Zhao Xiaoxiu set down the flashlight and pulled Sheng Qingyang into the house. The spacious living room had few pieces of furniture, yet it was spotless, with the polished floor gleaming. Sheng Qingyang paused for a moment, almost believing she had returned to the home of her childhood when her parents were still alive, before the Shanxi virus. Your home is truly immaculate. Ing sincerely complimented as she set her backpack down beside the sofa. It is all thanks to my father. He is simply remarkable, said Zhao Xiaoxiu, turning back to wink at Zhao Gang, who instantly broke into a smile, his earlier displeasure dissipating. Sister, my father and I will sleep upstairs. There is a restroom and water in the stairwell on the first floor, so you can use that. However, do not drink directly from the restroom. The water is from the river. Also, remember to securely close the front door at night. If anything happens, call us. I will come and help you immediately. Zhao Xiaoxiu fussed like a concerned elder, chattering away before waving goodbye to Ing and heading upstairs with her father. Throughout, Ing maintained a gentle smile, patiently listening and responding until the little one's figure vanished at the staircase. Good night, sister, called Zhao Xiaoxiu, her small head reappearing momentarily before being pulled back. The first floor fell into silence. Ing retrieved her sleeping bag, spread it on the sofa, switched off the flashlight left by Zhao Xiaoxiu, and drifted into slumber. With no nocturnal entertainment, the lords typically succumb to slumber before 8 o'clock, and Ing adhered to a similar routine of early rising and retiring. By 9 o'clock, the lights on the second floor extinguished, plunging the entire 13th territory into impenetrable darkness, where one could not see a hand in front of their face. The night bred fear, and the tranquil 13th territory seemed like a colossal beast, opening its gaping maw in the dark, waiting for prey to unwittingly approach. There were faint footsteps on the untamed land yet to be cultivated. Whispers echoed in this desolate expanse, inaudible to ordinary ears. Should we proceed? Why does this 13th territory feel particularly eerie? We've come this far. How could we not? This is the wealthiest establishment in Zone B. The floating fish fetched over 16,000 points. Do not tell me you are not tempted. But brother, don't you find it terrifyingly dark here? Aren't you capable of night vision? Who are you trying to scare? But my night vision seems ineffective here. Everything appears blurred. Only slightly better than an unevolved, ordinary person. The other, possessing telepathic abilities, glanced at him and reinforced his mental acuity, urging, pay attention to the situation inside. The night vision individual nodded, suppressing his underlying anxiety, and cautiously peered through the glass of the aluminum door. He sighed in relief upon seeing only a sleeping bag on the sofa. They exchanged glances and commenced their operation. The telepath drew a gun and stood guard outside, while the night vision individual swiftly picked the lock, producing only the faintest sound as the door opened. He entered, his movements practiced, with a glimmering knife in hand, swiftly covering the face of the occupant while plunging the knife into the sleeping bag's chest area. The blade penetrated effortlessly. In an instant, the night vision individual sensed something amiss. Simultaneously, the telepath, standing guard by the door, felt a sudden tightening in his heart. He had just perceived a thought. Death? Death? Whose death? Wait, whose thought was that? The telepath spun around in panic, only to have a gleaming, sharp dagger swiftly slice across his neck. The rupture of the carotid artery sent blood gushing forth, and he collapsed to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, the telepath glimpsed gentle, blood-stained eyes gazing down at him. A thud resonated from outside. The night vision individual turned in alarm, only to see his companion's lifeless body slumped against the door. A shadow, like lightning, surged forward, brandishing a blade that plunged into his side. Shocked, the night vision individual had no time to evade. His expression turned fierce as he drew a silenced gun, aiming it at Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying, resolved to exchange a life for a life. The cold, hard sensation pressed against his forehead, and Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying's gentle demeanor transformed abruptly. She could not withdraw in time. In the moment, the night vision individual pulled the trigger. Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying advanced, her left hand seizing him while the blade plunged deeper. The searing pain elicited a roar from his throat as he was pushed back repeatedly until he crashed to the ground. The bullet fired, trembling violently in his hand, narrowly grazing Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying's scalp as the acrid scent of burning flesh and gunpowder enveloped the hall. Blood dripped from Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying's head, tracing a path down her brow, marking her exquisite face with a grotesque streak. The flashlight's beam illuminated the scene, startling the night vision individual into tremors. This woman was utterly reckless. Suddenly, light flooded the dim hall, revealing a man and woman on the ground, both evidently taken aback. However, Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying soon wore a smile. The sound of a dagger piercing flesh echoed in her ears as a bloodied, soft appendage erupted from the night vision individual's chest. His eyes widened in shock, his body collapsing beneath her, motionless. Zhao Gang struck decisively, ending the threat. Zhao Xiaoxiu stood quietly beside her father, the harsh light illuminating Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying. Her tense form relaxed as she slowly raised her head, her face splattered with blood, resembling a demon freshly emerged from hell. The brightness compelled her to squint, lifting her left hand to shield her eyes, almost as if she could see the small figure holding the flashlight. She offered a reassuring smile in return. Then, rising, she gently yet swiftly wiped the blade clean on the clothing of the corpse before sheathing it behind her waist. Had it not been for Zhao Xiaoxiu witnessing her decisively eliminate the telepath and then smile at the night vision individual, she would scarcely believe that this gentle elder sister possessed such a fierce nature. Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying sheathed her knife and took out a cloth to cleanse the blood from her face. As the towel brushed against her wound, she winced slightly. Sister Sh-Ing, are you all right? Zhao Xiaoxiu hurriedly placed the flashlight on the table and rushed forward with concern. Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying shook her head dismissively. It's nothing, just a minor scrape. Gratefully, she glanced at Zhao Gang, emerging from the shadows. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I might have lost my life to those two. Zhao Gang cast her a nonchalant glance. You were unfortunate to take refuge in my home. They were targeting me and Xiaoxiu. Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying helplessly shook her head, uttering no further words, and sat on the sofa, retrieving mycelium from her bag, tearing open the packaging to apply it to her head wound to staunch the bleeding. The sight of the injury pained Zhao Xiaoxiu, yet Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying did not even furrow her brow. Noticing her concerned gaze and offering an apologetic smile, "Did I frighten you?" Zhao Xiaoxiu quickly waved her hands. No. The three turned their attention to the two corpses on the ground. Sh-Ing-Q-Ing-Ying refrained from commenting. Zhao Gang first searched both bodies, discovering only a silenced gun, 2 knives, and a few tools for lockpicking, but nothing to identify the two individuals. Yet, none of this proved to be a challenge for Zhao Gang. As Sheng Qingyang was engaged in treating the wound with mycelium, he had already manifested 2 slender blood tendrils, completing the memory extraction from the 2 individuals. These 2 shared a common identity, both hailing from the outermost shantytown of the Hope Base. They had recently joined the Green Wilderness Alliance, an organization formed by survivors from the aforementioned shantytown, with the primary objective of pillaging resources from other survivors. Devoid of morality and bottom lines, their actions exceedingly reckless. The corpses would undergo mutation in 2 hours. Thus, Zhao Gang retrieved his phone and called the patrol team, urging them to hasten their arrival for corpse collection. Before the patrol team arrived, the father-daughter duo and Sheng Qingyang sat beside the bodies, exchanging glances, each exhibiting a remarkable composure. It seemed as if the act of eliminating 2 unlawful intruders was of no consequence. As Mo Shirgui and his team approached, they sensed an unusual silence emanating from the house, leading them to suspect that another unfortunate incident may have occurred en route. With a heart racing, he quickened his pace and entered the dwelling. There, he was greeted by the calm expressions of 2 adults and a child, their faces tranquil in stark contrast to the lifeless bodies on the ground, creating an unsettling tableau. Mo Shirgui's finger, poised on the trigger, was almost compelled to fire. Uncle Mo called Zhao Xiaoxiu, breaking the eerie silence that enveloped the room. Relieved, Mo Shirgui waved his hand for an inspection of the scene, while asking, somewhat impatiently, "Why did none of you speak?" Zhao Xiaoxiu yawned widely, her drowsiness evident. "I'm so tired. Is everything all right?" Montak Shigi and Kviat. Zhao Gang and Sheng Qingyang waved their hands, indicating their well-being. They were taken aback by the audacity of the intruders, who had just slain the second-in-command the previous day and returned that very evening. The patrol soldiers felt provoked. 2 soldiers in charge of examining the bodies shook their heads at Mo Shirgui, reporting the absence of any identification. "Captain, we have an hour and a half before the bodies undergo mutation. We must dispose of them swiftly," one of them advised. Montak Shigi nodded, and the 2 promptly secured the corpses in specialized body bags and transported them to the patrol vehicle. Soon, only an investigating soldier and Mo Shirgui remained at Zhao Xiaoxiu's home. After the 3 individuals recounted the events, as Mo Shirgui prepared to depart, a shrill whistle suddenly pierced the air from the Western Territory. His expression shifted, sensing yet another situation arising. "Let us move." He instructed his companions to start the vehicle, sternly warning Zhao Gang and the others, "Do not leave your territory." The patrol vehicle sped away towards the Western Territory, leaving Zhao Gang's family and Sheng Qingyang exchanging glances. Curiosity piqued as they peeked toward the west. "Should we go take a look?" Zhao Xiaoxiu whispered. Without hesitation, the 2 adults armed themselves, closed the door, and ventured westward, flashlights in hand. Upon reaching the far west of Territory Number 13, they spotted several patrol vehicles parked in front of the dilapidated house of Territory Number 12, separated by a 5-meter-wide main road. Soldiers were emerging from the house, carrying 3 corpses on the verge of mutation. At the entrance, Kaling clutched Mo Shirgui's hand. Sobbing uncontrollably, Dongfang Ling, appearing disheveled, leaned against the sign of Territory Number 12, cleaning her weapon, the slight tremor in her fingers betraying her inner turmoil. The distance was minimal, yet the individuals across quickly recognized the trio. Dongfang Ling looked up, her vigilance easing upon seeing Zhao Xiaoxiu and the others, though she showed no inclination to engage in conversation, turning to retreat indoors. "What brings you here?" Mo Shirgui queried, having noticed the 3. Zhao Gang gestured to the ground beneath him. "We have not left our territory." Mo Shirgui was momentarily taken aback, often perplexed by Zhao Gang's reasoning. However, since they had adhered to the rules by not leaving their territory, he found no grounds to force them away. "Captain Mo, what about those 3 corpses?" Sheng Qingyang inquired, pointing at the body bags on the vehicle. "They are the bodies of intruders," Mo Shirgui replied. Sheng Qingyang expressed surprise, not anticipating the patrol team to arrive so promptly. Mo Shirgui's mouth twitched. Had he not been aware that the trio had just arrived, he might have suspected Sheng Qingyang's remark was laced with sarcasm. Clearing his throat, Mo Shirgui addressed the tearful Kaling and the stoic Dongfang Ling. "I apologize on behalf of the entire patrol team for our inability to arrive in a timely manner." Kaling ceased her sobbing, her demeanor softening as she replied, "Just be faster next time." In contrast, Dongfang Ling scoffed, casting her gaze down at her arm, already treated by Kaling, rejecting Mo Shirgui as apology. "The patrol team is merely a facade," she derided, her distrustful gaze sweeping over all present patrol soldiers. "Captain Mo, this has happened once, twice, thrice. Do you not suspect there are issues within your ranks? The patrol station housed 30 personnel, equipped with transportation and advanced weaponry, along with communication devices, all under the tightest patrol network. Yet, 2 waves of intruders had infiltrated overnight, and the patrol team had failed to detect the situation in time. Was this in accordance with logic? The busy patrol soldiers halted, casting hostile glances at Dongfang Ling. Bai Kailing quickly intervened. Those were merely words spoken in haste. Do not take them to heart. The tension in the atmosphere began to dissipate. It was not until Mo Shigui and the others concluded their inquiries and departed that the door to Dongfang Ling's home slammed shut, leaving Zhao Xiaoxiu and her companions in disbelief across the road. If they had heard correctly, the 3 intruders who had invaded territory number 12 were, in fact, slain by the combined efforts of Dongfang Ling and Bai Kailing. Dongfang Ling was a skilled marksman, so it was no surprise that she could eliminate an intruder. But Bai Kailing capable of killing? Sheng Qingyang murmured in astonishment. As dawn approached, the 3 suppressed their shock and hurried home for a brief rest. The following day, the patrol station summoned all leaders to the site for a detailed meeting regarding the recent intruder incidents. It was then that Zhao Xiaoxiu and Sheng Qingyang learned that the 3 intruders from last night had been incapacitated by Kailing's poison before Dongfang Ling delivered the fatal shot, resulting in their immediate demise. The leaders were taken aback, realizing that Bai Kailing, who often appeared overly enthusiastic, possessed such formidable abilities. Similarly, Sheng Qingyang's prowess in swiftly eliminating one intruder and severely wounding another was laid bare before the leaders. Unlike Bai Kailing's use of poison, Sheng Qingyang confronting 2 evolved individuals alone seemed improbable. Consequently, the leaders speculated that she too must be an evolved person, though the nature of her abilities remained unknown. Regarding evolution, there existed an unspoken rule. Unless one voluntarily disclosed information, it was best not to inquire. Only Bai Kailing voiced such questions during the meeting. Sheng Qingyang smiled, neither denying her identity as an evolved individual nor addressing Bai Kailing's inquiry. After discussing the 3 recent incidents involving intruders, Mo Shigui dropped a bombshell revelation. I have just received the latest news from the base. Apart from RB District, there have also been incidents involving intruders in the other 2 planning areas, A and C, which have proven to be even more dire than our situation. An investigative team has been established to thoroughly examine this matter, and representatives from the base will soon arrive to conduct inquiries. I would like to inform everyone in advance and hope that all lords can cooperate, as there are serious suspicions that accomplices of the intruders are lurking within our 3 major planning areas. The lords were taken aback and exchanged glances with one another and the patrolling soldiers, suddenly finding that no one appeared trustworthy. This sentiment was especially palpable among those who had already formed teams, as they regarded their companions with skepticism. However, Mo Shigui had no intention of indulging in their suspicions. Regardless of any potential traitors, the crops still needed to be tended. The meeting concluded in the morning, and by noon, the lords were carrying the sprouted evolution potato seedlings back to their territories for planting. The quantity of evolution potatoes was limited, with each lord receiving only 20 pounds, roughly 3 to 5 potatoes. The extent of land they could cultivate depended on the number of seedlings that had sprouted. Students taught by the same expert exhibited varying abilities. Some had a high germination rate and could cultivate over 100 square meters, while others had lower rates, managing only 70 or 80 square meters. Zhao Gang fell somewhere in the middle, with 4 potatoes, each sprouting around 20 shoots, successfully yielding 80 seedlings. This amount could be planted within an afternoon. The process involved clearing the land first, then digging deep holes for planting, covering them with soil and watering, which was significantly easier than planting rapeseed. By evening, all the potatoes had been planted, as the father and daughter duo prepared to return home with their hoes. 3 unfamiliar military green pickup trucks entered the territory of B District. 2 of the trucks passed by Territory 13, heading directly towards the patrol station, while the other parked in front of Territory 13. Such bold vehicles entering the planting area could only belong to the official base. Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father exchanged glances. Filled with suspicion, a soldier emerged from the passenger seat and opened the back of the truck. A boy clad in a light blue down jacket immediately scrambled out, evading the soldier's grasp and leaping from the vehicle, excitedly shouting, "Zhao Xiaoxiu." Following him, Yang Mei, dressed in a white protective suit, stepped out and sternly called, Yang Hongjie, the young boy, who was about to dash into someone else's territory, suddenly froze, quickly stopping in place and anxiously looking at his mother. "What did your mother tell you before we came here?" Yang Mei inquired. Yang Yu drooped his little head, responding weakly before entering someone else's territory. "You must first obtain the Lord's consent." Yang Mei let out a satisfied sigh, taking her son's hand and subtly preventing him from rushing into the territory as they approached Territory 13. "Is your father still alive?" Zhao Xiaoxiu asked, somewhat surprised and cautious at Yang Mei and her son's arrival. Yang Mei was affiliated with a biological company officially belonging to the Hope Base, yet in reality, the biological company held sway over the 5 major bases, wielding absolute authority. The sudden appearance of such a figure made it hard to believe she was merely there for a casual visit. Yang Mei seemed aware that her unexpected arrival might induce tension, but she had already devised an excuse. The base places great importance on the lords of the planting areas. Upon hearing of the incidents here, they specifically dispatched us to conduct an investigation. As she spoke, she glanced down at her son, who was eager to play with Xiaoxiu. "I brought him along as it was on the way, and I hope I haven't interrupted you. I brought delicious treats for you," Yang Yu exclaimed eagerly, looking at Zhao Xiaoxiu. "Is this whole area your home?" Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded. Although she was not particularly pleased with Yang Mei's arrival, she couldn't help but smile upon seeing Yu. She tugged at Zhao Gang's trousers, and with a resigned sigh, he nodded to the mother and son outside, granting permission for them to enter the territory. Yet, Yang Mei did not enter. She merely released her son's hand, instructing him, "You stay here and play with Xiaoxiu for now. I'll come back to pick you up once I'm done." Yu was more than happy to comply and rushed over to Zhao Xiaoxiu with his little backpack. "Hello, Uncle Zhao." He greeted Zhao Gang before turning to Zhao Xiaoxiu and grinning. Zhao Xiaoxiu waved, hoisting her little hoe and signaling for Yu to follow her. The 2 children chatted and laughed as they made their way to the house. Yang Mei's gaze remained fixed on the 2, particularly on Zhao Xiaoxiu, who appeared to be just like any other little girl, joyfully interacting with a friend. A surge of excitement welled up within her, causing her fingers at her side to tremble uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, Yang Mei clenched her fingers into a fist, suppressing the shiver in her heart. She feigned nonchalance, offering Zhao Gang a polite smile before turning to leave in her vehicle. As the truck drove toward the patrol station, Zhao Gang observed it depart, his eyes unfocused. He replayed Yang Mei's every move in his mind, his keen intuition suggesting that this woman named Yang Mei might have misconstrued something. However, it mattered little. The imperative to protect information was ingrained in his very DNA. Even if she had misidentified the subject, anyone who laid eyes upon the divine would invariably hold it in reverent awe. Zhao Gang felt assured that Yang Mei, as the discoverer, would not divulge any information regarding herself or the cub. Not only would she refrain from revealing any details, but due to her fervent passion for science, she would never allow anyone to uncover the existence of the divine before she had thoroughly explored this new discovery, lest they understand it better than she did. With that thought, Zhao Gang returned home with a sense of ease. Yang Yu, remembering Zhao Xiaoxiu's earlier advice, ensured that the 2 soldiers assigned to watch over him remained outside the territory. The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances as they observed the dimly lit makeshift building not far away. Filled with confusion, they could not fathom why the director would trust them enough to leave his own son in someone else's home. If it were with acquaintances, it might not raise concerns, but this father-daughter duo appeared anything but capable of caring for a child. Despite their apprehensions, the 2 could only stand outside the territory, keeping a vigilant watch on the building to prevent any unforeseen events. The sounds of children laughing echoed intermittently. The soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered as to what could possibly bring joy in a makeshift building amid desolation. Yu followed Zhao Xiaoxiu as they explored the building from top to bottom, the novelty of the self-built house providing him with endless fascination. Zhao Xiaoxiu pointed out that the bedroom was her domain, prompting a look of envy from Yu. When Zhao Xiaoxiu took him to the kitchen to experience the faucet, Yu delightedly exclaimed in response, "Your house is so big and fun. It's much larger than my mother's house. My mother's house doesn't even have a faucet that can be turned on. It's all sensor-operated," he remarked, filled with anticipation. "How I wish my mother's house had a faucet like yours." Zhao Xiaoxiu was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether the boy was boasting or simply had never encountered such things before. "Oh, They moved from the kitchen to the tool room when Yu suddenly tugged at Zhao Xiaoxiu's hand. What is it? Zhao Xiaoxiu was about to show him the small dining table his father had made for her. Yu flashed her a secretive smile, revealing a row of tiny white teeth, and dashed to the living room couch to retrieve his backpack. Seeing him struggle, Zhao Xiaoxiu extended her hand to help carry it to the small dining table, eagerly wondering if it contained something special. I have brought you an abundance of delectable treats. Yu unzipped her backpack and revealed a selection of carefully chosen snacks. There were watermelon bubblegums, small breads, low-grade mutated fruits, dried fruits, and a plethora of assorted cream-filled biscuits, filling the small dining table to the brim. Zhao Xiaoxiu, astonished, inquired, "All for me?" "Yes." Yu nodded emphatically, gesturing grandly. "They are all for you." As she spoke, she asked Zhao Xiaoxiu what she wished to eat. Upon pointing to the biscuits, Yu immediately selected a packet, tore it open, and handed her a piece, taking one for herself as well. "Good friends must share," she proclaimed. While munching, Zhao Xiaoxiu tentatively asked, "Does your mother know?" Yu quickly made a shushing gesture, lowering her voice to caution Zhao Xiaoxiu. "These are all saved up secretly. I've been keeping them for quite a while. My mother disapproves of me hiding snacks, so you mustn't reveal our secret, or I shall not bring you any treats next time." With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xiaoxiu, embodying the expression of betrayal. Zhao Xiaoxiu, after consuming another small bread, silently patted her chest, assuring her unwavering loyalty. Instantly reassured, Yu opened a jar of dried fruits, and they sat together at the small dining table, still under construction, joyfully swinging their legs. After indulging in the snacks, thirst struck, and Zhao Xiaoxiu was just about to ask Yu for water, considering her home lacked filtered water, which ordinary people could not drink. However, Yu, experienced in such matters, pulled out a water bottle from her backpack, taking 2 hearty gulps before pouring some into a cap and offering it to Zhao Xiaoxiu, asking, "Are you thirsty?" "Yes," Zhao Xiaoxiu replied. This was top-tier filtered water, sweet and delightful, a rare gem that could not be purchased. Zhao Xiaoxiu was not at all shy, sipping from the cup delicately, unwilling to gulp it down in one go. Having satisfied her hunger with the snacks, Yu grew curious, exploring the tool shed. Spotting neatly arranged wooden toys on Zhao Gang's workbench, a plane, a car, and a fish, she excitedly turned to Zhao Xiaoxiu, asking, "Did your father make all these toys for you?" Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded nonchalantly, her gaze still fixed on the snacks. Yu sighed, "Your father is truly kind to you. Unlike mine." Zhao Xiaoxiu lifted her head from the pile of snacks, her big eyes blinking in confusion. "Is your dad still alive?" Yu responded with an incredulous expression. "Of course. I have a dad," she emphasized, "alive." Realizing her misstep, Zhao Xiaoxiu hurriedly licked the crumbs off the corners of her mouth, approached Yu, and earnestly apologized. Sorry. Yu, not one to hold a grudge over such trivial matters, affectionately patted Zhao Xiaoxiu's little braid, saying, "It's all right. Many people think that way because my parents are divorced. I'm with my mother, and my father is on an island. The last time I saw him was through a video call." As she mentioned her father, Yu's mood noticeably dampened, resembling a wilted morning glory, her head drooping. Zhao Xiaoxiu, her eyes darting, stood on her tiptoes to retrieve the wooden fish from the long table. "I have a pet fish just like it. Do you want to see?" Children's attention is easily diverted, and Yu immediately perked up, asking excitedly, "Where is it? I want to see." "Not so fast." Zhao Xiaoxiu walked to the small dining table. "First tidying up the snacks, I will call my dad to take us to see it." Observing Zhao Xiaoxiu packing the remaining snacks back in her backpack, Yu anxiously exclaimed, "These are all for you," implying that she should keep them. Zhao Xiaoxiu was no naive child. These snacks were rarely available at the supply station and were quite precious. A taste was sufficient, for she feared Yang Mei would discover her son's extravagant habits and scold him for being wasteful. Ignoring Yu's protests, Zhao Xiaoxiu packed the leftover snacks in her backpack, zipping it up, and tugged her friend to the doorway, where Zhao Gang was repairing farming tools, asking him to take them to the pond to see the little flying fish. The night had fallen completely, and the distance from the house to the pond was considerable. It was unsafe for the 2 children to venture alone without an adult. Zhao Gang never denied his little one's requests, immediately putting down his tools, fetching a solar-powered flashlight from the house, and leading the 2 youngsters to the pond. From a distance, the little flying fish spotted the light and began flitting across the water surface. If it could emit sounds, it would undoubtedly joyfully call out Zhao Xiaoxiu's name at that moment. Yu, gazing at the palm-sized wooden fish in her hand, looked up at the 2-meter-long silver giant fish soaring above the water, incredulously turning to Zhao Xiaoxiu. Is your pet fish that big? Zhao Xiaoxiu skeptically extended her palm for comparison, mumbling, it seems to have grown a little. Just yesterday, it was only around 7 to 8 meters. The little flying fish, upon seeing its owner, flew closer, causing Yu to shrink back in fright. Zhao Xiaoxiu chuckled, pulling her out. Don't be afraid. The little flying fish is very gentle. Gentle? Zhao Gang, who was holding the flashlight for the two children, raised an eyebrow in doubt. He distinctly remembered the fish had bitten off a chunk of flesh from his little one's hand. Perhaps the father's lingering resentment was too deep. The little flying fish, wishing to approach its owner, suddenly darted away, frightened, and hid itself in the pond. Zhao Xiaoxiu, turning back with an exasperated glance at her father, pleaded, Dad, don't scare it. Once her father appeared more benign, the little girl squatted down, dipping her hand into the water to coax the little flying fish out. In no time, a slippery fish head emerged, waiting a moment to ensure no danger was present before joyfully flicking its tail and soaring into the air, circling the pond. With a sense of pride, Zhao Xiaoxiu commanded the little flying fish to perform the leap of the carp and blow bubbles, hearing Yu's delighted cheers. Hands on her hips, feeling quite smug. From a distance, in the darkness, a small illuminated space emerged. The pond shimmered silver under the moonlight. The giant fish playfully showcasing its talents, while an audience of 1 adult and 2 children applauded and cheered, creating a scene both fantastical and harmonious. Yang Mei stepped down from the vehicle, raising her hand to halt the greetings of 2 guards, her gaze fixated on the only light in the darkness, her expression gradually shifting to astonishment. If she was not mistaken, that appeared to be a floating fish. Yet, the largest known floating fish measured only 1.65 meters. The floating fish before her, however, astonishingly measured 2 meters in length, indicating its mutation level was at least B grade. What does a B-grade mutation signify? It denotes a high-risk creature with a pronounced aggression towards humans, requiring cautious handling. Yet, what she currently observed was a high-risk creature that not only refrained from attacking humans, but was also performing for them, exuding a cheerful aura. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Yang Mei would never have believed such a violation of natural law could transpire. The 2 guards, perplexed by Yang's sudden stupor, curiously followed her gaze, only to be equally astonished. Goodness! A 2-meter-long floating fish was soaring freely above the pond without any rain, and it was obediently performing for the son of Yang Mei. Listening to the excited cheers of children echoing from the pond, the 3 exchanged glances, confirming they were not hallucinating. The scene unfolding in Area 13 was indeed real. How did she manage that? The 2 guards asked in astonishment. Yang Mei's expression rapidly shifted, and she internally reflected, it is because she is a deity. Only a deity could achieve such feats. Mind your tongues, she admonished the 2 guards behind her, her demeanor unusually stern. The guards, taken aback, promptly sealed their lips. Mama! Yu joyfully waved the wooden fish gifted to him by Zhao Xiaoxiu as he ran over, trailed by Zhao Xiaoxiu, who effortlessly carried his heavy backpack. The young girl, unflustered and without breaking a sweat, easily kept pace with Yu, arriving before Yang Mei. Yang? Zhao Xiaoxiu smiled up at Yang Mei, her heart flickering with a hint of peculiarity. Yang Mei's gaze was imbued with an odd blend of curiosity, excitement, tremor, and reverence. Did you enjoy yourselves? Yang Mei suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within her and inquired about the 2 children in a casual tone. Yu nodded vigorously, shaking the wooden fish in his hand as he declared it a gift from Zhao Xiaoxiu. Yang Mei smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her son's hair, then instinctively reached out towards Zhao Xiaoxiu. However, as her hand hovered above the girl's head, she suddenly recollected something, withdrawing her hand with a slight, flustered smile. Nearly committing un impardonnable faux pas. Zhao Xiaoxiu sensed something was amiss with Aunt Yang today. She handed her backpack to a nearby guard and waved goodbye to Yu. Yu had no desire to return home with his mother. The place was too delightful and engaging, and he wished to stay and farm with Zhao Xiaoxiu. Yet, he understood this was impossible. His mother would never consent, so he refrained from further protests. After promising Zhao Xiaoxiu to meet again, He obediently climbed into the car. Yang Mei addressed Zhao Gang, who stood in the shadows, holding a lamp for the children, saying, "Director Mo mentioned that you accepted his employment offer. The main force will depart in 3 days, led by myself and General Wei. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me." After speaking, Yang Mei cast a profound glance at Zhao Xiaoxiu before leading her team away. She thought this could be considered an extension of her affection. The matter of the intruders remained unresolved, and in the evening, the lords continued to maintain their previous teams. Just as Yang Mei's group departed, Shang Qingyang arrived, carrying a sleeping bag, timing her entrance perfectly. Zhao Xiaoxiu, while guiding everyone home, curiously asked, "Sister Shang, have you been waiting nearby all along?" Shang Qingyang smiled silently. Zhao Xiaoxiu interpreted this as an affirmation, her small face lighting up with astonishment. "Sister Shang, you are so impressive. You can wield a knife and conceal yourself. Do you possess ninjutsu?" Shang Qingyang shook her head, stating she did not know ninjutsu, but could handle a knife. "Do you wish to learn?" Without waiting for Zhao Xiaoxiu's response, she continued with a generous smile, "I can teach you." "Really?" Zhao Xiaoxiu immediately became intrigued. Even Zhao Gang turned his attention, a warning bell ringing in his mind, sensing someone vying for his child's attention. Shang Qingyang seemed oblivious to Zhao Gang's vigilance, or perhaps she sensed it but was unconcerned. She reached out to ruffle Zhao Xiaoxiu's hair, her tone earnest. "Truly, if you wish to learn, you must commit wholly. There can be no half-heartedness, or I shall not teach you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxiu's enthusiasm began to cool. The notion of unwavering commitment sounded simple, yet achieving it was far from easy. Noticing her daze, Shang Qingyang smiled gently. "It's all right. You can ponder it further. Good night." Zhao Gang swiftly scooped the child up and headed upstairs. Shang Qingyang observed his wary demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle, and tidied her sleeping bag before extinguishing her flashlight and drifting into slumber. In the dimly lit bedroom upstairs, the lights were already out, yet Zhao Xiaoxiu lay awake, her eyes darting in the darkness. Zhao Gang pondered in confusion how such a small child could have so many thoughts. "Daddy!" A tiny finger poked Zhao Gang's firm arm, and he turned to see his child's bright eyes. "Are you hungry?" Zhao Xiaoxiu shook her head, indicating she was not, and quietly asked, "What did Aunt Yang mean about an employment task?" Zhao Gang explained, "It's a task to earn points. Once completed, we can install solar equipment." Upon hearing about the solar equipment, Zhao Xiaoxiu sprang up excitedly, her small hands patting her father's face. "Really? Really?" Her tiny hands, though small, had considerable strength, prompting Zhao Gang to grimace as he removed her hands from his face, affirming her excitement. "Oh yay!" Zhao Xiaoxiu joyfully leaped up, exclaiming about all the things she could do with electricity. "Daddy, I want to watch TV, buy a refrigerator, use a water heater, and install lights in every room." The little one animatedly listed her plans for when they had electricity, her radiant excitement illuminating the darkness, dazzling Zhao Gang's eyes. Yet, he could not help but smile broadly, feeling a surge of warmth and pride. As Zhao Xiaoxiu nestled within the warm embrace of the blood tendrils, she rolled about playfully, the tendrils shifting to accommodate her movements, carefully cradling her. "Daddy, I want to go with you." Before drifting off, she reminded her father not to forget to take her along on the task. "I can help," she murmured, snuggling against a gentle tendril, her breathing gradually calming as she slipped into a peaceful slumber. The mass of flesh occupying the entire bedroom rose and fell like human breaths, synchronizing its rhythm with the sleeping child. The tendril that cradled her gently tapped her fluffy head in agreement with her earlier request. Shang Qingyang was a person who understood the nuances of boundaries. She awoke in the early hours of the morning, noticing the absence of any human sounds from the upstairs bedroom. Frowning in mild confusion, she chose not to disturb the occupants. The silence returned at 6 in the morning. Zhao Gang's footsteps echoed from the staircase, causing Shang Qingyang to open her eyes instantaneously. "Good morning." She greeted Zhao Gang as he passed through the living room. Zhao Gang nodded, stepping outside briefly, only to return shortly to the kitchen, where he took a stainless steel bucket and headed to the pond for water to nourish the newly planted potatoes. Shang Qingyang had already packed her belongings and was prepared to leave. Before departing, she wished to wash her face and asked Zhao Gang, "May I use a bit of your water?" "No," came his swift and decisive reply. Shang Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, her mind processing the response for half a second. Upon realizing, She chuckled wryly and shrugged, striding off. As she passed through the potato field, she paused, turning back to say, "The knife techniques I practice have been handed down from my grandfather. He passed them to my mother, and my mother then passed them to me. Before the catastrophe, our family was quite renowned for our knife skills. Although the world is not as chaotic as it once was, danger lurks everywhere." At this age, Xiaoxiu is in an ideal period for laying a solid foundation. With this statement, Sheng Xingyang chose not to elaborate further. During the capture of the floating fish, she sensed that Zhao Gang's daughter was a promising candidate for knife training. Observing her closely over the past few days, she found the young girl to possess a good nature and temperament, as well as remarkable intelligence and obedience, which deepened her resolve. However, matters such as these depend on fate. When the time is right, one cannot resist, and if it is not meant to be, one cannot force it. Sheng Xingyang waved to Zhao Gang, who was watering the ground with his back turned, and made her way toward the patrol station. Today marked the final session of the expert training course. After this class, the remaining tasks would be left to the lords to explore independently. Cultivating land requires insight. Even with the same soil and seeds, some individuals simply cannot cultivate effectively. The expert publicly criticized Lord 12 and Lord 1 for their disastrous potato sprouting yesterday, while commending the outstanding Lord 13 and Lord 9, presenting them with certificates of excellence. Additionally, they were rewarded with a packet of enhanced chili seeds to encourage their continued progress in advancing agricultural endeavors. In the afternoon, all the lords bid farewell to the expert instructors as they boarded the vehicle of the base investigation team, which then slowly departed from Area B. The month-long planning training was completed successfully. The frequent harassment of the planning zone by invaders became the focal point of concern for the patrol station and the lords. Fortunately, since the base sent the investigation team, the incidents involving invaders had been effectively controlled. During this time, while the investigation team busied themselves with inquiries regarding the invader alliance, the Hope base officially announced a recruitment plan for the capture of Jiangqing, calling upon mercenaries to accompany the official forces to reclaim the city. Upon the announcement of the recruitment plan, the surviving members of the base erupted in excitement. Whispers had circulated earlier, suggesting that the higher-ups of both Hope Base and Taoyuan Base were preparing to take advantage of the winter's arrival, a period when the growth of mutated plants is suppressed, to launch a joint operation for the city reclamation plan. In the 13 years since the catastrophe, human cities have been ravaged and occupied by mutated flora and fauna. However, these aberrations do not comprehend how to utilize the remnants of human technology left behind in the cities. The artifacts remaining in the cities are crucial for the reconstruction of human civilization post-catastrophe. Thus, the city reclamation plan aims not only to reclaim human territory from the mutated entities, but also to retrieve lost technological products and various essential production materials. Survivors have finally caught their breath from a desperate escape, and it is time to launch a counter-offensive against the mutated beings. As soon as the official announcement of the city reclamation was made, the survivors, who had long felt oppressed by the mutated beasts, were filled with fervor and eagerly signed up to participate. However, emotion and reason are two different matters. The recruitment had stringent criteria. The first stipulation was that one must be an evolved individual. Upon seeing this condition, the ordinary populace, previously filled with zeal, was immediately disheartened, their enthusiasm deflating as they vented their frustrations towards the official differential treatment. The registration point at the Area B patrol station was rife with complaints. "What is this nonsense? I got all excited for nothing." The lords of territories 4 and 5 spat in annoyance and turned away, shouldering their hoes. Without points, they could not purchase the evolution potions. Without the potions, they could not become evolved individuals. They might as well focus on farming to earn points. Perhaps next year, they would have a bountiful harvest and be able to buy the evolution potions freely. "Ling Ling, are you going?" Bai Kaling inquired softly of Dongfang Ling. The last time the two had joined forces to eliminate an invader, she had suspected that Dongfang Ling was indeed an evolved individual. However, she had yet to discern the direction of her evolution. Nevertheless, evolved individuals possess superior qualities compared to ordinary people and accompanying the official forces. Even if the task was perilous, it was worth the risk. Dongfang Ling shook her head, maintaining an expression as if the world owed her 8 million. She turned and walked away. Bai Kaling stared. Hey, why are you leaving?" Lord 15, when Fei mocked, "Bai Kaling, why do you care about her? You seem so eager." Why don't you sign up yourself? Bai Kaling shot her a glare. Mind your own business. If you want to go, no one is stopping you. Why don't you sign up? Wen Fei was momentarily caught off guard, pouting into silence. If she were an evolved individual, she would surely sign up. Alas, she was not. However, what Wen Fei did not anticipate was that Zhang Lijun, the most vocal evolved individual, ultimately did not enroll. The compensation for mercenaries was exceedingly generous, offering 800 points per day, inclusive of nutrient solutions and half-price exchanges for medical supplies and firearms. Several evolved lords with hidden abilities were tempted. Yet before they could register, Zhang Lijun coldly cautioned, "You should first check where Jiancheng is located." A few lords were taken aback, confused by his words. Zhang Lijun merely shook his head and departed without clarifying further. In the station master's office, Zhao Gang had completed the mercenary application form, as this had been a decision made with Mo Shirgui early on. Once the form was filled out, Mo Shirgui promptly approved and submitted it. "I will pick you up at 5 tomorrow morning. Prepare everything you need tonight," Mo Shirgui instructed. The patrol station had temporarily allocated 10 spots, and fortunately, the official had sent a special investigation team to take over the matters regarding the Invader Alliance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to embark on the mission with peace of mind. Zhao Gang glanced at the recruitment task display screen outside the window, where several lords were inquiring about the location of Jiancheng. Turning back to the busy Mo Shirgui, he asked, "Where is Jiancheng located?" Mo Shirgui looked at Zhao Gang, realizing he was genuinely unaware, and felt a bit exasperated, pulling up a satellite map of Jiancheng for him to see. "Isn't it a bit late to be asking about the mission location after submitting the application?" Mo Shirgui remarked. Zhao Gang did not respond, focusing instead on the computer screen that Mo Shirgui had turned toward him, which displayed a blurry map of poor quality, requiring squinting to make out any semblance of a shape. Mo Shirgui explained, "There is an S-level mutated plant in Jiancheng that emits a strong magnetic field, affecting all electronic devices. Without satellites, we would not even be able to capture this low-resolution map." After viewing the large image, Mo Shirgui switched to a smaller map of the entire C district, marking the specific location of Jiancheng with a red dot in the lower right corner. Jiancheng is situated between Taoyuan Base and the original Hope Base, 198 kilometers from Taoyuan Base, and has been one of the most rapidly and terrifyingly mutated regions since the onset of the catastrophe. Within 3 months of the mutation, the city was forced to be abandoned. At that time, the authorities were unable to provide timely support, and out of a population of 20 million, only about 200,000 survivors managed to escape. Even though this event occurred over a decade ago, recalling it still caused Mo Shirgui to sigh. The number of mutated entities remaining within the city is alarmingly high. Our mission must not only contend with that S-level mutated plant, but also be vigilant against the potential emergence of a tide of abominations. This daunting task of reclaiming a city is unprecedented in the 13 years since the catastrophe. Young individuals may not fully grasp the situation, but Zhang Lijun, who has endured since the early days of the catastrophe, understands it all too well. Mo Shirgui, fearing that Zhao Gang might be frightened away, hurriedly reassured him, "Do not panic. Our army never engages in unprepared battles. In fact, 2 years ago, the 2 major bases dispatched troops to attempt to reclaim Jiancheng. We are quite familiar with the situation within. Furthermore, this time, with Director Yang and General Wei personally leading the team, we have the most advanced technological support from the biotechnology company and the most valiant troops charging ahead. As long as we can neutralize that S-grade mutated plant, we need not worry about the subsequent tide of. The recruited mercenaries would not undertake the most critical tasks, at most providing some assistance." Mo Shirgui patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately could not resist asking, "You're not bringing the child this time, are you?" Zhao Gang replied, "I must bring her. I promise Zhao Xiao." Mo Shirgui said, "Well, as long as it does not affect the progress of the mission." He recalled Yang Mei's particular concern for Zhao Gang and tentatively remarked, "Initially, I was worried that your situation might raise some concerns. But now that I know you are quite familiar with Director Yang, I am no longer anxious." Zhao Gang replied, "We are not that familiar." He glanced at the map's location, tilting his head slightly. It seemed he had visited this place with Xiaoxiu before. 079, I am truly hungry. Is that S-grade mutated plant a mushroom? Zhao Gang suddenly inquired. Mo. Shurgay, still pondering his previous comment about their unfamiliarity, was taken aback for 2 seconds before responding with surprise. How do you know? Because all electronic devices lose effectiveness within Jiangxing, and the entire city is now completely covered by mutated plants. Even if someone passes near Jiangxing, they cannot enter. Presently, only the high-ranking officials of the base are privy to the internal conditions of Jiangxing. The existence of that S-grade mutated mushroom was something he had only recently learned from General Wei after the city reclamation plan was announced. How could Zhao Gang, an ordinary evolved individual, possibly know? I have seen it, Zhao Gang said, observing Mo. Shurgui's expression. Realizing that this Jiangxing was indeed the forest city he and the cub had encountered on their way to Taiyuan base. You have seen it, Montauk Shigi exclaimed, his voice unexpectedly rising. Seeing Zhao Gang not deny it, and even pointing out the location of the mutated mushroom on the map, Mo. Shurgui could not help but whisper, "Do not tell me you have gone inside. That place is a breeding ground for mutated plants, especially that cluster of S-grade mutated umbrella mushrooms, which not only disrupt electronic devices, but also emit confusing scents that lure prey towards it, turning them into nutrients. Many soldiers from the base have perished because of that umbrella mushroom. Currently, only those evolved individuals focusing on mental evolution stand a chance of breaking free and escaping. If Zhao Gang had been inside, he certainly would not have survived." However, Zhao Gang nodded and looked at him strangely, not understanding what was so shocking about it. He glanced again at the Jiangxing map on the computer screen, already forming a plan in his mind. Remembering the cluster of purple-blue mutated umbrella mushrooms, Zhao Gang swallowed discreetly. He was truly hungry, even craving such lowly creatures. He affectionately patted his stomach, eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. "We shall meet at 5 in the morning," Zhao Gang declared before rising to head home, leaving Mo. Shurgui standing there with a grave expression, torn between whether to call General Wei and report that Zhao Gang had encountered the S-grade mutated plant. In the end, he did not pick up the phone. The investigation team arrived to hand over the investigation task to him and to inform him of the latest progress. The survivors who previously resided in the shanty town on the outskirts of the base had established an alliance called Green Wilderness in the ruins near their planting area. The members of the investigation team spoke gravely. "Moreover, we have internal informants in all 3 of our planting areas, and the safety of the lords is facing immense danger." They cast a significant glance at Mo. Shurgui, the station chief of Area B, as they had recently captured a large batch of floating fish in their area. And now everyone knew that Area B was the wealthiest, with the most abundant supplies at the resource station. Mo. Shurgui rubbed his temples in frustration and asked, "What do you propose we do?" The investigation team replied, "You, as the station chief, should keep a low profile until we clarify the situation and then return." What more could Mo. Shurgui say? Even he had begun to harbor doubts. Since personnel were being mobilized from Jiangxing, he might as well keep a distance. While sorting through the documents, Mo. Shurgui discovered that Zhao Gang was the only one from the entire Area B who had signed up for the recruitment. Great. A group of capable individuals unwilling to exert themselves, relying on nothing. Mo. Shurgui had no other extravagant hopes. He merely wished that the lords under his command would contribute a bit of effort in the coming spring to ensure a fruitful harvest. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang returned home from the station and began preparing the supplies he would need for the next day. He had little to prepare for himself, primarily focusing on the necessities for Zhao Xiaoxiu. As the weather had turned cold, he needed to pack 2 sets of thick clothing for the 3 to 5 days they would be on the mission. He was unsure if there would be a place to sleep, so he decided to borrow Sheng Qingyang's sleeping bag. "Can't you just buy one?" Zhao Gang replied earnestly. "Thank you, I'll return it. You may stay at my house while we are away." Given that this house was cleaner and more spacious than her own, with a kitchen and bathroom, Sheng Qingyang managed a reluctant smile. "Fine, just don't ruin it. My sleeping bag is thick enough to withstand temperatures as low as -30 degrees. The father and daughter both grinned widely, bowing in gratitude. Sheng Qingyang pointed to the upstairs bedroom. "Is it okay if I sleep in the bed for a few days?" Without a sleeping bag, she had no bed or blanket, and she would not make such a losing deal. Fortunately, the father and daughter were perceptive enough to generously offer her the use of the bedroom while they were away. With the sleeping arrangements settled, Zhao Gang turned his attention to the cub's meals. The cub needed to eat every day. She must not go hungry. and he needed to prepare nutritional liquid as well. He also filled the water bottle to ensure they would not be thirsty on the journey. Lastly, he had to consider the cub's weapon. He discarded the previous machete and chose a specially crafted axe instead. To prevent any accidental harm to the cub, he carefully wrapped it in burlap, creating a sheath that could be slung on her back. Once he secured the axe in the sheath, it rested comfortably against her leg, not hindering her movement. The new setup pleased Zhao Xiaoxiu immensely. As soon as Zhao Gang finished, she slung the sheath over her shoulder and ran up and down the stairs with the axe. "Daddy!" Zhao Xiaoxiu beckoned for him to crouch down and planted a big kiss on his cheek. "This is great. I love it." Zhao Gang chuckled as well, nearly losing control of his eyes from the joy, but he restrained himself, given that Sheng Qingyang was still present in the living room, with everything packed neatly. The father and daughter went to bed early, filled with anticipation for the following day. In the early hours of the next morning, as the sound of a car engine starting echoed from the patrol station, the father and daughter, sprawled in their blankets, immediately opened their eyes and sprang up from their bed. They exchanged glances, quickly slid off the bed, and dressed and washed up at lightning speed, grabbing their backpacks and weapons before rushing out the door. Sheng Qingyang, wrapped in a blanket on the living room sofa, felt a cold breeze brush her face. Frowning in discomfort, she rolled up the soft blanket and continued to sleep. Who knows when was the last time she slept in a blanket filled with the scent of sunshine, in such a comfortable bed? If she did not sleep enough today, it would be an affront to her deceased family. Due to the fact that only Zhao Gang from District B participated in the recruitment, Mo Shirgui, accompanied by 9 patrolling soldiers, found that a single truck sufficed for their needs. As the truck approached territory number 13, its high beams illuminated the road ahead, where 2 figures, one large and one small, were already standing in the middle of the road, waving excitedly. The driver, Aji, raised an eyebrow, having never witnessed such enthusiasm from mercenaries for a task. Once the truck came to a halt, Mo Shirgui gestured with his chin for the father-daughter duo to take the back seat, while the other soldiers occupied the truck bed. It was evident that the 2 seats inside were intentionally reserved for them, considering that he included the 3-year-old Zhao Xiaoxiu in the team. "Good morning, Brother Aji." "Good morning, Uncle Mo." Zhao Xiaoxiu obediently settled into her designated spot, beaming a charming smile and waving her tiny hand to greet the 2 men before carefully removing the axe from her back and holding it upright in her arms, attempting to take up minimal space. The initially stern expressions of Aji and Mo Shirgui softened, and they turned back to smile and wave. "Hi." Zhao Gang, a tall figure, climbed aboard, and as the door closed, the space in the truck became cramped. The once cheerful Aji and Mo Shirgui now wore serious faces. Zhao Gang, however, was oblivious to their demeanor, his mind consumed with thoughts of, "It's time to eat. It's time to eat." At 8 in the morning, Zhao Gang and his group from District B arrived outside the high walls of the Taiyuan base, where they joined the main force. For better management, the mercenaries were directly incorporated into the official squads. With a team of 20, Mo Shirgui served as the captain, granting him a degree of privilege. Zhao Gang and his daughter were seamlessly integrated into his squad, leaving 9 spots to be filled by other registered hunting teams. Once the teams were organized, the data revealed that the combined military strength of the 2 bases amounted to 8,000 troops, with 2,000 mercenaries and an additional 600 in logistics. Almost all large weapons were mobilized, with military trucks and armed vehicles neatly lined up in the square, and various specialized units marching with solemnity and advanced equipment. At exactly 9 o'clock, all teams were fully assembled, and the general delivered a motivational speech, which incited fervor among the crowd. By 9:30, the speech concluded, and the final boarding process commenced for the entire army. During this time, mercenaries could swiftly head to the supply station to exchange their points for necessary medicines, weapons, and other military supplies at half price. Mo Shirgui drove the newly assigned armored vehicle to the assembly point, signaling 5 individuals to board the armored vehicle while the rest climbed into the personnel truck, with 2 vehicles assigned to one team. This privilege was not afforded to other smaller squads, prompting envy from the leaders of the 2 planning zones, who also served as team leaders. Team 528 is fully accounted for, Mo Shirgui shouted from in front of the vehicle. Aji and the others, who were still gathered at the supply station, hurriedly regrouped in front of the vehicle. "I want 3 servings of yogurt." Zhao Gang quickly swiped 300 points and received the yogurt he had purchased for his daughter from the attendant, then scooped up the small child, who barely reached his thigh, and rushed to Mo Shirgui. Even the mercenaries, in the midst of such a serious military atmosphere, adhered strictly to the Unit-S regulations. The 19 individuals assembled within a minute, with several mercenaries clutching their freshly exchanged firearms and ammunition. Though slightly flustered, none were slow in their movements. The last to join was Zhao Gang, who held his child in one arm while carrying the yogurt in the other, and was met with a disapproving glare from Mo Shirgui. However, considering that Director Yang had specially arranged an armed vehicle for them, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Mo Shirgui distributed red wristbands to everyone, each bearing the team number and serving as an identification marker. Even Zhao Xiaoxiu received a child-sized wristband, which fit her perfectly, seemingly custom-made, attracting the attention of other team members. The newly joined mercenaries hailed from various hunting groups from the two major bases, typically having little interaction but recognizing one another, and thus formed small groups naturally. Aji and his companions, being official personnel, also easily formed their own group. Only Zhao Gang and his daughter seemed out of place among the team. The mercenaries, being new arrivals, hesitated to inquire or speak. However, it was evident to the discerning eye that the father-daughter duo held a unique status. With time pressing, Mo Shirgui had little patience to elaborate, simply stating, "This arrangement is approved from above." Consequently, the presence of a 3-year-old girl within the team was no longer a topic of discussion as long as they were not required to provide her special protection. However, Zhao Gang had no intention of burdening others with the care of his child. He was fully capable of looking after his own offspring. After tallying the newly exchanged supplies, Mo Shirgui waved his hand, signaling everyone to board the vehicles. Given their unfamiliarity, the team maintained a somewhat distant politeness, harboring an unspoken dissatisfaction toward Zhao Gang's choice to occupy the front passenger seat while holding the child. Nevertheless, they maintained a facade of calm. As the entire army prepared for departure, after a final verification of readiness, the command from Colonel Wei to set off resonated through the intercom, and the main force slowly rolled out from the base square, heading toward Jiangqing. An advance team had already cleared the roads, and a logistics team had prepared the campsite on high ground 20 miles outside Jiangqing in advance. The main force traveled swiftly, and by 3 in the afternoon, the entire army was assembled and in position. The team leaders were called away for a combat meeting. Aji was appointed as the temporary deputy leader, directing the team members to set up the camp in their designated areas. With ample manpower and equipment, the open space was quickly cleared and tents were pitched. Logistics personnel, carrying large packs, distributed nutrient solutions, one for each person sufficient for a day's needs. Zhao Gang received a share and turned to hand it to Zhao Xiaoxiu, who was perched on a wooden stump enjoying her yogurt, her legs playfully swinging. "Wait a moment," a logistics worker suddenly called out to Zhao Gang. Amidst the curious gazes of others, he retrieved a fresh-keeping box from the side pocket of his backpack and handed it to Zhao Gang. The logistics worker cast a special glance at Zhao Xiaoxiu, but with only one child in the camp, there was no chance of a mix-up. "What is this?" As a logistics worker departed, several curious mercenary teammates gathered around Zhao Gang. One sniffed the air and suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the fresh-keeping box in Zhao Gang's hands. "Is that yogurt fruit salad? Am I not mistaken?" Zhao Gang calmly opened the box and nodded, confirming it was indeed a serving of fresh yogurt fruit salad. Ignoring the envious gazes from the surrounding team members, he eagerly presented it to the astonished child. "Who gave this to me?" Zhao Xiaoxiu, puzzled, accepted the box, glancing around for any suspicious figures but finding none. Zhao Gang, undeterred, promptly placed a wooden spoon in the box and encouraged, "Little sleeve likes it, so eat up quickly." Zhao Xiaoxiu swallowed hard, her attention captured by the fresh yogurt fruit salad, rendering the yogurt drink her father had just bought utterly unappealing. She glanced at Zhao Gang, who nodded enthusiastically, prompting her to tentatively scoop a spoonful into her mouth. The sweet and creamy yogurt melted in her mouth, while the fresh, specially cultivated fruit pieces burst with flavor. Devoid of any odd taste, Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widened with delight as she exclaimed, "Daddy, this is super delicious." "Eat as much as you like," Zhao Gang replied succinctly, finding joy in his daughter as happiness, while dismissing everything else as trivial. However, he realized that the drooling crowd surrounding them needed to be dispersed immediately. Zhao Gang raised his gaze, his piercing eyes casting a cold sweep over the team members encircling him, their eyes glinting with a greenish hue. A shiver of dread coursed through them, akin to the feeling of being scrutinized by an unfathomable abyss, prompting an instinctive retreat as they hurriedly averted their gazes. It felt as though a mere moment's hesitation could result in being dragged into a dark chasm by some nameless, monstrous terror. With a collective retreat of 10 meters, only then did their breaths ease. They exchanged glances, their faces etched with fear as they furtively regarded the father-daughter duo seated upon a wooden stump, enveloped in an eerie silence that lingered for what seemed an eternity. It was not until Mo Shirgui arrived with Yang Mei that this oppressive atmosphere was finally shattered. Director Yang. The group hurriedly paid their respects to Yang Mei. She acknowledged them with a slight nod before approaching Zhao Xiaoxiu, who was enjoying a bowl of fruit yogurt. Kneeling before her, she inquired with genuine concern, "Do you like it?" "Aunt Yang." Zhao Xiaoxiu quickly stood up, politely addressing her. Realizing that the delicious fruit yogurt had been a gift from Yang Mei, she felt a strange unease at the sudden warmth emanating from her. It seemed as though Aunt Yang had transformed into a different person, showing her unexpected kindness. Receiving no response from Zhao Xiaoxiu, Yang Mei reiterated, "Do you not like this yogurt?" Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced into the container, observing that only a small amount remained. The rest had long since vanished into her stomach. It was evident whether she liked it or not. Yang Mei, noticing the nearly empty yogurt container, smiled and said, "Annie has plenty of tasty snacks over there. If you like, you can go find me." Zhao Xiaoxiu shyly smiled. "Thank you, Aunt Yang, but you are so busy. I wouldn't want to disturb you." Yang Mei appeared slightly disappointed, but said nothing further. She rose and reiterated to Zhao Gang what she had just told Zhao Xiaoxiu, encouraging him to bring the child to her whenever convenient. "Everyone, rest well. We have a tough battle ahead tomorrow." Yang Mei encouraged them all with a smile before departing with the soldiers. As they watched her leave, the expressions of Zhao Gang and his daughter shifted to one of intrigue, curiosity, and even a hint of obsequiousness. Yang Mei's deliberate visit surprised even Mo Shirgui. When she had previously inquired about Zhao Gang and his daughter, he had found her sudden interest quite peculiar. Now, her overt concern for them in front of everyone only deepened the suspicion that Zhao Gang and his daughter might possess an undisclosed identity. Could they be relatives? Mo Shirgui glanced at the father and daughter pair, who appeared unfazed as they continued to eat. They certainly did not resemble one another. Never mind, he thought. He could not fathom the intentions of the higher-ups who were far beyond his comprehension. Clapping his hands, he drew the attention of everyone in the camp and informed them of the current situation in Jiangsheng, followed by the announcement. "Our team, 528, will dig trenches behind the second main team tomorrow." Ajay questioned in confusion. "Shouldn't we first deal with that S-class mutated hallucinogenic mushroom before digging trenches?" Mo Shirgui's expression hardened. "Our task is to execute the orders issued from above. There is no need for further inquiries. Is everyone clear about their tasks for tomorrow?" The crowd responded affirmatively. "Montak Shigi Vafet. 5 of you come with me to collect the excavation tools. The rest stay put and await further orders." Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaoxiu, having emptied their yogurt container, decided to head over to the logistics department. Along the way, they observed soldiers preparing their equipment, with one group testing reconnaissance drones, seemingly ready to deploy them for an internal survey of Jiangsheng. After returning the yogurt container, Zhao Xiaoxiu tugged at her father's sleeve, urging him to watch as the drones took flight, only to vanish without a trace. She whispered, "The purple mushrooms in the city are incredible." Zhao Gang licked his lips. They could be devoured in one bite. Zhao Xiaoxiu. The father and daughter looked up at the sky, sighing in unison. Why is it not dark yet? They remained rooted in place, watching the drones take off and disappear for an hour. Finally, the night descended. The camp illuminated with lights as patrol vehicles weaved through the perimeter, occasional bursts of gunfire echoing before fading back into silence. Gradually, the camp settled into tranquility. Apart from the soldiers on duty, everyone else succumbed to slumber. Zhao Xiaoxiu lay beside her father in their sleeping bags, stealing a glance at her phone, which read 11:30 at night. The entire 528 team was housed within a military tent, all having entered the realm of dreams. The military's strict discipline mandated that lights out meant absolute silence. Zhao Gang, unable to contain himself, mumbled his hunger several times unconsciously. As everyone else drifted into sleep, the father and daughter stealthily emerged from their sleeping bags. Zhao Xiaoxiu, cautious not to awaken the others, moved quietly and stealthily. Zhao Gang, growing impatient with the delay, swiftly scooped up his daughter, making not a sound as he ghosted out of the tent. The camp perimeter was equipped with vehicle-mounted towers, and the searchlights swept over the area, allowing Zhao Gang to evade detection each time. As they slipped beyond the camp's watchful eye, Zhao Xiaoxiu held her breath, filled with both anxiety and excitement. With 20 miles remaining to Jiangcheng, once out of human sight, Zhao Gang revealed his true form, extending his appendages to envelop Zhao Xiaoxiu in their center, propelling them forward. Enveloped in his embrace, Zhao Xiaoxiu lost all awareness of the outside world, only sensing her father's exhilaration. When glimpses of flesh and blood revealed the enchanting forest city they had passed before, Zhao Xiaoxiu was once again taken aback by the surreal beauty before her. Sliding down from her father's massive form onto the streets of the once familiar city, now overrun with mutated flora, she spotted several downed drones. Here lay the territory of the mutated umbrella mushrooms, where all electronic devices faltered. A waft of peculiar fragrance filled the air, and the surrounding mutated plants stood eerily still. Looking down, she saw a white mycelium resembling a spider's web connecting the roots of the mutated flora, greedily siphoning nutrients. A flock of mutated birds soared overhead, their wings abruptly halting as if time had frozen, crashing to the ground. The white mycelium flickered with silver-blue electricity, enveloping the fallen birds. The entire sequence appeared slow. It transpired with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xiaoxiu realized her shoes were crawling with the glowing mycelium. A massive crimson form loomed behind her, extending a tendril that gently brushed her shoe, causing the encroaching mycelium to retreat as if it were a mouse fleeing from a cat. Other tendrils swept in various directions, searching for a safe haven for the young girl. Ultimately, she was placed atop the highest building in Jiangcheng. Xiaoxiu, be good. Daddy has gone to eat. I will be back shortly. Take care of yourself. As Zhao Xiaoxiu's feet touched the moss-covered rooftop, a message echoed in her mind. Her eyes widened in surprise, and, tentatively, she responded in her thoughts, hom. Immediate feedback followed. Weapons and yogurt are behind you. Daddy is gone. In an instant, as the voice faded, a colossal crimson form materialized like lightning above the vast cluster of gigantic umbrellas at the heart of the city. The main umbrella seemed to sense this presence, and a silvery blue glow suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire city as if it were day. The brilliance flickered for a full 10 seconds before being completely enveloped, consumed, and rendered dark by the expanding crimson tendrils. Concurrently, the machines at the monitoring station outside the city emitted a shrill alarm, with red lights flashing frantically. 082 umbrella has vanished. Director Yang. Director Yang. Yang Mei had just completed her latest report to headquarters and was about to retire for the night when her assistant burst in, agitated, clutching the phone. Director, the Jiangcheng monitoring station has sent urgent news. An unusual energy wave is emanating from within the city, and the magnetic field of the mutated umbrella is plummeting rapidly. Yang Mei stifled the reprimand that sprang to her lips, hastily abandoning her coat as she leaped from her cot to receive the satellite phone from her assistant. A minute later, the lights of the Central Command post flared to life. Machines powered up, and the heads of various divisions arrived, accompanied by anxious soldiers. As everyone gathered, there was no time to inquire about the situation before they were presented with the real-time detection feedback chart that Yang Mei had summoned. The image magnified continuously, revealing a live monitoring screen that displayed the abnormal energy waves. The blue energy fluctuations, which initially indicated an S-level mutated umbrella, were rapidly dimming, and the data representing the energy levels was plummeting at a startling velocity. 9 seconds later, the blue energy wave value hit absolute zero. What is happening? Demanded General Wei sternly. Yang Mei had no time to respond as she directed the monitoring station to synchronize the data completely. Shortly thereafter, a powerful surge of red energy radiated from the center of Jiangcheng, pulsating outward. The red wave on the screen flickered incessantly, its hue intensifying to the point of becoming almost blinding. Heads of departments hastily donned special goggles provided by their assistants, alleviating their discomfort. The new energy values skyrocketed, swiftly surpassing the previous S-level mutated umbrella metrics, ultimately exceeding the scale entirely. With a resounding bang, the machine overloaded and exploded, its sound resonating from the speaker before Yang Mei. Director, the newly emerged energy fluctuations are too intense. The monitoring device has exploded. It's gone, suddenly gone. Another voice cried out. Panic ensued in the command center as everyone questioned, "What is gone?" "Everything is gone," shouted the soldier from the monitoring station. "The magnetic field has vanished, and the new energy wave has also disappeared. Everything has vanished." Yang Mei's brow furrowed tightly as she scrambled to retrieve all the data, only to find that the previously abnormal wave values had returned to zero. "Deploy reconnaissance drones to investigate the center of Jiangsheng," Yang Mei commanded decisively. A bold hypothesis formed in her mind, but it required validation. The reconnaissance team promptly responded, confirming that the drone was ready to enter the urban area of Jiangxing. General Wei hesitated, aware that the strong magnetic field would render all electronic devices ineffective if they approached. Sending in a drone would be less effective than dispatching a psionic soldier. However, before he could voice his concerns, the reconnaissance team excitedly reported, "Report. The drone has successfully entered the city. The strong magnetic interference seems to have vanished. Wait. Oh no. The drone has been caught by a mutated willow tree." The drone crashed to the ground, and a mutated wildcat sprang forth, dismantling it. The screen abruptly went dark, losing its visual feed, yet the sounds of the wildcat tearing into the drone echoed through the receiver. Listening to the jarring electromagnetic noise transmitted from the drone, General Wei and the others exchanged shocked glances. The interference field has dissipated. Yang Mei's resolute conclusion affirmed their suspicions. She spoke solemnly, "If I am not mistaken, the S-level mutated umbrella has also vanished." "Impossible," General Wei exclaimed, incredulous at such an extraordinary possibility. For over a decade, that umbrella had dominated Jiangsheng, a place where missiles could not penetrate, devoid of natural enemies. How could it have disappeared in just a few minutes? "We will know once we investigate," Yang Mei said nonchalantly as she moved to the control panel. The 1-second video clip just transmitted from the drone had been successfully backed up. She clicked to play it, isolating the only useful frame, magnifying it until it focused on the tallest building in the image. Under the silvery blue sky, atop the skyscraper, a vague shadow could be discerned. Yang Mei's heart raced. Her breath quickened as the cacophony of commands from General Wei and the others faded into the background. All that remained in her sight was that indistinct silhouette. Taking a deep breath, she decisively clicked the delete button in the upper right corner, erasing the image and the backup. "That video segment is of no use. I have deleted it. Have them upload another useful video," Yang Mei stated calmly to the others. Engrossed in confirming whether the mutated umbrella had genuinely vanished, her colleagues failed to notice her words. Without the electric glow of the umbrella, Jiangsheng was plunged into darkness. The higher one stands, the stronger the wind. The frigid winds of early winter caused Zhao Xiaoxiu to struggle to maintain her balance. She quickly crouched down, dragging the bag left by Zhao Gang to shelter behind a concrete structure resembling a water tower, shielding herself from the cold. To Zhao Xiaoxiu, the night appeared nearly as bright as day. Her vision was unaffected. The night provided the perfect cover as she peeked toward the former location of the mutated umbrella, where a massive, writhing mass of flesh had taken its place. Uncertain how long it would take for her father to digest his meal, she could only wait patiently. The rooftop, aside from some moss and vines, showed no signs of dangerous creatures, making it a relatively safe haven. Zhao Xiaoxiu retrieved the axe and silenced gun from her bag, placing them on the ground, and spread her soft cloth bag beneath her before sitting cross-legged. Zhao Gang had not forgotten to bring a carton of yogurt for his young one, and Zhao Xiaoxiu opened it, taking a bottle, inserting a straw, and savoring the warmth it brought to her heart. The once quiet city center, now devoid of the umbrella's fungal control, gradually filled with rustling sounds. Thanks to Zhao Gang, many mutated animals lured by the fungal spores had miraculously escaped with their lives that night. A mutated two-headed lizard, over 5 meters in length, awoke from its stupor to find much of its body corroded, its innards and bones exposed to the air. As its dulled nerves began to regain sensation, the agony surged forth. Yet the two heads searched frantically for the culprit behind its suffering, ultimately finding nothing. In a frenzy of pain, it began to thrash uncontrollably, It barreled through the abandoned streets, colliding with a specter rising from the ground, before scrambling up a high-rise building in search of safety. Having finished a bottle of yogurt, Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced toward her father, noticing that the crimson mass, reminiscent of some oceanic creature, had shrunk significantly from earlier. She reasoned that she would need to wait a little longer. Casually, she took out another bottle of yogurt, inserted the straw, and lifted it to her mouth, glancing upward to see if any stars were visible in the sky. Instead of stars, her gaze met 4 emerald-green eyes the size of ping-pong balls. The obsidian pupils reflected the fractured form of the giant lizard. Perhaps startled, the human child inhaled sharply through a straw, indulging in a sip of velvety yogurt. With a hand that did not clutch the yogurt bottle, they seized the silenced firearm beside them, aimed at the green-eyed menace to the left, and decisively pulled the trigger. 083, is that you, monkey? The recoil sent the 3-year-old tumbling, rolling deftly to their feet while still cradling the yogurt in their mouth. Yet the silent bullet found its mark, piercing the eye of the mutated lizard. The white smoke dissipated in the cold breeze as the 2-headed beast raised its head high, emitting a frenzied roar. Its tail, already corroded halfway, lashed violently, limbs flailing as it lunged toward the loathsome human child. To Zhao Xiaoxiu, the seemingly rapid movements of the mutated lizard appeared as if played in slow motion at half speed. She sidestepped, and the 2 colossal heads, caught off guard, collided with the thick concrete tower, producing a muffled thud before falling silent. Zhao Xiaoxiu took a sip of yogurt and stepped from behind the water tower, casually swinging a mutated vine that had crept up on her toward the 2-headed monstrosity. The creature remained motionless, unresponsive. Is it dead? Zhao Xiaoxiu found it hard to believe. However, this dual-headed beast could be consumed. Although she felt a twinge of fear toward such lizard-like mutations, she had never tasted lizard meat and was uncertain of its flavor. Yet, meat should not taste too unpleasant, should it? Cautiously, Zhao Xiaoxiu retrieved the silenced firearm that had just rolled away and shot the other head of the mutated lizard. Confirming its demise, she approached its body, only to find one side severely corroded, prompting her to take several steps back, instantly abandoning the notion of bringing it back for roasting. Zhao Xiaoxiu's ears twitched as she turned her gaze toward the edge of the building. The scent of mutated lizard blood attracted other mutated flora and fauna, as the rustling of climbing sounds surrounded her. Although slightly anxious, she was not overly so. She finished the remaining half-bottle of yogurt in one breath and quickly secured her weapon and axe. Emerging from behind the water tower, she distanced herself from the deceased mutated lizard, intending to find another place to hide. Casting a glance toward her father's direction, she believed he would soon be ready, allowing her to find a safe spot. As long as she did not provoke the mutated creatures, they generally showed little interest in her. The encounter with the mutated lizard was purely coincidental. However, to Zhao Xiaoxiu's surprise, what crawled up from the edge of the building was neither a mutated animal nor a plant, but a humanoid specter. With a thud, a pair of swollen, rotting hands pushed open the lid of the water tower, emerging from within. Zhao Xiaoxiu's heart raced as she quickly looked up at the source of the disturbance. A severely decayed face peering out from above the water tower. Behind her, an excited low growl echoed, as if prey had been spotted, and it crawled swiftly toward her using both hands and feet. Watching the shadow of the specter draw nearer, her breath hitched. Just as she debated whether to shoot the specter above or strike the one lunging from behind, the latter suddenly let out a wail, seized by a furry claw that dragged it down the stairs. Although Zhao Xiaoxiu was unaware of what had aided her, seizing the moment, she raised her firearm and shot at the descending specter. With a thud, the creature fell lifelessly, its body, already soaked and swollen, hit the ground like a ripe tomato. Splattering messily, the foul stench surged forth, causing Zhao Xiaoxiu's face to blanch as she fled. Suddenly, a woman in a red dress appeared before her, mechanically calling out, "Little friend," but her face twisted in an instant, a long tongue resembling a vine reaching out toward Zhao Xiaoxiu. Overcome with disgust, Zhao Xiaoxiu fired a shot at her. What? No bullets left? The spoils from the intruders were indeed worthless. Enraged, Zhao Xiaoxiu wielded her firearm as a club, swinging it toward the long tongue. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, she hastily retrieved her axe, delivering a swift strike to the appendage. The sharp axe severed a segment of the long tongue, eliciting a piercing shriek from the woman, who then lunged wildly at Zhao Xiaoxiu. As she swung her axe, she shouted in a surge of adrenaline, "Ah!" A flicker of yellow dashed from behind her, pouncing on the woman and tumbling to the ground. Taken aback, Zhao Xiaoxiu paused. Witnessing the unexpected yellow figure seize the woman's head, twisting with all its might to detach it from her neck before discarding it over the edge. Having resolved this conflict, it then turned toward the specters climbing the building's edge, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 of them, tossing their heads down without a second thought. In less than 2 minutes, all the specters on the upper floor were headless, their limbs writhing uselessly. The yellow figure proudly turned to Zhao Xiaoxiu, revealing a filthy monkey face and chattering excitedly. A monkey? Zhao Xiaoxiu was taken aback. She had encountered the evolved macaque from Yonggushi Temple. The little monkey hopped joyfully before Zhao Xiaoxiu, scratching its cheek, its bloodied paws smearing its already disheveled face further. Unbothered by such trivialities, it reveled in reuniting with Zhao Xiaoxiu, bounding around her, clapping its paws, and producing a series of cheerful calls. After a moment of delight, it squatted before the petite Zhao Xiaoxiu, pressing its palms together and lowering its head. Last time, she had let it go, and now it had returned the favor by saving her. Although the macaque could not speak, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt its thoughts resonate within her. She marveled, wondering if this macaque had truly attained sentience. "How did you find me?" Zhao Xiaoxiu curiously inquired. The macaque gestured toward the direction of the mutated umbrella mushroom and then pointed toward the original location of the Hope Base, communicating through gestures. After the base's evacuation, it had descended from the mountains, following the main troop. While wandering in Jiangcheng, it had been ensnared by the allure of the mutated mushroom, lingering there until it regained its senses and caught her scent, following it to find her. Upon realizing Zhao Xiaoxiu had comprehended its thoughts, the macaque's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet soon, it was overcome with joy, screeching and leaping about on the rooftop. "Little monkey, where do you plan to go now?" Zhao Xiaoxiu asked, chasing after it with concern. The macaque paused in confusion, scratching its head, unsure of its destination. It pointed at Zhao Xiaoxiu, inquiring where she intended to go. "My father and I are heading to Taiyuan Base to cultivate the land," she replied. The macaque's eyes glimmered with envy. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoxiu had a whimsical idea and tentatively suggested, "Why don't you come back with me to the territory to help my father and me with farming?" The macaque's eyes lit up, ready to agree, but then it trembled violently, a deep-seated fear flashing across its gaze. With a swift turn, it fled off the rooftop without a trace. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Xiaoxiu turned back, her heart leaping with joy. "Father, have you eaten your fill? Father, why are you not wearing any clothes again? Where's your outfit?" The anxious voice of the young one echoed within the city. The macaque, hiding in the alley beneath the building, fidgeted restlessly, torn between fear and urgency. What should it do if the human child leaves? Yet, that man was frightful. Upon seeing him, it could not control its trembling. In its desperation, the macaque clawed at the ground, ultimately unable to resist, silently following behind. Due to delays on the road, while searching for Zhao Gang's clothing, the father and daughter returned to the camp just past 2 in the morning. The once quiet camp was now bustling with activity. Soldiers hurried about, vehicles coming and going, racing towards the command center and then departing urgently. Just as Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father managed to evade everyone and slip into the tent, Mo sure to burst in, whistling loudly to awaken everyone. "How can you still be sleeping amidst all this chaos outside?" Mo sure berated, kicking the mercenaries curled up in their sleeping bags awake. Some complained helplessly, asserting that the captain had said they only needed to follow orders, and since no one had called them, it implied that everything outside was none of their concern. Mo Shurgui shot a cold glance, silencing the murmurs. The group quickly scrambled out of their sleeping bags, donned their attire, armed themselves, and followed Mo Shurgui in a brisk run out of the camp to an open area. At this moment, the open space was already teeming with personnel. Trucks and armored vehicles arrived, as captains directed soldiers to board swiftly. "Captain, what are we doing?" someone queried in confusion. Observing the bustling camp and the various announcements emanating from the command center, they began to realize that something was amiss. Was the plan to advance steadily towards Jiangchen? Why were they suddenly departing in the dead of night? "Captain, is there a serious issue?" Another whispered. Once Mo Shurgui confirmed that all team members were on board, he waved to the drivers of the vehicles, jumped into the passenger seat of an armored car, and commanded through a loudspeaker. Full speed ahead to Jiangcheng. All soldiers, please secure your weapons. The trench digging mission has been advanced. We are about to encounter a large number of Waigu en route to our task location, and it is imperative that we leave them all in the trenches we dig. Having relayed the recently received orders, Mo Chevet stowed the loudspeaker, seized his weapon, and assumed a state of alert. Seeing this, the others hastily raised their weapons, prepared for any eventuality. Zhao Gang positioned the drowsy Zhao Xiaoxiu on his backpack, stood up, and joined the others in vigilance. He required no weapon, as he could unleash his tendrils if necessary. Trucks sped along the forested road, with Zhao Xiaoxiu and the others. As the first group of soldiers for the trench team, colliding with countless Waigu that suddenly emerged. Jiangcheng, once a metropolis of millions, had seen all mutated creatures trapped within due to the presence of the mutated umbrella mushrooms, which served as their nourishment. Yet, the consuming capacity of the mutated umbrella mushrooms was limited. They could not devour the millions of Waigu. Now, with the city freed from the mushroom's control, the Waigu, hidden deep underground, began to awaken. Having been imprisoned for 13 years, their release brought a frenzy at the mere scent of living humans. The consequences of allowing them to escape Jiangcheng and swarm into the nearest Taiyuan base were unfathomable. An hour later, the trench team arrived at the designated site. Armored vehicles lined up, with high-temperature flamethrowers set up as cover, while soldiers on the trucks promptly armed themselves and began digging. Thousands of small drones flew overhead, spraying virus suppression agents over Jiangcheng to control the movements of the Waigu, buying time for the trench team. Everyone was engrossed in their tasks, scarcely noticing the presence of young Zhao Xiaoxiu. Confident in his abilities, Zhao Gang instructed his daughter to hold onto her axe and turn to join his comrades in digging the trenches. Currently, only 2 excavators had arrived on site. The others had encountered mutated plant attacks on the road, causing their floating platforms to tip and crash. However, these concerns were beyond Zhao Gang and the others' purview. Their group 528 was split into 2, with half responsible for digging and the other half covering their teammates. Zhao Xiaoxiu, clutching her axe, climbed onto a high stone pedestal, pondering what kind of cover was necessary for digging. Suddenly, a series of curses erupted from a mercenary as a swarm of small, shiny black mutated ants scurried out from the ground. The human soldiers appeared even more terrified than the insects. "Clear the way." Aji, in charge of cover, shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames from his handheld flamethrower into the trench. Another cry for help resonated as a thick, brown root-like tendril ensnared a soldier's leg, dragging him toward the ground. Just as the soldier seemed about to be engulfed, a blood tendril swooped in, forcefully extracting both the soldier and the mutated root from the earth. Aji, astonished, glanced at Zhao Gang, who controlled the blood tendril, promptly directing the flames at the mutated root to rescue his teammate. The scorched root curled up, thrashing violently until it was reduced to a charred lump of carbon. Finally subdued, Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed in excitement, hurriedly sliding down from the stone pedestal to examine the sizable black carbon lump. As she studied it, she noticed a hint of green luminescence emanating from the cracks. Raising her axe, she struck down decisively. With a crack, the carbon lump split in 2, revealing a steaming white core within. Zhao Xiaoxiu sniffed, and the enticing aroma wafted up. She pinched off a piece of the warm core, blowing on it to cool it down, and the fragrance intensified, reminiscent of sweet, cooked starchy plant roots. Rubbing her fingers together, coarse flour fell away, and glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she surreptitiously tasted a bit. The powder was sticky and subtly sweet, and her drowsy eyes suddenly widened in delight. How delicious! Discovering this delectable treat, the young one quickly gathered both halves of the carbon lump, climbed onto the truck, and retrieved a spoon from her father's backpack, eagerly scooping out the white core to savor. It was utterly delightful, so much so that Zhao Xiaoxiu felt tears welling in her eyes from joy. Suddenly, a large hand rested on her small shoulder, and the girl, caught indulging in her feast, looked up with wide, startled eyes, resembling a frightened little mouse. Mo Shirgoe hastily suppressed a grin threatening to break through his stern expression and asked with feigned seriousness, "What are you doing huddled here?" Zhao Xiaoxiu exhaled a sigh of relief, offering the unconsumed half of the carbon lump to Mo Shirgoe. "Uncle Mo, this is delicious." With the dawn yet to break and illumination relying solely on the vehicle's headlights, Mo Shirge had not initially discerned the situation inside the truck. Now realizing that Zhao Xiaoxiu was foraging for mutated plants to eat, he felt a twinge of alarm, but suppressed his anxiety to avoid scaring the child. "Did you test it before eating?" he inquired, recalling that Zhao Gang did not possess a testing device. Zhao Xiaoxiu shook her head, stating emphatically that she had not tested it, but insisted it was edible and delicious. Mo Shirgue felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he brought the half-charred black ball presented by the little one to his nose, where he detected a deceptive aroma reminiscent of roasted sweet potatoes. He glanced at Zhao Xiaoxiu, who appeared exceedingly confident, and hurriedly retrieved a detection device from the passenger seat for analysis. The device displayed a green light, indicating that it was safe for consumption, with a virus content not exceeding 0.3. As long as the viral content remained below 1, it was deemed edible for the average person. Mo Shirge turned his gaze to the mutated tubers that Zhao Gang and others had successively unearthed, chuckling to himself. Upon noticing his expression, Zhao Xiaoxiu realized that her desire to monopolize these mutated roots was futile. Nevertheless, she had no objection to sharing them. Food could be exchanged for points. Zhao Xiaoxiu proposed in a conciliatory tone. "Uncle Mo, my dad, and the others have also taken down many mutated animals. I can offer you the edible portions in exchange for points as compensation. Would that be agreeable?" After tasting the exquisite flavor of the mutated roots, Mo Shirge was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that this young girl was attempting to negotiate with him. Observing his attention, Zhao Xiaoxiu quickly added, "Not all mutated roots are edible." To illustrate her point more vividly, she nimbly leapt from the truck bed and pushed 2 charred plant roots toward him. She pointed at the 2 seemingly identical blackened balls and explained, "The one on the left is edible, but the one on the right is not. However, I can extract the edible portions to avoid waste." After her explanation, she indicated the detection device in Mo Shirgue's hand, suggesting that he could verify her claim immediately. Recalling the Jianxioli he had previously purchased from the father-daughter duo, he hesitated, then drew his short knife to split open the 2 charred balls, using the detection device to determine whether the seemingly identical white cores were indeed different. The results revealed that the left one illuminated a green light, confirming its safety, while the right one emitted a faint yellow light, indicating it had reached B-level mutation and was inedible. "Uncle Mo, may I borrow your knife?" Zhao Xiaoxiu inquired. Mo Shirgue raised an eyebrow, questioning her ability to handle it. She nodded confidently, extending her hand to securely receive the short knife. With an air of casualness, she sliced off a piece the size of a palm from the B-level mutated root and handed it to Mo Shirgue. Upon testing it again, the green light glowed, confirming it was edible. She could also extract 2 more pieces. Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced at him, and upon seeing his nod, she retrieved the remaining 2 edible root chunks and presented them for testing. In truth, Mo Shirgue already knew these 2 pieces would certainly be safe for consumption because the remaining B-level mutated parts lacked the sweet fragrance and instead emitted astringent odors. "How did you manage that?" Mo Shirgue inquired, intrigued. Zhao Xiaoxiu remained silent, merely observing him. Mo Shirgue narrowed his eyes slightly, dismissing any hesitation. Regardless of whether Zhao Xiaoxiu's ability to collect food stemmed from her extraordinary powers or otherwise, it was undeniably beneficial to them. Acquiring normal food, even within the military, was no simple task. The effort required to handle mutated flora and fauna while sifting through varieties palatable to humans consumed a considerable amount of energy. Now, with someone willing to shoulder that burden, refusing her request would be foolish. However, eyeing Zhao Xiaoxiu's diminutive stature, he skeptically asked, "While our warriors are present, there may also be rogue, mutated creatures about. Can you handle that? Moreover, how much edible food can you possibly gather?" He emphasized, "I do not wish to expend rewards only to see minimal returns." Mo Shirgue further cautioned, "All soldiers have tasks, and no one will assist you." After voicing this concern, Mo Shirgue found the notion of collaborating with her somewhat amusing. He waved his hand, placing the roots in front of her, saying, "Keep these for yourself. Let us forget about the collaboration." As Mo Shirgue reached for his short knife, Zhao Xiaoxiu swiftly dodged back, resolutely stating, "I only need to borrow a small hovering board and this knife. Just wait, I will fetch them for you." Soon, Mo Shirgue returned with the hovering board. not forgetting to take a large chunk of the root he had intended to give away, all the while supervising the soldiers digging pits with a megaphone. Zhao Xiaoxiu gazed at the rope in her hands and followed it upward, where she spotted a silver metal board suspended mid-air. This board measured approximately 1 meter in length and 60 centimeters in width, with a plastic basket placed on it to hold goods. As she tugged on the rope, the hovering board moved forward in tandem. Climbing atop a large stone, she found that the board's height adjusted accordingly. When she jumped down, the board followed her closely, maintaining a consistent height of about 40 centimeters above the ground, an ideal elevation for a 3-year-old child. Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes sparkled as she observed the hovering board, realizing that this small device could carry up to 1,000 pounds, making it an exceptional transport tool for young humans. Delighted, she guided the hovering board, wielding Mo Shigue's short knife as she meandered near the trench. Any mutated creature with even a morsel of edible flesh was no match for her keen eyes. The roots of mutated plants that had been discarded by soldiers and tossed into the grass glowed with a vibrant green light, nearly blinding her. Armed with her knife, Zhao Xiaoxiu navigated through the heap of non-aggressive mutated plants, consistently collecting starchy roots or vibrant tender leaves. Before long, the small hovering board was filled halfway with a bounty of edible fresh ingredients, creating an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Not one to neglect her appetite, Zhao Xiaoxiu plucked a handful of tangy and sweet leaves, munching as she diligently worked. Encountering a larger mutated creature posed no challenge for her. Despite her small stature, she possessed remarkable strength, unafraid of dirt or fatigue, hauling away everything she could and directly cutting down what she could not. The metal board floating behind her resembled an obedient puppy, following her wherever she went. As dawn approached, a vast plastic rain tarp was spread across the open space beside the 528th Battalion's truck, piled high with an array of meat chunks and tender leaves, categorized into small hills. Whenever Mo Shiguei found a moment, he would wander over to inspect the collection, his smile widening with each glance. The returning team members, who had been resting, were astonished and delighted to discover the abundance of ingredients. They soon realized that a small figure was tirelessly traversing the trench while dragging the hovering cart. "Xiaoxiu, over here." A soldier who had captured a mutated snake eagerly waved at the child. Upon catching her attention, he tossed the dead snake her way. Zhao Xiaoxiu watched in horror as the colorful mutated serpent came hurtling towards her, sending a shiver down her spine. She truly felt she might faint. The atmosphere was harmonious that night as the weary soldiers, having worked tirelessly throughout the day to dig pits, finally received a moment of respite. The restless, mutated spirits within the city were temporarily drawn away by specially designed sound waves, preventing them from surging outward, allowing everyone to pause and enjoy a sip of water and a bite to eat. At that moment, a fragrance that had nearly faded from the soldiers' memories wafted unexpectedly from a forest. The soldiers, savoring their nutrient solution, turned in unison to discover the delightful aroma emanating from the temporary encampment of the 528 formation. There, a group of 20 individuals was busy chopping wood, moving stones, and constructing a stove, while a tall, stern-looking man, evidently skilled in the culinary arts, wandered about the camp. He alternated between checking the pot's contents and directing his comrades to set up the grill, reminding them to monitor the cooking meat closely. Despite having toiled throughout the day, exhausted and nearly breathless, the members of the 528 formation appeared invigorated, bustling around under the guidance of the tall man, all smiles. Soon, the tantalizing scent of barbecued meat wafted through the air, a blend of cumin and sauce, seared to perfection, with juices and seasonings melding in an exquisite aroma that tantalized the senses. A loud gulp echoed as someone swallowed hard, sparking a chorus of similar sounds throughout the trench camp. "All right," Zhao Gang declared, tossing a handful of tender green leaves into the bubbling broth, clapping his hands, and nodding at Mo Shiguei and others that it was time to eat. The teammates looked eagerly at their captain, and unable to withstand their collective hunger, Mo Shiguei waved his hand, urging them to dig in. No sooner had he spoken than a group of burly men rushed to the large pot, each filling their bowls to the brim with a hearty soup rich in meat and vegetables. "Queue up. Have you all never eaten meat before?" Montak Shigi Belot. At last, order was established, but as they approached the grill, it devolved into a frenzy of grabbing. Each man seized a generous portion of the fragrant skewers without bothering to find a seat, devouring them on the spot. Wow, Zhao Gang, your cooking is nothing short of divine. From now on, you are my brother. The sounds of hearty chewing and slurping soup filled the air. Zhao Gang remained unfazed by the praise, already having reserved the most tender cuts of meat and the most aromatic skewers for his own daughter. The father and daughter sat at the edge of the truck bed, one watching, the other eating. Zhao Xiaoxiu had no time to speak. The succulent barbecued meat made her feel that the day's hardships were utterly worthwhile. Another sip of the meat and vegetable soup, with the tender leaves fully soaked in broth, provided a delightful crispness that perfectly countered the richness of the grilled meat. Together, these two dishes were simply perfect. Unbeknownst to them, other soldiers from different formations, drawn in by the enticing aroma, discreetly spat out their nutrient solutions, their expressions twisting with envy. Old Mo, a familiar captain, strolled into the 528 encampment, grinning as he inquired, "What's cooking that smells so good?" He found himself unconsciously leaning toward the grill, reaching for the sizzling skewers. This natural instinct did not go unnoticed by Mo. With a smile, gently removed the captain's eager hand. "Away with you. Don't you have your nutrient solution? Stick to that." He waved them off. "What do you mean? You have barbecued meat and vegetable soup, and you expect us to drink our nutrient solution?" The captain gazed at him incredulously. Mo Shirgue chuckled. "We'll eat our food, you eat yours. If you can't stomach it, that's your problem. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. I have a whole bunch of starving men here, and we can't share. If you want some, go get your own." The mutated flora and fauna they collected were, aside from a few high-level specimens, not returned to the base, but rather dealt with by the soldiers themselves. Those who were industrious could sift through and select their own prizes. "Hey, old Mo, you're something else." The captain, noticing Mo Shirgue's attitude, felt a spark of irritation. He knew full well that they could manage the mutated organisms themselves. Yet, after a long day, who would willingly go through the hassle of testing each one to find the tastiest? Though he felt tempted to lash out, the allure of the barbecued meat and soup was too strong. He pulled Mo Shirgue aside and quietly said, "Name your price. My men and I must have that soup and barbecued meat tonight. Don't try to fool me. I can see the pile of ingredients behind the truck. Your squad can't possibly consume it all, so hurry up and tell me a number. I'll have my men come and take some." Montak Shiki, with a quick thought, dropped the pretense. Meat is 200 points per pound, and vegetables are 400 points per pound. Both the points from Taiyuan base and our Hope base will do. That's the price. The captain, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you robbing me?" Mo Shirgue nimbly sidestepped the blow aimed at him, retorting with a smirk, "That's the price. Don't believe me? I'll shout out loud, and others will come rushing." The captain gritted his teeth, knowing he had no choice but to accept, observing the hungry eyes of the other soldiers. The two men quickly concluded their deal in secrecy. Once one began, the remaining ingredients were snatched up in an instant. The members of the 528 formation grew anxious, as they had yet to satisfy their own appetites. However, by nightfall, when Mo Shirgue distributed the spoils, each face lit up with joy. Mo Shirgue solemnly reminded them, "Completing the orders given is our priority. Eliminating mutated flora and fauna is secondary. Do not let small gains lead you astray, understood?" The crowd responded in unison, "Understood." The team responsible for cover tomorrow must eliminate more mutated species. Zhao Xiaoxiu, lacking her own points card, used Zhao Gang to check the newly acquired points from Hope base. Her expression one of surprise. Having just sold 60 pounds of meat and 20 pounds of vegetable roots, she had earned 20,000 points, and, astonishingly, Mo Shirgue had directly allocated 20 to her. Considering the hard work of her teammates in hunting the mutated species, most of the ingredients she collected were from other formations, which made her contribution quite significant. Zhao Xiaoxiu excitedly tugged at her father's sleeve, signaling him to look at the points card balance. To her astonishment, it showed 4,000 points. All from her labor today. Zhao Gang pinched his daughter's proud little face, not at all surprised. "Our Xiaoxiu is just that impressive." Zhao Xiaoxiu beamed, her father's praise making her feel like the most adorable child in the universe, enthusiastically recounting the day's events. The childish chatter echoed through the camp. Perhaps it was the allure of food that made the members of the 528 formation find her innocent words amusing, and they chimed in occasionally, creating a harmonious atmosphere for the night. After resting until 4 in the morning, all members of the 528 formation immediately plunged into another round of digging. The excavator, which had been overturned the previous night, finally arrived, and as they commenced work, the pace notably quickened. By dawn, a remarkably deep trench appeared in the barren land southeast of Jiangcheng, resembling a fissure left by a great earthquake. It became clear by morning why the excavation had suddenly accelerated. The S-rank mutated mushroom in Jiangcheng had vanished. But how did it disappear? Could a mere mushroom have known that our large force was approaching and simply fled on legs? During a brief 10-minute break, the soldiers engaged in animated discussions, incredulously debating the astonishing event. Some remained skeptical, suggesting that this may merely be a trap set by the mushrooms, cautioning everyone to tread carefully, as what lies before them could well be an illusion. Yet the resurgence of the Waigu within Jiangcheng is a reality witnessed by all. Thus, the vanishing of the mutated mushroom is indeed genuine. It is precisely due to the disappearance of the mushroom that the excavation team must hastily uncover the burial ground of the Waigu within the shortest possible time. The mere thought of a massive army of tens of thousands of Waigu sends shivers down everyone's spine. To avoid becoming fodder for this emerging horde, the excavation team exerted every ounce of effort, completing the assigned trench task within 3 days. Throughout this period, Zhao Xiaoxiu, dragging a hover cart and wielding a seemingly forgotten small path from Imo Shirde, continued to roam around the trench. However, due to the temptation of delicacies on the first day, other teams had intentionally left behind low-level mutated species to handle themselves, resulting in Zhao Xiaoxiu's harvest being significantly diminished compared to the first day. Nevertheless, she still frequently stumbled upon those transitioning from C-level to B-level mutated species. These transitional mutations are automatically classified as B-level by the detection devices, and the current evolutionary warriors have yet to evolve to a stage where they can distinguish between the two. Zhao Xiaoxiu also discovered that this ability to separate food is uniquely hers at present. Perhaps, in the future, as humans evolve to a certain extent, they too will develop such capabilities. In that time, humanity may once again place their former recipes back on the table. The 3 days of digging were arduous for all, leading to heightened appetites. The ingredients Zhao Xiaoxiu collected became immensely popular within camp. She meticulously selected only the finest and most palatable finds. The low-level mutated species processed by other teams could not compare in flavor to her discoveries. Imo Shirgue, akin to a shrewd merchant, sold the delectable ingredients from their team at premium prices, creating a demand that outstripped supply, inciting competition among other teams. Were it not for the restraint from above, countless skirmishes would have erupted daily over mere morsels. Each time a dispute arose over a piece of meat or a leaf, Zhao Xiaoxiu would sit on a small wooden stool designated for her by her teammates, savoring a skewer of meat in one hand and a bowl of fresh vegetable soup in the other, while watching the balance in her father's points card rise. An additional 3,000 points were added to the Hope Base's total balance. Zhao Xiaoxiu finished the soup in her bowl with a contented sigh, exclaiming how delightful it was. However, the days of joy and foraging had come to an end. On the 4th day, the entire army launched an offensive, dividing into 10 groups to systematically surround the vast trench and commence a sweeping operation against the Waigu. High-temperature flamethrowers were deployed in unison, with soldiers equipped with an arsenal of weaponry, including compact flamethrowers capable of reducing stone to dust, all directed at the Waigu, drawn by special sound waves. During those days, horrific howls echoed throughout the city. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of charred flesh. Zhao Xiaoxiu remained at the camp as her father, Zhao Gang, went to the front lines, returning every 3 hours to rest for another 3 before rejoining the fray. Over the course of 5 days, Zhao Xiaoxiu watched her father transform from a human figure into something resembling a specter emerging from an incinerator, his body entirely blackened. With only his nose and mouth clean due to the breathing mask, the rest of him was covered in a haze of ash. Zhao Gang was known for his patience. Yet this overwhelming number of Waigu tested his resolve. On the 6th night of their cleansing mission, during a rare moment of respite, Zhao Gang, covered in soot and unable to bathe, pitifully asked his daughter, "Can Daddy become a bit stronger?" Zhao Xiaoxiu paused for 3 seconds, surprised as she asked, "Daddy, can you still breathe fire?" It is well known that incineration is the sole means of dispatching an Waigu. Zhao Gang replied, "I cannot breathe fire." Zhao Xiaoxiu responded, "Then let us continue to burn the Waigu honestly. After 6 days of incineration, the trench was nearly filled, and one would think the extermination was nearing completion. However, that was not the case. To avoid damaging the city, the directive from above explicitly stated that large-scale weaponry could not be used. Thus, they were limited to incineration and localized burial for the substantial number of Waigu within Jiangxing. Yet, it seemed the higher-ups were aware of the soldiers' deteriorating mental state. On the 8th day of incineration, the burning task was finally halted. The reason was quite practical. Fuel had run out. Excavators filled the trench, now laden with Waigu corpses, as the main force prepared for the final city cleansing operation. This was the moment everyone eagerly anticipated, as they would not only sweep away the remaining Waigu and mutated species within the city, but could also scavenge a few items. Generally, the authorities turn a blind eye to such scavenging, provided nothing prohibited is taken. After 8 days of despair, Zhao Gang finally felt a flicker of hope. The night before entering the city, he took out paper and pen to discuss the supplies their home lacked with his daughter, jotting down an extensive list. If they encountered these items while in the city, they could directly bring them home. After 11 consecutive days of toil, the members of Team 528 finally had the chance to enjoy a sound sleep. After a night of restful slumber, rejuvenated, Team 528 set off towards Jiangxing, armed with a map of the designated cleanup area distributed by their superiors under the guidance of Mo Shigui. Upon entering the city, the teams dispersed to carry out their missions. Armored vehicles led the charge, followed by trucks, as they navigated the overgrown grass and rubble, finally making their arduous way onto the outskirts of the city. Team 528 was tasked with the Jiangxing Construction Materials Factory area, where they had 3 days to ensure no mutated species remained. As they entered the factory area, Zhao Gang's demeanor visibly relaxed. After spending so many days together, everyone had come to recognize Zhao Gang's remarkable intuition regarding danger. Seeing the expression on his face, Aji and the others exchanged knowing glances, relieved that no perilous mutated species seemed to lurk in this construction materials factory area. The vehicles drove straight into the factory area, finding an abandoned second-floor workshop to serve as their base. After a brief moment of regrouping, Mo Shigui summoned everyone to assign tasks, and with a wave of his hand, the cleanup officially commenced. The team members surged forth like untamed steeds, roaring as they dashed out. Mo Shigui couldn't help but smile upon witnessing the heaps of steel scattered across the overgrown ground. Zhao Gang forged ahead, dispatching any Waigu encountered with ruthless efficiency, and annihilating mutated species with swift tentacle strikes. When faced with lower-level mutated species, he would ensnare them with his tentacles and deposit them onto a specially designated clean area. Zhao Xiaoxiu, wielding an axe in one hand while holding onto her small hoverboard with the other, jogged closely behind her father. The hoverboard she clutched was a prized possession, acquired with 1,000 points. As a once great city, the Jiangxing Construction Materials Factory area not only covered an extensive expanse, but also produced a diverse array of goods. Large items, such as the mounds of steel scattered across the ground, were officially off-limits for collection. However, given the vast quantity, taking just a few wouldn't attract attention. As for the smaller components, with their limited numbers, without large transport vehicles, they could only manage to carry away a trivial amount. With her father leading the way, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt no trepidation about encountering danger. She gazed at the treasure trove before her and swiftly retrieved the inventory list she had prepared the previous night. Embarking on a self-service shopping spree, their home had been plagued by a leaking rooftop, and the duo had initially considered patching it with asphalt. However, now an entire aluminum alloy awning warehouse lay open before her, rendering asphalt unnecessary. Filled with excitement, Zhao Xiaoxiu dashed into the warehouse, where the steel frames and sunshades were meticulously organized. "Father," she called out. Zhao Gang immediately appeared beside his daughter, ready to assist by retrieving the materials needed for the awning. They required at least 200 square meters of coverage, and each square meter of the aluminum awning weighed approximately 5 kilograms. After collecting 300 square meters of materials, their load had already reached 1,500 kilograms. The small floating platform could only bear 500 kilograms, sufficient for routine cargo, but utterly incapable of supporting the awning. Abandoning the thought of giving up was not an option, and they could not afford to reduce the area any further. Thus, they first moved all necessary items to a vacant space designated for storing mutated corpses. As for how to transport them back, that could be addressed later. There would surely be a solution, Zhao Xiaoxiu reassured herself with a clenched fist. Zhao Gang echoed her sentiment with a smile, affirming that a solution would indeed be found. After securing the awning materials, the pair discovered a processing plant for pipes, offering a plethora of options including plastic, copper, aluminum, and alloy pipes. The original manufacturer had even created a 300 square meter demonstration scene to showcase their products, which included a bathroom setup complete with a water tower, pipes, and a shower head. Despite the ravages of time, these installations remained functional. Zhao Gang decided to disassemble the water tower to take home, and they also gathered 1,000 meters of piping, setting it aside in the empty space. This equipment would prove invaluable for their new home, which lacked essential supplies. Before returning to the camp at dusk, Zhao Gang also found a large basket of hardware components, placing them in the empty area before leading his daughter back. Zhao Xiaoxiu had been busy all afternoon, meticulously processing the mutated creatures her father had found, yielding 30 pounds of meat and 10 pounds of green vegetables. This amount was insufficient to satiate the entire team, so each member would receive only a portion. No one sought to take advantage of Zhao Xiaoxiu. Those who had successfully hunted mutated creatures offered an entire specimen in exchange, while others willingly transferred their points to Zhao Gang. For the past few days, the 528 team had enjoyed meat and soup at every meal, while nutrient solutions had not been utilized for quite some time. Today, with the meat supply running low, the team reluctantly brought out the nutrient solutions, savoring a mix of meat and nutrients, finding a bittersweet joy in it. However, the thought that once the Jiangxing mission concluded, they would no longer indulge in such delectable food dampened their spirits. Aji secretly delighted, knowing that Zhao Gang was the lord of District B. In the future, if they desired something tasty, they could simply bring a mutated creature to Zhao Xiaoxiu for assistance. With their appetites satisfied, the group examined their gathered supplies and began discussing the logistics of procuring a large truck to transport the items back to the base. No one opposed the idea. Everyone, including officials like Mo Shirge, readily agreed. The official troops would likely remain in Jiangshang for some time, while the mercenaries anticipated departing after completing their urban cleanup tasks. Mo Shirge and his companions planned to entrust Zhao Gang with the collected materials, intending to retrieve them later in the cultivation zone. Zhao Xiaoxiu tugged at her father's sleeve, and Zhao Gang understood her unspoken request, saying, "I can help you transport them back, but I will require a transportation fee." Mo Shirge and the others immediately became wary, asking, "How much do you want?" "I do not require points," Zhao Gang replied, looking at Mo Shirge. "I only ask for the first selection privilege when the goods arrive at the supply station." Mo Shirge hesitated. This was not difficult for him to accommodate. However, if other lords learned of this arrangement, his position as station chief could become precarious. Yet, Aji and the other team members were vigorously encouraging him to agree. Mo Shirge gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, but this matter remains between us. No one else should know." Zhao Gang promptly accepted, and Mo Shirge felt a sense of relief, deciding to share a piece of information he thought Zhao Gang would greatly appreciate. "Before this mission commenced, I arranged for a set of household solar power equipment to be sent over. By the time you return to your territory, it should have arrived. Just give me your name, and the equipment will be yours. Even if you wanted to offer it to other lords, they might not be able to afford the price." Thus, it was more prudent to inform Zhao Gang first, ensuring future assistance from his daughter in dealing with mutated creatures. Zhao Gang and his daughter exchanged glances, both seeing the anticipation of returning home reflected in each other's eyes. With hope in their hearts, time seemed to pass particularly swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day urban cleanup mission concluded as scheduled. Before leaving the city, Zhao Gang and several mercenaries located a large truck and 5 barrels of fuel, filling the truck's tank and loading all the gathered supplies. The central square of Jiangshang had been cleared, with the original government building standing resiliently behind it, its exterior merely shedding superficial layers despite 13 years of devastation from mutated flora and fauna. After some tidying up, this area became the temporary command center. The mercenaries collected their task points in the central square. In just 3 days, the Special Mercenary Corps under the Biological Company had restored electricity to the government building. As Zhao Xiaoxiu accompanied her father and the others to submit their tasks, she once again encountered Yang Mei. By this time, evening had descended, and the streetlights surrounding the central square illuminated the scene, where Yang Mei was directing a group in moving essential equipment into the government building. Hearing a commotion from the task submission area, she turned to see Zhao Xiaoxiu being hoisted on Zhao Gang's shoulders, laughing and chatting with Aji and the others. Noticing a burning gaze upon her, Zhao Xiaoxiu turned to meet Yang Mei's eyes. Yang Mei suddenly assumed a serious demeanor, standing tall and saluting her. In a barely audible voice, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Your assistance allowed us to recover Jiangsheng swiftly and without casualties." Zhao Gang displayed a look of bewilderment upon hearing her thanks, as he had merely shared a meal. Zhao Xiaoxiu, oblivious to the exchange, scratched her head, thinking that Aunt Yang Mei must have been speaking to someone else, right? Upon concluding the mission, Zhao Gang handed his points card to the staff. The earlier announcement in the square had declared that all mercenary tasks were complete and points could be settled at the service desk. The staff took his points card, inquired about his team, and returned his identity wristband. After confirming everything was in order, they asked, "You have accumulated a total of points, along with 1 point of contribution to Taiyuan base. Would you like to exchange for any other supplies?" They added a special reminder. "This is your last opportunity to enjoy a discount on exchanges. Once you completely exit the task system, all exchanges will revert to the standard point discount." Zhao Gang recalled the message Mo Shirge had shared with him 2 days prior and inquired, "I would like to exchange for a set of household solar power generation equipment. Is that possible?" The staff smiled. "Of course, you meet the exchange criteria. A set of solar equipment will require a deduction of 1 contribution point to Hope Base, along with 70% of your Hope Base points." The staff reloaded Zhao Gang's points card. Although the total balance was not visible, it indicated that the balance was sufficient for redemption. "Shall we proceed with the exchange now?" Zhao Gang replied, "Yes, let's exchange it now." The staff confirmed once more that they would provide him with a voucher, which he could later exchange for available supplies at the designated station. "Are you certain you wish to spend some of your Hope-based contribution points and points to redeem a solar power generation device?" Zhao Gang affirmed his decision. He was already aware of where the supplies were in stock. Upon receiving his confirmation, the staff promptly deducted the points and contribution points, issuing a voucher to Zhao Gang, reminding him to keep it safe as it was not waterproof. "Is there anything else?" the staff inquired patiently. Zhao Gang first secured the voucher before picking up Zhao Xiaoxiu, who barely reached the height of the table, letting her choose if there was anything she needed. The 3-day urban search had yielded a considerable amount of good finds. For instance, various unopened household appliances that had been hoarded by business owners were being sold at low prices, with long shelf lives and minimal damage. In terms of food, items like compressed biscuits, dried vegetable packs, and expired but still drinkable beverages were also available at reasonable prices. Transporting these supplies back to the base was labor-intensive and time-consuming, so it was more efficient to dispose of them directly, allowing for the recovery of a significant amount of points. As the weather grew colder, the official forces had also brought out warm clothing and heat packs, among other cold weather supplies. However, there were not many people redeeming supplies, as similar items could be found in the city, albeit of lesser quality than those collected by officials. What truly compelled the mercenaries to spend lavishly were the evolution potions. Rumors had circulated that someone had experienced significant enhancement after consuming the evolution potion a second time. Consequently, when contribution points were accumulated, the first destination for many was the biology company. Regardless of efficacy, the current generous supply from the biology company encouraged everyone to stockpile as much as they could. Zhao Xiaoxiu's gaze was unconsciously drawn towards the potion sales point. Despite Zhao Gang's repeated inquiries about various supplies she might want, he received no response, only to realize that his little one was distracted. Feeling somewhat helpless and a bit frustrated, he recalled how she had repeatedly stated that she did not need those inferior items, yet she remained fixated on them. "Never mind. I don't need any other supplies for now." Zhao Gang took back his points card from the staff, relinquishing his last chance for a discount. Currently, the card had a remaining balance of points. The price of an evolution potion was points, and the mercenaries could take advantage of the final 20 discount to obtain it for 8,000 points. Zhao Gang was no longer the same man he once was. He now understood the value of points and refrained from frivolous spending. Thus, he merely brought his curious little one to the potion sales point for a look before carrying her away. Zhao Xiaoxiu, filled with expectation, believe her father was going to buy her an evolution potion, but her excitement abruptly waned. "Daddy?" The little girl appeared dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Zhao Gang did not rush to explain, instead returning to the temporary camp while holding his child. Two mercenaries guarding the supplies in the large truck acknowledged Zhao Gang with a nod, and the handover was made. Tonight, it was Zhao Gang's turn to stand guard. The recent haul had been quite fruitful, creating a harmonious atmosphere among the group, but this was under the condition of official oversight. Once the task was completed, they would be free to leave Jiangxing. For these mercenaries, vigilance was still necessary. Within the 528 squadron, including Zhao Xiaoxiu, there were a total of 11 mercenaries. All the collected supplies were loaded onto the large truck. Among them were items recorded under Zhao Gang's name, but actually belonging to Mo, Shirgui, and others. Bound by shared interests, the 11 formed a temporary team and had previously agreed that Zhao Gang, the strongest among them, would stand guard tonight. Zhao Gang opened the glassless cabin of the truck, placing Zhao Xiaoxiu inside before effortlessly taking his seat in the driver's position. The cabin lacked glass. The windshield was covered in cracks, and only the metal framework remained. Zhao Xiaoxiu stood inside, pulling out a sleeping bag from her backpack, struggling to arrange it on the passenger seat before finally sitting cross-legged on it, still in her shoes. She remained silent, her gaze fixated on the brightly lit government square outside the window, flickering intermittently. Zhao Xiaoxiu felt conflicted. She understood that even if she consumed the evolution potion, she would not achieve better results than what she currently possessed. Yet, on the other hand, the abilities acquired from others ultimately did not belong to her. What if one day, her current abilities vanished with the disappearance of her living father? Then she would have nothing left. However, the points she earned through her own efforts only summed up to 7,000 points, which was insufficient to afford even the discounted evolution potion. Furthermore, she perceived her father's disdain towards the potion, which made it unlikely for him to allow her to spend points on it, leaving her in solitary discontent. Ultimately, she felt that the abilities she possessed came too easily, and with ease comes a greater risk of loss. Zhao Gang glanced at his little one beside him, who had not bathed or washed her face properly in half a month, now looking as scruffy as a beggar, curled up in a large sleeping bag, appearing even smaller. Her eyes, usually sparkling with curiosity and joy, were now clouded and dim. The fluctuation of the child's emotions was painfully perceptible. When she was happy, she radiated light and could produce beautiful bubbles, but when dissatisfied, even her glow would dull. Zhao Gang frowned, disliking the disappearance of the only color in his world and feeling a pang of fear because of it. He anxiously asked why. He knew that her sadness was not merely due to the lack of an evolution potion. Zhao Xiaoxiu slowly turned her head towards him, dejectedly saying, "I just want to grow up quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang visibly exhaled in relief. "Then you can eat more," he replied earnestly. Zhao Xiaoxiu responded, "Okay." Just like that, her sadness vanished. The truck, laden with supplies, carefully navigated the pothole-ridden roads of Jiangxing, finally reaching the smooth highway after an hour. "We're going home." Zhao Xiaoxiu's youthful voice, still tinged with childlike innocence, resonated from the truck, filled with joy. The mercenaries, having been away for half a month, were uplifted by her enthusiasm and began to smile. 3 mercenaries, who referred to themselves as seasoned drivers, were crammed into the cabin. One drove, while the other 2 assisted in scouting the road conditions. Meanwhile, the remaining members, including Zhao Gang, sat atop the supplies in the truck, responsible for vigilance and handling any sudden attacks from mutated creatures. However, during the past half-month, the large group had traversed this route back and forth, effectively dealing with the mutated creatures. Additionally, as the temperature dropped, the growth rate of mutated plants had significantly slowed, and many mutated animals were about to enter hibernation, allowing the group to encounter little danger on their journey. Zhao Xiaoxiu, holding her freshly charged satellite phone, frequently glanced at the time, calculating how much distance remained to Taoyuan base. After 4.5 hours had passed, she anticipated that they would arrive at the base within an hour. A smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and the truck on the highway came to a screeching halt, the tires screeching against the ground, as everyone sitting atop the supplies experienced a sense of weightlessness, their bodies uncontrollably lurching forward. Zhao Xiaoxiu, petite and light in build, was caught off guard and suddenly soared into the air. "Xiaoxiu!" exclaimed the adults in the vehicle, their voices filled with alarm. Fortunately, a tentacle swiftly wrapped around the airborne girl, securely pulling her back down. The group, still dazed from shock, collectively exhaled in relief before turning their ire towards the three seasoned drivers in the cabin. What in the world are you three doing? If you want to kill us, just say so. The driver, dubbed Min Pao, responded with exasperation, bellowing, "Damn it, we had a tire blowout. This is the good tire you all insisted on." A blowout? Zhao Gang and the others in the cargo area exchanged glances, realizing it was merely bad luck. Thankfully, there were 2 spare tires on board, and they hastily set about changing the flat. With time slipping away, they worried whether they would return to the base before nightfall. Min Pao hopped out to inspect the tire, but as he opened the door, a group of individuals, their faces painted green, rushed down from the mountainside. "Damn it, we've been ambushed," Min Pao warned, just as gunfire erupted. The group in the cargo area froze, instinctively dropping to the ground. Zhao Gang quickly pressed Zhao Xiaoxiu to his chest, joining the others and seeking cover behind the piled supplies, evading the bullets that whizzed by. The initial barrage of gunfire soon subsided, and the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. The occupants exchanged glances, rising in unison to retaliate with their weapons. Having fought together against various foes, they had developed a degree of synergy. Zhao Gang unleashed his tentacles, sweeping away several adversaries. The attackers, taken aback by this display of evolution, faltered momentarily. The mercenaries quickly regrouped and unleashed a counteroffensive, turning the tide of battle. Zhao Xiaoxiu, recognizing her limited capabilities, refrained from causing further chaos for the adults. Crouching amid the supplies, she clutched a silenced pistol filled with freshly loaded bullets, waiting for the right moment to fire. Her shots were precise, hitting their marks and momentarily stunning the mercenaries. She then turned to Zhao Gang, giving him a thumbs up, proud of her contribution. Zhao Gang, uninterested in idle chatter, leapt from the vehicle, sweeping his tentacles to extract the remaining hidden foes from the forest. The mercenaries eliminated them swiftly, the skirmish concluding in mere minutes. "What bad luck!" exclaimed Min Pao, clutching his bleeding ear in frustration as he vented his anger on the corpse that had injured him. With a single punch, he obliterated the skull of the fallen foe, a grim method of preventing further mutations. The remaining group proceeded to decapitate the green-faced bodies, discarding them by the roadside. While they searched for clues about these attackers, Zhao Gang silently gathered all pertinent information, coldly stating, "These are members of the Lianming, lying in wait on the road to ambush returning mercenaries and seize their supplies." 2 teams that returned overnight were already caught in their trap. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries did not question Zhao Gang's sources. Instead, they cursed vehemently, those squatters again. They never seemed to rest. Zhao Gang returned to the truck, smiling at the young ones inside. He retrieved the tire and tossed it to Min Pao and the others, urging them to hurry with the change. The group quickly regained their composure and set to work replacing the tire, knowing that getting back to base safely was of utmost importance. With teamwork, they replaced the tire swiftly, but then encountered another issue. The engine refused to start. Fortunately, Min Pao's mechanical skills proved useful, and after nearly an hour of tinkering, the truck was finally operational. Due to the Lianming's presence, Zhao Gang heightened vigilance during the remainder of their journey, and they eventually arrived safely at the towering walls of Taoyuan base. The survivors at the base were always unified in their response to external threats, and the first order of business was to report the incidents along the road to the authorities, ensuring that returning mercenaries would be forewarned. Once this was accomplished, the group began unloading their supplies from the truck, each returning to their respective homes. No one expressed interest in the dilapidated truck, and the group generously allocated a box of fuel to Zhao Gang, leaving the vehicle for the father-daughter duo. After all, this unreliable truck could stall at any moment. Zhao Xiaoxiu, filled with concern, asked, "Dad, can we drive the truck home?" Zhao Gang leaned down to her ear, his voice brimming with confidence. "Of course. I just learned how to fix vehicles." "Learn how to fix it?" Zhao Xiaoxiu recalled the deceased members of the Lianming, her eyes lighting up as she understood. As darkness descended, she glanced at the time. It was 5 in the afternoon. In winter, night fell early, but there was still time. The truck's headlights were non-functional, and while traveling at night might be perilous for others, for the father and daughter, night was no different from day. Thus, with hearts eager to return home, they bypassed the bustling market within the walls and immediately started the truck, turning it around and accelerating toward the cultivation area. The road was unpaved, and the jolts were intense, yet the anticipation of returning home invigorated them. The truck sped forward as the sky darkened. There were no signs of human activity around, only the sound of the truck navigating through the dense forest. As they rounded a sharp bend, Zhao Xiaoxiu heard a faint rustle as a creature leaped from the treetops into the truck's cargo area. The sound was subtle, almost as if it believed it had gone unnoticed. However, Zhao Gang's curious gaze quickly shifted toward Zhao Xiaoxiu. Was it a macaque? Zhao Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in delight. It had truly returned with her. 091's sister monkey. Zhao Xiaoxiu eagerly leaned out the window and tentatively called, "Little monkey?" After a moment, a golden-haired monkey face peeked from behind the truck's railing, letting out a chirp before quickly retreating. It seemed torn between wanting to acknowledge her and being wary of Zhao Gang. Suppressing her laughter, Zhao Xiaoxiu raised her voice to Zhao Gang, "Dad, the little monkey is my friend. Can I invite it to come back to our territory with us?" Zhao Gang replied, "Sure." "Then, Dad, you won't bully the little monkey, right?" Zhao Xiaoxiu asked again. Zhao Gang, with a hint of exasperation, nodded in agreement. "See? My dad said he won't bully you, little monkey. You don't have to be afraid," Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed, popping out of the window, her voice ringing with laughter. The macaque cautiously extended its furry head, its eyes glimmering like crystal grapes in the night. "Really?" it seemed to ask. Zhao Xiaoxiu nodded vigorously, her small form half hanging out of the window, making it appear as if she might tumble out at any moment, which caused the macaque to reach out, one hand gripping the truck's railing while the other stretched toward her. However, before it could get close, the girl burst into giggles and safely nestled back into the passenger seat. She patted the empty space beside her, calling, "Come here, little monkey." The macaque, momentarily startled, showed a hint of annoyance, hanging upside down from the truck's roof. It quickly scanned Zhao Gang, the driver, and upon seeing his lack of opposition, eagerly jumped into the truck to sit beside Zhao Xiaoxiu. It was clear that the little creature was not one to sit still, curiously poking and prodding, fascinated by everything around it. When a mutated branch brushed against the truck, it emitted a low growl of warning, but once it confirmed the vehicle had safely passed, it settled down, proudly thumping its chest. The macaque had matured into adulthood, its stature not as imposing as Zhao Gang's. Yet when it stood upright, it bore a resemblance to a 15 or 16-year-old human youth. Seated, it towered over Zhao Xiaoxiu by considerable margin. Out of curiosity, Zhao Xiaoxiu glanced down, discovering it was a female monkey. Upon realizing she was being observed, the macaque shyly covered its private parts with a hand and emitted a low growl of discontent toward Zhao Xiaoxiu, warning the young girl not to stare indiscriminately. Stifling a giggle, Zhao Xiaoxiu turned her gaze forward, respecting the macaque's wish not to be watched further. However, unable to resist, her hand stealthily reached out to caress the soft, golden-brown fur. The texture was fluffy and tender, a stark contrast to the prickly sensation she had anticipated. If the macaque had brows, they would have furrowed deeply at that moment. Though fully grown, its demeanor mirrored that of a child as it discreetly extended its claw to swiftly ruffle the soft yellow hair atop the young girl's head. After their mischievous exchange, both the girl and the monkey sat upright, unable to suppress their laughter as they exchanged glances. Amid this delightful yet slightly clandestine atmosphere, they finally arrived at the B District planning area. As they entered the main road of B District, two blinding headlights suddenly pierced the darkness. Patrol cars. A soldier in the vehicle shouted through a loudspeaker, demanding to know who they were. Zhao Gang leaned out of the car, identifying himself as the Lord of Plot Number 13, recently returned from a recruitment mission. The glaring headlights switched from high beam to low beam, allowing father and daughter to discern the figures within the opposing vehicle. A soldier in the passenger seat waved them through, granting passage. As their vehicles crossed paths, the patrol soldier kindly informed them that an insider aiding the invaders had been identified, and security in the planning area would be heightened, assuring the lords that they could winter peacefully. Curiously, Zhao Gang inquired about the identity of the traitor. The soldier scoffed, responding that it was the Lord of Plot Number 16. Zhao Xiaoxiu exchanged a glance with her father, realizing the investigation team was remarkably efficient, having resolved matters so swiftly. Soon, two new lords would replace the previous Number 2 and Number 16 lords. The patrol soldiers shared this additional news, inquiring about their station chief as return. Zhao Gang replied that it should be soon, a response that elicited a silent, incredulous glance from the patrol soldiers. Just as the large truck was about to depart, it was halted again by the patrol vehicle. A floodlight suddenly illuminated the passenger compartment, revealing the macaque, which had been hiding beneath the seat. The patrol soldiers were taken aback and immediately aimed their weapons at the passenger side. Instinctively, Zhao Xiaoxiu raised her hands and hurriedly explained, asserting that it was not a mutated species, but merely an evolved little monkey. The soldiers, with serious expressions, ordered them to exit the vehicle for inspection, suspecting the father-daughter duo of being otherworldly beings. Zhao Xiaoxiu had just concealed the macaque out of fear of this exact scenario, yet it seemed evasion was futile. Reluctantly, she stepped out of the vehicle with the agitated macaque, attempting to soothe it as she petted its fur. "Please bear with me, dear monkey, and do not become upset." Since they had already been discovered, it was best to clarify everything at once to avoid future misunderstandings. As Zhao Gang underwent a blood test, he explained, "This is an evolved macaque we encountered during our mission. It is Xiaoxiu's pet, and I assure you it poses no threat to any lord." A pet? The macaque clearly disapproved of this designation, baring its teeth. Zhao Xiaoxiu quickly whispered soothing words into its ear. "This is merely to placate them. You are no one's pet, I promise." The macaque regarded her with skepticism, its eyes clear and sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives. It scratched its chin, feeling an unusual sensation arise within, unable to comprehend what it was, yet suddenly perceiving that this human child appeared distinctly different from others it had encountered. Very well, it decided to trust her for the time being. Consequently, as the patrol soldiers approached with a needle-equipped testing device, the macaque remained vigilant yet, encouraged by the gentle gaze of the young girl, retracted its claws, allowing the soldiers to draw blood. Although the patrol soldiers had never encountered evolved animals, they understood that such creatures typically harbored hostility towards humans, often reacting aggressively when boundaries were crossed. Yet, this evolved macaque, despite baring its teeth and displaying evident animosity, obediently allowed them to extract a sample of its blood. This aberrant behavior astonished the two patrol soldiers. In the brief 2 minutes of awaiting the results, silence enveloped the air. Finally, the results arrived, indicating that both Zhao Gang and his daughter were normal, confirming they were not otherworldly beings. This outcome brought immense relief to the patrol soldiers, as Zhao Gang's prowess in B District was well known. His transformation into an otherworldly entity would spell disaster. The test results for the evolved macaque also indicated it posed no mutation threat. However, this did not imply it was devoid of danger. One patrol soldier expressed concern, noting that there had never been a precedent for humans keeping evolved animals as pets. Its sharp claws and aggressive demeanor could incite panic. Zhao Gang mentally translated this statement as, "No precedent exists, but there is no prohibition, thus it is permissible." He glanced at his daughter, who was closely nestled beside the macaque, and assured the patrol soldiers, "I guarantee it will not pose a threat to anyone, except to those with ill intentions." The soldiers remained conflicted, but Zhao Xiaoxiu, with a pitiful expression, added, "I will watch over it closely, ensuring it does not wander into the territories of other lords." With reluctance, the patrol soldiers urged, "All right, just remember to keep an eye on it." They waved them off, signaling for them to depart. Elated, the father and daughter hurriedly climbed back into their vehicle. The macaque, seemingly aware it was allowed to stay, exuberantly chattering and gazing at them with uncontained joy. As the truck smoothly entered plot number 13, they were surprised to find their home illuminated. "It must be Sister Sheng," Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed confidently. Zhao Gang shook his head, stating that there was no one at home. The young girl, unconvinced, leaped from the truck, startling the macaque, which flailed its arms in warning, cautioning her against such reckless actions. Zhao Xiaoxiu turned back with a smile, reassuring it that she understood and hastened toward the front door. Upon entering, the solar-powered flashlight hanging on the wall illuminated the room, but to Zhao Xiaoxiu's surprise, Sheng Qingyang was not present. A note lay on the coffee table. She rushed over to pick it up, reading that it was a message left by Sheng Qingyang. Upon hearing the news of Jiangqing's victory, "I guess you would be returning soon. I have gone home. The bed in the second-floor bedroom is very comfortable. The bedding has been washed and stored upstairs, and the house has been cleaned. The lights are on, hoping that when you return, you will see it at first glance." The note concluded with a smiley face. Zhao Xiaoxiu broke into a smile, her heart warmed by the delightful sensation of returning home. She carefully folded the note and tucked it into her pocket, then rushed outside to share its contents with her father. Zhao Gang acknowledged her with a nod and advised, Xiaoxiu, wash up by yourself today. He intended to unload the rain-cover materials and hoses from the truck, as well as transport a large box of hardware into the tool room. Furthermore, he had brought back a box of locks, finally allowing all the doors at home to be secured. As for the supplies belonging to Mo, Shirgue, and others, they would remain on the truck for now until they returned to unload them. Zhao Xiaoxiu responded cheerfully, expressing her concern, just don't tire yourself too much, Dad. As she turned to enter the house, she noticed a monkey standing outside, its head pressed against the glass as it curiously peered inside. Monkey sister, come. I'll take you to choose a room, Zhao Xiaoxiu beckoned. The monkey paused, its fuzzy paw hesitantly pointing at itself, incredulous at the invitation to enter. Of course you can come in, Zhao Xiaoxiu encouraged. The monkey cautiously placed one foot through the door, glancing back at Zhao Xiaoxiu. Hurry, hurry, she urged excitedly, eager to show her new companion around her home. Though modest now, she envisioned it transforming into something beautiful in the future. When the monkey continued to hesitate, Zhao Xiaoxiu could hardly contain her impatience and dashed back, grabbing its paw and pulling it inside. The monkey, taken by surprise, stumbled forward. Zhao Xiaoxiu enthusiastically introduced. This is the kitchen and dining area. We'll have our meals here. Dad is a fantastic cook, and you must try his food someday. She continued. This is the firewood room, where we can store dry branches for cooking. Firewood meals are incredibly delicious. Despite having lived in this world for over 3 years, she had yet to taste a single grain of rice. Yet, one must remain hopeful about life. Zhao Xiaoxiu led the monkey upstairs, opening the long vacant room on the right. There are still 2 rooms here. You can choose one as your own. If you don't like it, there are also small rooms in the storage space downstairs. She added, I know there's nothing here now, but we can gradually furnish it together, right? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she shyly winked at the monkey. Do you monkeys usually sleep in trees? The monkey, however, seemed frozen, as if the notion was foreign to it. No one had ever allowed it into their home, let alone offered it the opportunity to choose its own room. In the past, at Yungu, while Shan Yuan often asked the monkey for help, it was never permitted to enter his room or share meals with him. They treated it as if it were a mere beast, while Zhao Xiaoxiu addressed it as monkey sister. Monkey sister? Noticing the monkey's unusual demeanor, Zhao Xiaoxiu's smile slowly faded, and she looked up at it with concern. To her surprise, the monkey suddenly enveloped her in a tight embrace. Zhao Xiaoxiu had not bathed in half a month, and the monkey's fur was unkempt, covered in bits of grass and mud from who knows where. The embrace nearly overwhelmed her with an overpowering odor. She pinched her nose and quickly wriggled free, retreating 3 meters to breathe in the fresh air on the balcony. When she looked back, the monkey wore a similarly distressed expression, shaking its head vigorously, tears welling in its eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Ha ha ha, Zhao Xiaoxiu laughed, pointing at the monkey with mock disdain. You smell terrible, monkey sister. The monkey indignantly pointed back at herself, leaping 3 feet away, its expression more pronounced in its disdain. Its eyes darted around, and it hopped onto the balcony to survey this new environment. Hearing the sound of flowing water, it chirped at Zhao Xiaoxiu, preparing to grab her and jump into the river for a bath. I can't bathe in cold water. I'll catch a cold. You go ahead. I'll go downstairs to heat some water. Zhao Xiaoxiu waved her hands urgently. The monkey, puzzled, uttered a soft eh upon seeing Zhao Xiaoxiu still waving her hands. It turned and leaped off the balcony, swiftly making its way towards the riverbank. Zhao Xiaoxiu watched it bound away, then dashed back to her bedroom to fetch clean clothes to bring downstairs. Unsure of how to start a fire to heat water, she called out from the stove, Dad, I want to take a bath. 2 blood tendrils quickly entered the room, adeptly igniting the fire to boil a pot of hot water, which they poured into a stainless steel basin. The temperature was a bit chilly, but with the warmth of the burning hearth, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt comfortable enough. With the help of the tendrils, she swiftly washed herself and changed into clean clothes. After dragging the basin filled with dirty bathwater outside, she was just returning to the kitchen when the monkey reappeared, clutching 3 large, plump fish in its hands and mouth, dropping them at Zhao Xiaoxiu's feet. As it prepared to show off its catch, its eyes met the sharp, toothy grin of the 2 blood tendrils, and it let out a terrified squeak. The monkey instinctively backed away but paused, remembering the little one was still there, and rushed back to scoop her up, fleeing. Zhao Xiaoxiu was momentarily stunned, but soon burst into carefree laughter. Realizing what had happened, the monkey, now outside the house, glanced at the blood tendrils hovering nearby, keeping a cautious distance of about a meter, and followed their gaze, spotting Zhao Gang unloading cargo from the truck. Its eyes widened in astonishment. The little one's father was not human. Looking down at the giggling Zhao Xiaoxiu, the monkey, feeling a surge of protectiveness, lifted her to eye level, symbolically raised its paw, and playfully swatted her bottom twice. "You're such a mischievous little one. You didn't even warn me." These harmless taps only made Zhao Xiaoxiu laugh more, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face before breaking free and running back to the kitchen. The monkey, feeling exasperated, followed her. The three fish, broad as a hand, were still thrashing vigorously on the ground. Zhao Xiaoxiu noticed a strange yellow glow emanating from their bodies, indicating they were mutated. No one dared to eat such fish, and neither could she, as her senses warned her of their unpalatable taste. The monkey, an omnivore that primarily consumed various plants and fruits, believed these fish to be a great find and had brought them back to share with Zhao Xiaoxiu. In the past, at Yungu Sea, when it caught mutated species for Shan Yuan's daughter, it would receive praise for its efforts and permission to stay at the temple. Sensing the monkey's anticipation and instinctive desire to please, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt a pang of discomfort. She gently stroked its still wet fur, pointing toward the stove hole, signaling it to warm up. Although she had no idea if evolved animals could catch colds, she knew that its damp fur must be uncomfortable. The monkey obediently settled down, watching Zhao Xiaoxiu instruct the blood tendrils to pick up the three fish and place them in a bucket filled with water, feeling satisfied that she accepted its offering. With its eyes half closed, it squatted by the stove, basking in the warmth. Zhao Gang, having finished unloading, entered the house, nonchalantly releasing several tendrils to assist with various tasks. In no time, he had neatly laid out the freshly washed bed linens, organized the tool room, taken a shower in the bathroom, and washed and hung both his and his daughter's dirty clothes on the balcony upstairs. All of this was accomplished in less than 20 minutes. The monkey, initially lulled by the comforting heat of the stove, was suddenly startled by the scene before it, its fur standing on end in shock. The father of the juvenile creature appears rather intimidating. As drowsiness overtakes Zhao Xiaoxiu, she yawns repeatedly, rubbing her eyes and reassuring the stunned monkey sister. "You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. Hee hee." Observing the juvenile's vacant smile, the sluggish macaque nods its head, determined to adapt. However, Zhao Xiaoxiu can no longer resist the call of slumber and prepares to ascend the stairs to bed. Monkey's sister refuses to accompany her upstairs, instead gesturing towards a greenhouse outside the kitchen. Not sensing any objection from Zhao Xiaoxiu, she settles into the greenhouse. It suddenly dawns on Zhao Xiaoxiu that this is no ordinary macaque. It is one that cultivates vegetables. She shrugs and smiles, confident that Monkey's sister will become an invaluable helper in their agricultural endeavors. By the time she returns home that night, it is already 10 o'clock. After bathing and tidying her bedding, Zhao Xiaoxiu finally burrows under the covers, only to find herself in slumber well past midnight. For the past fortnight, she has not experienced a single comfortable night's sleep while accompanying the main group on missions. Now, lying enveloped in the soft cotton quilt and listening to the gentle sound of flowing water outside, she quickly drifts into dreamland. She remains unaware of when her father finished his tasks and climbed into bed, or perhaps he stayed awake all night. When Zhao Xiaoxiu awakens, content from her dreams, she hears a multitude of voices downstairs, seemingly engaged in haggling. Zhao Gang's voice rises above the rest, firmly rejecting offers. Not for sale, no exchanges, no points. Immediately following, she hears the sound of items being carried upstairs. A few lords remain outside, muttering to themselves, hoping to purchase pipes and canopies from Zhao Gang. Enviously eyeing the quality materials being transported, rubbing her eyes, Zhao Xiaoxiu stretches lazily in bed before finally rolling out. As she emerges from her cocoon of warmth, the brisk morning air envelopes her, causing her to shiver. Hurriedly, she dons her cotton jacket and trousers, snugging her pant legs into her socks before putting on her shoes and heading to the bathroom. The water is warm, and without a doubt, she knows her father must have prepared it in advance, filling her with joy. She gazes at her tousled reflection in the mirror and playfully puckers her lips as if receiving a kiss from her father from afar. making a heart gesture with her hands. By you. After freshening up, Zhao Gang passes by with the canopy materials, reminding the juvenile, remember to wear your hat. It's quite cold today. Okay. Zhao Xiaoxiu responds cheerfully. She rushes to the living room, locating a red knitted hat left on the sofa. Putting it on without needing to comb her hair, it feels wonderfully warm. Dad, did you buy this hat? She inquires curiously. Zhao Gang descends the stairs and replies. It was woven by Sheng Qingyang. I traded her 5 meters of water pipe for it. One of the lords at the door, eavesdropping, swiftly challenges him as he exits. Zhao Gang, didn't you say you wouldn't sell or trade? How come Sheng Qingyang got a deal? Because my little Xiaoxiu needs a hat. Zhao Gang replies without looking up, continuing to carry the canopy materials upstairs. The lords are momentarily at a loss for words, quickly realizing that Zhao Gang's daughter is the key to their predicament. However, before they could devise a means to exchange materials for pipes and canopies, Dongfang Ling approaches with a large bucket of low-grade, mutated fish fry. Zhao Gang glances at it and readily offers her 50 square meters of canopy. Naturally, he also insists on receiving his due points, collecting 1,000 points. Hey! Dongfang Ling raises her hand towards the door, where a little red hat is floating. Slightly hesitating to ask, may I borrow your floating board? Zhao Xiaoxiu, preparing to bring the 3 fish captured by Monkey Sister to see little flying hero, uncertainly points to herself. Me? Dongfang Ling nods, feeling that her tone may not appeal to the child, suppressing her expectations. All right, but you'll have to wait for me. Dongfang Ling is taken aback, momentarily stunned. Zhao Gang helps place the bucket of fish fry onto the floating board, patting the rosy-cheeked juvenile on the head with satisfaction, dismissing the lingering lords and returning to work. The weather forecast predicts a significant drop in temperature for the next 2 weeks, with possible snowfall by the end of the month, necessitating the prompt assembly of the canopy and installation of solar power equipment by the supply station. This will ensure a comfortable winter for the juvenile. Zhao Xiaoxiu assures Dongfang Ling, I'll be back shortly. Grabbing the floating board, she jogs towards the pond, excitedly feeding the 3 plump fish to the eagerly awaited little flying hero. She also pours the entire bucket of fish fry into the pond, sternly instructing, these are my fish to raise. You cannot eat them now. We will share them when they grow next year. So, please take good care of them, ensuring they eat well and stay active, all right? Little flying hero eagerly agrees, immediately transforming into a diligent fish caretaker, guiding the newly introduced fry to the abundant aquatic plants for feeding. Zhao Xiaoxiu claps her hands in satisfaction, ensuring little flying hero is well settled. Before rushing back to the entrance of her home, extending the floating board for Dongfang Ling to load the canopy materials. The 500 pounds of materials may not seem excessive in weight, but they take up considerable space, making it challenging to fit entirely on the small floating board. Dongfang Ling first constructs a relatively spacious base with the canopy framework before stacking the materials atop it. Dad, may I go out with Monkey Sister for a while? Zhao Xiaoxiu calls out, tilting her head towards the stairs. Zhao Gang peeks around the corner, glancing at the materials piled on the floating board. Then back at the expectant Zhao Xiaoxiu, frowning slightly as he cautions, do not leave the planting area. This implies consent. Zhao Xiaoxiu's heart flutters with excitement, nodding vigorously, understood. I want to leave the planting area. With that, she beckons towards the back of the house, where a macaque, shyly peeking at the unfamiliar humans, joyfully hops into view. Dongfang Ling, caught off guard, jumps slightly. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoxiu's explanation comes quickly. Otherwise, Dongfang Ling would have instinctively reached for her weapon. This is an evolved macaque, Monkey Sister. We will take you back, so you won't have to make an extra trip to return the floating board to me. Zhao Xiaoxiu explains with a smile, lifting Monkey Sister's paw to wave amicably at Dongfang Ling. The macaque, honoring Zhao Xiaoxiu, flashes a friendly grin, attempting to mimic a human smile. An evolved macaque? Dongfang Ling stares in astonishment at the brown-golden monkey standing almost at her height, its physique considerably more robust than hers. So this is what everyone refers to as the rare evolved animal. It appears to comprehend human speech and possesses high intelligence. Don't worry, Sister Dongfang. Monkey Sister is very gentle and docile. She won't harm you. Zhao Xiaoxiu reassures her earnestly. Dongfang Ling nods lightly. Let us go. Thus, one girl and one monkey leap onto the laden floating board, flashing smiles at her. Dongfang Ling finds herself somewhat speechless yet amused, striving to maintain her composure as she scrutinizes the macaque. Noticing its calm demeanor, she finally takes hold of the floating board rope, leading the cargo and its human and monkey passengers homeward. Dongfang Ling is not one for many words, and, with a child like Zhao Xiaoxiu, there is even less to discuss. She remains silent, while the floating board is pulled steadily along. Zhao Xiaoxiu, embracing Monkey Sister's furry arm while seated on the floating board, finds the experience exhilarating. She points to the surrounding territories, enthusiastically introducing them to Monkey Sister. To the right lies the territory number 8. Before we enter any other domain, we must first obtain the Lord's consent. Sister Ho, please remember this. Wandering recklessly may lead to being regarded as an enemy by the other lords. To the left stretches our land, a vast expanse of 300 acres. Once we cultivate the entirety with crops, we shall no longer need to worry about food. We can eat whatever we desire and as much as we wish. Now, we have arrived at a crossroads. Heading west leads to the entrance of the cultivation zone. Ahead, a small house with half of its structure collapsed comes into view. Zhao Xiaoxiu solemnly announces, Sister Dongfang Ling's territory number 12 has arrived. Right across from our territory number 13, not too far away, is it? Sister Ho nods in agreement, hopping off the hoverboard and dashing to the front of territory 12. She glances at the signpost by the road, then raises her paw to shield her eyes and scrutinizes the nearby small house. Having completed her inspection, she dismissively waves at Zhao Xiaoxiu, pointing at the small house and then indicating the building in territory 13, implying that our house is the finest. Zhao Xiaoxiu chuckles, quickly glancing at Dongfang Ling, who merely returns Sister Ho's gaze without comprehending her sentiments, prompting Zhao Xiaoxiu to smile sheepishly. Dongfang Ling, perplexed by the gestures of Sister Ho, inquires, what is she saying? Zhao Xiaoxiu replies, Sister Ho says our territory's terrain is different. Dongfang Ling responds, oh, please come in. She does not rush Zhao Xiaoxiu to disembark from the hoverboard, but instead leads her cautiously, as the evolution monkey curiously explores the new surroundings, arriving at their doorstep. Zhao Xiaoxiu promptly dismounts from the hoverboard and obediently stands in the corridor, while Dongfang Ling unloads the materials. Sister Ho circles around the front and back of the house, returning to inform Zhao Xiaoxiu that there is a small pond behind the house, teeming with edible fish. Intrigued, Zhao Xiaoxiu expresses her desire to see it, but Dongfang Ling calls her back. Would you like to eat some wild fruits gathered from the mountains? She presents a bowl of low-level mutated green dates to Zhao Xiaoxiu. Thank you, sister. Zhao Xiaoxiu politely accepts two, keeping one for herself and one for Sister Ho. Sister Ho quickly consumes hers, chewing and spitting out the pit within 2 seconds. Rather than discarding the pit, she notices Zhao Xiaoxiu's pocket, opens it, and places the pit inside, patting it down. Zhao Xiaoxiu, astonished, asks, can it be planted? Sister Ho nods affirmatively. Zhao Xiaoxiu, overjoyed, finishes her tart yet appetizing mutated green date and carefully keeps the seed in her pocket. Dongfang Ling, unable to decipher the exchange between the child and the monkey, leaves the green date behind, sets a stool in the corridor, and busies herself. The evolved beings exhibit enhancements in various aspects, with their evolutionary abilities being particularly pronounced. Although Dongfang Ling does not appear physically robust, her strength in lifting and unloading is considerable. She quietly and cautiously unloads the materials from the hoverboard, while the sounds of children's laughter and the excited chattering of monkeys occasionally fill the air. Wiping the thin sweat from her forehead, Dongfang Ling glances towards the corridor and suddenly feels the warmth of the sun today. The child does not cause any trouble and does not run amok in others' territories. Wishing to see the fish pond, she specifically asks for permission before going. After approximately 5 minutes, she rushes back, whispering to the monkey as if she were an adult. Let us catch more small fish to take home. Once they grow, we can dry them, and when the potatoes are ready, we can make mashed potatoes with dried fish. How delightful that would be! Listening to this enchanting vision, Dongfang Ling feels as if she can already smell the rich aroma of the food, unable to resist swallowing hard. Shall I escort you back? She asks, having finished unloading and returning the hoverboard to Zhao Xiaoxiu, her concern apparent. Zhao Xiaoxiu waves her hands dismissively. No, Sister Dongfang. Sister Ho, and I still want to go catch small fish in the river. You need not accompany us. She gestures for Sister Ho to bring the hoverboard over, climbs on, and with a flourish of her hand, shouts as if commanding a chariot, charge. Sister Ho gazes at her with utmost affection and, under Dongfang Ling's anxious watch, takes off with the hoverboard at full speed. The wind rushes past Zhao Xiaoxiu, who squeals with delight, quickly grasping her little red hat to prevent it from flying away. Soon, her excited shrieks reverberate throughout the entire cultivation zone. Dongfang Ling muses that she must be losing her sanity to find this terrifying creature known as a child somewhat amusing. Upon reaching the bridge over the river upstream, Zhao Xiaoxiu adeptly jumps down, adjusting her hat and smoothing out her jacket blown by the wind, then observes the area by the railing. Over there, she points to the rocky shore beneath the bridge, beckoning Sister Ho to join her. Sister Ho effortlessly leaps down from the bridge and lands gracefully on the rocky shore. Zhao Xiaoxiu, momentarily forgetting that Sister Ho is an evolved monkey capable of climbing cliffs, takes a deep breath, reminding herself not to envy others, assuring herself that she can descend as well. Resigned, she pulls the hoverboard and slides down the sloped grass below the bridge. By the time she reaches the riverbank, Sister Ho has already plunged into the cool water, surfacing with two small fish clutched in her claws, chattering excitedly to Zhao Xiaoxiu and tossing them her way. Two small, unknown mutated fish with black backs and greenish scales land at Zhao Xiaoxiu's feet. The fish, seemingly bewildered by their sudden departure from the water, take a moment to regain their senses before vigorously flapping their tails in an attempt to return to the river. These are two edible fish, and Zhao Xiaoxiu grins, quickly crouching down to create a pit using stones to catch the fish. Beneath the stones, a shallow layer of water exists, and Zhao Xiaoxiu digs with a pointed rock, unearthing gravel and sand, allowing the water to accumulate in the small pit, where the two mutated fish settle down, still and compliant. Having not planned on fishing when she left home and lacking any tools, Zhao Xiaoxiu begins to fret about how to transport the fish. However, Sister Ho is unfazed by such concerns. She catches a handful of small fish and tosses them into the water pit before diving back into the river. Sister Ho vividly remembers Zhao Xiaoxiu's earlier description of dried fish and mashed potatoes, although she has never tasted it. The gleam in the cub's eyes as she spoke indicated it must be a delicacy. Yet, when Sister Ho returns with more small fish, Zhao Xiaoxiu declines, stating, "These aren't tasty." Reluctant to let them go, Sister Ho insists, gesturing that they are edible. Zhao Xiaoxiu firmly crosses her arms, resolutely refusing no. Sister Ho, eager to prove her point, grabs a red fish with a green sheen and attempts to take a bite. Zhao Xiaoxiu's expression shifts dramatically, as if she were the one eating it. Her face scrunches in sympathy for Sister Ho. As anticipated, Sister Ho's eyes widen in shock, her face turning pale, and she violently shakes her body, immediately spitting out the remaining half of the mutated fish. The taste is overwhelmingly strong, prompting her to rush to the riverbank for a drink of water. Monk's sister felt dejected, casting doubt on her entire existence as she squatted on the rocky shore, observing the vibrant red and green fish swimming in the puddle, unable to comprehend why they tasted so unpalatable. Zhao Xiaoxiu gently stroked the damp head of the monkey, offering solace, and inquired, "You've never tasted this kind of fish before, have you?" Monk's sister emitted a muffled sound from her throat, as Yingusi was situated atop the mountain, featuring only hot springs and no rivers. Implicitly, she conveyed that this was her first encounter with a vividly mutated fish. Despite their stunning appearance, they were disappointingly inedible. The fish she caught in the Cubs River yesterday were far more palatable. At least they could be swallowed. After listening to Monk's sister's grievances, Zhao Xiaoxiu felt even more pity for her, explaining while grooming her fur, most mutated species tend to be unpalatable, especially those that are extraordinarily beautiful. Their flavors are generally lacking. Otherwise, why would we not catch fish from such a vast river and instead rely on nutrient solutions? Monk's sister blinked her eyes, questioning why. Because they aren't tasty. Unless one is starving, who would want to eat them? Zhao Xiaoxiu remarked with disdain. In theory, given the survivors in District C's development of human cuisine, these unappetizing mutations could be made less so. After all, there are always those with peculiar tastes. However, the issue lies in the current species mutations. They can no longer gather sufficient seasonings. Zhao Xiaoxiu sighed regretfully, patting Monk's sister's robust arm. "We've caught 23 fish, which is quite commendable. The two largest will be roasted for you at home, so you can savor what delicious fish truly tastes like." Monk's sister drew a circle in the puddle, indicating that the fish caught were not ours. The cubs had not even entered the water. Zhao Xiaoxiu exclaimed, "Monk's sister, how clever you are to know this." The monkey froze, realizing she was praising her. What to do? Monk's sister pointed at the two largest fish and generously patted Zhao Xiaoxiu's back, signifying that these two counted as her contribution. "Thank you, Monk's sister. I knew you were the best." Zhao Xiaoxiu graciously accepted this acknowledgement. The duo began devising a method to transport the mutated fish, which would perish outside the water. Back home, along the riverbank grew some non-aggressive broad-leaved mutated plants. Zhao Xiaoxiu had a brilliant idea and decided to transfer the puddle directly onto the floating platform. By stacking stones to create a basin filled with broad leaves, they could hold water. Monk's sister watched in awe as Zhao Xiaoxiu placed her hands on her hips, puffing her little belly with pride, and got to work. After some effort, they successfully loaded the 23 fish of varying sizes onto the floating platform and joyfully returned to the shore. This time, Monk's sister remembered that human cubs could not climb. She patiently accompanied Zhao Xiaoxiu as they slowly ascended the slope together. Just as they were nearing success on the bridge, a sudden sound of swift movement emerged from the grass. Zhao Xiaoxiu turned sharply, spotting a mutated yellow loach, thick as her wrist, darting out from the underbrush. Its small, red eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of prey, and its long, slimy whiskers brushed past Zhao Xiaoxiu's face as it lunged towards the evolution monkey, who held the floating platform. Zhao Xiaoxiu was taken aback. It wasn't T charging at her. However, ever since consuming the tentacles of her living father, she had acquired Ada's interest buff against mutated species. Unless she provoked them, or in certain extreme situations, they typically showed no reaction to her. But it was unacceptable for them to take an interest in her monk's sister. Zhao Xiaoxiu had no time to warn Monk's sister, and could only leap forward. She pressed her hands down, catching the loach's tail just as it was about to slip past her, goosebumps spreading across her body, not from disgust, but from excitement. This large loach could be eaten. The monkey turned back at the commotion, eyes wide in disbelief. Zhao Xiaoxiu practically mounted the mutated loach, one hand pinning it down while the other grabbed a stone from the ground to strike it. The loach, in pain, swiftly turned around to wrap itself around Zhao Xiaoxiu, exuding a slippery liquid that allowed it to wriggle quickly and escape from beneath her, rewrapping around her instead. Seeing this, Monk's sister's eyes narrowed, and with a fierce roar, she vowed that anyone who bullied the cubs must perish. "You monsters!" Monk's sister swiped her paw, capturing the mutated loach, her sharp teeth bared as she bit down. The metallic scent of blood quickly filling the air as the loach was severed in two. Yet, it did not die. The lower half fell to the ground, frantically burrowing into the earth through its bloodied wound. Zhao Xiaoxiu picked up a stone and struck again, but the loach, thick as her wrist, was difficult to grasp, and its slimy coating made her grip slip. The stones she hurled missed their mark, failing to inflict any damage, only preventing the half-loach from continuing its escape. Monk's sister, having dealt with the upper half, immediately rushed to assist Zhao Xiaoxiu, but just as she extended her paw, a gunshot rang out from behind them, and a bullet whizzed past her head, embedding itself in the grass. Debris flew, and Monk's sister, startled, quickly shielded Zhao Xiaoxiu beneath her, rolling to the side and swiftly climbing onto a bridge pier, taking refuge in the bridge's arch. In an instant, another bullet struck their last position, killing the writhing half-loach. Zhao Xiaoxiu, still shaken, glanced toward the direction for which the bullets had come. 3 armed youths, a woman and 2 men, emerged from the forest belonging to Lord Number 1, walking with a swagger. They soon reached the loach's carcass, the older man joyfully exclaiming in a thick dialect, "This loach is quite plump." The woman noticed the floating platform holding fish, raising an eyebrow in surprise before pulling out a detection device to scan the fish and loach, all lights green. Unable to suppress a smile, she remarked how lucky they were today, having also stumbled upon a floating platform. The younger man, gun in hand, scanned the bridge, sneering. They ran quite fast. Was it an adult with a child? The woman inquired, puzzled. The distance had been significant, and the grass was dense, making it difficult to see clearly. The young man shook his head no. It seems like a monkey and a child. He hesitated, uncertain, as these two species did not seem likely to coexist harmoniously. "Forget it. Let them run. Grab the goods, and let us go," the older man instructed. "This appears to be a planting area of the Hope Base. Let us avoid unnecessary trouble," he cautioned. Boss, you almost shot that child, the woman and younger man chuckled, as if they had not just caused a ruckus. However, since their adversaries chose to abandon such a valuable floating platform, it indicated their weakness, making them not a cause for concern. The trio dragged the floating platform across the bridge, proceeding to leave without a care. Stop! A furious child's voice suddenly rang out. The three turned in surprise to see a little girl, around 3 or 4 years old, wearing a red hood, standing on the bridge with her fists clenched, glaring at them in anger. Beside her stood a monkey, towering over her, emitting a low, threatening growl towards them. Indeed, what a monkey! The older man exclaimed, his gaze filled more with curiosity than fear, as he did not perceive the slightest threat from the macaque. The detection device remained unlit. Perhaps it was merely a slightly mutated macaque of considerable size. Hey, child. The woman tugged at the string of her hoverboard, teasingly inquiring, where are your guardians? How could they allow such a little one to wander alone? The outside world can be quite perilous. Zhao Xiaoxiu was incensed by their shameless demeanor and retorted fiercely, return my belongings. The young man chuckled, what belongings might those be? Pray, enlighten us. Zhao Xiaoxiu replied, the hoverboard, fish, and the loaches that my sister and I caught. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter, for children are indeed so naive. The woman feigned inspection of the hoverboard, apologetically shrugging. I'm sorry, but it appears there's no name inscribed for a child here. Let us be on our way. The older man urged, unwilling to squander time on a mere child. The woman and the young man nodded. Yet before departing, they pointed their firearms at the macaque and Zhao Xiaoxiu, a clear provocation laden with menace. They anticipated the child to be overwhelmed with fear, perhaps weeping inconsolably, and thus lingered for a few moments. To their astonishment, the little girl suddenly revealed a peculiar smile. The two furrowed their brows, a chilling sensation inexplicably washing over them. Perhaps the wind was just too cold today. Boss, let us leave. They turned to follow the older man, only to be startled by the sight of their boss ensnared midair by a bloody tendril. Panic surged as they met the gaze of cold, unfeeling eyes. Did I not instruct you to leave? Zhao Gang's voice was devoid of any human emotion. A shiver coursed through them. The older man was strangled by the tendril, his eyes bulging, rapidly turning crimson as tears flowed. Blood continuously dribbled from his mouth, and he struggled to alert his companions. Yet no sound emerged from his throat. He faced away from Zhao Gang, utterly unaware of the entity constricting his body and throat, feeling only his own helplessness and the terrifying power emanating from the appendage. It was so frightful that he could not even conceive of resisting. Zhao Xiaoxiu, feeling wronged, cried out, Daddy. They stole my things and refused to return them. She then turned to the cold duo before her. Weren't you looking for my guardian? He's here now. The woman and young man were struck with fear and immediately fired at Zhao Gang. However, before they could even pull the trigger, 2 bloody tendrils pierced their eyes, swiftly penetrating their brains. The guns clattered to the ground as they fell helplessly, their bodies convulsing violently before they succumbed to death. The older man watched in horror as his 2 companions were brutally dispatched, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He gazed at the horrifying flesh tendrils swirling behind the little girl, his throat emitting a hoarse gasp. What monstrosity are you? Before he could utter the final word, the tendril stabbed into his throat, swiftly silencing him and granting him a merciful end. In less than a minute, 3 corpses lay before Zhao Xiaoxiu, the ground splattered with blood. Yet not a single drop martyr. The macaque emitted a satisfied squeak, for had the father of the cub not appeared, it would surely have given these 3 bullies a taste of their own medicine. Zhao Gang hurriedly brought the hoverboard to his cub, embracing her and gently patting her little head. No one will steal your things again. Daddy has dealt with them all. Zhao Xiaoxiu clutched her hoverboard tightly, leaning against her father's embrace, nodding yes. Next time I go out, I will definitely bring a gun and an axe. No one shall take my things again. As Zhao Xiaoxiu and her father composed themselves, the macaque was not idle. It skillfully rummaged through the belongings of the 3 individuals, collecting treasures as if they were precious gems, placing them all atop the hoverboard. 3 firearms, 85 bullets, 2 daggers, 3 multifunctional knives, and 3 walkie-talkies were gathered. Even the young man's baseball cap was not overlooked. It excitedly donned the cap, which was slightly too small, before placing it atop Zhao Xiaoxiu's head, which was too large, leaving it still reluctant to discard it. Squeak! The macaque called out. Zhao Xiaoxiu turned to see it overturning the backpacks of the three individuals, revealing a plethora of orange persimmons. A quick glance revealed approximately 40, all of which were evolution fruits. No wonder they appeared so cheerful, having emerged from the mountains with nothing in hand. Just one evolution fruit could yield a significant number of points. The newly discovered evolutionary species were in high demand by biological companies for cultivation. In the Taoyuan base, the cultivation of evolved fruits and crops had become nearly mature. Citizens who surrendered newly evolved species would receive contribution points in return. The ripe persimmons, due to their evolution, had thick, resilient skins that the macaque unceremoniously dropped onto the ground without breaking. The macaque excitedly picked up two, inhaling their sweet fragrance, unable to resist biting one in half and slurping up the delicious flesh. Squeak! It leaped joyously, exclaiming how delicious it was, urging Zhao Xiaoxiu and Zhao Gang to partake as well. Zhao Gang, fond of sweet flavors, intrigued by the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, picked one up to taste. The already soft persimmon melted in his mouth, sliding down his throat, leaving a rich, fruity essence. Zhao Gang's eyes lit up as he quickly handed one to his cub. Eat! Zhao Xiaoxiu swallowed hard, recalling their worth. Despite the pain of loss, she bit into one, finding it increasingly delectable, wishing for another. However, before they could take action, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed from afar. Zhao Xiaoxiu hurriedly grabbed an empty backpack, urging Zhao Gang and the macaque to gather the persimmons. Once everything was packed and the backpack zipped up, Zhao Xiaoxiu insisted that Zhao Gang carry it, feeling reassured. What happened? The patrol vehicle swiftly arrived, stopping before the father and daughter. Two soldiers disembarked, their expressions darkening upon seeing the three lifeless bodies on the ground, instinctively glancing at the macaque standing behind Zhao Xiaoxiu. Zhao Xiaoxiu explained, "These three individuals emerged from the mountains of Area 1, nearly harming my sister and me, and stole our belongings. It was my father who arrived just in time to save us." Zhao Gang affirmed, "Xiaoxiu speaks the truth. We acted in self-defense." The patrol soldiers furrowed their brows. Such incidents occurred frequently, and as long as their protected lord was unharmed, there was little need for detailed inquiry. However, one soldier crouched to examine the three individuals, noticing the identical badges they bore. His expression gradually turned grave. They were all from the hunting group, as only members of the hunting group could apply for such a unified badge, which bore the emblem of the Taoyuan Base Guild. This was becoming more complicated. The inspecting soldier stood, looking at Zhao Gang with an impatient warning. It is best not to kill members of the hunting group lightly within the territory. Zhao Gang's eyes brimmed with reproach. Now that a murder has occurred, why did you not warn everyone sooner? The two patrolling soldiers were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Zhao Gang's words. Taking a deep breath, they replied, "You handle it yourself. If anyone comes looking for trouble, we cannot intervene." "Isn't the patrol supposed to protect the Lord?" Zhao Gang inquired, his gaze devoid of any personal emotions, merely expressing a genuine question. Yet, this innocent inquiry provoked the two soldiers, who, suppressing their anger, retorted, "This is a personal vendetta. If we get involved, it becomes a matter between two bases. Do you not understand the implications?" Zhao Gang responded, "Very well, I understand." The two soldiers were momentarily stunned. What did he comprehend? Father? Zhao Xiaoxiu looked over with concern. Zhao Gang gently shook his head to indicate that all was well. He lifted his daughter with one arm while his other transformed into tentacles, wrapping around the three corpses on the ground, striding forward with purpose. The monkey hastily followed on its floating board, finding the two patrolling soldiers quite annoying, and spat at them in disdain. "It would have been better if you hadn't shown up." The soldiers were left speechless. Were they just spat upon by a monkey? Where is he taking the three corpses? One soldier queried in confusion. The other shook his head, gesturing for his companion to get in the vehicle, suggesting they follow to find out. Human corpses undergo mutation 2 hours post-mortem, although they did not intend to involve themselves. Allowing three aberrant creatures to appear in the cultivation area would be disastrous upon the return of their commander. Consequently, the two soldiers stealthily drove to the entrance of Territory Number 13, yet they did not witness Zhao Gang's intention to deal with the three corpses. He placed them neatly by the roadside and returned home with his daughter and the monkey. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Zhao Xiaoxiu also quietly asked her father what he was doing. Zhao Gang set his daughter down, removed his backpack, rolled up his sleeves, and stated, "It is their duty to handle the aberrations within the cultivation area. Once the corpses turn into aberrations, they're no longer our concern." After saying this, he took the floating board from the monkey, removed the 2 mutated loaches from it, and selected 2 of the largest blackback fish to bring into the kitchen, swiftly preparing them with a knife. Zhao Xiaoxiu and the monkey exchanged glances, then turned their eyes towards the tall figure bustling in the kitchen, their eyes filled with admiration. Feeling the intense gaze from behind, Zhao Gang did not turn back but allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, reminding, "If you do not place those little fish into the pond soon, they will perish." Huh? Oh. Zhao Xiaoxiu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly remembered the little fish on the floating board. She hurriedly looked over, only to find that the water had drained significantly from the gaps in the broad leaves, leaving only a shallow layer. 21 mutated small blackback fish were crammed together, gaping their mouths as if they were about to suffocate. "Monkey Sister." Zhao Xiaoxiu quickly called for Monkey Sister to help take the little fish to the pond. She also intended to introduce Monkey Sister to Little Flying Hero, allowing them to get acquainted. As soon as the fish entered the water, they revived, instinctively displaying aggression, wanting to consume the fry that had been released the previous day. However, before they could act, Little Flying Hero swiftly taught them a lesson, rendering them obedient. Regarding Monkey Sister's arrival, Little Flying Hero seemed somewhat resistant, hovering around Zhao Xiaoxiu's head with hostility vying for attention. Unfortunately, Monkey Sister was oblivious to the fish's animosity. She sniffed the air, catching a whiff of an enticing aroma, and her eyes lit up with excitement. Monkey Sister pawed at Zhao Xiaoxiu, forgetting her strength and nearly pulling her into the water. Thankfully, Little Flying Hero activated the magnetic field just in time, preventing Zhao Xiaoxiu from falling. Steadying herself on the bank, Zhao Xiaoxiu shot an annoyed glance at the culprit. Monkey Sister scratched her head apologetically, then continued to point towards the direction of the delicious smell. Home. Salivating, she looked eager. Zhao Xiaoxiu also detected the scent. It was the fragrance of grilled fish. Even without verbalizing their desire to eat fish, her father understood. Zhao Xiaoxiu quickly waved goodbye to Little Flying Hero and dashed towards home. "That smells so good." Before she arrived, her voice preceded her. Zhao Xiaoxiu and Monkey Sister burst into the kitchen, immediately spotting 2 charcoal-grilled blackback fish on the dining table. Zhao Gang was cleaning the mutated loaches, which yielded over 40 pounds of meat. He intended to save some for dinner and turn the rest into smoked meat for his daughter. Hearing the commotion behind him, he smiled and said, "Take it outside to eat. The kitchen smells too fishy."